Chapter 84, Water Shadow Stone for Naruto Stone. Order out and dine in. All fast. Entering the ERP research room, Lin was a bit surprised even though he had already seen the battleship alphas. Is this technology even possible on today's blue planet? And it's actually civil science. Just outrageous. The research room wasn't big. It was still mainly a surveillance room covered with various large screens, where the traces of the appearance of the alien beasts could be accurately traced under the scanning of the satellites. And, of course, there are the rooms responsible for teleportation, training, recovery, and the deliberate blocking of magical spirit stones. Your conditions here are much better than our place. This level of technology, completely crushing the mutation. Lin also scanned the surrounding area while sighing towards Meijin. Sure enough, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. Welcome to being so poor before and having to rely on Ares transfiguration and prediction. Meijin smiled even as she heard Lin also say that, and she smoothed the broken hair behind her ear before speaking softly. Most of these are the results of my brother, Dr. Garu, and I've mostly just used them. Lin nodded and casually sat down on a chair before looking over at Meijin Dao. I'd like you to help me set up a system like this in Hope City, too. How about that? Meijin froze at her words, some hesitation showing on her face. It could be, but such a system would require a great deal of spending, and it should roughly require a satellite as well. These Lin himself was well aware of. He raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. We pay for our own spending as far as satellites go. Can a battleship act as a satellite for a while? Hearing Lin say that, Meijin's expression stagnated, and her mind instantly recalled the image she had seen 2 days ago. She forced a smile, still debating whether or not to pretend she didn't know anything. I know you must have seen it. Lin casually broke down her mental defenses as he teased. Don't worry, I don't blame you for spying on me all day. At those words Meijin was a bit embarrassed. She glared at Lin and hummed before saying, who spied on you? After saying this she looked a little calmer and quickly cut off the subject and continued. Then in a few days, when we're ready on our end. Lin nodded, also terminating the topic in passing. Seeing that Lin didn't say anything and was just surveying the surroundings, Meijin finally didn't hold back and opened her mouth to inquire. What are you going to do with that water shadow stone? Seeing that she didn't hold back from asking about this in the end, Lin Yi's face appeared to be smiling, and he immediately asked with interest. So what do you think should be done about it? Seeing Lin say that, Meijin's inner apprehension lessened. She looked positive, and seriousness appeared on her soft, beautiful cheeks as her lips parted lightly. We're in a shortage right now. It's hard to find a light and shadow stone. We still need to put it to use. Summoning one more armored warrior will be good for all of us. Lin sniffed and nodded as if agreeing with her. The water shadow stones were of little use to him, and Meijin's statement was really the most appropriate choice. Seeing Lin nodding, a look of joy appeared on Meijin's face. But the next second Lin Yi's voice came again. It's fine to give you the water shadow stone. I have conditions. Go ahead. She certainly didn't hesitate. Lin leaned comfortably against the back of his chair and scanned the surrounding road. Do you have a place to stay here? And a place to eat? Meijin was first stunned when she heard this. Then her eyebrows stretched as she realized what Lin meant. A smile appeared on her face and she said without the slightest hesitation. Of course I do. You can stay with me at the store. As for food, I'm supposed to be a burger joint here. After saying that Meijin's face was filled with joy, she continued. That's what you want? It's very simple. And, seeing her reveal this look that seemed to dismiss herself with ease, Lin immediately interrupted her conjecture with a voice. I want the Naruto stone. In an instant, the joy on Meijin's face froze, and her eyes couldn't help but look at Lin with wide eyes. Lin paralyzed his hands and revealed a harmless smile. Of course, it's fine to just give me the Inferno Dragon Armor Transformer. The effect is the same. After all, Tiki Nan doesn't have much time to save the world, does he? What he wants is to make the world famous with his music. Meijin only felt a little dizzy in her head as she sniffed, and she found a chair next to Lin and sat down as well. Water shadow stones for fire shadow stones. Just after murmuring a sentence, she frowned and turned her head to look at Lin, inquiring in a surprised tone. What do you need Naruto stones and summoners for? It's not like you have a 5-elemental bloodline. When she said that, her own eyes widened again before Lin could say anything. Could it be that you have the bloodline of the firewalking village and can summon the Inferno Dragon Armor? Seeing his surprised look, Lin didn't admit or deny it, but just shrugged his shoulders. The corners of his mouth hooked into a wisp of a smile. You guess? Seeing that inscrutable smile on his handsome face, Meijin instantly became a little angry inside. Guess? And let me guess? I'm a little kid. Guess what? But her character didn't let her get that out after all, and instead she opened her mouth. It's almost noon after running around all morning, so let's go out for lunch. At those words Lin flew out of his chair and stretched his body, just in time to get hungry. Mi-jin suddenly didn't continue that conversation she just had, for no other reason than she didn't know what to do anymore. From an objective point of view, water shadow stones for fire shadow stones, and with the addition of such a great war power as Lin Yi, there was no problem with this deal. But subjectively, she really didn't know how to talk to Tiki Nan. Though Tiki Nan occasionally has to mind her own business these days, can active resignation and passive layoff be the same? Whose face can look good when they get laid off? Besides, in Mi-jin's opinion, Tiki Nan was still the most talented of the summoners on their side. She just can't imagine how to talk to the other side. Lin likewise wasn't in a hurry. Now wasn't the time for him to take the initiative. He was sure that with what Tiki Nan was going to do next, soon Mi-jin would be able to relate. As for the water shadow stone, you didn't give me the Naruto stone. Why would I give it to you? Naturally, water shadow rock would have to stay in his gravity-defying, high magnetism prison for a while longer. Mei-shin didn't skimp either, because Lin Yi had just come to Jinghai City. She directly took him to a fairly famous restaurant in Jinghai for dinner. This restaurant mainly operates Western food and is said to be famous in the industry. Mei-shin brought Lin also sat in this Western restaurant by the window of a seat. The ear is elegant and beautiful piano music. The restaurant is a typical Western decoration style. Even the tabletop and tableware are exquisite excessive. No problem. No matter if it's Western or Chinese food, as long as it's delicious, I'm not picky. Smoothly returning Mi-jin's inquiry, Lin Yi glanced up towards the surroundings. Can't help it. Country people haven't seen the world. Soon, Mi-jin's soft voice rang out. 2 sirloin steaks, 1 Spanish oxtail soup, 1 avocado rainbow salad, 2 passion fruit mojitos, 1 tiramisu. Thanks. Ordering was quick and the food came out fast. One by one, the exquisite but seemingly not very resistant food was placed in front of Lin Yi, and he was not polite. Each one did not last more than a minute in front of him, and it could be called a windfall. A few minutes later, Lin Yi, who was concentrating on his dry meal, pushed the bowl away and put down his knife and fork. He was wanting a pair of chopsticks, but unfortunately the restaurant said they didn't have any. Hey, where's your meal? Why isn't it up yet? He wiped his mouth and inquired in surprise towards the empty Mi-jin in front of him. I was told that this restaurant comes out pretty fast, but I didn't expect it to be average. Poorly reviewed. The opposite side of Mei-jin looked at him dumbfounded after hearing Lin Yi's words, her appearance surprisingly somewhat naive. What you just ate is all we ordered. What about oxtail soup? It's that bowl you just put down. Lin Yi's eyes widened and he was flabbergasted on the spot. Turns out it's not just fast ordering and fast delivery today. It's fast dining too. Chapter 85 Evil Wolf Beast reappears. 8 Shift Pairs Phantom Duplication. Coming out of that Western restaurant, Lin Yi was actually still a bit unfulfilled. Mi-jin ordered 2 more of the exact same thing. So I'm half full, right? Sure enough, brown people like us still can't eat foreign food. He swears he really just eats casually. Who would have thought that meal was so small? The 2 of them didn't hang around after eating, and immediately returned to the ERP base together. It just so happened that at this point in time, Tiki Nan and Tsuji had also returned to the research lab and were planning to train. You two, this is going out to dinner together? Seeing Lin Yi and Mi-jin return, Tsuji was surprised and opened his mouth to inquire. Mi-jin nodded at her words, and also took the opportunity to introduce Lin Yi to the two. This is Lin Yi, the armor summoner of Hope City, and likewise the strongest on their side. If you have been following the news at our level, then you should have seen the recent news sent out by the City of Hope. They've taken care of an evil monster force in Hope City. Mei-jin introduced Lin Yi very seriously, also wanting the 2 companions in front of her to understand that Lin Yi's strength and origin were not ordinary. Hearing Mi-jin's words, both Tiki Nan and Tsuji showed surprise in their eyes. No wonder that armor looked a bit familiar when I saw it in the morning. Could it be the interdictor's armor? Dongsan inquired with emotion. Lin Yi looked towards Dongsan, not expecting him to actually see this, and immediately nodded. It's me. You can also call me Interceptor. Mi-jin then introduced the 2 men towards Lin Yi. This is Tiki Nan, summoner of the Inferno Dragon Armor of Fire. This is Tsuji, summoner of the Wind Eagle Armor of Wood. Of course Lin Yi knew them and didn't put on airs, smiling and opening his mouth. We can't say we'll have to fight side by side in the future, and the Shadow Realm is not easy to deal with. Everyone had a good idea of each other's strengths, so naturally they wouldn't say anything more. While this was happening, suddenly the alarm in the research room went off. Tick-tock. Mi-jin's complexion changed and she quickly came to the console and tapped her fingers to find the exact location. We found the location where the exotic beasts appeared. Xin Nan and Dong Sugi. I'll teleport you there. Mi-jin spoke very quickly towards the 2 before suddenly realizing that Lin was also there. She turned her head towards Lin Yi, a questioning look in her eyes. On the other hand, the 2 of them, Tiki Nan and Tsuji, had already traveled to the teleportation device by now. And with that, they disappeared into the research room in a flash as two white lights. Linny had already guessed that the one that appeared this time was probably still the evil wolf beast. He looked toward Mi-jin while speaking. Teleport me over there as well. I'm going to personally exterminate that evil wolf beast. Mi-jin nodded at her words, and most of the tension in her face dissipated. Linny came to the teleportation device and waited for the transmission, his eyes already showing a chill as he let out a cold snort. If I let you escape this time, I'll be sorry for summoning the interdictor armor. Along with the projection of the satellite, at once he felt a strong spatial force appear around him. This power was somewhat similar to shifting shape, but not quite the same. Lin also only felt his body trembling for an instant. The light and shadow flowed in front of his eyes, and the whole person had already appeared in another place. North of Jinghai City, this is close to the suburbs, surrounded by skyscrapers significantly reduced. The city building is also quite old. A sudden panicked shout appeared. Help! Help! There are monsters! Only to see a young man with glasses and an obese body running desperately forward on the empty old city streets not far away. Behind him, the obviously spirited evil wolf beast roared up to the sky and easily chased after him. Why are you chasing me? Fatty was happily selling barbecue when the vicious wolf beast suddenly appeared and started chasing him furiously. A chase led them to an old basketball court. Just when he thought he was done for this time, two pillars of light suddenly appeared in front of him as Xan Nan and Dong Sugi appeared. The duo took out their armor summoners the moment they teleported over to complete the armor summoning. Inferno Dragon Armor. Merge. Wind Eagle Armor. Merge. Bathed in the rich energy of the five elements, and through the energy of the light and shadow stones projected by the satellites, the two armors instantly appeared. The two of them then left behind Little Fatty, blocking the vicious wolf beast that was charging. Seeing this, Little Fatty retreated a few steps and finally breathed a sigh of relief, a look of joy in his eyes. Great! Someone's coming to the rescue. If I run any further I'm going to die. He didn't notice that another pillar of light appeared behind him, and Lin also stepped out of it. When both Xan Nan and Dong soon saw that it was the evil wolf beast again, both of them were immediately shocked. But as an armored warrior, there was no reason to be cowed before the battle. Xan Nan took a few steps forward, and his fist in his hand fiercely slammed towards the evil wolf beast. We're all in this together. Tsuji followed suit and attacked the alien beast from the other side as well, the two of them attacking left and right in a seemingly flawless attack. However, the evil wolf beast had a lurch in its body, and then it instantly disappeared in place, appearing behind Donsan. What? An attack hit empty, and Tsuji was instantly shocked. Then Tiki Nan's urgent voice came toward him. Look out! Before he had time to react, the evil wolf beast that had already instantly moved behind the wind eagle armor had already taken out its large sword and slashed down hard on his back. Bear! A spark suddenly appeared on the back of the wind eagle armor with the heavy sound of the slash, and Tsuji was staggered by the slash. Ow! Then the rough hissing sound of the vicious wolf beast came out, and another kick came out at Dongsan's waist, directly knocking Dongsan to the ground. Dongsan, seeing this, Xan Nan hurriedly took 2 steps forward to help Dongsan up, and then the two of them leaned their backs against each other, carefully defending themselves against the evil wolf beast's attacks. This evil wolf beast is extremely fast, and it even moves instantly. It's a lot more powerful than in the morning. This is trouble. Steinman summoned the flame blade to block in front of him and spoke in a low voice towards Tsuji. The evil wolf beast also seemed to want to toy with the two of them, and actually didn't continue attacking in the first place. But the next moment, a voice appeared and instantly made it a bit anxious. Criminal armor. Merge. Lin Yi's steady voice came out, followed by a loud whistling sound that was as swift as the wind, like tearing through space. The evil wolf beast sensed that it was not good and turned around to collect his sword, trying to parry the blow. But the next moment, like a mountain crashing down, the familiar pain once again came from its flesh. Dare to appear again. You're looking for death. Boom! Lin Yi's powerful collision directly sent the evil wolf beast flying, and then hit the wall hard. A familiar blow. The vicious wolf beast that was set against the wall hissed out angrily. Its body strengthened. It wasn't badly injured this time. It looked at Lin Yi, who was standing in front of Xan Nan and Dong Suo, and its eyes were already filled with anger and madness. Phantom duplication. The evil wolf beast's body shifted, and quite a sizable amount of foreign energy erupted out, and its body dispersed in an instant, transforming into 6 identical bodies that surrounded Xan Nan, Dong Sugi, and Lin Yi. Seeing this, Stein Nan and Tsuji's expressions changed. Be careful of its move. We're afraid we won't be able to distinguish between the main body and the phantom. Gotta find a way to survive this one. The two had only just opened their mouths when the 6 vicious wolf beasts suddenly attacked towards the 3 of them together. Xan Nan slashed down instantly with his flaming sword in hand, but his slash was empty, and in the next moment, the evil wolf beast behind him slapped its claws fiercely. Just a few rounds down the line, Tiki Nan was already a bit unsupportable. As for Higa Shiseji, he was already weak and instantly disintegrated after being hit by a random slash. Only Lin Yi, who was standing upright, with his palms in the heaven and earth yin and yang style, quickly attacked towards the incoming phantoms around him. Although it appeared to have slapped out several palms, there was not a single attack that could be approached from the surroundings. However, despite his own easily written defense against the attack, both Tiki Nan and Tsuji couldn't hold out. Really, can't bring it. Looking at the two people behind him who were both on one knee, disintegrating from the beating, even Lin Yi was a bit speechless. This is too weak. Originally this evil wolf beast, how they sealed it? It's not going to get regimented. At that moment, the evil wolf beast's smug roar came out as if it was mocking the three people in front of them. It looked at the isolated Lin Yi with a scarlet color in its eyes. It wants revenge. Instantly, its body shook once more. 6 phantoms spreading out, an intense killing aura was released, and its hideous face leered at Lin Yi. Desperation appeared in the eyes of Tiki Nan and Tsuji as they saw this. In their eyes, Lin Yi can't carry it even if he's powerful this time. Mei Jin, who was far away in the ERP research lab and understood the scene, clenched her fists nervously despite having some faith in him. Only Lin Yi himself. He scanned the surroundings and laughed out softly. What? Surround me? You think you're the only one with a doppelganger? He concentrated his intent energy, suddenly condensing and launching it to the 8 directions. Crimson-colored substantial intent energy flowing around his body. The heart moves at will. The mind moves. 8 shifters. Lin Yi's calm and overbearing voice droned out. And in an instant, behind the 6 evil wolf beasts, 8 interdictors stood loftily. At this moment, the evil wolf beast Amade stopped. 6 versus 8? Chapter 86, Crushing the Magic Post. New wanted list and redemption list. Many years later, neither Tsuji nor Tiki Nan could forget that day. In the face of despair, in the face of their self-perceived might, Lin Yi firmly cemented the image of invincibility in their hearts with a dreadfulness strong enough to destroy all beliefs. The 8 shifters and the 8 Hindus are all true. Phantom duplication. 6 werewolves, 1 true, 5 false. This battle is no longer in doubt. Mei Jin in the ERP research room purposely tuned the satellite to this area and was met with this shocking scene. Her eyes were brilliant as stars, but inside they were full of shock and longing. How strong are you? Really? On the basketball court, Lin Yi felt the level of depletion of the intentional energy in his body. Nowadays, as long as he wasn't the kind of person to strongly die and use several big moves, even if he used the 8-bit shift, the intentional energy in his body was still enough to use it. Looking at the terrified and fearful werewolf in front of him, whose blood-colored eyes cleared for a split second, Lin Yi smiled. I don't actually know how powerful I am right now. He stretched his palm forward, his intent energy flowing along the fixed veins of his arm, and then slapped it forward, sheltering Sky Palm. In a split second, the 8 interdictors simultaneously slapped out a palm towards the evil wolf beast. The power contained within this palm was like a blazing flame and heavy as a mountain, instantly erupting into a violent roar. Boom, 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 boom. The 8 sky-shielding palm voices overlap and unite, just like the muffled thunder ringing in the clear sky is horrifying. No evil wolf beast could carry this palm, no matter if it was a real body or a phantom. Even though the evil wolf beast's eyes had cleared as clear as eras at this point, it was ultimately destroyed under this palm. A loud explosion appeared as the evil wolf beast's body exploded. The surging palm force did not finish venting and once again blasted towards the center. Boom! The magic post was also instantly broken. The magic spirit stone appeared in the middle of the burst, and seemed to tremble a little as it felt a different power, but it still didn't work. Bang! The fire-red flowing intent energy palm force that had turned into substance slapped it, imprisoning it to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Drama is complete. Mission reward, intentional energy +3, cumulative. Kill wanted list, Light and Shadow Edition, opens. Quest redemption list, Light and Shadow Edition, opens. Light and Shadow will mastery opens. Note, improving Light and Shadow will mastery increases the host's willpower, or soul ability. It can drastically increase the degree of forcible manipulation of the Bright Realm armor, breaking through the armor's own approved confinement and bloodline concentration shackles. Winky face. Seeing the reminder of the panel in front of him, Lin Yi's eyes instantly revealed joy, and he immediately opened the brand new list. Quest redemption list, Light and Shadow Edition, current Light and Shadow cumulative quest completion count *1. Number of quests completed *5. Can be exchanged for 5 elements bloodline 5% per armor enhancement value 5%. Number of quests completed *10. Can be exchanged for any 5 elements armor summoning privileges /5 elements bloodline 10%. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged for Emperor's armor summoning belt /armor enhancement value 10%. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of quests completed *****. Redeemable, Light and Shadow Stones, set/demon ceiling post, open source version. Imperial Armor. Linny looked at the newly appeared redemption list and found that it was basically rather homogeneous this time around. Mostly 5 elemental bloodlines and armor enhancement values. The most anticipated is the summoning belt for the Emperor's armor. He rubbed his chin and pondered darkly. Could it be because there are inherently fewer types of items on the light and shadow side? Maybe it's because of this. As for the Hope version, the redemption list remains the same as always. Quest redemption list, Hope edition, current quest completion number *19. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged, Spectral Physique/Ares Combat Technique. Number of quests completed *20. Can be exchanged, Armor Enhancement Value 10% per unlock God of War Blazing Sword. Quest completion *25. Redeemable 4, Underworld Genetic Transformation Device/Gravity-Free High Magnetic Prison. Psi Genetic Transformation Device, can use the genetic code of the members of the Psi Legion to resurrect or extract the Psi body for them to realize the transfer. Note, requires the use of energy. Quest completion *30. Can be exchanged, Shura Armor *1. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of missions completed *****. Redeemable, Alphas *1. The documentary history of Vajra and Pestle. However, at this point, Lin Yi's quest completion count had already reached 19. And he only needed to complete one more quest before he could choose to either unlock the God of Battle's Liege Fire Sword or have his armor enhancement value reach 100%. Upgrade a set of armor. Quest come on you. Linny was already feeling itchy. He then looked at the newly released hit wanted list. Kill list, photoshopped version. For other versions to unlock, go to your region. 1. Ultimate Shadow Beast, plus 30% control of light and shadow will. 2. Ancient Alien Beast/Shadow Guardian, plus 10% control of light and shadow will. 3. Bacterial Alien Beast, plus 5% control of light and shadow will. 4. Mutant Alien Beast, plus 3% control of light and shadow will. 5. Common Exotic Beast, plus 1% control of light and shadow will. Seeing the wanted list rewards on the panel, Lin Yi's eyes revealed surprise. This time the reward for killing an alien beast has actually turned into light and shadow will mastery? Is this one attribute actually so important? After seeing the system's introduction to the light and shadow will mastery, Lin also roughly understood its usefulness, but still hadn't expected this to be so important. If my analysis is correct, light and shadow will mastery is, in the end, soul power. The higher it is, the stronger my soul is. At the same time, because my soul is strengthened, then the stronger my ability to forcefully manipulate the 5 elements armor. No, or the explanation realm armor. Because the factors that controlled the bright realm armor were willpower and bloodline concentration. Sun, Moon and Star and Shura relied on intentional energy. But I don't have a single 5-element bloodline, and the permissions look as if the system cheated me to get them. After analyzing it like that, Linny understood the role and benefits of this item. Undoubtedly, along with improving physical fitness and intentional energy, it is the most fundamental power. These were 2 systems of armor and boosted 2 different kinds of power. With that much searching, Lin also wanted to laugh a bit himself. So this, what I'm doing now, is considered double-crossing? There were 2 most important things at the moment. One was to do the quest and upgrade the armor. The second was to raise the concentration of the 5 elemental bloodline and get the Emperor's armor. But in that case, how does the Inferno Dragon armor feel? A bit chickenish to me. Linny frowned as he searched, while Linny was finding a new path to enhancement. Within a certain dark, top secret space in the Blue Star, the moment the magic spirit stone shattered, there was a sudden ringing in this dark space, and a few secretive voices came out eerily. I felt the strange movement of the magic crystal stone. How is it possible? There is no such power on this planet. No, time and space are changing. Chaos is coming. Anything is possible. Do we need to report this matter to the Great Emperor? Do we need to remove the hidden dangers and wait for us to come out? No need. But who's in charge of the Shadow Realm out there now? Rubbish. We need a stronger person in charge. Inside Shadowbane's cave, the black-robed Shadowbane was not aware that the evil wolf beast was dead at this time. But down below, a young masked man who looked thin but actually had a cunning look in his eyes had already secretly stared at him. Lord Boundary King seems to have new plans. Chapter 87, The Earth Shadow Stone appears. Use my car and drive other chicks? After Linny had gone through all the changes in the panel, he turned to Tiki Nan and to Suji to check them out. Seeing that they weren't seriously injured, after absorbing the magic crystals, the 3 of them returned to the ERP research room together. It seemed that the death of the evil wolf beast had stunned Shadowbane, and the rest of the day went by without any ups and downs. So Lin also stopped by and looked around the neighborhood, scrutinizing the various facilities within the research room. removing the teleportation device within the research room. What he was most interested in was naturally the virtual battle room. It seems that through the virtual battle room you can meet the Elder of the Divine Mountain. He should be a wisp of consciousness of the Emperor Armor's main body? After thinking about it, he ended up not entering the virtual battle room. If my permission to summon the Inferno Dragon armor was obtained by the system cheating, then the virtual battle room shouldn't be able to seek out my Firewalker village gene? However, it's fortunate that I still have part of my 5 elements integral bloodline, so I should have no problem using this. Xingnan and Don Suji both left the place after recovering. Xingnan was busy going to train the piano, while Don Suji seemed to be a little uncomfortable looking at Lin also in. Could it be because Mijin prepared a room for me next door to her bedroom? Hayashi also rubbed his chin and speculated mischievously as he watched Tasuji's back as he left. He planned to stroll over to Shadowbane's lair the next day, and in his estimation, the current Shadowbane was no match for him at all. Summoners of light and shadow armor, thank me for coming. I don't know how much it will save you. And so the night passed. The city of Jinghai in the early morning has an extraordinarily lively atmosphere, while the heat of the hot day has subsided through the night. And this point in time is the most refreshing time of the day. In the north city of Jinghai City, a young man with an ordinary appearance was walking on the road, and he seemed to be pondering something in his eyes. With a pair of old square-framed glasses, a canvas bag on his back, and a camera around his neck, he appeared to be an image maker. So what is the origin of those monsters, and those armored warriors? A reporter for Bright Magazine, Little Song was walking at the moment while muttering these words to himself. I'm going to find out about all this. If Lin Yi had seen it, he would have recognized the headstrong reporter. Like Cheng, he had dared to fight the alien beasts with mortal strength more than once, though every time it fails and nearly loses its life I guess. The most capable man to swim on a tightrope in Jinghai City. Xiao Song secretly cheered himself up, and then after walking for a few more minutes he arrived in front of a flower store that he had made an appointment with in advance yesterday. With that, he gently knocked on the door, and the old man inside the flower store instantly came out to greet him with a smile. Xiao Song saw this and busily assisted, then opened his mouth. Aya, why did you come out in person? Where is your stone? The pattern was truly peculiar, and it actually glowed. I'm going to take good pictures today and write an article about it, so I'm sure I'll be recognized by someone who knows what they're doing. Inside the ERP research room, Lin Yi was sitting comfortably in a chair. His eyes were slightly closed, and his intent energy was focused and condensed around his body, checking out the location where the previous strand of tracking intent energy had stayed for the longest period of time. That should be Shadowbane's lair. It was at this moment that Meijin suddenly walked in from outside, her face showing some excitement as she headed towards Lin Yi. Another light and shadow stone may have appeared. Lin Yi opened his eyes at the words, and some surprise appeared in his eyes. The light and shadow stone? Which one is it? Despite having a general understanding of the direction of the armor world in his previous life, he really couldn't recall the specific details, and especially on this side of Jinghai City, his memory was even more blurry. However, now that this is going, only the Earth Shadowstone and the Gold Shadowstone are left to appear. The Gold Shadowstone seems to have been carried by Shizhou, the Earth Shadowstone. When he thought of this, Lin Yi's eyes instantly widened. Why do I remember that old kid Shadowbane seems to have summoned the Earth Tiger armor? At that exact moment, Mijin excitedly pointed at the screen in front of him while opening her mouth towards him. Look! This stone reported in this newspaper is extremely similar to the Earth Shadowstone in both grain and shape. Lin Yi looked sideways and saw the picture on the screen, then instantly stood up in a bandit-like manner. So what are we waiting for? Get it back. Mijin was also taken aback when she saw him looking so aggressive and wanting to snatch the Earth Shadowstone back. Stop! She tugged on Lin Yi's arm, then said in a serious tone. First we are there to confirm the authenticity of the Earth Shadowstone. Even if it is real, we have to buy it back by normal means too. At that Lin Yi immediately skimmed his mouth. He is not directly robbing he is a 5 good youth. It's just that, knowing that there's a high probability that it's an Earth Shadowstone, you want to test it? That's not pantsless and redundant. The two didn't say any more, and immediately left the research room to come outside. Lin Yi walked over to his beloved motorcycle, and after happily caressing over the smooth body, he casually lifted his helmet and strapped it on, about to ride off. But then, Mijin's puzzled voice came out of nowhere. I don't have a helmet. Ha! Lin also turned his head in surprise at his words. You want to ride in my car too? When he asked that, Mijin's eyebrows lined up and she frowned. What? You can't sit down? How am I going to get there then? Saying that she was still a little bit angry, and instantly came to Lin Yi, her eyes widening unhappily as she opened her mouth. Even though I'm the one who invited you over here, I've prepared a place for you to eat and stay, right next door to me. Then now you won't even let me hitch a ride in your car. Lin Yi, why are you so petty? Linny was also a bit speechless after hearing this accusation from her. He didn't know how to explain this complicated matter. Don't ask me if you can sit. You'll have to call and ask K's schoolmates. It's someone else's car. Is it hard to make him ride around with another girl on K Shanshan's bike? Thinking of this, Linny inside the helmet himself didn't even realize that the corner of his own mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile that all men understood. Not to mention, it's kind of exciting in a different way, like cheating. And at the same time that Mijin discovered the Earth Shadow Stone, Shadowbane, who was in the grotto but not forgetting to surf the internet, likewise discovered the news. Without hesitation, he called the ugly general over at once. The Earth Shadow Stone appeared. Whatever you do, bring it back to me. Also, there's no need to tell the king of the realm about this. The ugly general bowed his head and said yes, but his cunning face showed a smile with mockery. Meanwhile, on the other side, while Linny was planning to open his mouth to explain towards Mijin, K Shanshan, who was far away in Hope City, suddenly sneezed in her office, and she was still a bit confused. Strange, what's with the sudden sneezing in the middle of summer? The next second, a phone call came in. K Shanshan took the cell phone and looked down at it a bit puzzled. A number from Jinghai City? But then she pressed the answer button, and along with the sound of the voice within the phone, K Shanshan's originally gentle and soft beautiful face gradually became expressionless. So you're saying to take another woman who now lives with you in another city? In my car? On the other end of the phone, Lin Yi's calm but not too proud voice came out. No, 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 I'm a man of principle and bottom line. So this is something you two talk about. Chapter 88, if you don't rob, someone else will. How could K Shanshan not expect that after only going to Jinghai City for 2 days, Linny actually started using the car she gave her to drive around with other women? Even though Mitsuru had explained that this time she was in a hurry to get to the Earth Shadow Stones, it was business as usual. But, what's the difference? He's only been gone 2 days and he's using my car to drive another woman. What's the difference between that and keeping a mistress on the original partner's dime? K Shanshan clenched her teeth and clenched her fists. The sense of crisis in her heart suddenly flourished, and a look of determination appeared on her gentle and moving face. Looks like I'm going to have to hurry up on that one. Jinghai City, on Wuzhou Avenue. Linny crouched low as the locomotive's engine roared toward the front. At extremely high speeds, the gusty winds blew from the front almost like angry dragons. Behind him, Mijin's eyes were barely open, and with a helpless face, she slumped onto Lin Yi's back, her arms also wrapping around the man's body in front of her. In the end, K Shanshan finally loosened up, and despite her unwillingness, despite gritting her teeth, she graciously agreed to let Meijin and Lin Yi ride together. In front of Lin Yi, her image has always been perfect. The BMW locomotive was extremely fast, and Lin Yi even felt that he could outrun a hurricane in a hurry. Soon, with a perfect sound of brakes, the two arrived at the small flower store. Meijin's hair was a bit messy, and she tidied it up a bit before giving Lin Yi a fierce glare. You just did that on purpose, didn't you? Which one? Lin also handsomely turned off the engine, got out of the car, and took off his helmet. Still a bit bewildered by the smell, Mijin ignored him and turned towards the small flower store, anticipation already showing in her eyes. Thereupon she knocked softly on the door and made her intentions known when the old man appeared. Old man, we read in the newspaper that you have a peculiar stone, so we wanted to come and see that stone. The old man did not mince words and immediately took out the stone and handed it over to Meijin. Mijin took the stone and examined it carefully, not moving as she recorded the information about the stone with her instrument. And then a joyful look appeared on her face as she turned towards Lin Yi and quietly said, "We'll go back and test it to see if it's a real Earth Shadow Stone." Lin Yi sniffed and then saw that she was about to return the stone, and was immediately a bit speechless. The shape of the Earth Shadow Stone is already unique, and there are special patterns on it. Plus the old man also said that this stone will glow. It's damn hard to believe that there are other stones in the world that are this amazing. What's the point of going back for testing? The night is long. With his logic, it's all about getting your hands on the good stuff as soon as possible or you'll be crying if you miss it. Lin also didn't believe that there could really be a stone that was so similar to an Earth Shadow Stone, but wasn't yet an Earth Shadow Stone. As soon as he took this earth-colored stone from her hand, his intentional energy coalesced, and he had only just released it for exploration when he already felt that thick and lofty aura within the stone. It's the Earth Shadow Stone that didn't run away. But, feeling the energy fluctuations within the Earth Shadow Stone, Lin Yi was a bit surprised. The power fluctuation within this Earth Shadow Stone feels not the least bit worse than the Water Shadow Stone. How to summon out the Earth Tiger Armor? Well, one word is hard to say. He shook his head slightly, then his body leaned forward slightly, and his lips came close to Mijin's ear as he whispered, "You don't need to test it. I'm sure. It's the Earth Shadow Stone." At this Meijin's face was shocked. She had the intention to open her mouth to ask Lin Yi how he judged it so quickly, but thinking of his specialness she didn't open her mouth again and just chose to trust his judgment. So what now? For a moment Mi-jin ran out of ideas. Lin Yi didn't have much on his mind. He immediately said with a smile, "Just buy it. There's not much use for anyone else to hold this thing anyway. If you don't sell, then he'll have to wrap the flag. For the future of the entire Jinghai city, the entire China, the entire Blue Star, and the entire material universe." And don't blame him for not being a decent person. He didn't mind using some coercion in order to achieve his goals, and he never cared what others thought. When Mei-jin heard Lin Yi's words and saw the occasional flashes of dominance and coldness in his eyes, something unfamiliar immediately rose in her heart. She let out a soft sigh. "I'm afraid this old man really has no thoughts of selling. Thinking of collecting." Lin Yi frowned at his words. "Let's ask first." The old man from the flower store was originally sitting not far behind the windowsill, watching the two men as he sat idly. At that moment, Mi-jin entered with the earth shadow stone, a warm smile on her face, and a soft voice came out. "Old man, do you think you'll sell this stone? We quite like the stone and wanted to spend some money to invite it home. How much do you think is appropriate? Just mention it." She came up and said it all, while at the same time implying to the old man that the price could be raised higher. As long as he sells the stone, it really doesn't matter how much he offers May. What about a research lab that's so high-tech it's not bad? But it did turn out to be a deviation from Mi-jin's intentions, as the old man looked up at Mi-jin for a few moments, and then was about to take the stone back from her. "What, money or not? I don't want it. I just want to know what this stone is and what it's good for, and I'm planning to keep it as an heirloom." The old man's voice was resolute, and his hand was not small, and he snapped the stone out of Mi-jin's hand. Mi-jin, despite her reluctance, and despite holding on quite tightly, was to no avail. She turned her head to look at Lin Yi, a helpless look in her eyes, and then she saw Lin Yi's calm, wave-free pupils. Seeing this, she immediately turned her head, grabbed the old man again, and opened her mouth to plead once more. "Old man, I'm not going to lie. This stone has a very important role for us, and it's not just about your own life. It's about the state of the entire Shizukai, and it matters. You give it to me, and you can make any conditions you want. Keeping this stone, I'm afraid it will also bring you some trouble." This time Mei-jin could really say what she had in her heart. She was really afraid that Lin Yi would do something for the Earth Shadow Stone. But the old man pressed on with her words, greasing the wheels. "What's heavy or unimportant? My old man is half in the ground. What woes are I afraid of? I have nothing to do with it." With that, he made a show of sending off his guests, and Mi-jin had no choice but to slowly exit the flower store. The door snapped shut. Having eaten a closed door, Mi-jin was worried about what Lin Yi would do, so she could only pull him first toward the place where the motorcycle was parked not far away. On the way, Lin Yi's eyes were calm, looking at her as if he expected it. "Where's the Earth Shadow Stone?" Mei-jin sighed, a helpless look on her face. "It can't be helped. We can't rob it." Just as Lin Yi was about to say something, his expression suddenly shifted and his eyes blazed suddenly as he looked inside the flower store. "You don't rob, but someone else grabbed it." Chapter 89, The Escaping Ugly General. The captured Binger, transforming into a snow mastiff. At the same time that Lin Yi and Mi-jin arrived at the flower store, Ugly General, who had set off from Shadowbanes and hoofed it, also arrived at the same time. Originally he wanted to step on the spot first, then wait until the dark and windy night, quietly give the stone stolen. But who would have thought that he would actually see Lin Yi and Mi-jin? Mi-jin isn't scary. She's just a woman. But the scary thing is Lin also. It was his job to keep an eye on the status of the exotic beasts, so he had already known about the fact that Lin Yi had fucked up the evil wolf beast with one punch without summoning his armor. How dare he show his head for this? Originally, looking at Mei-jin's bid to buy it, the ugly general's heart had already cooled down, thinking that this mission would not be completed. But who'd have thought that the old man wouldn't sell? "Fine, if you don't sell it. I'll steal it from you tonight if you don't." With a devious smile on his face, the ugly general sneaked around the back corner of the flower store and secretly watched Lin Yi and Mi-jin. Seeing the two ate the closed door, the originally happy ugly will at a certain moment saw Lin also eyes. It's too calm. But there was obviously something else, something terrible, hiding underneath that calm. For a moment, the ugly general thought that such a person was afraid that he might not also be able to do something like outright robbing a stone. No way. I've got to get a head start. After using the communicator to notify the other two people in the Shadow Realm, and at the same time, after seeing Lin Yi Mei-jin leave some flower store, with dark determination, he pulled on his mask and tumbled directly inside the house through the window at the back of the flower store. Just in time, I met the old man who was holding the Earth Shadow Stone and trying to hide it. The two men looked at each other, both frozen in place. One panic, one surprise, Seeing that the old man was about to shout out in panic, Ugly General immediately stepped forward and covered the old man's mouth while grabbing the Earth Shadow Stone with his other hand. But he didn't expect that this old man, even if his mouth was covered and his life was in danger, he still clung to the Earth Shadow Stone with both hands. "Old man, loosen the stone if you don't want to die," the Ugly General whispered a threat, and with his other hand he increased his strength, trying to yank out the Earth Shadow Stone. But the intimidated and frightened old man clung harder to the stone and his body struggled, which instantly angered the Ugly General. It was also at this time that the intentional energy that Lin Yi had left behind in advance discovered the situation here. "You don't rob, but others rob." Hearing Lin Yi's words, shock appeared on Mijin's face. With that, he also shakily looked towards the flower store, and then the two of them ran towards the flower store together. "Who's grabbing the Earth Shadow Stones?" At those words, Lin Yi was a bit speechless. What's the point of asking? Who else but someone from the Shadow Realm could do such a thing? With a strong physique, he took 3 steps and soon arrived at the flower store door, followed by a whip kick. Boom! Flower store door blasted and blown right off. Inside the flower store, the Ugly General's body trembled when he heard the voice, and at the same time, he was enraged by the persistent old man, and with a forceful throw, he directly threw the old man out. "Go to hell!" With a thud, the old man's head hit the wall and the whole thing fainted. See, this Ugly will pick up the Earth Shadow Stone wrapped in his arms, quickly run out of the back window, running away in a hurry, as if there is a king of hell in the back to take his life in general. Lin Yi arrived in front of the fainted old man and frowned before looking at the route the Ugly General had fled. That was a fast run. At this time Mijin also arrived panting. She was first shocked to see the fallen old man. Then she went forward to check the other party's injuries. And then she turned toward Lin Yi. "Still alive. Where's the Earth Shadow Stone?" Lin Yi didn't look at her and walked directly towards the window in front of him while opening his mouth. "I'll leave things here to you. And keep some money here. Earthen Shadow Stone. I'll take it," said he. Body break through that window, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the room, Mijin stared blankly at where Lin Yi had disappeared, then sighed down and dialed the ambulance. Ding! Departing daily quest, Battle of Contention, Battle of the Scramble, snatch back the Earth Shadow Stone from the Shadow Realm. Quest reward, Light and Shadow will mastery 3%, Light and Shadow armor skill, Zen Seal. In the street behind the flower store, Lin Yi was extremely fast, and he wasn't the least bit flustered despite the appearance of the mission. The footsteps were quick but unruly, and the eyes were full of blazing anger. "Marred! I've marked the Earth Shadow Stone. How dare you snatch it away from me? Today I'll make you return the stone along with the man." Immediately after sensing the Earth Shadow Stone moving quickly away, Lin also turned around and returned to where his locomotive was parked. "Get in the car, fire it up, and wear a helmet." He twisted the throttle slightly with his right hand, and a low rumbling sound came out. And then Lin also slightly concentrated to determine the direction. Toe tapping gear, and then in the clutch gradually released, reached the critical point of the moment, slamming the throttle. Boom! In a flash, this BMW's black, dominating locomotive instantly leapt out like a phantom and headed straight for the distance. This place already belongs to the edge of the old city center. Further out is the so-called suburbs and out of the city, so the surrounding buildings are gradually less and less, and you can't see any people. The locomotive was faster on such a less traveled road, and soon Lin also felt the earth-shadowed rocks getting closer. Up ahead on one side not far from the road, an old abandoned factory stood off to the side, looking derelict. Panting, the ugly general stopped against the wall and carefully glanced at the earth shadow stone in his arms, joy in his eyes. "Humph, I got my hands on the earth shadow stone after all. Ugly general, even though my strength is not as good as yours, my speed is unique in the shadow realm." There was still pride on the ugly general's face when he said this. "We're not good at fighting, but we're good at running away." He had just taken the earth shadow stone into his arms, intending to continue returning to the grotto where Shadowbane was hiding, when an extremely loud locomotive roar came from far away. Hearing the roar like angry thunder and the sound and whistle that tore through the hurricane, the ugly general immediately changed his face and was about to run. But before he could react, the black phantom had arrived in a flash, and the locomotive came to a swinging halt on the road in front of the factory. With a snap, Lin also stepped off the locomotive, his feet nudging the ground. At the same time he had a smile on his face. "You do run fast, but master has a car." The ugly general looked at Lin Yi, and then saw the ghostly black but not overbearing locomotive behind him, and fell silent for a moment. Why doesn't this person follow the rules? How can you even think of riding a bike when you don't just chase after it in that situation? Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, an unwilling look appeared on the ugly general's face, and he was just about to open his mouth to say some kind of scene-stealing words. However, Lin Yi's complexion turned abruptly cold. His legs exerted a forceful brake as his body lunged forward and a fist blasted towards him. although it has not yet made contact, but that the lingering fist wind has already struck, directly making the ugly general's body hairs stand on end, stiff and fearful, eyes wide. Duck! Seeing that Lin Yi's punch was about to strike the ugly general's body, a voice suddenly came from the side, directly kicking the latter's body away. Even though ugly general was kicked out and fell to the ground a short distance away, he dodged the punch. Lin Yi missed with a punch. His body instantly flipped out in a smooth manner, and he did a backflip to drive his legs directly towards the suddenly appearing silhouette and forcefully chop down. Bang! At this time that person has been too late to dodge, can only cross his arms to block in front of his body, and Lin also this leg collision together. Almost instantly, accompanied by a miserable grunt, the figure was cleaved out. Lin Yi re-straightened his body and suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind him. There was actually a guy behind him trying to throw a sneaky punch. He instantly turned around and slapped his palm out in a smooth manner, then closed it and grabbed the wrist of the sneak attacker directly behind him, and yanked him over fiercely with one hand. Bend your arms, turn back, and lock your throat. Lin Yi's movements were flowing, and by the time he finished this set of movements, a masked woman who was showing a sulky look in her eyes had already appeared in his arms. What's the situation? Why are you suddenly in my arms? He looked first at the woman he was holding hostage, and then at the other man he was splitting with his leg. The man was likewise masked in black, and, like the ugly general and the woman in his arms, covered the lower half of his face. It seemed that Lin Yi's kick had broken his arm bone, only to see the masked man grit his teeth and stand up, letting out a low gulp. This man is too strong to be defeated. You guys go, I'll stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi looked down at the still restless, cold woman in his arms and was a bit speechless. How is she going to get away? How do you stop it? In the next moment, a suppressed voice with pain hidden in death burst out. Snow Mastiff Armor. Merge. Chapter 90. Strongly defeating the Snow Mastiff. Shifting shape and seeing shadow hegemony. When that suppressed sound with pain came, Lin Yi finally realized why this masked man dared to say something to stop him. The Snow Mastiff Armor appeared under the convergence of rich metallic energy, and appeared on the masked man's body from the void. The Snow Mastiff Armor was imposing and extremely rigid. The armor is snow-white armor all over, with some silver veins in key areas. The shoulder armor on both sides is in the style of a snow mastiff's head, and there's even some shoulder guard hair at the joints. Sophisticated enough, so the masked man's identity is self-evident. Shizhou. Lin Yi looked at the snow mastiff armor that had transformed into a tiger on the opposite side of the room, raised his eyebrows, and cheerfully opened his mouth. If I'd known it was you, I'd have gone lighter just now. He wasn't being perfunctory, he really had the idea. For Shizhou Lin also has some impression. Only remember that this kid is quite miserable. Seems to be often electrified. Granted, it's kind of a sentimental and sad character. For example, now, Lin also one hand slightly curved holding the woman in his arms, one hand into the palm of the other party's hands buckled dead. The opposite side of the snow mastiff armor to see this scene did not dare to move. It does seem quite sentimental. Shizhou was also having a bit of a hard time at this point, having just been injured quite badly in the initial exchange of blows, causing his strength to be greatly reduced even when he summoned his armor. Coupled with the fact that Binger, who grew up together since childhood, was in the hands of that guy, he was even more throw. You let go of me. At that moment, the ice child in Lin Yi's arms began to get restless, her body twisted, and her clasped arms began to struggle up with force, her icy eyes filled with murderous intent towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi saw this where he would not spoil her, immediately arm force at the same time her wrists from the top of the head over, held hostage behind her back, and finally pressed hard. Feeling the pain, a miserable grunt came out of Binger's mouth. Humph. Lin Yi heard her grunt, so the movement in his hand stopped while he calmly said, I advise you to recognize the situation better, or I have many other means to make you comfortable. He knew that the cold woman in front of him should be Binger, but the latter had attacked him, and he wouldn't give her much preferential treatment. On the other hand, when Shizhou on the other side saw the scene, he suddenly gave a low gulp. Don't hurt her. Come at me if you can. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth suddenly hooked into a smile as he sniffed, his arms tightening as he yanked Binger back into his arms. A cry of shock came out of the latter's mouth, and the murderous aura in his eyes finally dissipated, transforming into a bit of fear. In the next moment, Lin Yi's left hand reached out and instantly removed Binger's mask, revealing the features she had been covering up. Binger exclaimed in shock, her cold as ice face flashing with a flash of panic. Just when both Shizhou and Binger on the opposite side thought that Lin Yi was going to do something, Lin Yi struck the back of her neck with a knife in one hand, directly causing her to pass out. Surveying the appearance of the woman whose fate was similar to Shizhou's, Lin Yi let go of her hand and let her fall to the ground. Wearing a mask all day, do you have any idea how much of a challenge that is for someone as inquisitive as me? After saying that, He calmly looked at Shizhou, instantly causing the latter's spirit to tense up. Lin also took out the criminal armor summoner and then spoke with a light smile. I'm impressed with you, so I'll leave you alive. As he spoke, he stepped forward, the interdictor summoner in his hand having been instantly pressed and inserted into his belt. Criminal armor. Combine. Boom. The crimson heavenly armor instantly appeared outside of Lin Yi's body, and as he took one step towards the front, his aura was high, not far away. Despite Shizhou summoning the snow mastiff armor, the mighty armor striding forward still caused him to instantly multiply his pressure. At that moment, the words Lin Yi had just not finished speaking also came out from within the criminal heavenly armor. But the path is chosen. I'm not giving you a second chance. After saying that, the interceptor armor had come to the snow mastiff armor near the front, and the two sides were facing each other, one red and one white. Shizhou couldn't withstand the pressure and immediately stepped forward, punching towards Lin Yi. The snow mastiff armor was not weak, and the force of this punch was equally extremely strong. However, Lin Yi's expression was calm, and his criminal body didn't move, only to instantly put out his palm, directly holding his incoming fist. Instantly, Shizhou's face changed and he wanted to close his fist, but the next moment he realized that the strength of his arm was like a stream merging into the sea, without the slightest effect. How dare you throw a punch when your arm was already injured? After saying these words, Lin Yi's intent was able to coalesce, and the hand that was originally gripping the other party's fist instantly opened up into a palm, slapping a backhanded palm onto Shizhou's fist that he hadn't had the time to retract. Sheltering sky palm. Bang! It was as if an invisible force blasted in through Shizhou's arm and exploded in front of his chest in an instant. The snow mastiff armor was immediately hit back a few steps, and his arm whacked down powerlessly. Within the armor, Shizhou forced himself to endure the severe pain on his body, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had never seen anyone who could be so much better than him. Lin Yi was wearing the criminal sky armor, like the god of punishment, slowly stepping forward. Then he walked to the side of the snow mastiff armor and gently reached out and placed his hand on the other party's chest. Boom! That palm snapped into action, and the fire-red palm power instantly blasted out. Ahem! Shizhou was directly sent flying several meters away and fell to the ground, and the snow mastiff armor instantly disintegrated. Lin Yi didn't pay any more attention to them, only his eyes looked into the distance, leaving behind his last words. The Shadow Realm is not a good place to go, and it is definitely not the place for you. When you can make up your mind, then come see me. My name is Lin Yi. Maybe you haven't heard of me, but that's okay, soon the Shadow World will all know me. With that, he intended his energy to be shakily projected into the distance, where the Earth Shadow Stone seemed to be. It's also the location of the Shadowbane base. A flash of light flashed across Lin Yi's eyes, and then his calm voice resounded across the party. Shift, Shadow Buster. A little surprise for you. Chapter 91, Destroying the Earth Tiger. Retrieve the Earth Shadow Stone. Summon the Shadow Emperor? A few crackling rays of electricity occasionally illuminated the surroundings of the gloomy mountain cavern. Shadowbane sat at the top, his bearded face under a black hood clouded with uncertainty as to what he was thinking. Suddenly, the ugly general stumbled in from outside. Before Shadowbane could open his mouth to inquire, he yelled and opened his mouth to cry. It's so scary. It's horrible. That man. He had seen Lin Yi instantly injure Shizhou and take down Binger with his own eyes, and the image of that punch nearly whacking the evil wolf beast lingered in his mind. Shadowbane was still a bit confused when he saw the ugly general stagger in and then fall to the ground. He immediately went down and grabbed the other man to ask what was going on. I went looking for Earth Shadow Stones and met the armored warriors and the one who killed the evil wolf beast. Too scary to run. Shizhou and Binger were wounded by him in an instant, and I took the opportunity to run away. It won't keep coming after us. Panting and stumbling, the ugly general finally got the story straight. However, Shadowbane didn't care about Lin Yi in the first place. Instead his eyes glared at the ugly general. Shizhou, Binger? Isn't that one of the Realm King's people? How did they know about this Earth Shadowstone thing? When he said that, he glared angrily at the ugly general, already guessing what had happened, and immediately shouted angrily, "You gave them a secret message." Hearing that, the ugly general was shocked in his heart and immediately became a bit desperate, wanting to slap himself twice. This mouth of mine should have known better. Shadowbane's eyes caught sight of the bulging place in his arms, and immediately reached out and grabbed a hand towards it, and the Earth Shadowstone was taken out of his hand. The ugly general's neck shrank, and he didn't dare to stop the other party at a time like this, so he could only watch as Shadowbane's eyes widened and his face revealed a joyful expression. Ha 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 ha. Shadowbane stood up, clutching the Earth Shadowstone in his hand, his eyes full of excitement. As soon as he yanked open the shirt on his left arm, he saw a tattoo of an earthy yellow color, like a tiger's head design, appear on his lower arm. At the same time, This tiger's head pattern lit up along with the Earth Shadow Stone. Shadowbane stared down at this mark that originally belonged to the Five Elements village, and his eyes revealed all sorts of emotions such as hatred, pain and complexity. Eventually, all the emotions dissolved into exhilaration and joy. He kicked the ugly general in the face, then held the Earth Shadow Stone and strutted towards the current reinforcement table. I'll clean you up later. Ha ha ha, now that I have the Earth Shadow Stone in my hand, what do I have to fear? Standing on the reinforcement platform, Shadowbane grabbed the Earth Shadow Stone with both hands, a look of determination and madness in his eyes. In an instant, bright white high-voltage currents poured out like waterfalls, flying and hitting his torso. In an instant, the electric current exploded and bright white light flashed, illuminating the entire dark cave as if it were day. Ah! Accompanied by a furious cry that was slightly agonizing, a strong wave of energy immediately erupted from the reinforcement platform, striking out in all directions. Earth Tiger Armor. Boom! The current on the reinforcement platform was consumed, and amidst the rich earth energy, an armor covered in earthy yellow and filled with the shape of a tiger around it slowly stepped out. This is the Earth Tiger Armor. Feeling the abundant power coming from the armor, Shadowbane was instantly somewhat intoxicated. Right now, I don't care who comes. The ugly general hid in the corner, and when he saw this appearance of Shadowbane he shuddered, regretting that he should not have returned with the Earth Shadow Stone. Should have gone to Lord Boundary King, but the Boundary King's base is too far away from here. The ugly general had despaired at the thought. As expected, Shadowbane had just sensed the energy within his body, and then he turned his head to look at him. Just then, another voice with a surprised and frivolous sound appeared abruptly. You don't care who comes, no matter who comes? Shadowbane was shocked at his words and immediately searched for the source of the sound, and then he saw that in front of him, a figure had unexpectedly transformed from virtual to real, revealing its body. The overall appearance of reddish red, arms and legs with white armor embellishment, subtle gold inlays, the overall into a mighty momentum. Criminal armor. It's you! Vigilance appeared in Shadowbane's tone, and his body revealed a defensive stance. The strange armor that killed the evil wolf beast. It seemed that he was a bit afraid of Lin Yi. He didn't go any further with his arrogance. Instead, he said towards Lin Yi, Strange armor, I advise you to stay out of the fight between the Shadow Realm and the Bright Realm. The inside story of this is so big you can't even imagine. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at his words, then extended his hand and laughed lightly. You give me the Earth Shadow Stone first, and I might be able to listen to this so-called inside story. Upon hearing these words, Shadowbane's face within the Earth Tiger Armor sank, and his tone became cold. Looks like you're hellbent on going against me. Lin also lost his smile at this point. He looked disdainful. The eyes of his interdictor armor lit up with blue light, and his domineering voice came out at once. Giving you some face for talking. Do you really think you're an onion? You're trash with me, and you deserve to have me against you? After saying this, Lin Yi didn't bother to nag him anymore. It's the right thing to grab. With a thought, the card box on the side of his waist automatically scratched out a card, which instantly spiraled into the summoner. Lightning strike. In an instant, a crimson weapon construct like a finger tiger appeared on the right fist of Interceptor's armor. On the other side, Shadowbane was also seething with anger after hearing Lin Yi's words, vowing to use his strength to prove himself. Do you think I'm a loser like the evil wolf beast? He twisted the right spinning wheel, and a map of weapons outlined in earthy yellow appeared in front of him. Cracking claws. With that, Shadowbane's hands came forward, and the weapons that were originally on the charts instantly manifested and were automatically worn on top of his hands. Let's show you the power of the Earth Tiger Armor. Shadowbane let out a low cry. Holding the earth-splitting claw, his body was about to charge out forward. In the next moment, Lin Yi raised his right hand and held it flat towards the front, his intent energy condensing into the interior of the electric light strike. Boom boom boom. Instantly, 3 crimson energy waves were fired out and blasted straight onto the Earth Tiger Armor. The strong energy wave directly blasted the Earth Tiger Armor with exploding sparks, and in the smoke and dust, Shadowbane was knocked back a few steps, covering his chest and revealing a look of incredulity. What's the situation? He looked down at his claws, then to the short cannon at Lin Yi's wrist, and for a moment the whole thing went bad. How? Shadowbane's heart was in agony. This moment was as if he had charged onto the battlefield of World War II with a large sword. Funny. At that exact moment, Lin Yi opened his mouth to add another snort of laughter. You're not as good as the evil wolf beast. Silence. Unspeakable silence. Ah. Strange shame. Shadowbane immediately roared in anger after a brief silence, and the original lack of power caused by the impure bloodline seemed to have briefly disappeared as well. The Earth Tiger Armor leaned down and leapt, dodging left and right in a flash as it rushed towards Lin Yi, and Lin also didn't continue to use long-range attacks. He just watched as the Earth Tiger Armor chakra rushed in front of him and slashed out violently with both claws like the claws of a tiger. Kind of interesting. Lin also took a step back to avoid the attack of the earth-splitting claw, but the attack of the Shadow Buster was as continuous as a tiger pouncing on a tiger, and the power was as thick as the earth, and the tearing sound kept coming in his ears. Sure enough, the 5-element armor, despite being associated with the 5 elemental forces, is also very closely linked to the mimetic animals. He took the opportunity to study the essentials of the 5 elements armor, and also understood some of the mysteries of using the 5 elements armor. Even though it looked like Shadowbane was pressing him every step of the way, Lin Yi was as relaxed as if he were strolling idly. The attack of the earth-splitting claw had no follow-up power despite the boom. Lin Yi's eyes instantly erupted after dodging a claw once again, his right fist striking out in a smooth manner, blocking an earth-splitting claw in an instant. He then formed a palm with his left hand and instantly struck Shadowbane's other wrist that was about to slash down. Bang! This hand instantly caused the Earth Tiger Armor's attack to disconnect, and Shadowbane noticed it and quickly took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from Lin Yi. But Lin also sneered, trying to run away after the fight. The interdictor armor instantly turned into a shadow, and in the next second, it appeared behind the Earth Tiger Armor. Lin Yi's right fist was raised high, and the rich intent energy condensed and raged into the electric light strike, instantly causing the latter to shine with a crimson light. I told you, you're not as good as the evil wolf beast. With a low shout, his right fist blasted out in a flash, and the raging power within the electric light strike like the pounding of waves directly hit the back of the Earth Tiger Armor. Shadowbane couldn't dodge, and the booming huge force crashed into him, coupled with the fact that Lin Yi's words stimulated his heart. A mouthful of old blood suddenly spewed out. Boom! Blasted down by a punch from the interdictor armor, the Earth Tiger Armor hit the ground and was forced to disintegrate after causing all the ground to crumble before revealing Shadowbane, who was spitting up blood and coughing dryly inside. Ahem! I'm not willing to do this. This is the Earth Tiger Armor. Shadowbane's rough face was filled with grief. Lin Yi ignored him and calmly bent down, picking up the Earth Shadow Stone from Shadowbuster's side and casually placing it inside the gravity-defying high magnetic prison. Shadowbane's face was covered in blood at this point, and he raised his head with difficulty. My Earth Shadow Stone. His arms reached out feebly to try and grab the stone, but alas, it was to no avail. The black robe was knocked off, and Shadowbane's bearded face was filled with sadness as he gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Yi. I want you to apologize to me. Take that back. Otherwise, I won't let you rest in peace even if I die. Lin Yi, who was originally thinking about how to deal with Shadowbane, was instantly filled with questions when he heard that. What, brother? You're my captive and you're asking me to apologize to you? Think about what? Which sentence? Out of humanitarianism? Lin Yi still opened his mouth to ask. Shadowbane's breath was weak, but his face, already in middle age, was still stubborn. Bad wolf beasts. This is the dignity that belongs to middle-aged people. Oh, Lin Yi suddenly realized, then helplessly opened his mouth. But I feel like you're really inferior to the evil wolf beast. Pust. Shadowbane opened his mouth and spewed out another mouthful of blood. Completely slumping to the ground, after despairing, a ruthless look finally appeared on his face. I'm going to make you pay for that mouth of yours. Lin Yi, what are you up to? What are you pretending? Lin was also a bit speechless, but the next moment, a wave of terrifying darkness suddenly erupted around Shadowbane, spreading out like a black mist and drowning him in the blink of an eye. This dark aura even made Lin Yi a little uncomfortable, and he immediately withdrew several meters away. And then Shadowbane's mournful and furious voice came along with it. With the purest 5 elements of my bloodline and the Earth Shadow Stone sacrifice, swallowing my bloodline and devouring my flesh with my residual alien beast energy, summon the Shadow Realm Supreme, a wisp of the Shadow Emperor's split shadow to come here, just to kill this little boy. Lin Yi, not so much big brother, just a few words? Boom! The black fog suddenly spread, almost flooding the entire cave. Bursting sounds came out, and mournful screams appeared, then disappeared in a flash. The rich shadowy breath was like a descending spurt, and all the black mist seemed to come alive and wriggle, as if it was devouring something. Chapter 92 Shadow Emperor out. There is a sword in my chest that can cut down the Emperor. At this time, Lin was also a bit flustered. Why can't you take a joke when you're such an adult? Summon the Shadow Emperor's shadow? Where the hell did you get that? How come you didn't see your summoning when you originally died? But no matter what it was because of, what was certain was that Shadowbane really did hate Lin Yi, as could be heard from his unwilling roar even as he was dying. In front, the pressure coming from the dense black fog that seemed to be turning into substance was getting heavier and heavier. Lin Yi's eyes stared slightly, but he didn't choose to leave either. The situation is still unclear. If he runs away, and a big boss of the shadow world really comes out, I'm afraid this area will suffer. Of course, if you really can't beat them, it's still important to preserve yourself. The Shadow Realm, above the indistinct but real layers of dark shadows, it was as if an infinitely large but unreadable figure sat beyond the canopy. Suddenly, a grand but grim voice came out from within this space that could not accommodate other creatures. On that planet, there is actually a bloodline of the Ming realm sacrificing its bloodline to summon me to descend? And the Earth Shadow Stone, a product gifted by the bright realm within that material world? Immediately afterward, a pure and incomparable black light carrying endless darkness struck in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into an infinite spatial crack. Then I'll take the opportunity to see what's so special about this planet. By the way, it's a good pastime to pinch a few of the Ming realm's ants. At the same time, inside the ERP research room, satellite alarms were going off like crazy. Mijin didn't go back at this time. The satellite transmitted the signal automatically to her as well as to Suji and Tiki Nan. Mijin, who had only just put the old man from the flower store into the ambulance, changed her face when she saw the message coming from her cell phone. How can there be such a powerful fluctuation of foreign energy? And Tiki Nan and Tsuji also set out from all over the place, rushing towards the barren mountains where this base of Shadowbanes is hidden. The moment that aura of extreme pressure appeared, a certain mysterious dark space within the blue star trembled once again. A ball of light surged out, followed by excited and incredulous voices. This aura, could it be a great emperor? No, it's unlikely that the great emperor would leave the shadow universe at this time. That one existence could have been watching intently as well. What was that about? I see. It's someone who has obtained the secret technique of my shadow realm and can actually cast it successfully? You mean, sacrificing yourself to summon a smattering of the great emperor's bilocation shadow. Get the shadow realm losers to check out what's going on. Ha 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 ha. If the great emperor's shadow were to descend, who in the entire blue star would be an opponent? Even if there is a time limit, it's still enough for the great emperor to wreak ha ha ha. When something happens, there are bound to be people who are happy and people who are sad. While the clusters of light within that space were excited, Lin Yi's eyes within the interdictor armor had grown whiter and whiter. Crap! Only to see that the black fog in front of them has almost turned into a substance. They are ragingly tossing and turning, instantly outlining a towering and oppressive shadowy figure. The shadowy body was as if it was covered in a black robe, and it was as tall as the entire cave. The majestic pressure swept across, immediately making Lin also feel as if he was carrying a mountain. Holy shit, it can't really be the Shadow Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Yi no longer dared to hesitate in the slightest. The reddish golden lines on his brow shone for an instant, and his intent energy also frantically coalesced and exploded, and fiery red substantial intent energy immediately surged out from the circumference of the interdictor armor. Lin Yi stretched out one hand forward, and a summon card appeared out of thin air. Snap! He quickly tapped the summoning card into the summoner at his waist, and his entire body shook violently. The God of War. Interceptor. Upgrade. Boom! Under the augmentation of Lin Yi's strongest form, a crimson blaze seemed to burn outside of Interdictor's armor. The armor changed rapidly, the summoner opening up in all directions and becoming more square. The chest and back armor also reconfigured rapidly, and golden armor appeared. The helmet transformed into golden wings in front of the forehead and a sharp sword pattern in the back, which was extremely powerful. Boom boom! It was like magma bursting, and within the rolling and flowing magma, a golden red armor that was indistinguishable from a deity walked out. He had only just stepped out when the dark gases around him were forced back a few steps. Lin also instantly felt the pressure reduced. He still didn't stop, his right hand facing forward in a false grip. Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword. The raging magma of the illusory manifestation churned, and as soon as he did, he drew from its interior a brilliant broadsword of crimson red emanating searing heat. Fire Torture Palm. The clicking sound of mechanical assembly appeared, and the right palm of the God of War, Interceptor, which held the Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword, assembled a golden armor out of thin air, and his aura was even greater. It was only at this moment that Lin Yi had some sense of stability in his heart, but in the next second, two red auras suddenly lit up in the head area of the majestic dark body in front of him. Light, heat, the breath that annoys this seat the most. An eerie but domineering and loud voice came out, and then the body began to move. Large, unreadable hands grasping towards Lin Yi, like a tidal wave of darkness surging over together. Lin Yi's eyes showed a stern color when he saw this. Indeed, in awe of your name. His intentional energy was frantically condensed, and the Fire Torture Heavenly Flame Sword was held in both hands by the God of Battle, Interceptor, suddenly flaring up with flames as it viciously chopped down towards the exaggeratedly large dark hand in black mist. At that instant, carrying an incomparable fiery sword, she chopped down in a flash, directly cutting off the large hand that contained terrifying power. It wasn't until this time that the second half of his sentence came out angrily. But that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Boom! The darkness and the flames collided together, sending out powerful and incomparable shockwaves in an instant. Throughout the cave, tangible objects were immediately shattered, and even the mountains and rocks began to crumble and fall. At that moment, a voice came from Lin Yi's ears. Ding! Triggering the combat mission, a sword in the chest can cut down an emperor. There is a sword in his chest that can cut down the emperor, by all means. Defeat the Shadow Emperor's Void Shadow Doppelganger. Quest reward, 5 elements bloodline plus 10%, armor strengthening value plus 10%, intentional energy plus 38. When he saw the figure that appeared, his spirits immediately lifted and a blazing light appeared in his eyes. In the next second, the sound of roaring rose, only to see that shadowy body in front of him surrounded by black mist surging wildly, madly bombarding this cave. Such a small cave is worthy of being this seat's landing place on this planet? Show this seat, to the son of this world. As soon as the words fell, trembling like an earthquake came out, and the entire cave began to collapse almost instantly, with smoke and dust rising in all directions. Instantly, the original blazing light in Lin Yi's eyes dissipated in an instant, and he stared wide-eyed. I throw. No way. So tough. With that, he instantly unleashed shifting shadow, and his entire body shifted out from within the cave that was about to collapse. Outside, the barren mountain that hid the Shadowbane base rumbled with a loud noise. Then with a rumble, the mountainside suddenly collapsed down, and Shadow Chi surged out crazily. Lin Yi's figure appeared not far away, and when he saw the scene there, a look of gravity appeared in his eyes. Ahead, where the barren mountain collapsed, at the same time as the Shadow Chi surged out crazily, a tall and majestic figure that contained an extremely strong pressure stepped forward towards the ruins step by step. Just when Lin Yi thought that a great battle was imminent, a gloomy and murderous voice came out. The body containing the bloodline is seen. Where is the Earth Shadowstone that the mole said? Chapter 93, Dark Shadows Shrouding the Sky. God of War. Interceptor. Upgrade. Hearing the annoyed voice of the Shadow Emperor, Lin Yi then reacted to the fact that the Shadow Bar's conditions for summoning the Shadow Emperor before his death also included the Earth Shadowstone. Mud. Dying to fight for a blank check. Attracting hate for the laborers is it? Lin Yi secretly cursed Shadowbane in his heart. This guy had a middle-aged beard, but he didn't expect to be so bad. Bad old man. Bad old man. Unsurprisingly, the figure standing on top of the shattered cavern looked toward the front, and a red aura suddenly lit up in his eyes. You're the one that mole wants me to kill? He moved forward, gradually stepping out of the area shrouded in darkness and the power of shadow, revealing his true form. The moment he saw the Shadow Emperor's true face, Lin Yi's eyes tightened. Nothing else? I've never seen this species before. The figure on the opposite side looked to be 2 meters tall and looked extremely oppressive. All around his body he wore dark black armor that looked ancient but was full of evil intent, and on his head was the same black helmet made of unknown material that could only be seen as a red aura within the eye frames. On top of the armor contained the unique and wild patterns of the Shadow Realm, and the power of the shadow hovered around the armor. From afar, the body's aura was overbearing and terrifying, like an overlord returning from the dark world. As Lin Yi stared at the Shadow Emperor, the other party once again came out with a low, self-pronouncing voice. This body is not so bad. In the next moment, the Shadow Emperor suddenly looked at Lin Yi, and the red aura in his eyes intensified violently. Boy, now immediately fall to your knees and pledge allegiance to the Shadow Realm to submit to me. Spare your life. He took a step forward with a heavy stride, and in his words he seemed a bit interested in Lin Yi. The armor on you is the armor of the material universe? I can't believe it's reached this level as well. Ha ha, you seem like you might be good enough to join the Shadow World. After all, it's a nickel that's a little more powerful. Originally, Lin Yi was slightly reserved when he heard the first half of the Shadow Emperor's sentence, thinking that the other party actually had the ability to recognize people with a discerning eye as well. Sure enough, gold shines everywhere, but the second half of the other party's sentence exited, instantly causing Lin Yi's original mood to vanish without a trace, leaving only silence. Shit. Looking at the Shadow Emperor who was getting closer and closer, he didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes, nor did he have any thoughts of fleeing. In front of a powerhouse of this level, there was no possibility of escape after already being locked, doomed to fight only one battle. At a moment like this, Lin Yi actually got a little carried away and thought of the Yen Di who had left. If Elder Yen Di was here, he would have been so excited to pounce on it. After all, this is the Shadow Emperor. No matter where you put it, even if it's just a split shadow, it's still a strong person standing at the top of the pyramid. But I'm no worse than anyone else. Excited not so much, but he definitely wasn't the least bit squeamish. What's wrong with the Shadow Emperor? Can't be killed? Lin Yi's chest stirred with battle spirit and he shouted out angrily, only to see him gripping the fire torch or heavenly flame sword with one hand, his eyes filled with composure, his intent energy frantically condensing and releasing in an instant. In an instant, The fire torture heavenly flame sword was ablaze with scorching flames, and the fire-red intent energy that flowed like substance also surrounded the surroundings. Lin Yi took a step forward with the fire torture heavenly flame sword in his hand. His body appeared in front of the Shadow Emperor in an instant, and a sword with fiery flames and majestic sword she instantly chopped down. Bang! The Shadow Emperor stretched out his arm to fend it off, and the fire torture heavenly flame sword collided with the other party's dark armor, and the sound of gold and iron striking was heard. At the same time, the shockwaves of the powerful power collision traveled out in all directions, toppling the ground within dozens of meters around them. With an impact, Lin Yi immediately took a few steps back, and the heavenly flame sword plunged into the ground as he did so. The Shadow Emperor grunted coldly, and his torso shook, a crack clicking in his armor. He glanced down at his arm, but didn't care. Instead he spoke in surprise. This light and shadow battle has only just begun, and someone actually has such a strong power? Interesting. As soon as the words fell, a lot of shadow chi gushed out from the Shadow Emperor's body, and in the blink of an eye the damaged armor was restored to its original state. And then, he even took the initiative, his body instantly transforming into a black light as he charged towards Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart was startled, instantly raising the intentional energy in his body and holding his sword towards the front to resist. Bang! 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 The great battle was imminent, and the sounds of collisions and impacts were endless. From afar, the golden red and black light clusters kept colliding and separating in a terrifying onslaught. Within a few short breaths, the two figures engaged in close to 100 collisions. Within a few hundred meters of the two men's perimeter, the mountainside is almost devoid of intact ground, leaving only devastation. Just then, Tiki Nan and Tsuji arrived here, followed by Mijin. What kind of power can cause such destruction? Mijin's eyes were filled with disbelief when the three of them saw the ground in front of them that looked like it had been bombed, with no part of it intact, and then felt a strong impact coming from it. They all stayed in place in shock. The roar of the engagement was still ringing out, and the golden red god of war, Interceptor, swung his sword several times in an instant, and several energy balls containing majestic power were chopped out. However, the black figure was no less impressive, and with just a wave of his hand, strong darkness fluctuations were struck out, colliding with those energy balls. Boom boom boom. Then the two figures collided together again, but this time there was no stalemate. Bang! Lin Yi's mountainously heavy dark shadow punched away, and War God Interceptor flew out backwards. This scene instantly made the distant Mijin and their hearts clenched. Fortunately, Lin Yi's control over his body was extremely strong, and he suddenly turned around and descended in the air, his pyroclastic heavenly flame sword thrusting into the ground to ward off the impact, and he was able to cut out a few meters before coming to a stop. At that moment, the Shadow Emperor's mocking voice came over. To be able to fight a wisp of the seat's doppelganger, one does have some strength. Still, it's just a powerful mole cricket. It's just a matter of testing this body with you. Do you really think you can fight against this seat? As soon as the words fell, countless dark shadow powers surged around the Shadow Emperor once again, completely obscuring this side of the sky in almost an instant. At the same time, the energy there began to climb by the minute. Not good. Lin Yi's teeth ached a little when he saw this scene, realizing that this doppelganger of the Shadow Emperor was actually still raising his strength. So sick? Not far behind them, Mijin and the others also saw the scene. Just by feeling the breath from the Shadow Emperor's side, the powerful oppressive force almost made them lose their ability to act. So what the hell kind of monster is it? Even Lin Yi's new form, which they had never seen before, was sent flying out. So who else could stop this terrifying foe? The shadow chi was still expanding, gradually obscuring the entire mountain peak. Even the City of Hope was starting to get noticed over here. It was as if darkness had enveloped the place, depressing, low and dim. As the master of the entire Shadow Realm, the Shadow Emperor's absorption and use of shadow power was as simple as eating and drinking. And within Shadowbane's base, there is enough shadow power and electricity hidden to create the alien beasts. That's why he can now unfold such might. Within the war god's criminal sky, Lin Yi always had a bright light in his eyes despite his helplessness. No one noticed that above the boundless sky, beyond the more distant stars, a celestial body with infinite light and molten flames vaguely began to blossom along with it. Do you really think you're the only one who can improve? Lin Yi reared up and stood squarely with both hands on his sword. On this battlefield filled with despair, this golden red god of war was nevertheless fighting with a high spirit and temperament. With a thought, his panel opened and the number of completed quests showed 20. Redeemable for 10% of armor enhancement value / unlocking Warlord Blazing Sword. In this case, whether the Battle God Flaming Sword brought about a greater boost or whether upgrading the armor was stronger, Lin wasn't quite sure. But it's more fun to challenge a future you've never seen before. A light smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. and with a thought he chose the armor enhancement value. The next moment there was a rush of voices in his ears. Ding ding ding. The armor strengthening value has reached 100%. Do you choose to strengthen the armor? Reinforcement. God of War Interceptor. Ding. Start reinforcing. Boom. The crimson intent energy burned like flames, turning the surroundings of the God of War Interceptor into a burning plane. A surging and majestic aura rose up to the sky, like a golden red torch, breaking through the dark shadows that loomed overhead. On the dark sky that was torn apart, a beam of incandescent light instantly shone down, fusing with the War God Interceptor. What kind of power is this? Lin was also a bit surprised. He could feel the sudden majestic power and blazing energy coming from within the armor. Soon, War God Interceptor's energy would reach its peak. Beginning of Metamorphosis. Chapter 94 Dark Energy Influx. Upgrade in the wrong direction. The increasingly powerful flame scorch planes forced back the dark shadows on the ground, while the white light shining down from the sky provided enough energy for the God of War Interceptor. In an instant, majestic and terrifying power rushed out into the outside world. The reddish-golden energy continued to spread, fusing with the white beams of light, and instantly began to force back the dark shadows that had originally shrouded the sky. Thus, the original diffusion of majestic shadow power was gradually forced to shrink. At the center of the shadow force, the Shadow Emperor jerked his head up to look at Lin Yi, and also saw the God of War Interdictor, who was on the verge of upgrading and frantically absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. How could the armor of the material universe reach that level? Is this to leap over to the next level? The Shadow Emperor's voice revealed shock, clearly not expecting that this random detachment trip would encounter such a rare event. Immediately afterward, the red aura in his eyes thickened violently, and his morose cold voice continued to come out. Daring to upgrade and leap in front of this seat, do you really think I don't exist? How can you make it work? Otherwise wouldn't it be one more possible threatener? At that moment, the Shadow Emperor's body shook as he stretched out his arm to point forward and coldly shouted out, "Shadow power, condense!" His voice appeared in a flash, resounding through the party. Almost instantly, the shadow power that was originally spreading in all directions, covering a side of the sky, quickly coalesced and contracted, and quickly began to gather towards the center. Within a few breaths, the sky above the barren mountain cleared once again, and the depressingly dim ground brightened up again. Lin Yi, who was inside the God of War's criminal sky, saw this and his eyes immediately lit up as he muttered to himself in a somewhat puzzled manner. To actually give up on yourself? Could it be that he saw that my God of War Interceptor was about to be upgraded successfully? Scared? It wasn't surprising that Lin also had such thoughts. The God of War Interdictor had absorbed enough majestic energy from his upgrades, and at this point, he was already able to feel the power of his new form. As powerful as the Shadow Emperor was, he was ultimately just a doppelganger and couldn't possibly be any stronger. And while the armor upgrades extremely quickly, the energy blasts around the body during this time are enough to ensure that the Shadow Emperor can't interrupt. That's a solid wave. A triumphant smile almost appeared on Lin Yi's face. However, in just the next second, the Shadow Emperor's cold laughter came out. Shadow power? Go on. Imbue me with it. Boom. Accompanying the fall of his voice, the dark shadow power that had originally coalesced above the Shadow Emperor and was so thick that it seemed to be dripping out of water instantly transformed into a long dragon that actually flew towards the God of War Interdictor. At great speed, the energy contained in the power of the shadow was extremely huge, even obscuring the white light pillars projected above. War God Interceptor at this time would have been in the rapid absorption of energy, almost without the slightest hesitation. The incoming shadow power was like a dragon sucking water. Crazy absorption in. As this scene appeared, Lin Yi was dumbfounded, feeling the dark energy within his armor gradually growing larger. His entire body felt bad. Don't suck it. Stop it. This stuff really can't be sucked. No. Why are you still sucking more and more? Lin was also devastated, feeling the rapid increase in dark energy, which had even vaguely been about to surpass the original armor energy. He nearly went insane. It won't affect the armor upgrades, will it? No way. While Lin Yi was infinitely apprehensive, the Shadow Emperor had already let out an unrestrained smile. Ha 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 ha. You borrowed the power of the Ming realm for your upgrade, and now that the power of this seat's shadow realm is going in together, I'll see what you'll do. The armor of the material realm also wants to peer into the Supreme? His voice was gradually cold, and his mockery was even thicker. Two kinds of energy collision cannot be intermingled. No need for this seat to make a move. You'll blow yourself up. As the Shadow Emperor had said, Lin was able to feel that the energy within the armor was becoming more and more explosive despite the fact that it was rising dramatically. The two kinds of energy are like water and fire incompatible. Began to fight madly. By this point, even he was beginning to despair a bit. I'm heavenly and I've beaten so many guys. It's hard not to get screwed by your own armor today. Just at this moment, a familiar system voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Fey energy intervention detected. Upgrade in the wrong direction. Stop upgrading and self-heal. Unable to stop the upgrade. Error path temporary conversion. Linny stared wide-eyed as he listened to a staggering sound from the system, which then quickly transformed into a rush. Energy harvesting progress accelerates. 90%, 95%, 99%, 100%. Boom! The moment the system voice came in at 100%, it was as if Lin Yi had felt the most primal call. A majestic energy that was dozens of times stronger than before madly surged in and exploded. And the dark aura had wrapped around his entire being in the blink of an eye. Outside of War God Interceptor, dense darkness power surged out. Wisps of it surrounded his body, as if transforming into a large cocoon that wrapped itself around him. At the deepest level, Lin also felt the crazy surge of power within his body. Ah! He couldn't help but growl angrily as the underworld physique actually began to absorb these dark energies. At the same time, the lines on Lin Yi's brow appeared in an instant and began to grow and spread out a new ghostly purple demonic line. Outside the body, the God of War Interceptor was also thick to the extreme dark energy influx. The summoner began to change its appearance, gradually transformed into a black and purple. At the same time, the armor changed rapidly. The golden ruddy appearance all turned into rich purple and black in the blink of an eye. The style of the armor changed. No longer looking majestic and atmospheric, but instead looking hideous and maniacal. The original golden energy core in front of the chest turned into a blood-red color, just like a one-eyed regal. The helmet also began to transform. The face armor into a dark black, form as hideous as a demon's mouth. The golden wings transformed into sharp and slender, dark black horns with rich blood-colored patterns. The azure eyes also transformed into bloodthirsty Shura-like bloodshot eyes. The entire armor style completely changed. Black armor and purple lines with the hideous appearance. At first glance it looks like a demon king returning from hell. Outside, the Shadow Emperor gazed at the place where the power of darkness coalesced and hovered in front of him and slightly cocked his head. The eyes were slightly darker red and seemed a little puzzled. I can't believe it hasn't blown itself up yet? He took large strides towards the front and gradually arrived in front of the large cocoon made of black energy. Then let the seat destroy you directly. The moment the Shadow Emperor stretched out his arm and was about to place it on the dark cocoon, terrifying energies burst out from within the cocoon. Before the Shadow Emperor could retreat, a demonic claw instantly ripped through the cocoon shell and unexpectedly grabbed straight towards the Shadow Emperor's neck. The figure rushing out from the rear revealed itself, instantly causing the Shadow Emperor's blood-colored eyes to flicker. That armor was dark and hideous, with only the most vibrant color of blood all over its body. His eyes were bloodshot and his appearance was regal, just like a demonic Shura that had gone crazy. Chapter 95, Entering the Devil? Mace to the Heaven of Punishment. The mace takes the demon heavenly sword. Bang! The Shadow Emperor was extremely fast and swung his arm at the demonic claw that was grasping at his neck. The two collided, and that devil's claw was actually not repelled, but instead backhandedly grabbed his arm and used the force to violently yank his body out. Boom! The other demonic claw clenched its fist facing upwards, carrying a force majestic enough to tear through space, and fiercely blasted towards the Shadow Emperor's face. Bang! The Shadow Emperor once again used his arm to block, and then used his strength to shake off that demon king and take a few steps back. He spoke solemnly and lowly, his words full of disbelief. You mole, why didn't you explode yourself? Instead, it's morphed into this hideous look? This was indeed something that the Shadow Emperor did not understand. According to what he knew, no one could survive two incompatible energies peacefully. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that some people are hung. Linny took a few steps back, and a hoarse voice that seemed to carry a strange excitement came out from within the demonic state of interdiction. Oh, it's not thanks to you, is it, Shadow Emperor? After saying that, he looked up to the sky and opened his arms, and the pent-up darkness exploded like a sonic boom before its obsessive voice appeared once more. Now I'll tell you his name. The mace to torture the heavens. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi's entire body instantly lunged towards the Shadow Emperor. The mace was extremely fast with interceptor's speed. His figure flickered for a moment, his hands clasped together and ruthlessly whacked down towards the opponent's head. Raging demonic chi surrounded the perimeter. Unbridled, the Shadow Emperor shouted angrily and stepped back to dodge the strike before colliding with the mace eldritch. But this time, Mace to Interceptor was not the least bit vulnerable. He was like a demon king, using his hands and knees and elbows to frantically blast towards the Shadow Emperor. Despite the simplicity of the move, the power contained within it is dozens of times that of the past, and the sound of roaring and collision is endless. Linny was feeling very excited about himself at the moment, just wanting to charge up, wrestle, and kill with reckless abandon. The black-purple lines on his brow were extremely heavy in color. giving him the addition of being as if he was fused with the mace to interceptor. And the human armor was united. I'll let you press me. The mace blasted at the Shadow Emperor's shoulder with a criminal demon claw, knocking the other party back for an instant. I'll let you call me a mole. Lin also made a headbutt. Mace with Interdictor's hideous helmet slamming hard towards the Shadow Emperor's face, and for a split second the sound of the collision was like muffled thunder. I told you to give me dark energy. Lin grabbed the Shadow Emperor's arm with both arms in a death grip, and his knee slammed forward, impacting between the Shadow Emperor's two strands. No, this is a typo. I don't blame you for this one. I feel like, this looks better now than it did before. Lin Yi's excited and manic voice appeared, smoothly blocking the Shadow Emperor's two blasts and staggering behind his opponent. The Shadow Emperor listened to Lin Yi's crazy screams and had to be distracted to fend off his attacks. Then the whole person also got annoyed. This mole. What's wrong with being a different person? You're crazy. How dare you engage the seat like that? He was sick of it in his heart, and at once his body shook violently, and the power of the shadow erupted from his body, rushing around. In an instant, a strong shockwave spread out in all directions, instantly shaking everything around the Shadow Emperor out of the way. The mace was such that Interceptor did not charge forward again. Instead, he used this impact to leap up and retreat to the back, facing off against the Shadow Emperor. Lin also closed his eyes slightly inside the armor, feeling the overbearing power with some evil in his body at that moment. No wonder they say that blackening is 10 times stronger and whitewashing is 3 times weaker. Without the God of War blazing sword, the God of War Interceptor is far worse than the Mace Ezra Interceptor. In terms of power alone, the Mace 2 Interceptor was going to exceed the form of the God of War Interceptor. Not to mention, this dark form still had an exclusive weapon. Lin Yi violently opened his eyes, and a flash of blood color unexpectedly flashed through his pupils. He looked at the opposite Shadow Emperor and opened his mouth with a change of style, laughing maniacally. Shadow Emperor, I hear you're the Lord of the Shadow Realm? Humph. The Shadow Emperor snorted coldly when he heard Lin Yi's words. His aura coalesced around him and then exploded out as he snorted in obedience. This seat is the Supreme King of the Shadow Realm. Today is just a casting of a split shadow. You ants, do you really think you can defeat this seat? Lin Yi once again laughed maniacally as he waved his big hand and shouted in an extremely arrogant and domineering manner. Ha ha ha, I don't care if you're a doppelganger or not. I'll beat you up today. In the future, when the word gets out, it will be that all the so-called masters of the Shadow Realm have been killed by me. Hearing such shameless words, the Shadow Emperor fell silent. At the very back, Mi Jin heard the words that Lin Yi shouted out. Even if she was a little worried about his state, she had to admit that it was an arrogant statement. Xian Nan and Dong Sugi were also staring in disbelief. A bit in disbelief that Lin Yi was actually this crazy. And of course, he couldn't believe that Lin Yi was actually this strong. Originally they came here with the idea of supporting each other, but after feeling the energy waves on the mountainside in front of them, the two had understood. It would be suicide for them to go up there. Regardless of the complexity of Xian Nan's and Dongsan's minds at this moment, speaking only of Lin Yi, he felt like his blood was boiling all over at this moment. It's not right. This is very wrong. He could clearly feel the change in himself, a flailing emotion he used to keep dead hidden. What's the matter now? Totally letting yourself go? And what's even more peculiar is that deep down Lin Yi clearly feels that he is in the wrong state nowadays, but he is deeply in love with this state. Suppression? Why suppression? Old me is going to fuck up this Shadow Emperor today. Within the mace to the criminal sky, he muttered to himself, his tone becoming more and more determined. In the next second, he snapped his head up. His mace was exposed with the interdictor face armor, and his demonic blood-colored eyes erupted with a brilliant blood aura. Boom! Mighty dark energy suddenly erupted from the armor, and blood-red intent energy that resembled blood flames flowed into substance. Lin Yi's right hand instantly crossed from the card box on the side of his black belt, and a mysterious light flashed as a purple-black card flew around and appeared in his palm. Snap! In the next moment, he suddenly slapped the card into the demonized summoner. The violent and wild hissing was heard in all directions. Mace to the demon heavenly sword. Boom! In the instant the card was inserted into the summoner, the mace suddenly appeared in front of Interceptor with a blaze of ghostly purple and metaphysical black colors. Lin Yi stretched out his right hand in a false grip, and instantly, the hilt of an overbearing and hideous demonic sword was outlined in his palm. The end of the hilt is inlaid with blood-red crystals, and the whole is like black lava coalescing, engraved with a spiral pattern that fits the hand. At the front where the hilt connected to the blade was the head of the dark demon dragon, which was grimly opening its dragon's kiss and gulping the blade. The sword lattice was like a sharp blade, angled across the dragon's head. Feeling the powerful force contained in this magic sword, Lin Yi's eyes glowed as he gripped the hilt and forcefully pulled it out of the flames. Bear! A harsh and piercing sword sound appeared, and the sword was instantly pulled out from the flames. like a black meteorite iron wrapped in burning flames outside the shape of the domineering extraordinary. Hideous appearance does not affect the sharpness of its own. The moment Lin Yi swung his mace with the demon heavenly sword, the flame that appeared out of thin air also disappeared into the body of the sword, instantly making the blood red even deeper. On the opposite side, the Shadow Emperor, who had already held the heart of certain death in his heart, felt the power of this weapon, and the color in his eyes began to flicker, and there was some MMP in his heart. Mud. What's with this kid? After summoning a weapon, the strength actually increased again? Lin Yi, on the other hand, felt the state of the mace with the demonic heavenly sword, and surprise appeared in his crazy eyes. It's surprising that this isn't even the final form of this sword. It could be stronger. He held his sword in one hand. His body was surrounded and wrapped by the power of darkness, and his blood-red intent energy flowed like an embellished halo. Damned mole crickets. Seeing this, the Shadow Emperor didn't dare to hesitate any longer, fearing that Lin Yi would come up with something else. This doppelganger had appeared long enough, and besides, it had consumed quite a bit of stored shadow power, so it could no longer be delayed. He roared, suddenly absorbing all the dark shadow power here. The sky darkened again, and the invisible power of darkness surged. On the devastated mountainside, under the darkness of thousands of meters in circumference, there were only two figures with similar breadth but very different auras facing each other. Lin, also within the mace to the criminal sky, holding the mace to the magic sky sword, stepped forward. Invisible aura also began to cohesion burst. This scene was like a dark demon king who was about to ascend to the throne and was about to reclaim his throne. Chapter 96. I never need to be defined by others as to whether I am strong or not. Shadows. Within the vast space above that infinite, dark and boundless space, the previous cold voice appeared once again, only this time there was some annoyance in the words. A tiny mole cricket. How dare you provoke this seat? If it weren't for the fact that I can't go to the material universe in my real body right now, this seat would crush you to death with a single finger. After venting for a few moments, the Shadow Emperor's true body considered reality after all. The Void Shadow Split is ultimately limited in power, and the time to show up by virtue of the absorbed 5 elements bloodline is about to pass, so we need to get rid of that arrogant griffin as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one in the Shadow Realm can stop him on that planet. Wouldn't the people of the Shadow Realm be exterminated like chopped vegetables by then? Involving thousands of years of planning by this seat, the war with the Ming realm for the material universe has come to a critical point and cannot be lost. After a few final murmurs, there was a gradual silence within this space. In the next second, a boundless, as if slapping a planet of dark shadow senatorial palm from above and below blasted out, directly shattered this side of the space, revealing a majestic spatial crack. At the same time, on the blue planet, in the sky above the barren mountains on the outskirts of Dinghai City, an ear-splitting thunderclap that resounded in all directions suddenly came out, and then in many people's shocked eyes, Jinghai City, the light and shadow over the barren mountain, spaces like cloth, was instantly torn out of a crack. That crack was extremely large, almost crossing the entire sky over the barren mountain. Behind the rift was pure darkness with no boundaries, the scent of the Shadow Realm. Not far from here, a ghostly purple crystal appeared ghostly. Inside, several ecstatic voices continued to emanate. That is, the scent of our Shadow Realm. It was the great Emperor himself who opened the spatial rift? We can go back. Fart. The mission has not been accomplished, and to go back now is to seek death. What are you afraid of? There's the great Emperor himself. In a moment we'll use our alien beasts to cooperate with the great Emperor, and we'll first terminate those 2 armored warriors that are not far away. Ha 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 ha. Soon this planet will be our Shadow Realms. When the time comes, the portal will be opened wide, and I, the Shadow Realm, will. Shut up. Beware of ears on the walls. Humph. Who could have such a skill to spy on us? The sound came to a screeching halt. On the other side, Lin Yi's eyes looked towards the spatial crack with vigilance, and then he arrived in front of the Shadow Emperor's doppelganger with the mace elemental heavenly sword in a flash. Whatever that shit is, it's right to fuck you anyway. The mace used the demon heavenly sword to blossom with blood-colored sword chi, and the sharp sword aura instantly chopped towards the Shadow Emperor. Damned mole crickets! The Shadow Emperor shouted angrily and was forced to interrupt the process of receiving energy, taking 2 steps back while his arm was raised, trying to use his arm armor to block the sword. However, the moment the mace lifted its arm armor with the magic heavenly sword, there was a crisp ringing sound from that arm armor. How is that possible? The Shadow Emperor reorganized his arm into dark shadow chi in an instant, and his entire body flew back a few steps. This weapon, it's actually this strong? It was only at this point that there was scorn in the Shadow Emperor's tone. He then seized the opportunity, and his body instantly erupted with a strong suction force before his palm instantly grabbed towards the air. Shadow power? Come on! Boom! That spatial crack in the sky shook, and then it was like a waterfall pouring down, as a tidal wave of shadow chi was poured down, instantly engulfed by the Shadow Emperor's body. At once, the other party's aura skyrocketed. In the midst of the roar, a dark shadow demon body tens of meters tall coalesced outside the Shadow Emperor's body within a few breaths. This time, completely destroy you, the Shadow Emperor shouted out coldly, and his body leapt into the shadow demon body. When the pouring in the sky still did not stop, the power of this shadow demon body is still increasing. Inside the mace to penalty heaven, Linny saw the scene and immediately gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red. Mud, open out dog coins, energy transfer across space is right. As he watched the dark shadow power tilting down from the sky become more and more dense, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly glowed and his face reappeared. I am now Dark Interceptor. If you can absorb shadow energy, then so can I. After muttering to himself, it was as if he had found a new direction, and he suddenly shook his body, appearing in an instant under a spatial crack in the sky. Lin Yi's entire body charged directly towards the Shadow Emperor, his body leaping up into the air and disappearing within the tidal wave of shadow energy. Boom! The same like a whirlpool absorption like whale swallowing, he directly began and the Shadow Emperor grabbed milk to drink. In an instant, his body was greatly nourished. Dragon Essence. At that instant, Linny gripped his mace with the demonic heavenly sword and slashed directly towards the massive shadow demon body. Come on, let's fight another 300 rounds. The Shadow Emperor was enraged when he saw the rushing Linny and the fact that he was constantly absorbing energy to replenish his internal needs. Robbing me in front of my face? Boom! The two collided together in an instant. Despite the fact that one side appears to be huge and the other small, the true energy levels are extremely close. The roar set off by the collision between the two sides shook the four directions, and the sword chi wielded by Linny directly tore through the obscuring dark shadows. Within the shadow realm, the Shadow Emperor gritted his teeth as he felt the energy being absorbed equally, and became somewhat furious. In that case, what's the point of ripping through space to send energy? Just as he was about to do something more, a blinding light penetrated from the outside world within this space. On the blue planet, the dark rift also narrowed in a flash, and then the space rift eventually disappeared completely under the white light that was hidden from the sun. On the ground, the great battle between the two continued. The damage to the land was still intensifying from the constant collision and fighting. The Dark Silver Emperor's dark shadow demon body has long since lost its huge size at this point, and even many locations have been chopped through and started to overflow with dark shadow power. The Mace to Interceptor's demonic nature was likewise slightly reduced, and some traces of battle appeared on the surface of the armor. Intentional energy consumption is drastic, as well as the energy absorbed during upgrades. Standing on his sword, Linny silently felt the situation within his body. It seemed that as the dark energy diminished, his original sanity gradually returned. Now that I have full control of the Mace to Interdictor, the basic skill of the Interdictor armor, Mace to Interdictor, can also be used. Only the blacked out version. After a few seconds of thought, he rearmed his sword in a fighting stance. Not far away, the Shadow Emperor seemed to be adjusting his state as well, his massive shadow demon body turning into overflowing energy that was absorbed by his true body. His body coalesced even more refined, and the red aura in his eyes actually calmed down for an instant. Within the material universe, you are indeed considered very powerful, and indeed cannot be described as a mole. Although I am only a mere doppelganger, I am not weak. To be able to spar with me to this extent, you're strong. Hearing the Shadow Emperor's words, within the Mace to Penalty Heaven, Linny snorted as he held his sword forward. I never need to be defined by others as to whether I am powerful or not. Chapter 97 Heavenly Punishment Prisoner Kill 8 Demonic Heavenly Choppers. Destroy the Shadow Emperor. Linny didn't accept the Shadow Emperor's sympathy as he raised his head slightly and continued to speak in mockery. Let me guess. What calmed you down all of a sudden? Is it because, realizing that you're running out of energy, you're going to have to get the hell out of the blue planet soon? By his words, the aura around the Shadow Emperor suddenly went cold once again. Nothing more, because Linny was right. But the Shadow Emperor didn't get angry and just continued to speak calmly. You're right. I'll destroy you with one last blow before dissipating. And what I'm trying to tell you is don't be naive and think that light is good and darkness is evil. But it's all for the same purpose. Of course, you have to think about all this on the assumption that you can survive. At this time, Linny wouldn't even think about anything the other party said. He had rushed up to fight the Shadow Emperor for so long with the same purpose, to consume his energy. He held his sword in his right hand and pointed diagonally at the ground, and his soft bellowing voice traveled forward. I don't need you to worry about whether I can live or not. You'd better care more about yourself. Go back to your shadow realm. You are not welcome on this planet. At those words, the Shadow Emperor finally felt some anger. Intense shadow energy erupted all over his body, while his hands pushed upwards in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a majestic and terrifying shadow scroll filled with a destructive aura was born in his hands. That shadow scroll presents unfolding state. Many shadow power intertwining and hovering, constituting a picture scroll filled with destructive atmosphere. That scroll was currently being held up by the Shadow Emperor, and it seemed to still be absorbing the latter's power. When Lin Yi saw this, uneasiness surged in his heart. Shit, he's got a big move brewing too. He didn't hesitate any longer, and after recovering a little bit he immediately gathered his intentional energy, and then sent it all into the summoner. Inside the mace to the penitentiary, Lin also looked grim, golden red and black purple lines appearing together at his eyebrows, and the power of the underworld body was mobilized together. I just can't believe that has drained his energy to its lowest state. ITM God of War Interceptor and Mace to Interceptor stance together. Still can't get a turtle grandson dead. With great difficulty, he mobilized all the power in his body, and Lin Yi's aura skyrocketed, and the Mace to Interceptor's body also began to flow with two-colored intent energy. Bear! He held his mace in his left hand with the demonic heavenly sword, holding this demonic sword in front of him. In the next moment, his right hand crossed from the card box on the side of his waist, and a black and purple card that appeared in his hand was pushed into the card slot behind the mace with the magic heavenly sword's dragon head in a smooth manner. And then, an explosion-like aura suddenly appeared, booming from Lin Yi's circumference and spreading in all directions. Purple-black demonic flames raged and burned, wrapping around the entire demonic sword and even evolving a figurative majestic sword chi. Feel the body violently came from the great oppression. Mace to the criminal sky within. Lin also clenched his teeth. Forehead veins burst out of the crimson blood. His blood-colored eyes looked not far away as the Shadow Emperor's body of dark shadow energy almost turned into a long dragon, all of which disappeared into the dark shadow scroll above his head. That scroll was complicated and contained killing opportunities, and the many runes of the Shadow Realm dotted it, almost enveloping a side of the sky at this time. No, it's not quite enough. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, feeling the tingling in his mind before gathering his intentional energy once again, and began to mutter under his breath. Broken-hearted and intentional. The 8-bit shift. Boom! The dark purple intent energy turned into substance and suddenly projected out, instantly casting anchor points like sharp blades in the 8 directions around the Shadow Emperor. And then, Lin Yi's hands gripped the mace with the demon heavenly sword, and the sharp and terrifying purple-black sword awnings on it had already spread several meters. A hoarse, hideous voice erupted suddenly. Mace to demon heavenly chop. Boom boom boom. Like the sound of a sonic boom appeared. The mace to interceptor disappeared in an instant, and then split into 8, appearing in the 8 directions around the Shadow Emperor, merging with the previous intentional energy anchor point. The Shadow Emperor's body immediately shook when he saw this, and there was some incredulity in his tone. This kind of technique can still be used in a battle at this level? 1 divided into 8. You're not afraid to die? At this time, the dark shadow scroll above his head was already extremely large, and while he was speaking, this scroll released light in an instant, suddenly stretching out and enveloping almost the entire barren mountain. The shadow rune came down with an aura of destruction, as if it was going to level the entire barren mountain. But Lin also held the sword with both hands, and in an instant, he pointed the magic sword in his hand diagonally towards the front, and the rainbow-like sword chi suddenly gushed out, the purple-black sword chi spreading tens of meters. The 8 honored mace made this movement at the same time with the criminal sky, looking down from the air. It was like 8 great magic swords converging from 8 directions, forming a pyramid of sword chi, and suppressing the shadow scrolls and Shadow Emperor, which were flat below and overriding one side, under the blade of the sword. This moment Lin also seems to have realized something. The Shadow Emperor sensed this scene and was equally vicious, his entire body nearly dissipating away as he roared in anger. My death is merely the loss of a small detachment, but you will literally lose your life. Fighting with this seat, you are doomed to fail. Everyone here will be buried with you. Secret technique. Shadow Destruction Talisman. After he finished his last sentence, the scroll in the sky instantly released terrifying shadow sharp edges that tilted down like a rain of swords, overriding with a terrifying destructive power. That majestic and terrifying sense of oppression immediately caused the peripheral Meijin, Xin Nan, and Dong Sugi to all weaken in their bodies and almost fall to the ground. The dark shadows overlapped, and a desperate feeling of powerlessness immediately surged from the hearts of all. At that very moment, Lin Yi, who had used the 8-bit shift in a new mode, burst out. Shadow Emperor, if you want to kill me, you have to see if you're qualified. Then let you taste this newly realized move of mine. Suddenly, the sharp and ear-piercing sound of the sword mixed with the roar of the majestic energy appeared together, just like heavenly punishment descending, directly bombarding into the deepest level of everyone's mind. And then, one could only see the giant golden sword tower composed of purple-black sword chi descend with a roar, as if it was sinking. With sharp and destructive energy, the 8 blades of the sword neatly blasted down towards everything surrounding the interior. Heaven's punishment prisoner killing 8 demonic heavenly slashes. Lin Yi's final cold and frantic burst came out as he hoarsely shouted out his last words. Shadow Emperor, you want to take over Blue Star? Don't worry, I'm here. I'll make you beg in the end. The next moment, the faint sound was drowned in a roar like a giant whistle. 8 blades of magic swords that hang down to the sky cut down as a cage, as if no existence could resist its descent. The shadow scrolls crazily shrunk and coalesced, and the refined shadow power transformed into sharp blades that crazily chopped out. However, the moment it touched the 8 demonic heavenly choppers, the scroll was like ordinary cloth, being instantly cut apart. The blast also did not affect the blade's descent until it touched the Shadow Emperor's doppelganger, who was instantly torn into 8 sides and finally exploded into shadows that dissipated. Rumble! Another few breaths passed, and the entire barren mountain began to vibrate crazily, with violent rumbling and collision sounds coming out. On the periphery, Mi Jin, who had withdrawn a few kilometers backward, looked up and saw there a majestic black mushroom cloud slowly rising up and disappearing into the sky. Above the barren mountain, on the battlefield that surrounds the mountainside for miles, the ground is vertically and neatly cut. A few people gazed towards the barren mountain that was like a battlefield of the gods. Dong Sug's eyes widened and his throat moved slightly as he said, with this sight, can he still live? Tiki Nan turned to look in the direction of Jinghai City, where a lot of commotion had come over. All in all, I'm afraid the next few days won't be quiet. Mi Jin kept gazing ahead, her autumn-like eyes filled with determination. He must still be alive. We need to find him. In the center of that battlefield, a certain pretty boy who had been forced to disarm his armor under exhaustion was nearly shaken to death by the aftermath of the attack. In a daze, he seemed to feel certain shackles within his body being opened, while hearing some sounds coming from his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A sword in the chest can cut down an emperor. Completed. The mission reward has arrived. Detected that the host has completed the mission better, and has completed the breakthrough of the yoke of intentional energy, and is completely united with the armor. Opening a large chain mission, Explosive Inflammation Dragon Emperor. Chapter 98, Wonderful Space. Bring it to you. Miscalculation. Inside the dreamlike space, Lin Yi looked at his surroundings, his eyes still a bit confused. Where is this? I'm damn sure I'm not dead. But a second later, he shook his own head. No, I'm a man with a system. I shouldn't, and I can't just die. Besides, I did that battle because I was accurately analyzing that it should not be life-threatening to do it. So the question is, where is this? Suddenly, the space in front of him flowed like water waves, and a mighty-looking armor made up of crimson and brilliant gold armor appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Yi was first startled, then his eyes widened. If it isn't my god of war, Interceptor. It's so damn handsome. The god of war, Interdictor, stood squarely, and even though he hadn't summoned it, Lin Yi looked at it with the feeling that he was looking at himself. At that moment, a celestial body emitting a soft glow suddenly appeared above this space. The celestial body irradiated a ray of white light, which did not enter the god of war Interceptor. Soon, the god of war Interceptor began to release energy around him, and the armor structure began to reassemble, suddenly becoming even more formidable. Even behind the spine, 3 pairs of delicate jets actually reassembled and appeared outside the back armor. Boom! In a flash, 3 pairs of jet red flame feather wings appeared behind the Interceptor armor. Crap! So handsome. Well, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened, almost appearing as little stars. This should be the correct upgrade direction for the god of war. Interdictor, Inquisitive Interdictor. But, he frowned as he looked up at the celestial wheel that emitted a soft glow, and then at the glow that connected to the back of the inquisitive criminal sky. What the hell is this? Why is it so weird? As soon as the words fell, beside the inquisitive criminal sky, space was instantly torn out of a large opening, and then a purple and black armor that emitted a demonic aura stepped out. Lin Yi once again stared in disbelief. This is my mace to Xingtian. He seemed to understand something. The mace to Interdictor had only just appeared. A palm chopped out in the air, and the purple palm force instantly cut off the white light behind the inquisitive Interdictor. Lin Yi looked up into the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is this supposed to be my, headspace? The sea of consciousness? But here I am, and I don't need anyone else's. He took 2 steps forward to the inquisitive criminal sky. His left palm reached out and placed it flat on the chest of the armor's golden energy core, then closed his eyes. It didn't work out as an upgrade, but you're mine. Boom! A reddish golden energy flew out from within Lin Yi's body, instantly disappearing into the inquisitive criminal sky's chest, directly erupting with a majestic aura. The white, softly glowing celestial body in the sky was tinted crimson in this instant, turning into a crimson blazing sun in the blink of an eye. With that, Lin Yi opened his eyes, and his right hand was placed in front of the mace to Interceptor's blood-colored energy chest again, and purple-black lines appeared instantly on his brow. You're mine too. Bang! Purple-black devil flame burning. Mace to intercept her hideous eyes lit up blood-colored light. So the voices I heard back then were real? Feeling the feeling of heart and soul unity coming from his arms, Linny somewhat understood. Previously on the panel, I saw that the intentional energy bottleneck breakthrough, the need to use the impact, and their own strength transformation way in one. The way one's strength is transformed is not armor. I didn't expect that this time I would mistakenly break through the bottleneck of intentional energy. Then the one who summoned the interdictor armor now should be a bit stronger than before again. The corner of Linny's mouth had just revealed a smile when the inquisitive criminal heaven and Mace elemental criminal heaven in front of him instantly transformed into two rays of light that entangled together and disappeared into his right wrist. Seeing this scene, he raised his right hand to look at his wrist, only to see a glyph tattoo appear slightly above the right wrist. It was a reddish gold and purple-black color entangled writing, looking ethereal and dignified criminal. Linny looked at the words on his wrist, his eyebrows showing joy. I wonder what changes there are in summoning the interdictor armor after successfully reaching human armor unity. Just as he was getting excited, he only saw that the space in front of him actually rippled again. Then a fiery red, slender and athletic armor also walked out. But in an instant this armor was illusory. Linny recognized that it was none other than the Inferno Dragon armor. He was about to take a closer look, but the Inferno Dragon armor instantly turned into a ball of flame. Hey, don't run away. I haven't seen it yet, Linny had just shouted, when he realized that a picture had appeared in that flame. The blazing fire constitutes the picture, a body of athletic and exquisite, full of dignity around the body of the fire-red armor such as the Emperor to the world. That dignified aura was in no way weaker than the Emperor's armor, and even slightly surpassed it in the blazing fire. In just a flash, the image disappeared, and then the flames flung about as if they were about to leave. That'll make it go away? Bring it on you. Linny's eyes glared as he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Eyes have caught the mischievous flame, soft and mellow. Aha, nope. Snap. As his eyes went black, a panicked cry of alarm came from him, and Linny gradually felt control over his body. Why does the left side of my face feel a little hot? Just as he was about to open his eyes, the older driver immediately associated his touch with what he had just realized. Decisively keep your eyes open and keep your breathing calm. Sure enough, a huffing voice that had been reined in came immediately. Lin also. Are you awake already? The eyelids didn't flutter in the slightest and the breathing was smooth. On the second floor of the burger store, next door to Mijin's room, which was also Lin Yi's bedroom in Jinghai City, Mei Jin stood in front of Lin Yi's bed, her beautiful eyes huffing, one hand covering her chest, the other already raising her slap again, ready to strike. At the end of the battle that day, she went up the mountain with Tasuji and Tiki Nan before the outsiders arrived, eventually finding Lin Yi, exhausted, dismantled and in rags, in the giant pit. Back in the research lab, Mei Jin deliberately treated Lin Yi, and it turned out that his body was basically free of any external injuries. It is mainly mental exhaustion, combined with weakness caused by excessive internal exertion. So he let him rest and recuperate in his room. But she didn't expect to hear a sleepy murmur just as she bent down to check on the guy's injuries when she kindly came up to check on him today. Bring it on you. In the next instant, a broad palm grasped upward in an instant, grasping her bosom with precision. In that moment, she was stunned. Snap ensued. And now, she is still watching to see if this shameless man is awake or asleep. But awake or asleep, it doesn't change his shameless label. After a long time, Mei Jin's inverted willow eyebrows slowly smoothed out. I can't believe I'm really not awake, she muttered to herself, then walked towards the door and snapped it shut. Lying on the bed, Linny slowly let out a sigh of relief and opened his eyes, his face filled with the celebration of having dodged a bullet. This little difficulty really can't defeat me. He sat up from the bed and glanced around, then his expression froze momentarily. Only at the doorway, Mi-jin had her arms clasped in front of her chest, which continued to rise and fall, and her eyebrows were filled with anger. Miscalculation. Lin Yi. Chapter 99, Criminal Sky Armor. Dual Path Upgrade. Brand new panel. It was at this moment that Linny realized an old saying. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. Mei Jin's low growl with anger came from her as she quickly arrived in front of Linny, reaching out and pointing her hand at the latter. You're shameless. Even though Lin was also a little embarrassed, it was really rare to see Mi-jin in this state. Seeing the other party's fingers reaching out still with some trembling, he immediately took hold of the other party's slender fingers very helpfully and helped her to fix them. Don't shake. It's hard to watch. Mi-jin's beautiful eyes widened and her short ponytail swayed gently, not realizing that the other party would dare to do such a thing at this time. Lin also opened his mouth to explain at this time. Listen to me first. But before she could finish her sentence, Mi-jin said angrily again. Shameless man. Linny was a bit helpless as he got off the bed and walked over to the other party. stretching his body before helplessly saying, "First of all, just that, Claw, I absolutely, positively did not mean to apologize. Secondly, it's better to be shameless than boring." Mei Xin was so close to him that she retreated 2 steps back herself successively, and hearing Lin Yi say that, she immediately glared angrily. Boring and self-conscious, nasty and pretentious. Hearing this, Lin Yi laughed and took 2 more steps back, spreading his hands. It's a form of cultivation, isn't it? At that moment, Nijin once again didn't hold back from pointing at Lin Yi, her chest rising and falling. "Lin Yi, what's wrong?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Once again, I sincerely apologize." Seeing the other party's handsome and colorful but at this moment looks extraordinarily hateful face, Nijin suddenly became a bit helpless but still gritted her teeth. Lin Yi saw that the other party had calmed down at this point, and only then did he seriously explain again. "Believe it or not, I really did wake up after reaching." At those words Mei Xin instantly thought of the scene just now. The tips of her ears instantly turned red, but her mouth still said angrily, "And you say?" She glared at Lin Yi, and even though she felt that what the other party said was fairly sincere, she just couldn't swallow it in her heart. But on second thought, she was a little deflated. What could she do with this bad guy? A beating? Or a scolding? Thinking this way, instantly, Mei Xin waved her fist in anger and glared at Lin Yi before turning around and walking away. "I'm telling you, Lin Yi, this isn't over." Snap. Door slammed hard. "Don't go away. I still want to ask you what happened after I passed out." Lin Yi stretched his hand helplessly, but Nijin was already gone. He swore that he had really just been explaining himself seriously and asking for forgiveness, but Mei Xin actually left just like that, and Lin was also a bit puzzled. Summoner. Seeing the other party leave, he didn't think much of it and immediately went to the bed to look for his summoner. Where's my summoner? Lin Yi stared wide-eyed, but didn't find the interdictor summoner in his room. With that he frowned and sat on the bed. If it was Nijin who brought me back, then she must not have missed my summoner, and likewise would have kept it by my side. After all, for an armor summoner, a summoner was comparable to a lifeblood. Except for a certain being who lost his summoner playing a game. So Nijin shouldn't have seen the summoner around me at the time either. So where did the summoner go? At that moment, Lin Yi remembered what he had experienced earlier when he hadn't woken up in that dreamlike space. So he raised his arm, rolling up his right sleeve. The tattoo of the word criminal appeared on his wrist in an ethereal and majestic manner. Seeing this scene, he suddenly had a strong feeling in his heart that this was the interdictor armor. Lin Yi extended the fingers of his left hand out and touched the word torture on his wrist. At the moment of contact, the system panel suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and a line of explanatory phrases came to rest on the side of his wrist. Interdictor's armor, status, damaged. Energy depleted. Upgrading and strengthening direction corrected. Self-repairing and upgrading in progress. Note, this armor has been bound to the host, breaking through the shackles and undergoing metamorphosis. Summoners can be summoned from a brand formed by fusion, or with the help of a branded idea. The human armor is one, and the summoner permanently acquires some of the armor's universal skills, such as 8-position shifting, shape-shifting, and magnetic fields of heaven, earth, and man. Detection of metamorphosis paths is not single. Additional time can be consumed to retain the wrong path. Dual path upgrades. Is it a dual path upgrade? After these words appeared, it was as if Lin also had his mind infused with these situations all at once, and immediately understood what was happening. The criminal summoner is hidden in the tattoo on my wrist? Lin Yi's eyes lit up, thinking this was good. No longer will you have to carry such a large summoner with you at all times. As for the explanation of the words that followed, it clearly meant that Lin Yi could use some of the skills of the interdictor armor even if he didn't summon the interdictor armor. He sat up in bed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, searching for something to say to himself. So if I summon the Inferno Dragon armor, I can use the 8-bit shift as well? It was equivalent to completely fusing with the interdictor armor uniquely, without any distinction, and this armor had completely become his battle force. Spend some extra time with a dual path upgrade. Dual paths, that is, the inquisitive criminal sky, which was originally supposed to be upgraded, and the incorrectly upgraded mace to criminal sky. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly and stood up excitedly. Both forms of interceptor. I can convert? Then of course we need a dual path upgrade. Ding! Dual path upgrade begins. The armor absorbs the energy of heaven and earth by itself to repair and upgrade. It cannot be summoned during this period. As the words appeared on the panel in front of him, Lin Yi raised both eyebrows slightly. Not surprised. Looks like it's time to lay low for a while? Even though the strength of the spectral physique wasn't low, in the end, it couldn't be compared to the inquisitive criminal sky or the mace to criminal sky. The final forms of these two types of interdictors had been no weaker than the Shura armor. When he thought of this, Linny suddenly remembered the Inferno Dragon armor that he had seen in his dream earlier, and his eyes instantly lit up again. Yeah, I've got more than one suit of armor, so I can play with another suit of armor in the meantime. The other appearance he saw in that space after the evolution of the Inferno Dragon armor was also hard for him to forget. That should be the rumored explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor. With that, Linny collected these thoughts and opened his personal panel once again, only to see that the panel had undergone a drastic change. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955, Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 78, normal adult 5. Summoning armor bonus. Intentional energy increase synchronous enhancement. Note, summoning the mace to the interdictor during the ethereal body to absorb the energy. The body to enhance the part of. Intentional energy, 140, plus 38 for breaking through bottlenecks on your own, plus 3 for quests. Note, has broken through the individual climbing the peak of intentional energy, into the next level. Unity armor upgrade metamorphosis in. Combat skill, 9 out of 10. Can be improved by practicing real combat. Light and shadow will mastery, 45%. Note, affects the strength of the light and shadow armor in play, the stronger the control, the stronger the armor. Ding! Detecting that the host's intentional energy strength breaks through the individual bottleneck of the material universe, and that the control of light and shadow will reach as 100%, together with the comprehension of the armor style, there is a chance to make the 5 elements armor undergo a reinforcement. 5 elements bloodline, 50%, 70% can transform into imperial armor with the help of the belt. Armor enhancement value, 10%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of missions completed, 21, Hope version, 3, Light version. Before Linny could fully digest this big change in the panel, the system's voice once again came to his ears. Ding! Detecting the opening of the large chain quest, Explosive Dragon Emperor. Triggering the sub-quest, Summoning. Summon the Inferno Dragon armor for the first time and become proficient with the Flaming Blade. Quest reward, 5% control of light and shadow will. Chapter 100, Bei Miao who came again and committed an angry grudge. When Linny saw the new quest that had appeared, he simply almost laughed out loud. Looking down on me. Well, at least I've been through so many battles. It's hard not to be able to use a sword well, though he was well aware that the Flaming Blade did seem to be not very good, and seemed to have been spat upon by many. But who is he? In his hands, that knife must be as good as an arm's length. Walking to the bedroom window, looking out at the street traffic, Lin also faced some free smile. Look at the time. It should be close to noon. I've been unconscious all day? Pondering this, he left the bedroom and headed downstairs. The downstairs burger joint is in its regular state of being empty. No customers, no clerks. I wonder how much funding the ERP research lab actually has. But looking at Mijin, she certainly doesn't lack money. Properly another rich woman. Walking towards the research room at the back of the burger store while surveying the surrounding facilities thinking about Mijin, Linny soon arrived inside. Before he could walk in, a voice with a fierce tone came out from inside, and it seemed a bit familiar. What's the difference between you guys? Like this? And robbers. The water shadow stone has always been mine. It's something I've always carried with me. What right do you all have to take away my right to summon? Inside the research room, Meijin really looked at Bei Miao, who was full of anger and righteous indignation across the room. With a helpless face, she had only just left Lin Yi's room, and then she realized that Bei Miao had searched for her, and then the scene in front of her happened. Not far behind Bei Miao, Tsuji was leaning against a wall, and seeing this scene was also a bit difficult. There was no doubt that Bei Miao had found her way here through him. After verbally bashing Mijin for a while, Bei Miao instantly felt much more relaxed in her heart. He held his head slightly high, his eyes filled with disdain for this place, and then he spoke with some arrogance. At least let me summon the Black Rhinoceros armor. Your existing Inferno Dragon armor and Wind Eagle armor are definitely no match for me. I can bring out the greater value of the armor. When he just came in he had already observed that the devil of that day was not here, which gave him a slightly arrogant bottom. When Mijin heard him say that, some dissatisfaction suddenly showed in her eyes, regardless of the fact that the water shadow stone was not in her possession. Bei Miao's arrogant demeanor alone made her a bit disgusted. With Lin also around, ERP isn't a must for him. Thinking about it that way, Mijin instantly felt that Lin also seemed quite good. At least it's not like this guy in front of me, with his eyes in the sky and always bashing others. Just as she was about to open her mouth to inform the latter of the whereabouts of the water shadow stone, Bei Miao slammed the table, bent over slightly, and snorted. I've already heard about the accident that happened yesterday on that mountain outside of Jinghai City, so apparently you guys fought with the Shadow Realm, right? With all that commotion, with your strength, you should have lost badly. That's why you need to look to more capable people like me. Maiken's eyes widened at that, and she instantly reached up and rubbed her temples before letting out a sigh. Actually, no need to say more. Beimiao smiled faintly and extended her hand towards Mijin. The water shadow stones can be left with you. Just give me the summoner and welcome me in. Silence. Mijin was silent as she looked at the other's outstretched hand. And Tsuji was silent as he listened to the other's self-righteous analysis. The room was silent. Seeing the scene unfold, Beimiao immediately frowned. He was about to continue saying something when suddenly a calm voice appeared from behind him. Trying to resummon the armor. Looking for Mijin won't work. The moment this voice appeared, the familiar timbre instantly caused Beimiao's body to subconsciously tremble. He instantly recalled that day. The fear of being dominated by a demon. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly turned around while taking a few unmoving steps back, moving away from Linny in a flash. When Linny saw him like this, the corners of his mouth hooked into some smiles. Being able to make that double standard, arrogant and cocky Sanshui scared like this was a small achievement for him. He walked forward through the passageway opening and sat down in the chair beside Mijin as if nothing had happened, before casually adding the second half of his sentence. She can't make the decision whether you can summon armor or not, because I have the water shadow stone. As soon as his words left his mouth, Beimiao's eyes on the other side had widened as if she had heard her heart breaking, convincing Mijin that he still had some heart. He felt he was still in good hands. Convincing the demon who insulted him? He was by no means gutless. He just simply didn't want to do this disgusting thing. Thinking of this, Beimiao gritted his teeth and glared at Linny, the car keys in his hand already clutched in his death grip. As he was about to open his mouth, Linny suddenly added another sentence. Oh, right. You don't need to worry about what happened on that barren mountain. The Shadow Realm did come to attack, and the one who came was still the Shadow Emperor. Beimiao's eyes instantly lit up with light, as if he was expecting something, but Lin Yi's next few words viciously vilified him again. But it's been beaten back to the Shadow Realm by me, and that mountain is now in pieces. It was also messed up by the aftermath of my battle. You can go on being your rich ass and mucking about in peace. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Beimiao's heart had already surged with shocking waves. He'd love for someone to tell him that it's fake, that this rude guy is making it up. But looking at Mijin and Tsuji's looks, this should be true. Silence. This time he was alone in his silence. After just a second, he reorganized his words, but his tone was clearly understated. I still think that I am the most suitable summoner for the Black Rhino armor. At the latter part of the sentence, he seemed a little indignant and gritted his teeth. I lost to you, but you can't just take my water shadow stone. When Linny heard his words, he looked at him twice before directly snorting. Aren't you a drag, calling me an alien beast, of unknown origin, or even use a weapon directly against me? Gazing at Beimiao, his complexion turned abruptly cold. I told you that keeping you alive would be the greatest forgiveness you could receive. For the time that the water shadow stone is in my possession, you had better get rid of that idea. At those words Beimiao clenched her teeth and glared angrily at Linny, her fists clenching at once. Seeing this, Linny immediately raised his eyebrows, a bit incredulous. And dare to bare your teeth? Looks like it's still uneducated. With a slight movement of his intentional energy, his right hand stretched out towards Beimiao's neck, holding a false grip in the air, and then slowly lifting up with force. Ahem! In an instant, Beimiao looked pained, feeling as if his neck was grabbed by a big invisible hand, deadlocked, and it was difficult to breathe. Lin Yi, at this time, Meijin hurriedly spoke out from the side. She was a bit too upset to do so, and grabbed Lin Yi's arm. You live here after all. Don't do things that will cause trouble, she advised Linny in a low voice, afraid that he would kill Beimiao with the force of his arm. By Meijin's words, Lin also realized something. He had just subconsciously increased his strength without realizing it, and then he casually withdrew his intentional energy and flung Beimiao to the ground. Is it in my nature to be this way? Or is it because of the lingering influence of dark forces? Beimiao fell to the ground and grabbed his neck with both hands to make a few coughs, his face full of shock. He looked up at Lin Yi's thoughtful appearance, and then looked to his side, Meijin watching the other side of the worried look. Suddenly his fists clenched. I suddenly flashed a flash of resentment. At the same time, inside the new base of the Shadow Realm King, thinking back to the battle he saw yesterday, the King of the Realm winced. Is the Shadow Realm's plan to take over the Blue Planet still viable? Chapter 101, The King of the Realm Scourge and Temptation. Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner. Thinking back to that battle that could be called earth-shattering, the Boundary King sat in his wide chair, and his body still had a sense of trembling from the electric current running through his brain. Boundary King, your mechanical eye seems to be leaking. To the side, Shizhou, whose arm was wrapped in bandages, respectfully spoke up and reminded. The King of the Realm froze and raised the mechanical arm of his right hand to touch the mechanical eye. Zip! Electricity instantly used this to conduct to his entire body, directly causing the Realm King's entire body to tremble. His face was full of ecstasy and there was suppressed excitement in his voice. That's right. That's what it feels like to be on the warpath. Exciting. Seeing the Boundary King's appearance like he was high on drugs, Shizhou, who was originally at the side, couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, this movement of his instantly caused the still warring Realm King to notice, and then an angry shout came. What are you backing up for? Waste. How can you be strong if you don't know how to enjoy the current? As he spoke, the Realm King hammered his fist on his own mechanical eye, and the sound of the originally nuisance electric current stopped instantly. He looked toward Shizhou, his one eye filled with gloom. What's the point of keeping you if you can't even stop one person? Get your ass in there and fortify it. Shizhou listened to the Kai King's reprimand with an expressionless face, and then silently walked over to the electrocution table. Seeing this, the expression on the face of Binger, who was on the other side below the Boundary King's seat, moved slightly, and a flash of indignation flashed across her eyes. She stepped forward and knelt down on one knee before she spoke through clenched teeth. King of the realm, there's no stopping that man, even the Shadow Emperor. Shut up! The Boundary King suddenly opened his mouth and chided, interrupting Binger's words. He narrowed his one eye and coldly gazed at Binger, who was kneeling on one knee. His right mechanical arm slowly raised, and a cold and sharp voice came out. That is nothing more than a wisp of the great Shadow Emperor's bilocation. Nothing more. Besides, they told me that the man must have been seriously injured as well. He's powerless to stop us. At the corner of this new base, the ugly general who had returned from the dead sniffed and skimmed his lips. Then why haven't they sent out the alien beasts yet? Having seen how powerful Lin Yi was, he really had been scared out of his wits. Snap, snap, snap. At that moment, a crisp, powerful thrashing sound came, accompanied by a tiny, forced grunt of pain, only to see the Boundary King stand up, his eyes grim as he casually grabbed a whip and viciously lashed it towards the back of Binger, who was kneeling below. It's just a matter of failing this mission. How dare you question the majesty of the Shadow Realm? Deserve to be beaten, he snapped, and the shrill, cold chorus continued to emanate. And you, get your ass in there and fortify it. At once, the crackling and exploding sound of strong electric current appeared, and Shizhou's miserable shouts appeared along with it. Finally, the Realm King reached out and took out a stack of demon ceiling posts, while then coldly grunting, next I'll send out 3 alien beasts to try and see if that man can still stop us or not. I'll show you. Inside the ERP research room, Bei Miao had long since eclipsed the scene. For Lin Yi, he is already a character that has been delisted in this version, and he won't pay attention to it anymore. Over here, he's looking at Mi Jin with a smile on his face, and Mi Jin isn't giving him the slightest bit of credit. Don't you look at me. I told you. That's not over. Lin Yi didn't say anything, and as soon as he moved his mind, a spatial vortex appeared on his side. Reaching in, a dirt-colored, regularly shaped stone appeared in his hand. Seeing the appearance of the Earth Shadow Stone, Mi Jin's originally determined eyes suddenly revealed a light, and her face was filled with a look that expressed one thing. I want to. But Lin Yi had a smile hooked at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't see her appearance. He carefully surveyed and rubbed the indeed strange stone in his hand before sighing with emotion. Alas! I had planned to give you this stone. After all, it's of no use to me, and you're taking such good care of me. Hearing Lin Yi say this, Mei Jin's face immediately revealed a look of recognition, a beautiful smile about to bloom. But I didn't think that a little misunderstanding would make you look at me that way. Not even willing to forgive me. I think I'll keep this stone for myself. Hearing Lin Yi's pretentious words, the smile that Mei Jin was about to show froze on her face. Her pretty fists were clenched and her eyes were full of indignation. Even though his eyes as clear as autumn water kept staring at Lin Yi, he didn't let Lin Yi say a single other word after all. Finally, her eyes softened and she looked at the stone in Lin Yi's hand with some unkind smile on her face. Good. It was a misunderstanding. I forgive you. Can I have the Earth Shadow Stone? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately threw the stone over to her. Mei Jin received the Earth Shadow Stone and her face was filled with delight, while she also gave Lin Yi a blank stare afterward. I'm telling you, the Earth Shadow Stone was given to me, so it's up to me to decide who to summon. Lin also nodded indifferently. Who else could it be? Ding! Triggered the daily quest, finding the Earth Tiger Man. Find Earth Tiger Man, find the summoner of the Earth Tiger Armor and have him successfully summon the Earth Tiger Armor. Quest reward, Light and Shadow will control plus 3%, intentional energy plus 5. Inside the research room, not far from Lin Yi and Mi Jin, Tsuji was looking confused, completely unable to understand what the two of them were actually talking about. Just know that there should be some kind of exclusive little secret between these two. A sourness welled up in his heart. Am I part of your play? After placing the Earth Shadow Stone into the Light Shadow Stone storage room, Mi Jin breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on her face. Let's go. Buy you guys dinner. Linny stretched his body after getting down from the chair while looking at the virtual battle room on the other side and said, I haven't used that thing since I've been here. I'll try it when I get back in a while. What's so amazing about it? Tsuji sniffed and reminded him. The virtual battle room is used to achieve the effect of increasing strength by stimulating the subconscious in the 5-elemental bloodline. And there's no way for those who don't have the 5-elemental bloodline to use it. Meijin sniffed and looked at Linny without saying anything, while Linny himself was as if nothing had happened. I know. At once, Tsuji froze in place. The meaning of this can be heard by a dog. How do you, an outsider, still have a 5-element bloodline? However, when he saw that Linny had no intention of explaining and was directly heading outside the research lab, he didn't continue to ask. Just one question lingered in Dongsan's mind. Since he possessed the 5 elements bloodline, he was still planning to enter the virtual battle room. So, which village's bloodline was Linny from? And which armor could he summon? It can't be the Wind Eagle armor too. Tsuji panicked. JPG. Close to June, Jinghai City at this time has entered the summer ahead of schedule. Just at noon, the hot sun, inside a basketball court, a young lad with a backpack sat down under the basketball hoop with an annoyed look on his face and casually dumped his bag on the ground. He closed his eyes as if trying to empty himself, but suddenly a shadow appeared and stood in his way, and sent a blast of unusual coolness. Why is it so cool? The boy uttered in surprise, then opened his eyes, only to see in front of him, a monster with a black and hideous body and arms full of white tentacles is standing in front of him. This alien beast's head was like a mutated jellyfish, and it also sprouted 4 scarlet eyes, and at this moment, it was sizing up this youngster, seemingly confirming something. The air was eerily silent for a second, and then a sharp cry of panic and fear came out in a flash. Monster! On the other side, the alarms in the ERP research room suddenly went wild. Mijin, Rinya and Tsuji, who had just finished their meal and had only just reached the entrance of the burger store, both quickened their pace at once. Meanwhile, on the way Mijin takes out her phone and calls Tiki Nam as well, trying to inform the other side. Tic-tac-toe. No answer. Rushing to the research room, Mijin put down the phone and quickly rushed to the command desk and started searching for the exact location. Only she looked obviously a bit sad. Tsuji, I found 3 coordinates of alien beast energy. You go to one of them first. Meijin speed extremely fast disputed attached. Tsuji sniffed and nodded. Directly to the teleportation device, a white light passed. He had left the place. With that, Meijin turned to look at Lin Yi. Some shame on her face. Lin Yi, I can't contact Xin Nan right now, so I can only trouble you. Of course she was aware that Lin Yi had only just woken up and probably hadn't recuperated from his injuries yet, but there really wasn't anything she could do about it. There is a serious shortage of armored warriors right now. Lin Yi didn't say anything at all when he heard that, and directly reached out his hand towards Mei Dao. I can leave right away. Give me the Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner. No one uses it anyway, right? Chapter 102 Mantis Beast appears. 1 against 2. Summon the Inferno Dragon Armor. Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner? Mijin's eyes widened, not expecting Lin Yi to actually ask for it straight away. She was in between being torn and anxious, not knowing what to say when Lin Yi paralyzed his hands and said, It can't be helped. My original armor was damaged in the battle and is still being repaired. You're not going to let me go barehanded, are you? Although that said, bare hands shouldn't be too much of a problem. Hearing Lin Yi say that, Meijin was instantly a bit embarrassed, and some concern appeared on her face. Yeah, such a terrible big battle. He was even in a coma for a whole day. So how could nothing have happened to him? So how are you doing now? Are you still hurt? At this Lin Yi smiled. He rubbed the tattoo on his wrist before speaking with a glowing, confident voice. Even if my power is 10 to 1 nowadays, I'll be able to deal with those supernatural beasts. Seeing his powerful and confident look that came out from his bones, Meijin's eyes fell into a trance for a moment. Then without further ado, she went straight to a hidden drawer on the side of the research room, from which she took out a fiery red light and shadow armor summoner, along with a circular pendant. Here, Lin also took the summoner and pendant and went straight to the teleportation device. Mijin twisted her head to look at him before pressing the button, and a white light enveloped the entire teleportation device. Light and shadows flowed, and Lin Yi only felt a flash before his eyes, and then the heat of the outside world had wrapped around him. Before he could search for it, an undercurrent of brave cries came from a short distance away. You stay back. I'm not afraid of you. Believe it or not, I'll fight you. In the corner of this basketball court, the young lad from earlier was pressed against the wall, the book bag in his hand constantly swinging and hitting at the alien beasts that were gradually approaching in front of him. Lin Yi looked that way, a look of surprise in his eyes. It's actually this kid? It's quite a step up. I was just going to look for him. That young lad was no other than the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, he remembered. Kuan Zhong. Seeing that the jellyfish beast was about to be unable to resist pouncing towards Kuan-jong, Lin Yi instantly condensed his intentional energy, the tattoos on his wrists flickering slightly as he took a step forward. Shift. In an instant, his entire body disappeared in place and came directly in front of Kuan-jong. This was the first time he had used shift without summoning the interdictor's armor, and excluding the greater consumption. It was almost indistinguishable from the original. And the originally panicked Kunzaka was still taken aback when he saw one more person in front of him in the blink of an eye, but then he warned loudly, "Watch out for that monster." Lin Yi smiled slightly at this, and immediately looked at this young man in Kuan-jong with a much better eye. The jellyfish beast was originally bound and determined to inflict abuse and then scare Kuan-jong, but the sudden appearance of this person in front of him instantly caused it to be startled as well, followed by great anger. It hissed angrily, and the white, hardened tentacles on its arms were about to slam down at once. Lin Yi wasn't the slightest bit flustered as reddish golden lines appeared on his brow and a powerful force surged within his arm, and then he clenched his right fist, slightly storing up his strength before slamming it towards the jellyfish beast's hideous black chest. Bang! Before the jellyfish beast's white tentacles could smash down, Lin Yi's fist that was as thick as a mountain smashed into its chest. A violent impact sound came out, and the jellyfish beast screamed miserably and flew out directly backwards, falling hard on the ground. Behind Lin Yi, Kuan-jong, who had managed to muster up the courage to plan on joining him in the fight against the exotic beasts, saw this scene, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Who the hell is the alien beast? Lin Yi slowly withdrew his fist after blasting it out, and after taking a light breath, he clapped his hands and raised his eyebrows as he said to himself, "So weak? It seems that the alien beasts under the Boundary King can't threaten me either." His physique was too strong now. If he were to switch to the Psy Devil's side, he was afraid that they would all be similar to Lufa, and ordinary exotic beasts wouldn't even be able to compare to him. What Lin Yi hadn't noticed was that behind him, the admiration in the eyes of the originally shriveled Kuan-jong as he looked at him had been like a continuous river, gushing out. "You, don't go yet. Come with me later." Turning around and admonishing Kuan-jong, Lin Yi headed towards the jellyfish beast that had been knocked out. The jellyfish beast that fell to the ground and covered its chest saw him walking like this, and it was as if it had seen a demon, and fear materialized in all four of its eyes. At the same time, the tentacles on its arms were frantically picking at the ground, controlling its body to keep moving backward. Without realizing it, the identities of both parties have undergone a magnificent transformation. Lin Yi saw the jellyfish beast retreat in fear, and a snicker appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You alien beasts, do you get scared too?" The jellyfish beast seemed to understand his words and immediately let out a hiss. With that it rolled over and then many of its tentacles propped up towards the ground, and all of a sudden it reared up and ran towards the front. Lin also watched with cold eyes. "Want to run? Can you run?" His body disappeared in place like a phantom, and then his entire body instantly appeared in front of the fleeing jellyfish beast. Lin Yi directly flew up and kicked the jellyfish beast's body, knocking it to the ground once more, while at the same time stomping on its tentacles. "Just finish you off." As soon as the words left his mouth, the jellyfish beast let out an excited roar, and its entire body instantly began to struggle violently. At the same time, Lin also felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Bang! He turned his arm to block in front of him, and close to his arm was a thin layer of red gold shielding that instantly blocked a slash from behind him. Lin Yi looked along, and another exotic beast actually appeared in front of him. This alien beast's body looked hideous, with a lot of green armor wrapped around key parts like insect armor, while the head's mouthpiece was extremely large, as if it was ripped open. The most shocking thing was the slender weapon that had mutated from the extension of its arms, which was sharp and pointed like a scythe. Mantis beast. The moment Lin Yi turned to fend off the mantis beast, the jellyfish beast, who had seen his companion's support, also took the opportunity to break free from its control. It came to the side of the mantis beast and seemed to want to deal with Lin Yi together. Ha! Raising his arm to block the mantis beast's slash, Lin Yi and the mantis beast simultaneously took a few steps back. When he saw the two exotic beasts in front of him, his eyes suddenly showed an excited light. These are all props to enhance light and shadow control. Not far away, Kuan-jong also saw this scene, 1 against 2. This made him apprehensive, a little worried that Lin Yi would not be able to make it. It was at this moment that Lin Yi turned his head towards him and spoke loudly with a smile. "Hey, kid, in advance, I'll show you how strong the power of the 5 elements like shadow armor really is." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin also turned around and took out the Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner, wearing it directly on his left wrist. Instantly, the summoner extends its wristband to secure it to the wrist. He then grasped the circular pendant with his right hand, his body slightly crouching low as he struck a handsome pose. "Inferno Dragon Armor." A clear and translucent voice came out as the pendant was inserted into the summoner. and at once a red dragon pattern manifested, and a signal was transmitted into the satellite in space. In an almost imperceptible amount of time, the ERP satellites momentarily projected 5 elements of energy from above the blue star. Boom! In an instant, dense fire energy wrapped Lin Yi's entire body. Thus, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a gaunt fire-red armor slowly stepped out from the blazing fire. Chapter 103, Flaming Sword and Flaming Bow, sealing the two exotic beasts. Across from Lin Yi, the jellyfish beast and the mantis beast felt the aura that made them uneasy. The 5 elements armor of the Bright Realm. But why did the one the Realm King said he wanted to test when he left have a different scent than the Bright Realm armor? As soon as he is able to summon that different armor, then you will retreat immediately. Understand? The advice of the King of the Realm on the way out is still ringing in our ears. But, it's the Inferno Dragon armor this guy summoned. Are we going? The jellyfish beast and the mantis beast turned their heads to look at each other. But at this point, they're actually out of consideration. The Inferno Dragon armor looked athletic and more slender than the Interdictor armor. Not as imposing as Interdictor, however. The armor was made up of a dragon-shaped armor that looked like flames coalescing around its circumference. The shoulder guards evolved as dragon claws, and the helmet was the incarnation of a dragon's head, and the whole of it was filled with a powerful aura. The yellowish energy core on his chest was flanked by silver-white curved blades dotted on either side. The very same weapon that was a part of the Inferno Dragon armor. Walking towards the front, Lin Yi's pleasant voice came out from within the Inferno Dragon armor in front of him. It's really lucky today that I was actually able to directly seal 2 exotic beasts. The jellyfish beast and the mantis beast looked at each other with a sniff. Unable to retreat. Dry. Instantly, the 2 alien beasts hissed at the same time and rushed towards Lin Yi together. Within the Inferno Dragon armor, Lin Yi felt the power of this armor and explored the doorway of using the light and shadow armor a little bit. Needless to say, the light and shadow armor was extremely comfortable to harness, requiring little to no assistance from the summoner's own power. Only the constant extraction of the armor's power. For example, at this moment, 2 alien beasts attacked. With a thought, he took a slight step back to avoid the mantis beast's scythe, and then took a step forward in the right direction, and the Inferno Dragon armor's fist with flames blasted the jellyfish beast's face. Instantly, the searing fist force and strong power directly sent the latter flying out. Immediately after that, Lin also turned around with a huff, and was instantly confronted by the oncoming mantis beast, directly raising his leg and kicking it, and the mantis beast was knocked back several steps. With that, he twisted the spinning wheel on the right side of his belt with his right hand and drank softly under his breath. Flaming Blade. In an instant, a flaming blade picture post consisting of flame patterns manifested in front of his body. Lin Yi reached out and grabbed towards the flaming blade, and the moment they came into contact with each other, the flaming blade instantly transformed into a solid entity and appeared in his hand. Let's try how strong this so-called anti-human flame blade is. As he grabbed the double-sided hilt in the center of the flaming blade, he turned the double-sided blade outward and looked towards the jellyfish beast that had just climbed up not far away. Needless to say, double-edged knives do seem to be a bit more difficult to maneuver compared to regular knives. But despite this, the searing power coming from within the flaming blade made Lin also feel that the energy within the Inferno Dragon armor was a little stronger. He took a look at the jellyfish beast and quickly dashed towards it, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of it. With that, the flaming blade slashed down towards the jellyfish beast's body in a smooth manner, and then in the moment of sidestepping, the other side of the blade picked up again and once again slashed at the jellyfish beast that was trying to resist. The power of both blades were as heavy as mountains, directly causing the jellyfish beast's body to burst into sparks and stagger to its knees. The mantis beast on the other side was still about to come over, while Lin Yi had already twisted the rotating wheel on his left side. Pounds of majestic flame energy converged from heaven and earth, and in the blink of an eye, it coalesced to form a fiery red chop picture post that contained terrifying power. He held the flame blade in one hand, and the tip of the blade lightly tapped on the flame post. Instantly, all the majestic energy converged on the blade, causing the entire flame blade to blossom with a fiery red light. Feeling the powerful force within the blade, a look of surprise appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. This force was even a bit stronger than the normal form of the Interdictor armor's sure kill. He held the flame blade with both hands, his body leaning forward, the blade chi in his hands poised to strike. Demon Sealing Chop. Boom! The terrifying fire-red flaming blade chi carried a strong energy, instantly chopping out like a burning blade, directly blasting into the jellyfish beast's body. The jellyfish beast's body shook and trembled crazily as its body was dyed with fiery flames, and at the same time a miserable hissing sound came out of its mouth. The next moment, there was a loud pop. The alien beast suddenly dissipated and disappeared, leaving only a demon sealing post hovering in the same place. Lin Yi faithfully walked towards the front and placed the demon sealing post in his hands before his belt. directly sealing it and sending it into the place where the demon spirit stone was sealed. He then turned to look at the mantis beast on the other side, which had already made a move to run away, and spoke calmly, "You can't run away, so why don't you come and spar with the sword?" It didn't matter if the other party was willing or not. He directly rushed up with his sword, and the flaming blade in his hand reversed its direction to slash down. The mantis beast sensed the sharp blades coming, and immediately swung its arms to parry Lin Yi's attack. Its arms were as harsh as twin swords, and it attacked while resisting. Lin Yi's side of the flaming blade was obviously not fast enough, but with the double edges and the length of the blade, he was also slashing back and forth with the mantis beast. For a while, the sound of gold and iron striking each other kept coming. After flipping his wrist and blocking a mantis beast's scythe, Lin also took a step back, his hands holding the hilt of the blade in one positive and one negative hand, already a bit numb. What kind of anti-human design is this? I've been holding it for so long that both arms are twisted into twists. Finally, he couldn't help but spit it out. At that moment, a systematic voice came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Subquest, summoning, completed. Quest reward Light and Shadow will mastery plus 5% has arrived. Summoning, first summoning of the Inferno Dragon Armor and proficiency with the Flaming Blade. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yi within the Inferno Dragon Armor immediately revealed joy in his eyes. It's finally done. It wasn't in vain that I twisted around and used this blade to spar with this alien beast for half a day of swordplay. Now that his task was complete, Lin Yi immediately took a few steps back and twisted the rotating wheel with his backhand. Flaming bow. In an instant, the structure of the flaming blade in front of him began to change, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a stringless energy bow. He raised his fiery bow flatly, and a stream of red-colored fiery arrows crazily bombarded the mantis beast. The mantis beast, who had only just fought with some confidence, was blasted to the ground with a few strikes, even showing a fleshy bewilderment. What? What are you doing? You want to play with me for a while when you can just kill me, don't you? Lin Yi didn't bother wasting any more time and directly sliced out the flaming blade once more, wanting to seal off this alien beast with another sealing demon slash. But, seconds later, I can't actually use my second big move for a short time? Lin also stared somewhat incredulously. Never thought that the new number actually had so many rules. There also seemed to be a reason why it wasn't so adapted yet. It seems that I still need to quickly improve my light and shadow will control. This armor. It doesn't obey me, but that's okay. Soon he took another approach. And so the first lesson in the way light and shadow armor would later be used in combat was experienced in the koan on the other side of the basketball court. Many years later he could remember that gruesome scene, leaving an indelible guide to his future fighting style. He watched as the mantis beast was hardened by Lin Yi with his fiery bow one at a time. Miserable and dusty. The mantis beast's screams make Konzaka think he's going to have nightmares at night. It's still the flame bow that works, sealing the other magic post as well. Lin Yi came before Kuan Zhong without much explanation. Only one sentence. Come with me. Where's the worry in being so young? I'll take you to save the world. Chapter 104, Taking Back to Kuan Zhong. See the Elder of the Divine Mountain. As a senior high school repeater who has yet to shake off puberty and middle school age sickness, Konzaka has always felt that one day, someone will come along, standing in front of him and holding out his hand full of burning emotion. He said, "You are unique and this is definitely not the end of the road for you. Your path is unprecedented and will be the whole world. But this person definitely shouldn't be someone who looked about his age, or even looked a little dodgy after disarming his armor and transforming. Boys." Though the boy did seem to have a good temperament and an unusual appearance. I guess. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lin Yi suddenly spoke out, slapping Kuan Zhong on the shoulder and interrupting his rambling thoughts. Ah, being slapped like that? Konzaka snapped back to his senses. He put his book bag back on his back, his brow furrowed, hesitation on his face. Despite the overwhelming inner leap of faith, there was more or less a concern about the status quo. Although he is an adult, he is still a student who has failed the entrance exam and repeats it. Saving the world can't keep me from getting into college. Seeing this kid so abrasive, Lin Yi immediately raised an eyebrow and made a move to leave. What? Not happy about it? Transforming like I just did to deal with those monsters? Then forget it. Unsurprisingly, he had only just turned around when a hand behind him grabbed his shirt firmly. I'd love to. I'll do it. TSK. Lin Yi cried and laughed when he heard him say that. It makes it seem like I'm the same as forcing a good man to be a prostitute and forcing students to be bandits. In fact, the voice from behind him, though it seemed to sound flat, could not hide the excitement suppressed within it at all. A smile curled the corners of his mouth and some memory showed in his eyes. Let's just say that no boy at all could pass up such a tempting option. When the monsters attack, you go up alone, pull out your armor summoner for a flashy transformation, and charge up to fight those monsters. Behind you are your brothers and friends and the one you love. Who can say no? A proper protagonist template. Lin Yi turned around and patted Koen Zhong with satisfaction, smiling. That's definitely some luck you're having. It's up to you to capitalize on this template. Of course, having the bloodline of the 5 Elements village, one would have been considered a chosen one here. Just don't be a tigger. Thinking of this, Lin Yi muttered in a small voice, secretly keeping this in mind. When the time comes, give Kunzaka a warning ahead of time that if he still goes the old good at jumping route, then don't blame him for summoning the second team. The second team doesn't seem to be listening too well? On the way back with Koen Zhong, Lin Yi rubbed his chin as he thought of this, his brows furrowing slightly. But in just a second, his frown restretched. It's okay, if your teammates don't listen, just beat them up. He's got experience with this. Unruly, insubordinate, arrogant ego? It's okay, it's easy to correct with a little education with your hands and feet. If one beating doesn't work, then two. Sure enough, I'm a person who is naturally suited to be a leader. Lin also revealed a proud smile. Koen Zhong, who was walking on his side, saw the big man beside him suddenly show that evil smile, and immediately felt a chill on his back. Tick-tock, a ringtone came from the light summoner, and Lin Yi took it out to see that it was Mi Jin. Connecting. Mi Jin's concerned voice instantly came from the other side of the summoner. Hey, Lin Yi, how's it going over there? I detected 2 alien beasts that just appeared and now the energy is gone. Are you okay? Hearing this, Lin also revealed a smile and said, all taken care of. What about Tsuji's side? There's only one on his side, and he just sealed it. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded his head. That's right, it's finally a bit of a look. He then glanced at the dumbfounded Gonzo beside him and continued with Mi Jin on the phone. I just found the summoner of the Earth Tiger Armor over here. Now bring him back. Inside the ERP lab, Mi Jin, who was sitting on a chair, heard Lin Yi's voice coming from the other side of the speakers and her eyes widened. What? The summoner of the Earth Tiger Armor? She really had a lot of questions she wanted to ask at this moment. For example, how do you know that the other person is the summoner of the Earth Tiger Armor? Even the lab side of the confirmation has to check the bloodline concentration. And you went out and picked one up? Also, what other secrets do you really have? A young freshman student, an armored warrior strong enough to firefight with the Shadow Emperor's doppelganger, and a man who owns a highly technologically advanced alien warship. Even, he was actually someone who possessed a 5-elemental bloodline as well. It's so strange and mysterious. For a researcher like Mi Jin, the attraction of someone like Lin Yi to her was comparable to a drug. It was too appealing. A lot of things flashed through her mind for a split second, but in the end she just opened her mouth towards the microphone. Okay, then you guys come back soon. Soon after, Lin Yi brought Koen Zhong back to the ERP research lab. Mi Jin welcomed Kunzaka warmly, and then pulled him over to the instrument that tested bloodline concentration. It didn't take long for her to look at the data on the screen in shock. It's really a descendant of the Earthbound village, and the bloodline concentration is high enough to summon the Earth Tiger Armor. She looked to the side at Lin Yi and realized that he was still in a wave-like manner. How the hell did you determine that? Mi Jin was filled with curiosity. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's face, his eyes looking towards her as he chuckled. You want to know? Mi Jin immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. You guess. With a haha laugh. After leaving such a sentence, he got up from his seat and walked towards the virtual battle room. The design of the virtual battle room was also extremely technological, not at all like a product of Blue Star's current technology. While standing in the virtual battle chamber, Lin also pondered this question. I'm kind of curious how good this Dr. Garu is. On the other side, Mei Xin, who had her fists clenched tightly and was gnashing her teeth a bit at Lin Yi, stared at his back, then still viciously pressed the open button. In an instant, Lin also only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The whole person almost lost control of his body, as if he had gone into another space. Light and shadows flowed, and the scenery around them changed rapidly, eventually leaving only a blanket of clouds. The surroundings were filled with an ethereal atmosphere and a sense of unreality. Only the virtual battle room beneath his feet seemed real. Lin Yi first raised his arm to look at his wrist. The tattoo was still there, and he was instantly relieved. So this is the so-called virtual battle room? He looked around in surprise and made a puzzled noise. In the next second, another slightly archaic old man's voice came out. Actually, this is more like a place similar to a dream space of sorts deep in your subconscious. Hearing these sudden words, Lin Yi turned his head at once, only to see that a white-clothed old man had already appeared in front of him. The old man had white hair and a white beard, but he looked hale and hearty, with his own extraordinary style. Lin Yi carefully sized up the old man, and the old man similarly carefully sized up Lin Yi, neither of them speaking. Only after a long time did the old man let out a long sigh and spoke. Young Supreme of the material universe, owner of the ultimate armor, user of the fire armor, You already have the path to transcend the mundane and metamorphose upwards, so why should you come back to taint the power of the bright realm? Chapter 105 Explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor. I'll take it, the bloodline is innate and cannot be forced. Linny of course knew clearly that this old man in front of him should be the so-called first-generation summoner of the Emperor's armor, the old man of the Divine Mountain who was hidden in the depths of the 5 elemental bloodline genes. When Old Man Divine Mountain said those words, he was also a bit surprised. What else can I call it? Instantly, he thought of a scene he'd seen before, and it couldn't have been more appropriate to use it on himself now. In front of you is the black hand that wiped out the entire Underworld Legion by one person, the young supreme of the material universe, the owner of the ultimate armor, the user of the 5 elements fire armor, Lin E, TSK. What's with thinking about this scene and being kinda cool about it? Lin also didn't just focus on his own pleasure. He looked back at the Divine Mountain old man in front of him, and his complexion gradually became serious. So you're aware of what used to happen in the outside world? Are you really the supreme being of the bright realm? A doppelganger of the Emperor's armor? Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, the Divine Mountain elder smiled and stroked his beard before speaking. You could say that, but it's not quite accurate. His tone was kind, and despite seeing through Lin Yi, there was no hostility. Many years ago, I once summoned the Emperor's armor and ended up winning the battle of light and shadow in that generation. People who are strong to a degree are able to live forever in one way or another. I became one with the Emperor's armor and the genetic fragments were hidden in the depths of the 5 elements of the bloodline. With the power of the Emperor of the Bright Realm, it became the current state. Hearing him explain it down like that, Lin Yi nodded, roughly understanding the state of his existence. Since I've answered your questions, could little friend answer a few questions for me as well? Old Man Divine Mountain smiled and opened his mouth towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi sniffed with some surprise on his face, but then he also revealed a smile and reached out to gesture. Sure. Elder Divine Mountain nodded before continuing his inquiry. Little friend doesn't have a sufficient concentration of firewalking village bloodline in his body, yet he can summon the Inferno Dragon armor. What is the reason for his request? With your strength nowadays, you can go to the material universe. Why stay? The concentration of the 5-element fusion bloodline in little friend's body doesn't seem to be low. Could it be that he wants to summon the Emperor's armor? Listening to the old man's inquiry in front of him, Lin Yi first thought a little before opening his mouth frankly to reply. Even though I'm not weak nowadays, my ultimate armor is warming up, and in order to make its metamorphosis complete, I'm not willing to use it for a short period of time. As for the Inferno Dragon armor, it just happened to coincide with the War of Light and Shadow, and with the thought of protecting the homeland and homeland people in mind, I borrowed the armor for a while. That explanation kind of answered both of the first two questions. Summoned the Inferno Dragon armor because his own armor was warming up, and didn't leave because he encountered the Light War and made a contribution. At their level, there was no need to hide and deceive anything. Lin Yi was telling the truth. Of course, the system allows him to profit from the Light and Shadow Wars and improve his strength, which is unnecessary to say. After a pause, Lin Yi thoughtfully added with a smile. Choosing the Inferno Dragon armor purely because you feel that this 5 elements armor has more potential, and is said to have the possibility of being upgraded into the ultimate armor? Ha 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 ha. Old Man Divine Mountain immediately laughed when he heard Lin Yi's words and said, at one time there was indeed such a statement. After all, fire is the beginning of the 5 elements, the beginning of all things. The Light and Shadow armor was not all a product of the Bright Realm, but also a magical thing transformed from the combination of the power of the Bright Realm and this planet, which of course had infinite possibilities in theory. But, Elder Xingtian stroked his long beard as he spoke and shook his head regretfully. Upgrading the ultimate armor? How easy is it to talk about? Thousands of years have passed, and I don't see the slightest hope. He looked up at Lin Yi, trying to see some loss or regret on the other man's face, but there was none. This young man was calm, but there was always an unrivaled confidence within those bright eyes. Seeing this, the old man of the Divine Mountain's thousands of years of ancient well had some ripples in his heart. Could it be that little friend doesn't believe me? Still confident that the Inferno Dragon armor will reach its ultimate? Yes. Lin Yi's starry eyes were radiant. The corners of his mouth showed a smile, and his stance was outstanding. This young man. Hubris. This was the only thought within the Divine Mountain Elder at this time. At the same time, within an unsearchable and boundless vastness of space in the Bright Realm, an existence that was blossoming with light all around it, unable to see inside, suddenly let out a light eep. Confident kid. The voice held some amusement, but it was clearly just surprised at the young man's mouthful of words, and likewise didn't think that the other party was actually capable of doing that very thing. Young friend, you're too confident. Over here. The Divine Mountain Elder shook his head and smiled as he spoke towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand and responded with a smile. As far as I know, once the 5 elements armor is upgraded to become the ultimate armor, It may break away from the control of the Ming realm and become an independent existence? Then he let out a teasing cry. Is it possible that you're worried that I'm really leaving a set of the 5 elements armor missing? Old Man Divine Mountain burst out laughing at his words. The ultimate armor is unique. And who can truly control it except the owner who is one with its human armor? As for the Inferno Dragon armor, if little friend really has the ability to make it the ultimate armor, it would be considered fulfilling a thought of this old man of mine. When the time comes, it will be yours without me having to deliver it. The Divine Mountain Elder had existed for thousands of years, so of course he understood the likelihood of this matter succeeding. The explosive Dragon Emperor? That was just a conception of the initial appearance of the 5 elements. How could another set of armor comparable to the Emperor's appear in the 5 elements? It would be an eye-opener if it did show up. If one of the 5 elements is missing, then so be it. Can you really upgrade Yanlong? Nonsense. Young friend has not answered my last question. Shaking his head, Old Man Divine Mountain stopped thinking about this matter and instead asked Linny another question. Linny sniffed and understood that he didn't care about upgrading the Inferno Dragon armor, and could even be said to be completely certain that the Inferno Dragon armor couldn't be upgraded. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Since you have decided that I can't do it, then I will not be polite when the time comes. Explosive Dragon Emperor. Lin-Yi, will take it. And then he replied towards Old Man Divine Mountain. The Emperor's armor. If my bloodline is concentrated enough, is it possible to summon it? Lin also had long suspected that summoning the Emperor's armor must have required some sort of approval or permission from the Ming realm. After all, the Emperor himself was the supreme of the Ming realm. And 5 elements armor rely on 5 elements crystal stone merge is not quite the same. Emperor armor should be equivalent to borrowing the power of others Ming World Emperor open small number with. Is there a summoning condition that allows you to summon? Or does it require some sort of default license? He was going to ask tentatively. The Divine Mountain Elder naturally wasn't aware of Lin Yi's thoughts. He smiled faintly as his white robe flung around and turned to look into the distance. If you possess the conditions that allow you to summon the Emperor's armor, then of course you can summon this armor. At those words Lin Yi's heart rejoiced. That bright realm supreme and imperial armor? Ha ha. I can only tell you that the Emperor armor summoned by humans is not the same as the Emperor of the Bright Realm. As the old man from the Divine Mountain's words came out, Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. Then his plan to summon the Emperor's armor in the future can still continue. Only the subsequent truth, the connection between the two will need him to explore on his own. So he immediately continued with a follow-up question. Then can my bloodline concentration summon the Emperor's armor now? Elder Xingtian was very dry. No. Lin Yi. Ha. Old Man Divine Mountain seemed to see that Lin Yi was a bit speechless as he patted Lin Yi's arm and opened his mouth to comfort him. Young man, you already have the ultimate armor. And you can summon the Inferno Dragon armor as well. So don't think about the Imperial armor. Bloodline is innate. Sometimes you can't force it. Chapter 106, I'm inclined to force it. The two who raided Jinghai. Even though Old Man Xingtian sounded like he was comforting Lin Yi, when he looked towards his face, he realized that his face was filled with a smile that he didn't know whether it was happy or amiable. Why does it feel like there's a sense of gloating? Lin Yi spoke suspiciously. At those words, the smile on Old Man Divine Mountain's face tightened. He stroked his white beard and spoke in a serious manner. Little friend must be feeling wrong. It's actually all about fighting against the invasion of the Shadow Realm. And if my little friend can summon the Emperor Warrior, that will surely deal a fatal blow to the Shadow Realm. But it can't be helped. So my little friend must look on the bright side. I believe that with your strength, even with only the Inferno Dragon armor, the people of the Shadow Realm on the Blue Planet will not be able to stop you. Lin Yi looked at the old man in front of him suspiciously. The impression he had of him being immortal at first was completely gone. The old man just gloated. Didn't he? It must be. Now that I've asked everything I want to know, there's no point in continuing to stay here. It wasn't like he expected Old Man Divine Mountain to teach him any combat skills. Lin Yi looked at the old man in front of him anew. Although he didn't know why this old man had just gloated and was so happy about the fact that he wasn't able to summon the Emperor's armor. But it wasn't in his character to just take the heat. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings of this subconscious space. And then a confident smile reappeared on his face. He opened his mouth slowly towards the Divine Mountain Elder. The bloodline is innate. And you can't force things in the world? If that's the case, it can't be forced? Old Man Xingtian was a bit surprised, not understanding how this young man suddenly said this again, but still stroked his whiskers and nodded with the old god at ease. Lin Yi looked at him, a wide smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, and his figure had already begun to dissipate from here. But I'm inclined to force it. Resounding words came out, and the young supreme being in front of him dissipated and disappeared, returning to the material realm reality. Old Man Xingtian froze in place. It was only after a long time that he frowned, and suddenly there was a feeling of falling out of his heart. always feeling as if something unimaginable had happened. What the hell does he mean by that? Outside. Inside ERP labs. Mi-jin looked at the virtual battle room with some surprise as she muttered. How can you stay in there for more than 2 hours? The spirit is so strong. As soon as she spoke, Lin Yi woke up. Why? What's the catch in there? Mi-jin looked towards Lin Yi, who had walked out of the virtual battle chamber, and opened her mouth to ask. A smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. This time he finally knew a lot of information about the light shadow armor. The harvest is still there. After saying that, he glanced around and saw only Mitsuru alone, so he opened his mouth and asked, where are Kunzaka and Tsuji? Mi-jin resumed her seat and said, went outside. Said he was going to practice summoning armor. Just as she finished speaking, a system voice came from Lin Yi's side. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Search for Earth Tiger Man, for completing it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up and he immediately opened his personal panel to check. At this point his light and shadow will mastery had already reached 60% and the number of quests completed had also reached 23. Just one more quest to complete and the light version will be ready for item redemption. At that moment, the door to the research room suddenly opened. Stein Nan hurried in from outside with his Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner in hand, and then he saw Mi-jin and Lin Yi inside. Guilt was evident on his face as he opened his mouth directly towards Mi-jin and apologized, saying, excuse me, I'm having a rehearsal for the preliminaries of the piano competition today. The communicator wasn't on my person, so I didn't get your call. Have the alien beasts been resolved? Tiki Nan inquired with concern and indeed some guilt, but there was nothing he could do about it. The piano was his lifelong dream. Instead, it is the duty of the armored warrior. It's okay, Mi-jin said with a smile on her face despite being a little upset about not being able to reach Tiki Nan today, but she could understand some of it. Luckily, Lin Yi was there, and he and Dongsan struck out together, finally solving today's exotic beasts. Tiki Nan's face also showed relief at his words, and he was about to say something else when suddenly the phone rang. He took out his cell phone and glanced at it before picking up the call, and then a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Hey, now, keep rehearsing? I don't know what was said on the other side of the phone, only to see Tiki Nan nod and then hang up the phone. He looked towards Mi-jin and Lin Yi, a difficult look on his face. Originally he was planning to come over at night to train a bit, or to explain in person what happened today, but nowadays, sorry, I have to go back again. Tiki Nan spoke awkwardly. Mi-jin sniffed and wanted to say something, and her mind recalled what Lin Yi had said before, and for a moment she was a bit tongue-tied. Seeing that Tiki Nan was turning around and about to walk out of the research room, she finally stopped hesitating and opened her mouth. Tiki Nan, I want to talk to you about something. Inside a certain hidden mountain cave, the Boundary King base, the Realm King sat high above, his only intact eye filled with shock and anger as he listened to the report from the ugly general below. What? Lin Yi, instead of summoning that terrifying armor, he summoned the Inferno Dragon armor instead? The ugly general knelt down, his head bowed, his voice trembling. King of the realm, this is so true, and that guy, he can repel alien beasts without summoning his armor. Speaking of which, the ugly general's fear of Lin Yi had completely erupted, and wailing sounds appeared. He's practically more raw than an alien beast. The Realm King immediately lowered his head when he heard this, and his one eye flashed with many lights, and the mechanical eye also emitted an electric current zipping sound. Why didn't he summon that horrible armor? Is it because it can't be summoned? The ugly general below was still crying. Lord Boundary King, he doesn't care if he can summon. We're no match for any of them. At once, the Realm King was silent. It was a long time before he opened his mouth in displeasure and chortled. Waste. Growing others' ambition and destroying your own. The Realm King raised his head, his eyes filled with madness. He's just as strong as he is, but he's still just one person. I have a large number of exotic beasts, and he's distracted, so I don't believe he can still stop me. He then scanned towards the interior of the mountain cave and said indifferently in a hoarse voice, going to see how many more alien beasts we have enough power to welcome. Shizhou, your strength has advanced greatly. Next time, you strike out together. Make sure to eradicate an armored warrior. In the corner, the expressionless and indifferent Shizhou nodded at his words. By now the sun had gone down and night had fallen. Countless lights were lit up in Jinghai City, showing all the prosperity without any sense of darkness at night. Amidst the stream of vehicles, a black streamlined sports car stood out amongst the many family cars, and even brighter were the two beautiful women in the front and passenger seats of the sports car, both stunningly beautiful in their looks despite their different temperaments, especially the gentle woman in the main driver's seat. Her appearance is unpowdered but delicate and moving, and she is generous without losing her elegance. The woman in the passenger seat, on the other hand, was lively and agile, and at this time, her face opened her mouth with some indignation. Just how long have you been in Jinghai City? And you've forgotten about us. There was talk of putting a satellite surveillance system on Hope City as well. Long forgotten. Let's see what he looks like when we find him. Chapter 107, Shura Battlefield, Exhaustion. ERP Research Room. Mijin finally didn't hold back and called out to Tiki Nan. She had realized the problems with this team. And Tiki Nan's problems were by far the worst. Tiki Nan, I want to talk to you about something. As Mijin's words left her mouth, Tiki Nan, who had been about to walk away, stopped in his tracks and twisted his head over to look at her, a searching look on his face. What? Gritting her teeth, Mijin continued. In your current state, it doesn't look like there's any way to find a good balance between the extermination of the alien beasts and the piano competition. Tiki Nan was slightly silent at his words and didn't say anything, just continued to listen to what Mijin had to say. So I guess you'd better focus on the piano competition. It just so happens that Lin also can summon the Inferno Dragon armor as well. The words don't need to be said anymore. We're all adults. Of course we understand each other. Some surprise appeared on Xingtian's face after he heard that Lin could also summon the Inferno Dragon armor. And he looked over to Lin Yi, who flashed him an ordinary smile. As Mijin opened her mouth, Lin Yi quietly watched the conversation between her and Tiki Nan. He didn't think it was a bad thing. In the matter of summoning armor, it was supposed to be for those who had the ability to do so. He didn't deny Tiki Nan's ability. Tiki Nan must have strength, or else he couldn't have become the captain of the armor squad, and even ended up leapfrogging the 5 elements. But in the present, when Lin Yi appeared, he wasn't as out of place. Nothing more. Simply because both are in the business though. But Lin also his business was to summon the armor, improve his strength, and see more unknown landscapes. And Tiki Nan clearly still values his piano career more at this point in time. You can continue to pursue your career, of course, but in the meantime, if those alien beasts hurt a few more people because of your mistakes or disconnections, then these people are innocent too, aren't they? Lin Yi stood up and smiled as he opened his mouth towards Xingtian. Only his words were not polite. Mijin nodded softly at his words, clearly agreeing with what he said. Tiki Nan sniffed and thought for a moment, then sighed. You guys are right. He took out the Inferno Dragon armor summoner and placed it on the table. The moment the summoner was put down, a smile appeared on his face as if he too had lifted a burden that had been tangled for a long time. On the wide city roads of Jinghai City, the black dazzling sports car sped past. Hey, right, Sam, do you know where he is now? In the co-pilot's seat. Welcome seemed to suddenly remember something and opened his mouth towards Kei Shanshan to inquire. Kei Shanshan sniffed as the car slowed down slightly, thinking for a split second before speaking. I don't know, but we can go directly to where he lives. I heard that it is also the command office of the Jinghai City Armored Warriors, but it is similar to your place. Looking out the window at the neon flashing by, Welcome's brow furrowed as he remembered Lin Yi's room above the teppanyaki store. She grimaced. Disgruntled, shameless guy, staying at someone's girl's house wherever he goes. Scumbag, Kei Shanshan sniffed, and even though she didn't say anything, a glow of approval was evident on her pretty face. At the same time, Lin Yi was sitting in the burger store outside the research lab when he suddenly sneezed twice. What's going on? Who's thinking of me? He grasped the delicate and fragrant burger in his hand and rubbed his nose with his other hand, wondering a bit. What? Catching a cold? A cold? At that moment, Mijin, who had just finished cooking the burger, also came to sit down across from him and asked him with a smile. Lin Yi laughed out loud and grabbed the burger in his hands with both hands and turned toward her. How is it possible that I can be sick with my current physique? This little aberration didn't bother him at all, and he continued to laugh. I haven't had a burger made by you in all the time I've been here in Jinghai. I'm too lazy to eat anywhere else today, so I just happened to try your handiwork. Mijin smiled the same way as she smiled at her words, her hands on the tabletop propping up her chin just watching Lin Yi eat what she had made, also wanting to see if her handiwork was still intact. You taste it. Honestly, the alien beasts are starting to act up and spend all day in the research labs and the burger joint hasn't been open in a while. At those words, Lin Yi looked down. The burger in hand was thick. The burger blanks were fried just right and the outer layer was charred. As for the inside, the 2 layers of native beef patties were apparently added by Mijin on purpose, with a tomato layer, a lettuce layer, and a spread of salsa to go with the sautéed soft onion sauce. Obviously, this burger can't be bad. Lin Yi opened his mouth wide and took a bite. The juices from the beef patty exploded together with the multiple sauces inside the burger, and a portion of it instantly flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Yummy! His eyes glowed, and despite the large mouthful of food still in his mouth, it didn't stop him from giving Mijin a thumbs up. A smile appeared on Mijin's face when she saw Lin Yi eating so happily. It seems I have not lost my touch. Lin Yi didn't answer her and continued to take a big bite of the burger in his hand. Only the sauce at the corners of his mouth was particularly eye-catching, so she took out a tissue, and without much thought, she raised her hand and wiped towards the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. She was thinking really simple, because Lin was busy eating, he couldn't wipe the burger with both hands, but she didn't see that at the moment she reached out to wipe Lin Yi's mouth for him. Two uninvited guests just happened to arrive outside the door. So, Kay Shannon and Welcome had just arrived in front of the Mizan Burger restaurant when they saw the scene. On the small table board in the store, Lin Yi was munching on the burger in his hand with a face full of enjoyment, and across the room from him nearby, Mitsumoto was truly wiping the food crumbs from the corner of his mouth with a paper napkin with a compassionate look on her face. Kay Shanshan's showy fists were clenched and her welcome teeth were clenched. In the store, Lin Yi, who was contentedly eating, suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he was instantly alert. A cautious look crossed his face as he reached out and grabbed Mi-jin's wrist before she could retract it. It's not right. I feel in danger. Mi-jin was full of surprise, her wrist held by him the whole time, and she didn't know what he was talking about. The door to the store opened behind her, and before she could say welcome and ask for a customer's opinion, she heard a conspiratorial snort. In danger? What's so dangerous about it? I see you're very happy, Mr. Lin, eating good food in the company of a beautiful woman who wipes your mouth specially for you. At those words, Lin Yi froze, then his body stiffened and he turned his head to look. Only the tall Kay Shanshan was standing behind her with a cold look on her face. Originally, she had a loose black silk blouse on top, and underneath, she wore a long black horse-faced skirt with cloud embellishments on the hem, which made the outfit even more gentle and elegant. But now that I look at it, it actually looks a little more like Kay Shanshan is cold. Welcome, on the other hand, had a white loose t-shirt with light blue thin denim, and she was staring at Mi-jin with a hostile look on her face at the moment, saying, the armor head of Ginghai City is really tactful. It's only been a few days and he's hooked the armor captain of our Hope City with joy. Mi-jin stood up and looked at the two imposing beauties in front of her, and roughly guessed each other's identities. She smiled faintly and stood graciously at Lin Yi's side, saying, I'm just being hospitable and making Lin also feel at home. At this moment, Lin Yi was carefully scooting his chair to the edge as much as he could, trying to get away from the area. Suddenly, a voice came to his ears. Ding! Trigger the daily quest, Shura Battlefield. Shura Battlefield, stop the Great War from happening as the only male. Quest reward, plus 3% control of light and shadow will. Ding! Triggered the Explosive Dragon Emperor subquest, Tired of the World. Tired of running, to tackle the 5 alien beasts that appear as fast as possible and within a certain period of time, running away is considered a mission failure. Quest reward, plus 5% for 5 elements bloodline, 10% completion of large chain quest. Chapter 108 Armored Beast Awakening Authority, Yenlong will comprehension. When he saw that there were actually 2 quests appearing at the same time, Lin also froze for a moment. Tired of running? But the satellites aren't detecting any traces of the alien beasts right now. He rubbed his chin and pondered the matter carefully, completely oblivious to the fact that the fire of the 3 men in front of him had grown. When Kay Shanshan heard Meijin's words, a look of dissatisfaction also appeared on her gentle face. Hospitality? What kind of hospitality requires wiping each other's mouths personally? Mi-jin is a bit borderless, isn't she? The welcome beside her added with a scowl at her words. This side of Ginghai City, is it hard to believe that Mi-jin is like this to everyone? If not, then there's no need to say anything about hospitality. When Mi-jin heard Kay Shanshan's words and thought about her actions just now, her ears instantly reddened down as well. She was going to explain herself properly, but the welcome words came out and instantly made her unhappy. A sense of boundaries? We're friends, why don't we have a sense of boundaries? After saying this, Mi-jin deliberately looked at Kay Shanshan and welcome provocatively and smiled. Besides, who are you guys to Lin Yi? Who is in a position to meddle between me and him? At that, welcome instantly glared like a cat that had exploded and took off. Of course we are. Speaking here, she suddenly froze again, her eyebrows lightly furrowing as she glared angrily at Lin Yi, who was hiding to the side, and said, we are what you are. You tell her. Suddenly, the gun was turned towards him, and Lin Yi was instantly speechless, and Kay Shanshan turned to him at this time, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. Then she softly spoke. Lin Yi, tell Mi-jin what our relationship is? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Mi-jin also turned around and calmly inquired. What? Are you going to say that you have less to do with me than they do? Lin Yi. He hasn't said a word since this war started. How come the spears are all pointing at him? Shura Battlefield. It's really a Shura Battlefield. Lin Yi's mind raced, thinking about how exactly to solve the situation at hand. This is actually a mission? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Alien beasts. Yes, alien beast. Show up. At this moment, Lin also unprecedentedly expected the exotic beast to appear soon to help him solve this hurdle in front of him. But before the alien beasts even appeared, all three women in front of them had been unable to hold back. Lin, say something. Welcome frowned, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Kei Shanshan also looked sad. Is that a hard question to answer? Welcome and I made a special 100-mile drive to see you. Mei Jin, on the other hand, sneered and said, I don't think there's much suspense in the answer to that question. Lin, scalp numbness. Just as he was puffing out his chest and sinking his breath, intending to display his manhood and subdue the three female tigers in front of him, suddenly there was a flicker of lights in the burger store. In turn, the power began to destabilize all over a section of this neighborhood. The sound of a zippy electric current appeared, and in an instant, all the lights disappeared. A darkness. Kei Shanshan and Welcome, who were originally excited about the incident, were suddenly shocked when their eyes went black and there was no more light. But then they looked back, a little surprised. Power outage? Mei Jin saw the darkness around her as well, her brow furrowing slightly as her instincts told her something was wrong. Lin Yizha was not surprised but pleased. He knew that it was 80% related to the appearance of the alien beasts, so he immediately took out his communicator and called Tsuji and Kunzaka in front of the three girls. Hey, there's a sudden power outage in the city, so you two come back quickly. I suspect it has something to do with the Shadow Realm. On the other end of the phone, Tsuji and Kunzaka immediately agreed. Mei Jin looked roughly towards where Lin Yi was at this time in the dark and cautiously said, You think there's something wrong with this blackout, too? Lin also nodded. Of course. With that he walked in the dark towards where Kazan and Welcome were, and then pulled one towards the front with one hand. Advanced Research Laboratory. I'm afraid the satellite will be calling the police soon. Mei Jin saw Lin Yi's movements through the shimmering light, frowned slightly, turned around and directly opened the door to the research room. The research room had backup power, so it was still lit at this time. The four of them walked in together, welcoming a look at the ERP Research Lab's many pieces of equipment and obviously extremely high-tech level overall, and instantly looked a bit sheepish. There's no way, it really doesn't compare. Kazan surveyed her surroundings, apparently not really surprised, though also slightly curious. Just then, a sudden sharp alarm sounded. Tick-tock. Mei Jin's complexion changed, and she immediately came to the panel and started to check the positioning, followed by panic on her face. How can it be? I can't believe there are 5 xenomorphic beast energy reactions. Lin Yi didn't panic because he had a plan in mind ahead of time. But for Mei Jin, the scene in front of her was definitely a huge stressor. It can't be helped. At this stage she only has 3 armored warriors here counting Lin also. 5 offices. What's it going to take? If it wasn't for the emergence of such a variable as Lin Yi, the Realm King definitely wouldn't have made a break for it and directly exhausted his energy to release 5 exotic beasts at once. Seeing Mei Jin's flustered expression, her eyes filled with worry. She had clearly lost her footing. Lin Yi took a few steps forward and spoke calmly. Don't worry. Send me the coordinates of all 5 locations and leave them to my command. Mei Jin looked sideways at Lin Yi's calm demeanor, and her heart was once again strengthened. With a nod she began to maneuver once more. Meanwhile, Kei Shanshan and Welcome listened to the conversation between the two and roughly understood what was happening. Lin Yi turned to Kei Shanshan and smiled, saying, Sister Kei, you've only just come to Jinghai. I'm afraid we need your help. Kei Shanshan sniffed, and her heart suddenly lost all those little emotions from before. A warm smile appeared on her face as the flying shadow summoner was held in her hand, and she said, It's nice to be able to help you, too. Lin Yi nodded, then turned around and headed towards the teleportation device, saying quickly under his breath at the same time, Mei Jin, you first transport me and Kei-senpai to the 2 places with high traffic. Tsuji and Kunzaka will be arriving soon, so we'll teleport them there as well. Tell them that they don't need to be killed. They just need to stall the alien beasts. As he spoke he had arrived at the teleportation device, the Inferno Dragon Summoner in his hand, and a murderous aura appeared in his eyes. I'll end them all, one by one, as fast as I can. With a dazzling white light, Lin Yi disappeared. Supplement, Large Chain Quest, Explosive Dragon Emperor, Quest Reward, 20% completion, plus 10% control of light and shadow will. Completion level 40%, plus 5% of 5 elements bloodline. Plus 5% of armor enhancement value. Completion level 50%, 5 elements armor beast awakening privilege once, light and shadow will mastery 70% or more. 70% completion, plus 10% control of light and shadow will. Completion level 90%, plus 10% of 5 elements bloodline / plus 10% of armor enhancement value. Completion 100%, Explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor Core, Inferno Dragon will comprehension / suppression, once. Chapter 109, Shifting Shadows to Kill Flies. Nui, run. In the central mansion super center of Jinghai City, The area that was originally bustling and lively and lit up like daytime instantly went dark. It was as if a brilliant source of light had been suddenly swallowed, leaving only darkness and inevitable panic. What's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? What the hell? Many have cursed and shouted out. There were also a number of people who scrunched their necks, clearly feeling alienated. No, nothing will happen. Gradually, panic took over inside many people and they began to run around, trying to find a place with a light source. After all, from the time we were just born, humans have had an inexplicable desire for light sources, because that generally symbolizes safety. Many streams of people moved in the gloom, and the moonlight that was scattered in the bleakness paled a little, and then a cloud flashed across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. So the place went completely dark. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the corner, and a pair of eyes releasing a greenish ethereal light appeared, seemingly surveying the people around them. The outline of the grotesque body under the eyes could be vaguely made out. Taking a step forward, bang! A sound of electricity came from the superstore's backup power supply, and a few glimpses of light reappeared. It wasn't as bright as it had been at the beginning, but at least it allowed everyone here to see around them. Thus, quite a few of those who still lingered saw the monster that was not far away, surveying them with an admiring gourmet look. Both sides stare at each other. Silence. Ah. Screams began to appear over and over again, unspeakable horror coming out of the crowd's mouths. At the sound of the voice, the hideous face of the monster they were surveying showed some excitement, and the torn fangs of the mouthpiece became more and more frightening. It has a stocky body and is protected by spikes surrounding its sides. On the back, a pair of fly wings transformed into a shield-like shape, pale gray in color. Roar! The fly beast let out an excited roar and was about to grab at these humans in front of him with a big stride. Gone are the days when it was expelled from the human race to be caught and beaten. Revenge! The speed of this exotic beast was extremely fast, and in an instant, it appeared in front of a fleeing, clean-cut woman. Then it reached out and grabbed the woman. Its mouth parts shrugged, and it wanted to spit out saliva to corrupt this food. Ah! Help! Get off me! The cries came out and the woman had fallen softly to the ground in shock. Many people around to see the scene immediately ran faster, and even some people have joy on their faces, the celebration of life after the robbery. Just then, a white light suddenly projected down from the night sky. This pillar of light appeared precisely on the side of the fly beast, immediately causing the latter to be startled. In the blinding light, the gaunt and powerful arm suddenly poked out from inside, and a fist was stored to blast on the latter's mutated abs. Boom! With a roar, the golden red fist main directly blasted the alien beast out. The white pillar of light dissipated, and Lin Yi, dressed in casual clothes, stepped out. He picked up the girl who had fallen to the ground beside him, and looked toward the fly beast that had climbed up not far away with its wings flipping madly and roaring angrily, and said, "Get out of here immediately." This clean-cut woman had already been scared and softened, but after being lifted up by Lin Yi and hearing the other party's calm voice, some strength surged up in her body. She gave Lin Yi a sideways glance, turned around, and stumbled off into the distance. Lin Yi walked towards the front. The Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner was placed on his left wrist by his Shakti, and the wristband appeared. The circular pendant was inserted into the summoner, and at once the crimson pattern of the Inferno Dragon was revealed, and a dragon roar came out. Inferno Dragon Armor. Lin Yi took a step towards the front. His arms revved up, and a soft drink came out of his mouth. Merge! Boom! A pale dragon roar appeared, and fire energy from beyond the heavens appeared around him in an instant, wrapping his entire body. Thus, a clanging sound appeared, and the crimson and silver-white Inferno Dragon Armor suddenly became solid. Inside the Inferno Dragon Armor, Lin Yi looked towards the fly beast in front of him whose wings were flipping over and had already risen into the air, and his eyes suddenly blossomed with a flash of blue light. So what if it flies? He shook out his right fist, feeling as if it did seem to be quite soothed. The fly beast saw the fleeing, clean-cut woman and instantly roared, decisively avoiding Lin Yi and trying to chase after the woman. Lin Yi could see the creature's intentions from the ground and immediately let out a cold shout. "Don't you dare!" As soon as the words fell, his intentional energy coalesced, and in an instant, he projected himself above the airborne fly beast. Shift! A red light flashed, and the Inferno Dragon Armor had appeared in the air, and at his feet was none other than the fly beast whose wings were vibrating at a high frequency. As soon as Lin Yi appeared in the air, a reddish-colored light appeared around his body, and reddish-colored flames coalesced in his fists. He proceeded to hammer out a fist toward the bottom with the gravity of his descent. Boom! Before the fly beast could react, it was pressed down by the suddenly appearing Lin Yi, who then punched it directly into the ground. Amidst the loud roar, the clean-cut woman who had already fled some distance hurriedly glanced back, and her eyes suddenly widened. The hideous monster flew in the air, and the fiery red armor of that divine warrior was like a fiery flame blasting down from above. Under the pressure of the red figure, the alien beast was like a monkey being suppressed by the Five Fingers Mountain without the slightest resistance, and was directly suppressed by the suppression ruthlessly. With a loud shattering sound, the ground was smashed out into a large pit that was densely cracked. The fly beast was in the center of a large pit, and Linny was half kneeling on top of its torso. The Inferno Dragon armor reached out like a god and gently pressed the head of the fly beast, but the power contained within it made the latter not dare to move in the slightest. Lin Yi's voice came out calmly. Flies. Just flies. Not long after, a clear and crisp sound of a sword and the sound of a dragon's roar mingled and appeared, to cut down the evil, to melt in the flames, to fade away in the morning sun, roughly 5 kilometers south of the Central Tower Supercenter. This is an extremely large neighborhood. Only, most of the people who live here are migrant workers, so by now, there are quite a few people just returning from outside. There were quite a few other people talking in the neighborhood. Hey, what's with the talk of power outages? I'm not sure. It looks like it's all blacked out. Didn't they say big cities don't have blackouts? Wait, not far from the main entrance to the neighborhood, a little girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old was sitting on a bench in a small pavilion in the activity center. Her clothes were very clean despite looking old, and she was currently propping her chin up on her hands and staring blearily at the neighborhood gate. The darkness around her didn't seem to affect her at all, and every now and then there were murmurs coming out of her mouth. Mom, why don't you come back? Ah, Nui, I'll miss you. The little girl did not realize that behind her, a hideous, ferocious-looking monster with green eyes was slowly approaching her. Just at that moment, the light of a flashlight shone this way at the entrance to the neighborhood. The little girl leapt up instantly. Mom, over there, a haggard-looking woman was heading inside, and when she heard the sweet cry her exhaustion suddenly vanished and a smile appeared on her face. She shines the flashlight towards her daughter, and her whole body looks towards her daughter expectantly. Bang! The flashlight plummeted to the ground. The woman's face was instantly pale, her eyes wide and her whole body trembling. Looking from her, behind the little girl's skinny frame, a hideous beast with a hideous body was grimly opening its mouthparts. The 6-jointed limbs were sharp and terrifying, and the pale green eyes were filled with malice. Then a sharp, urgent and desperate, helpless voice resounded in all directions. Nui, run! Chapter 110 Zen Seal saves the sorrows and happiness among men. Flame Fist extinguishes Spider Beast. Nui, run! Despite the trembling, despite the overwhelming fear, the women rushed forward desperately as they cried out that one sentence. Even if there is a monster there that has never been seen before, never before seen, because, the daughter was there. However, the moment she cried out, the alien beasts had been startled. It immediately lowered its head and opened its hideous mouthparts, excitedly wanting to taste the brain marrow of the little girl in front of it. Seeing that it was too late, the woman, who had fallen to the ground in a hurry, looked up and forward with despair and pain in her eyes. The moment the sharp mouthpiece was almost about to touch the little girl's head, a voice like a divine edict came out. Zen Seal. In a flash, everything seemed to be transformed into a painting. The little girl's cheeks full of joy and with a big smile, the hideous monster behind her in a hideous and expectant way, and the desperate mother who falls to the ground and looks resolutely up at her daughter. It's all frozen in the moment. It's as if the place is a monolithic sculpture depicting the sorrows and joys of the world. Lin Yi, who was wearing the Inferno Dragon armor, slowly stepped out from one side as he scanned everything around him inside out. Finally caught up. He didn't care about the rapidly depleting mind. He just gazed at the scene in front of him. Natural calamities, man-made disasters, and human misery. Though he prided himself on being an egoist and would not change for the sorrows and joys of the next person. But if it does come a step too late, after seeing a desperate, agonizing mother, a sweet, but little girl in her flower season with her head broken open, can he really not feel guilty? Lin also didn't think about this anymore. He took a step to carry the little girl away and place her by her mother's side, and then he came to the spider beast with his fiery blade in one hand, pointing the flaming blade forward. He flicked his left hand in front of his belt and the Zen Seal was lifted. Roar! The spider beast probed down its mouthpiece with joy, and with that, 2 of its fangs knocked against the tip of the flaming blade. Bang! The crash came along with the toothache and it froze. Behind Lin Yi, the originally desperate woman suddenly realized that her daughter had appeared by her side. After freezing for a moment, she burst into tears of joy as she wrapped her arms around her daughter. Get out of here! Lin Yi's voice came, and the women looked up, only to see a divine armor standing in front of them, completely blocking the monster. She seemed to understand something. After climbing to her feet, she brought her daughter along with her to bend and bow toward Lin Yi to thank him. Quick! Thank this, brother! A childish voice came. Thank you, brother. With that the mother and daughter left the place at a quick pace. underneath the Inferno Dragon armor. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth hooked up, as if he was in a happy mood. But suddenly, a hiss of contained rage interrupted his pleasure. The spider beast roared angrily, already understanding that the abominable armor in front of him must have messed up. Before it could continue hissing in accusation, Lin Yi's impatient burbling voice came out. How dare you call it? Watch me cut off all your legs. As soon as the words fell, the flame blade in his hand suddenly rose up in flames, and then he quickly slashed towards the front. Bang! Two chain sides appeared in the spider beast's hands, blocking Lin Yi's attack in the process. However, Lin Yi backhanded the flaming blade to switch directions, storing up his strength and picking it up again. Bear! The slash directly hit the knuckles that extended out from the side of the spider beast, even rubbing out sparks. Break it for me! Lin Yi's arms exerted force, and the flame blade grew sharper and sharper, directly severing this jointed limb. The spider beast let out a miserable scream as one of its legs was cut off. Its entire body quickly backed up and in one leap it spat out spider silk and flew up the wall of a tall building to the side. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned in displeasure. Another one that can fly? Although the spider beasts don't count as flying when they lie on the walls with the help of spider silk, they are really not good to fight. It was extremely fast, traveling through the walls of several tall buildings around it. Lin Yi's intentional energy probed out into the surroundings, intending to lock onto this guy's location. Suddenly, an ear-piercing blast of whistling came. His body moved, and the flaming sword in his hand slashed out toward his back in a smooth manner, directly sending the spider beast's sneak attack scythe flying back. Bang! The scythe was knocked away, and the spider beast, startled, moved again. Lin Yi laughed coldly as the flaming blade in his hand dissipated into a red aura while he opened his mouth and shouted, I just killed a fly and I didn't expect to see another spider here. But you all seem to be about the same. Losers. When the spider beast saw that Lin Yi's weapons were gone and heard what he said, even though his sanity wasn't exactly high, he could understand that it was a taunt. It stopped at once on the wall of a building to the side, and the two chain sides in its hands were thrown out together, slashing directly towards Lin Yi's sides. The whistling sound came, and Lin Yi didn't panic as he took a step towards the front and disappeared in place. The two chain sides clashed together, missing their target. The spider beast realized what was going on and became afraid once again, intending to flee and leave. But Lin Yi, whose body appeared on the other side, had no intention of letting it go. He touched the chest from the Inferno Dragon armor, and instantly two darts were held in his hands. It then closed inward with a click and a crimson glow appeared. A small, sharp, crimson dart containing the power of flames appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Flaming Dart, one of the three weapons of the Inferno Dragon armor. It specializes in long-range slashing and sneak attacks. As soon as the flaming dart appeared, Lin Yi instantly hurled it towards the location of the spider beast not far away. In an instant, a crimson sharp light braked away, directly cleaving at the spider beast's brain. Bang! The flame dart slashed out flames, and the spider beast was knocked off balance by the blow, falling off the tall building. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, his body suddenly appearing where the ladder had landed. The fist in his hand was already clenched, and the spider beast, which had just stood up after landing, was hammered directly on the brain with a punch, completely without the power to resist. The fists with the power of the inflamed dragon fell like rain. The spider beast let out a miserable scream, its body bursting with fire and its armor almost shattered. A few breaths later, Lin also took a few steps back and gently twisted the left rotating wheel. In the sky in front of his body, a picture post made of flames filled with the power of fiery flames appeared, and the fire characters within it burst open. Spiders and flies. There's no difference. Sputtering, Lin Yi leapt up, the power of the seal having coalesced in his fist after his body traversed the figure post. Flame fist. Boom! The fist suddenly blasted on the spider beast body, the whole person also a hole through. The spider beast's body was ablaze with fiery red flames, and then suddenly burst into pieces with a hiss of pain. Turning around, he took out the magic post from the explosion and sealed it in front of his belt to absorb it, and a thoughtful look appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. The Inferno Dragon armor is a fire genus and the power of the Inferno Dragon. It is supposed to explode and speak of power over talent. Shaking his head, he pressed the button to communicate with Nijin. I've solved 2. How about the other 3? At the same time, the system's notification sounded in his ears. Sure, a battlefield has been completed. The light and shadow will control in the body also clearly felt an increase and had come to 69%. Number of missions completed, 24, Photoshopped version, 5. Chapter 111, Flying Shadow vs. Demonic Deer Beast, Scorpion Beast Sneak Attack Situation Critical. After Lin Yi left the research room, Kei Shanshan also stepped onto the teleportation device. Despite the little conflict, it was a sincere moment for Mitsuru to say thank you towards Kei Shanshan. Thank you for stepping up to help. Kei Shanshan's character was already gentle and kind, and at this time, she also smiled and said, "It should." After a moment's thought, she reassured towards Mijin, "There's no need to worry about the dispersal of the alien beasts appearing. After we go over this time, I'll suggest that Lin also call over some of the armored warriors from Hope City." Upon hearing this, Mijin immediately showed joy in her eyes. Nodding, she pressed the button in her hand, and white light instantly enveloped Kei Shanshan. A shifter beast was peering from side to side in the darkened square, trying to find some humans. This alien beast's body was shrouded in pale yellow horns, with white fur wrapped around its joints. The head is defended by armor on the outside of the head, and truly looks like a deer's head. Magic deer beast. This is a plaza in North City where many neighborhood residents exercise and walk during the day. There were usually some people at night, except that because of the sudden power outage, people had left the area, just in time to avoid the demonic deer beasts. Roar! With a hiss, the demonic deer beast shrugged its snout a few times, seemingly sensing the human's aura, and immediately going to catch up. It was at this time that the white light pillar crossed over and Kei Shanshan slowly walked out from within. She came here and spotted the demon deer beast with a slight scan. Is this the evil force in Jinghai City? The devil deer beast had also spotted Kei Shanshan. It seemed to be a little excited, and immediately roared, charging towards her with the twin horns on top of its head. Kei Shanshan didn't have the slightest fear, and a cold color appeared in her eyes. She took out her flying shadow summoner and pressed the button in the center of the music player, and a belt of armor instantly emerged from her slender waist, and then she held the summoner in her left hand. Her right hand gently scratched from the side card box. A card instantly flew out and inserted into the flying shadow summoner. Immediately afterward the summoner assembled on the fly, expanding into a belt core in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Kei Shanshan's cold and clear voice appeared. Flying shadow armor. Her arms spread out to the side and her long legs kicked forward in the air, and the dense heaven and earth energy instantly wrapped around her entire body. The flying shadow armor that had no color like a sculpture appeared, accompanied by Kei Shanshan's voice. Merge! A blast of wind like a sharp blade swept through the flying shadow armor from below, splitting the dull colors in an instant. And then, an armor of sky blue and silver white armor accents and overall lightness and elegance appeared. In the next second, the devil deer beast that was madly sprinting came to the front of the flying shadow. Roar! A berserk roar came, and sharp antlers stabbed straight in front of him. Kei Shanshan didn't panic. She moved her feet and her flying shadow armor lightly leapt up, directly dodging this strike to the back of the demon deer beast. Humph! With a cold grunt, the flying shadow armor crouched slightly, the armor on his right leg glowing pale blue as his intentional energy coalesced in the blink of an eye. With that, Kei Shanshan let out a crisp pop. Electric light cutting wind kick. In an instant, the flying shadow took 2 steps forward, and his right leg break swept across and kicked at the back of the demon deer beast, and then she used the momentum to stomp. Her body rolled over for a week and her right leg kicked out beautifully once again, directly staggering the demon deer beast towards the front by 2 steps. Instead of stopping, Kazan rode the wave. She condensed her intentional energy into her legs and directly executed the flying shadow armor's best leg technique. At first glance, it really looks like a blue electric light, cutting the enemy in front of you in a harsh and ethereal way. The wraith beast realized that his enemy was behind him and had turned around after being attacked for 2 legs. It roared and tried to rush forward, but in an instant it was struck by the powerful electric lightning slicing wind kick again and had to take 2 steps back. Finally, it couldn't stand the attack, only to see the demonic deer beast pull out its hands towards its back, and a pair of thick and hideous split short sticks like antlers appeared in its hands. The short sticks clashed against each other with a crisp sound. Immediately after that, it hardened itself against Flying Shadow's legwork and charged forward with its stick in both hands. What a powerful defense! Kei Shanshan exclaimed as she took a few steps back. After being attacked by her so many times, this alien beast actually didn't suffer too much injury, but instead became more and more furious. Seeing this, Kei Shanshan's right hand crossed from the card box on the side of her waist, and a weapon card was instantly taken out, and the next moment it was inserted into the summoner in a smooth manner. Blast Shadow Blade. Drinking out softly, she clenched her right hand in a false grip, and in the blink of an eye, the hilt of a sky blue blade appeared in her hand. Immediately afterward, the hilt of the blade was rapidly gulped and reconstructed, and the coldly glowing blade was assembled in an instant. Holding the Blast Shadow Blade in her hand, Kei Shanshan didn't retreat any further. Instead, she directly met them with the blade. I will never allow you monsters to endanger ordinary people. Bang! The Blast Shadow Blade and the demonic deer beast's short stick collided together, and a crisp sound was made. The demonic deer beast's strength was extremely strong, crossing its short stick with both hands to fend off the Blast Shadow Blade, and actually began to slowly develop strength after the stalemate. What power! Feeling the strong force coming from the front, Kei Shanshan's body tightened slightly. The The blast shadow blade slashed through the opponent's short stick in a flash before slamming upwards, cutting directly at the demon deer beast's chest. At the same time Xingtian dodged to the side, dodging the two sticks knocked down by her opponent. Bear! Blast shadow blade chopped at the opponent's chest in a flash, chopping off the white hairs on the chest of the magic deer beast and then cutting a burst of sparks on its chest armor. The devil deer beast lowered its head and hissed in anger as it looked at its most beloved chest hair actually being cut off. Roar! Its feet stomped hard on the ground, directly stepping out several cracks in the ground. And then the whole person came towards the flying shadow and crashed horizontally. Xingtian saw this scene and directly leapt up to the other side. Of course she wouldn't fight hard with this alien beast. These monsters called exotic beasts actually have tougher bodies and strength than ordinary sea devils. Xingtian quickly analyzed the strength of the alien beast in front of her. It's just that their attacks seem to be somewhat primitive, and their sanity is not as smart as that of the spectral devil. With Lin Yi's strength nowadays, he didn't care about the difference in strength between the spectral demon and the exotic beast, because those subtle gaps don't affect him at all. Maybe only the top ones like the Shadow Guardian level can get him to square up some. But for Xingtian, knowing the gaps and weaknesses of these monsters in advance would make it easier and faster to achieve victory. Just as she was planning to sneak an attack from the back of the furious demon deer beast, a sudden shout came from her. Look out! Xingtian was shocked in her heart, having heard the lingering whistling behind her. She was just about to dodge, and the next moment her back was slashed with a knife. Not good. There are other enemies. The back armor of the flying shadow armor splashed with a large amount of sparks, and pain immediately came from Xingtian's back as well. She rolled out a few steps forward to avoid the crisis behind her as she endured the pain, then stood up to look, only to see that there, an alien beast with golden brown armor, wielding a golden greatsword, with an overall image like a materialized scorpion warrior was standing there. This exotic beast looked extremely fierce, and it was the one that slashed out that knife just now. Looking further back, he saw that the Wind Eagle armor was anxiously approaching, and it was Tsuji who had just given that reminder. So this is the alien beast he dealt with. But it got away? It looks that way, but the reality may be a bit more unpleasant. But by this time, Xingtian had been caught in a back-and-forth attack, and she didn't have the heart to think so much. The blast shadow blade in his hand dissipated in an instant. The flying shadow eye lit up with a red aura, and a warm and resolute voice slowly came from within the armor. I was planning to surprise that guy, but I didn't realize I'd be forced to use it here. Boom! Intentions can explode. Chapter 112 Upgrade. Blistering lightning flying shadow destroying two beasts. In front was the scorpion beast that held a large sword and looked not weak in battle, and behind it was the demon deer beast that was furious and crazy, holding a short stick that was about to trample in war. And not far away, the Wind Eagle armor within a few breaths obviously cannot come over. It's still up to you. Xingtian gathered her mind. Her intentional energy began to coalesce, and many images of Lin Yi's original battle flashed through her mind, as well as what she had been trying to do all these days. Finally, I won't let you save me every time. Murmuring a sentence, a cohesive stream of intent energy immediately surged within the flying shadow armor summoner, which then exploded. At the same time, Xingtian's resolute and persistent voice came out word for word. Swift as the wind, slow as the forest, swift as fire, unknowable as the shadows. Blasted lightning flying shadow. Upgrade. Boom. A majestic heaven and earth energy descended with a roar, directly flooding the flying shadow armor with rage. At the same time, the two exotic beasts in the front and back and the Wind Eagle armor not far away stopped and looked this way in astonishment. And at the very back, a spatial fluctuation came out. At the same time in the forest not far away, a flash of white seems to be frightened general break back away from. On Xingtian's side, the moment she chose to upgrade, she felt the surging energy in her body. Amidst the raging energy of heaven and earth, her right hand crossed from the card box, and an upgrade card for blistering lightning flying shadow appeared in her hand. Tapping the upgrade card into the summoner, the entire flying shadow armor was instantly pescatarian. Boom! The flying shadow armor, in its cohesive intent and energy, opens up at the waist summoner with a pair of wings extending out from the edges. At the same time, the blue-white armor on his chest unfolded rapidly, reconfiguring itself into a delicate silver-white armor. Small pale gold modules appeared, the back armor assembled with a click, and a pair of silvery white mechanical fins assembled at the same time as the thrusters, with light blue materialized intentional energy flowing down. The most important leg armor of the flying shadow armor opened up and conformed into a more powerful form. Eventually, the sky blue face armor on the flying shadow's head extended and transformed into a delicate and ethereal, feather-like structure. Golden crystals shine at the center of the brow, and a pair of snow-white incisors are extremely conspicuous. Almost just seconds later, a new and exquisite armor, full of lightness and perfection, reappeared in its place. Within the blasting electricity flying shadow, Kei Shanshan felt the brand new power and moves, and her normally gentle and calm cheek showed exhilaration. She looked up as the scorpion beast in front of her seemed to sense the difference in the armor in front of her and cowered a bit. So that's the kind of power he's harnessing, Kei Shanshan murmured inwardly, her eyes gradually sharpening. She turned to look at the demon deer beast behind her, her calm voice coming out. I think the end is near for you monsters. As soon as the words left her mouth, she bent her knees slightly and her entire body rushed forward. At an extremely fast speed, the blasted lightning flying shadow's legs stood side by side and suddenly jumped under the surroundings of light blue intense energy in his legs. Crisp voices came out at the same time. Flying shadow leg. In a flash, a card flew out of the card box and was inserted into the summoner. At the same time, a pair of golden wings appeared at the scything shadow's leg armor, extending across the entire leg armor. Thus, his legs were as harsh as a whirlwind, and the blistering lightning flying shadow plummeted down from the air, stepping down towards the demon deer beast. Boom! The devil deer beast was directly blasted out by the blistering lightning flying shadow that descended from the sky, and it flew backwards 4 or 5 meters before collapsing on the ground. And without the slightest delay, Kei Shanshan took 2 steps forward and her entire body once again jumped lightly. Flying shadow blast kick. The light blue intense energy was like electric light surrounding the legs of the blasted lightning flying shadow, and strong power was poured into them, once again kicking fiercely towards the demon deer beast that had fallen to the ground. Bang! The foot with strong power and electricity stomped on the demon deer beast, and the force directly blasted a large crater in the ground behind it. The devil deer beast lets out a scream and dies in a flash in the explosion. A magic post that was suspended in the air suddenly appeared in place. Kei Shanshan didn't recognize the demon ceiling post, and she ignored it, instead turning to look at the cowering scorpion beast behind her. The scorpion beast had seen the scene where the demon deer beast had just been annihilated, and at this time, despite holding a machete in its hand, it was somewhat tempted to run away. It didn't understand how. With a change in appearance, the armor in front of it was suddenly the same as it had been transformed. Kei Shanshan could see its thoughts as she reached out and pointed her hand at the scorpion beast, and a harsh, crisp sound came out. I will never let you escape and endanger anyone else. As soon as the words left her mouth, she drew another weapon card from her own side card box and snapped it into the summoner. Jedi Cyclone Lock. With a false grip on his right hand, a large double-bladed weapon instantly appeared in Kei Shanshan's hand from the virtual to the real. Feeling the surging power and the greatness of the massive weapon in front of her, it seemed that she could somewhat feel the style of Lin Yi when he fought in the past. Thinking of Lin Yi's appearance as he harnessed the god of war. Interdictor. The red aura in the eyes of the blistering lightning flying shadow flickered, and all of a sudden, the entire person transformed into a phantom as he ran towards the front. In almost just an instant, Kei Shanshan had already arrived in front of the scorpion beast. When the scorpion beast saw the sudden appearance of the blistering flying shadow in front of him, he was startled and was about to slash down with both hands holding his sword. However, Kei Shanshan's movements were even faster, and the Jedi spinning windlock slashed down fiercely towards the monster in front of her, directly sending its weapon flying out. Immediately, the weapon in the hands of the blistering electricity flying shadow chopped rapidly, and the scorpion beast was hacked out of sparks all over its body, and its miserable screams resounded all of a sudden. Not far behind it, Tasuji, who had arrived, had been stunned to see the violent scene before him. He didn't expect the armor in front of him to be so powerful. He and the scorpion beast were still 50-50 after a long battle, which is why it found a chance to run over here. Are all the armored warriors over in Hope City this strong? Meanwhile, under a tree in this square, Lin Yi, who had summoned the Inferno Dragon armor, was leaning against the tree, his eyes filled with surprise and satisfaction. He had rushed towards Kei Shanshan's side after decapitating the spider beasts, also because he was worried that she wasn't strong enough to deal with these alien beasts. Unexpectedly, when he used shifting shadow to come over, what he saw was a scene of Kei Shanshan upgrading blistering electricity flying shadow. Also, he sensed one other scent, but unfortunately the guy seemed to have spotted him. Swish and run. TCH, I didn't expect the first one to upgrade her armor to be senior sister Kei. Strange. I clearly remembered that her intentional energy wasn't considered strong to begin with. How could she upgrade so quickly? After slightly frowning and pondering for a split second, Lin Yi shook his head and walked towards the demonic deer beast's demonic post, sealing it in passing. At this time, the battle between Kei Shanshan and the scorpion beast was also nearing its end. Seemingly in retaliation for the slash she had just received, she used the Jedi Cyclone Lock with great speed to cut the scorpion beast's body with dense slashes. TSK, TSK, women's revenge. Finally, the blasted lightning flying shadow stood in front of the fallen scorpion beast, and a pale blue, overpowering light appeared on the Jedi Shadow Cyclone Lock in his hand. Kei Shanshan gazed at the alien beast, and a calm voice came out. Blast Shadow Demon Slash. Swish swish swish. She slightly waved the weapon in her hand, and the 3 blades that looked like crescent moons cut out in a flash, directly blasting at the scorpion beast. Bang! Explosions were heard as the scorpion beast transformed into a magic post suspended over the shattered ground. The Jedi Cyclone lock disappeared, and Xingtian stroked her hands across the front of the summoner, and at once the blast flying shadow disintegrated. Her face is slightly pale. Using the radical combat state armor consumes a great deal. The whole person did not stand steadily, nearly fell. At that moment, a figure stepped forward and held her up. Xingtian is full of joy and looks up. Chapter 113, the 8 bits of the body shift, destroying the evil mosquito beast, helped by a strong arm as she nearly fell. Xingtian looked up with joyful eyes, but then her expression froze, only to see imprinted into his eyes was a crimson divine martial armor that had never been seen before. Who are you? One shrugged off the arm of this armor. Xingtian insisted on getting to her feet, holding the flying shadow summoner tightly in her hand. The ornate armor in front of him seemed to freeze for a moment as he took 2 steps forward and grabbed the magic post and placed it in front of his belt to seal it. Turn around. The armor dissipated into the flames of nothingness, revealing the warm and handsome figure inside. At the same time a familiar soft laugh came along with it. Sister K. Very impressive. I can't believe I upgraded my armor in such a short time. At once, looking at the figure in front of her, and listening to his flirtatious voice, Xingtian's mind instantly relaxed. In this way, her tall body became a bit unable to hold on, and all of a sudden she fell softly into Lin Yi's arms. In his arms, some soft and sticky voice came out. So, upgrading the agitated state combat is so tiring. So, you're usually so tired from fighting. Lin Yi froze and looked down, only to see that the lovely girl in his arms had actually closed her eyes and passed out from exhaustion. Seeing this, some smiles appeared at the corners of his mouth. Holding the person in his arms a little tighter, he finally muttered to himself, "Actually, I don't feel too tired." Not far away, Tsuji didn't even walk over. He just felt redundant in every way. In the end, Lin Yi took Xingtian and headed to where Koenjong was with Dongsan. He was facing a vicious mosquito beast, but surprisingly, the first time he summoned his armor to fight, he didn't fall into a disadvantage, but instead, he had a good time holding out until Lin Yi arrived. Is it hard to believe that there's a newbie protection period here too? Lin also was a bit surprised. By the time he arrived, Koenjong had already summoned the Earth Tiger armor to fight the evil mosquito beast for a while. Both sides are evenly matched. The evil mosquito beast was bloated, but there were white bone spikes growing from the joints of its body, which were extremely sharp, especially its head. The hideous mosquito head forward at the bridge of the nose. A crimson red side-like curved hooked mouthpiece extends out. Extremely creepy. When Gonzo arrived, the mosquito was just about to move its mouth and use its mouthparts to penetrate into the human body to suck blood. So big and thick. Where can you imagine sticking it into a human body and living? He instantly transformed and used the Earth Tiger Armor transformer to summon the Earth Tiger Armor. The Earth Tiger Armor is mostly earthy yellow armor around its circumference, dotted with silver and white at key connecting points, and the head and shoulder armor, among other things, bear a strong resemblance to the manticore. What the hell? After a brief confrontation, Koenjong realized that the evil mosquito beast was not easy to handle. Its curved hook muzzle is sharp and flexible, making it impossible to defend. Luckily, he had summoned the earth-splitting claw in time, which allowed him to tangle with this exotic beast and not lose. You abomination! You won't be able to run away now. When Koenjong saw Lin Yi and the others arrive, his face was overjoyed and he shouted out angrily towards the evil mosquito beast. The evil mosquito beast also saw this scene, and immediately fear welled up within it as it turned its head and tried to flee. And at that moment, Tsuji leapt up and came straight to the back of the alien beast and punched out. Bang! The evil mosquito beast didn't notice the blow, and his back was immediately struck with a spark. Roar! Seeing that it was unable to escape, it immediately turned to look at the crowd in front of it, intending to take a fight. Lin Yi, Koenjong and Dong Sugi surrounded the evil mosquito beast in a triangle. This alien beast looked around and found that only Lin Yi had no armor there, and even he was holding a person in his hands. At once, the guy's orange eyes lit up and he seemed to be a bit overjoyed. This is not a delivery. It didn't think much about it, and immediately rushed directly in Lin Yi's direction, full of intentions to directly exterminate this singular human and then escape along the way. Pity, it didn't see the other two sides. Tsuji and Kanzaka looking at it like it was a joke. Lin Yi's face showed surprise when he saw this alien beast charging straight towards him. Originally, he was thinking that holding Xingtian in his arms was inconvenient, so he'd just seal it after letting Dongsan and Koenjong finish this guy off. I didn't realize that you were going to seek your own death? Whispering to himself, Several arcane lines were revealed in front of Lin Yi's forehead. Red, gold and purple black lines appeared on his forehead like runic seals, constantly intertwining in the center of his brow. At the same time, his intentional energy coalesced in a flash. Boom! Dual-colored intent energy-like substance flowed through his right arm. Intermingling, and progressively stronger power began to appear. Lin Yi gently put Xingtian down. One arm wrapped around her waist, causing the latter to lean against him, and his right hand was freed up for this purpose. At this time, the evil mosquito beast had already arrived a few meters in front of him, and as he looked up, the color of majesty suddenly appeared in his eyes. Lin Yi's intentional energy soared, and he gently drank under his breath. 8 shifters. Boom! Pounds of majestic intent energy projected out, enveloping the 8 directions in an instant and manifesting 8 figures. The 8 Lin also stood blandly around the evil mosquito beast, instantly causing the latter to freeze in place, seemingly at a loss for words. With that, Lin Yi tapped out his right palm. Penal palm. Bang! 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 At that moment, the 8 instants without summoned armor Lin also reached out and struck out with their palms, and the fire-tortured palm transformed into a roiling palm imprint that bombarded the evil mosquito beast. Boom! The evil mosquito beast, in a moment of shock and awe, was directly blasted apart without even having the time to let out a miserable scream. Lin Yi's mind moved, and the 8 shifts lifted. He looked toward the front. The evil mosquito beast body exploded. The only thing left in place is a suspended magic post. Without the need to summon his armor, he could still just kill an exotic beast using 8-bit shift. Raising an eyebrow slightly to feel the drain on his body, he muttered to himself again. Using 8-bit shift directly like this consumes much less than harnessing armor to use it. Of course, 8 fire slaps are not the same as 8 moves. In the other 2 directions, Konzaka and Tsuji had both frozen in place looking at the scene they had just witnessed. Too surprised to speak, Koen-jong disarmed the Earth Tiger armor, his face filled with stupefaction. What did I just see? Shadows? And it was 8 Ringos that directly blew up that alien beast? To the side, Tsuji, who had also undone his armor transformation, came to his side and then sighed deeply. So this is Lin Yi's strength. I finally understand why he is the captain of their armored warriors there. Even Xingtian was able to display such terrifying strength, so of course Lin Yi would be even more terrifying. But hammering out an alien beast with your bare hands, I'm afraid no one in either the Ming or Shadow realms would dare to believe this when it's said. Absorb the evil mosquito beast's magic post seal. Lin also picked up Xingtian once again, and the sound of a mission accomplished came to his ears at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Weariness completed. Quest reward, plus 5% for 5 elements bloodline, 10% completion of large chain quests. Current mission completion, 20%. Bonus light and shadow will mastery plus 10%. At the same time, the number of quests completed on light and shadow side could already be exchanged for items. Chapter 114 Brand new panel, redeeming a double list of items. After resolving the evil mosquito beast, the 3 of them returned to the ERP research room together. Mei Jin was also relieved to see Lin Yi and the 3 of them return, but then she saw Xingtian in Lin Yi's arms, and her heart instantly lifted. What's wrong with her? Welcome, who was waiting on the side, also saw this scene and immediately took 2 steps forward with a worried look in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurriedly spoke out to explain. It's okay, she just fell asleep from exhaustion. She'll be fine after some rest. Upon hearing this, Mei Jin's expression then relaxed. By this time it was nearing the end of the night, so the crowd went to rest after settling the little odds and ends. Welcome to be in the same room with Xingtian, and to take care of the latter. Shadow base. What? 5 alien beasts, all sealed? The Realm King listened to the report from the ugly general below and burst into a rage. Bunch of losers. It's obviously all spread out, so how did they all get rid of it so quickly? The ugly general knelt down and shivered. For his part, Shizhou had been electrotherapized and was kneeling painfully in the current device. On the other side, Binger stared at the scaly Shizhou with a thoughtful expression. After venting, the Boundary King also finally calmed down. He sat on the topmost seat, his mechanical eye emitting a zippy current. This isn't going to work. We need to find those armored warriors' base and just smash it. With that, the Realm King slightly closed his eyes and began to think. After a long time, his eyes snapped open and some cold smiles appeared at the corners of his mouth. Those armored warriors, they're using satellites for energy projection of light and shadow stones. Technology? Karen, will show you who the real research genius is. The Boundary King's voice was resolutely confident, as if he really was an unrivaled genius in this regard. With that, he twisted his head to look at Binger, a smile on his face. You continue to check our power lines in the meantime. Only an abundance of power will allow me to awaken more of my alien beasts. And then he turned his gaze to Shizhou within the current device and spoke coldly. As for you, You're the only one back this time. Tell me instead why they are so efficient. Shizhao gritted his teeth at the words, then bowed his head. I had planned to join the demon deer beast and sneak up on the armored warriors who came, but I did not expect the person who came was not the 5 elements of armor. That armor was very powerful and could even be upgraded. I only hesitated for a split second, and Lin Yi, he had already arrived, and I didn't have a chance to strike. The Realm King was furious when he heard this, and the whip in his hand instantly lashed hard at Shizhao's body, saying angrily, waste. What's the use of me wanting you if I don't even dare to go on? Shizhao just gritted his teeth and lowered his head to harden himself against these attacks, and some tangles seemed to appear in his eyes, just as the Realm King wanted to continue to clean up his subordinates. At the entrance of the base, a ghostly black energy flew directly in, and instantly disappeared into the Realm King's ears. Then, a ghostly voice came out. Those armored warriors in the Bright Realm have now been helped by the armored warriors that are from the City of Hope. If you can't fight it, you'll need to find some partners too. The Realm King stood up from his seat at the words, his expression alert as he hissed to himself, the armored warriors of Hope City, like that scary kid? At the thought of this, he suddenly changed color and growled lowly with a bit of reluctance. I just don't believe it. Can't everyone be as strong as that guy? Then we're in for a fight. After a few seconds, the Boundary King calmed down. He scanned the area in front of him thoughtfully and spoke again. I've heard that Southborough has been restless in recent days as well. What are those guys called that go around attacking? The Boundary King seemed to be unable to remember when he said this, and he immediately turned his head to look at the ugly general below. The ugly general saw this for a second, and busily spoke up to add, Lord Boundary King, that's called Oxer. The Boundary King nodded his head when he heard this, and a grim smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, Oxer. Looks like it's time to go communicate with the forces of evil over there. It would be an honor for them to work with the Great Shadow World. Immediately after that he pointed at the ugly general again. I'll leave this matter to you. When the ugly general below heard this, indignation appeared in his eyes after he lowered his head, but in the end, he still opened his mouth. Yes. The next day, the sun rose and the warm sunlight hit Lin Yi's body through the slightly thin curtains. Getting up and stretching, Lin Yi instantly felt relaxed. A good day begins with the sealing of the alien beast. He got up and pulled back the curtains before looking out the window at the traffic, some smile on his face. I wonder if any exotic beasts will show up today. He had the intention of finding the location of the Boundary King's base, and when the time came, he would go straight to the opposite side and massacre it. But then again, he was a little unsure that the exotic beast in control of the Boundary King's hand wouldn't be unleashed. Will the rewards on the wanted list still be given out if he cuts them off early? The light and shadow will control is now close to 80. With some more of those exotic beasts, I'll be able to develop the full power of the Inferno Dragon armor. Thinking about this, Lin also sat down on the edge of the bed again and began to think. One of the rewards in the large chain quest seems to be the permission to awaken armored beasts. As far as I can remember, the 5 elements armor excluding the Emperor's armor hasn't even appeared as an armored beast, right? Was the original summoner not strong enough, or was it the change in the time and space he was now in? Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he once again thought of something. Since it does possess an armored beast, can I summon it ahead of time myself? The foundation that the system stated, 70 or more of light and shadow will control, he had long since reached. Still, I need to continue hammering the Inferno Dragon armor. My current use of him is obviously not as skilled and handy as Interceptor's. Lin also wasn't in a hurry. Interdictor was the original life. It's all become one with him. Inferno Dragon start still needs to be worked on. If Interceptor can quickly warm up and finish repairing, then it would be possible to go straight to the Yellow Dragon and destroy the Realm King's lair. Shaking his head, Lin Yi didn't think any further. It's still a matter of grasping the immediate. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955, Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 78, normal adult 5. Summoning armor bonus. Intentional energy increase synchronous enhancement. Note, summoning the mace to the interdictor during the ethereal body to absorb the energy, the body to enhance the part. Intentionality, 143, all of your values increase simultaneously. Note, has broken through the individual climbing the peak of intentional energy, into the next level. Unity armor upgrade metamorphosis in. Combat skill, 9 out of 10. Can be improved by practicing real combat? Light and shadow will mastery, 79%. Note, affects the strength of the light and shadow armor in play, the stronger the control, the stronger the armor. Ding! Detecting that the host's intentional energy strength breaks through the individual bottleneck of the material universe, and that the control of light and shadow will reach as 100%. Together with the comprehension of the armor style, there is a chance to make the 5 elements armor undergo a reinforcement. 5 elements bloodline, 55%, 70% can transform into Imperial Armor with the help of the belt. Armor enhancement value, 10%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of missions completed, 25, Hope Edition, 6, Light Edition. After scanning through the changes in his personal panel, Lin also opened the quest redemption list once more. This time, the redemption is available in both the Hope and Light versions. Quest redemption list, Hope Edition, current quest completion number *25. Number of quests completed *20. Can be exchanged, armor enhancement value 10% per unlock God of War Blazing Sword. Quest completion *25. Redeemable for, Underworld Genetic Transformation Device / Gravity-Free High Magnetic Prison. Psi Genetic Transformation Device, can use the genetic code of the members of the Psi Legion to resurrect or extract the Psi body for them to realize the transfer. Note, requires the use of energy. Quest completion *30. Can be exchanged, Shura Armor *1. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of missions completed *****. Redeemable, Alphas *1. The documentary history of Vajra and Pestle. Quest redemption list, Light and Shadow Edition. Current Light and Shadow cumulative quest completion count *6. Number of quests completed *5. Can be exchanged for, 5 elements bloodline 5% per armor enhancement value 5%. Number of quests completed *10. Can be exchanged for, any 5 elements armor summoning privileges / 5 elements bloodline 10%. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged for, Emperor's Armor Summoning Belt / armor enhancement value 10%. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of quests completed *****. Redeemable, Light and Shadow Stones, set, / Demon Sealing Post, open source version. Imperial Armor. After scanning through it, Lin didn't think much about it and immediately started exchanging it. Redemption, the Phantom Gene Transformation Device, 5% of the 5 elements bloodline. Chapter 115, Psi Gene Transformation Device, transforming the underworld physique. In terms of personal panels, Lin had also discovered his physique was now so strong that it was difficult to significantly improve it. And the same was true for the intentional energy. After breaking through into a whole new level, the total amount of his intentional energy was now large enough. Re-improvement can only be hoped for by personal cultivation and the increase brought about by armor breakthroughs. TSK, after coming to the Jinghai, none of the quests released have intentional energy rewards anymore. After sputtering, Lin wasn't too greedy. At the Light and Shadow Armor stage, Soul Power, also known as Light and Shadow Will Mastery, was what was more important. The control power is close to 80. After raising it to 100 there will be a chance to upgrade the Inferno Dragon Armor. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed. Now that the inquisitive criminal Sky was repairing himself, if he could have another pair of ultimate armor, his strength would once again return to its peak. He couldn't help but grin at the thought. Explosive Dragon Emperor? I wonder how it compares to the normal form of the Emperor's armor. Plus, even if the Interdictor armor restoration was complete, who would mind having more than their own ultimate armor? He never felt that his strength was already strong, and after seeing the power of the Shadow Emperor, he realized what the highest level really symbolizes. When will we be able to fight the true body of the Shadow Emperor? And at that time, we will count our merits as complete. Far from it again. Shaking his head, Lin forcibly pulled himself back from his happy, uninterrupted thoughts, and then began to analyze the optimal solution in front of him. He rubbed his chin and scanned through his personal panel. The 5 elements bloodline is also already at 55%. Adding another 15% will give you the initial qualification to summon the Emperor's armor. I wonder who will come first, the Emperor's armor or the explosive Dragon Emperor. The Boundary King was nothing. The Shadow Guardian behind him was the bigger trouble. So he needs more power. As for the quest redemption aspect, the Light and Shadow version, he certainly did not hesitate to choose the 5 elements bloodline plus 5%. As for the Hope version, there are 2 choices after reaching a mission completion count of 25. The Psi Genetic Transformation Device or the Gravity-Free Supermagnetic Prison. I already have gravity-free prisons. Well, let's see what this Phantom Gene Conversion Device is all about. The mind meditates on redemption. Buzz! An invisible force appeared out of nowhere, instantly tearing a wisp of space in front of him, only to see a dark purple, branded with countless arcane patterns, like a magic cube square object appeared out of thin air and came into Lin Yi's hands. Ha! Carefully surveying the item in his hand, Lin Yi was surprised to find that it still bore some resemblance to the gene code of the Psi Devil. No wonder it's called the Phantom Gene Conversion Device. So it's a family, about the same size as a genetic code, except this thing is solid, dark purple in color with dense lines on it. Hard to see the real thing. Grasping the item in his hand, Lin Yi was a bit puzzled as he spat. What does this thing do? How does it work? As soon as the words fell, a dark purple light shot out in an instant, heading straight for Lin Yi's forehead. Startled, he reached out and instantly grabbed towards this light. The light collapsed, and a stream of information didn't enter his mind. Psi genetic transformation device. Function: use the spectral devil genetic code to transform the power within the genetic code with the help of evil energy, giving the selected person a corresponding portion of the spectral body. Usage: collect evil energy, lock target. Collect on your own. Specify collection genetic code. Specify target. Transform. I throw. A brilliant light appeared in Lin Yi's eyes, and his face was filled with joy. I didn't realize that this transformation device could allow other people to get the body of a spectral demon. Even if it wasn't as powerful as his spectral physique, it was all good as long as he could get a part of it. Both the strengthening of the physical body and the enhancement of longevity and physique. It would even be reflected in the strength to manipulate the armor. Evil energy? This is something that all those shifter beasts, the Oculus, and the Shadow Realm should have. Lin also raised an eyebrow, already planning to turn around and test it out. When I came downstairs, it was still familiarly empty. Entering the ERP research room, he saw that inside, Xingtian, Welcome and Mijin were sitting together, talking and laughing. All three had smiles on their faces and seemed to be having a good conversation. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi felt a bit confused. Wasn't there a lot of tension yesterday, and today it's fine? Strong. Rested all night and recovered already? Coming to Xingtian's side, Lin Yi surveyed her face while opening his mouth to inquire. Xingtian stopped chatting with Mijin, smiled, looked at Lin Yi, and nodded. It's okay, I was just so tired yesterday. It's the first time I've summoned a blistering flying shadow since I've had control. The intentional energy consumption is a bit high. Lin Yi nodded as he sat on the side and sniffed. He could find out even with a little probing. Xingtian's intentional energy boost wasn't that great, and could only be considered as barely meeting the conditions for upgrading the armor. So how did you get the flying shadow armor upgraded? Lin Yi looked at her curiously, his eyes filled with a searching look. How are they doing, little Sky? Is it hard to believe that all of them can upgrade their agitated state as well? It was important to realize that he could upgrade so quickly because of the super fast increase in intentional energy. Plus there was the help of the system. I didn't realize that Xingtian had actually upgraded even after only a week of not seeing her. Hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, Xingtian lifted her chin lightly, a rare look of pride on her face. They're not even close. Only I can upgrade now. Welcome interjected at this point. Xing trains with them every day, instructing them in the techniques of using armor. She said this with some confusion on her face, but they seem to be slow to raise their intentional energy, so they haven't been able to upgrade their armor yet. On the contrary, Xingtian, suddenly intentional energy has risen by a large margin. Xingtian opened her mouth to interrupt the words of welcome. She frowned and said a little unhappily, "What's all this talk for? It's not sudden at all, okay? That's what I'm trying to do." Seeing Xingtian say that, Welcome instantly had a smile on her face and grabbed her arm to placate her. Yes, it's your effort. You're gifted. Mei Xin, who was on the side, also smiled at this time and said towards Xingtian, "Tasuji already told me about yesterday's battle. It's amazing how strong you are after upgrading your armor. I'm afraid it's already surpassed the 5 elements armor." Lin Yi motionlessly sized up Xingtian and frowned before turning to Mei Xin, saying, "The 5 elements armor still has a lot of potential. It's just that the current summoners don't have the means to utilize their strength." Right. He went on to inquire as if remembering something. "The water shadow stone has been given to you. Are you sure about the summoner of the black rhino armor?" Mei Xin sniffed, and her face changed slightly as she said, "Okay." Chapter 116, The Naruto Stone Arrives. "Brother, you don't understand him at all." Seeing the change in Mei Xin's expression, Lin Yi already had a rough guess. Who? Mei Xin looked at Lin Yi's expression before hooking her hands together and saying in a slightly smaller voice, "Bei Miao." Silence. The entire ERP research room fell silent. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but his brows gradually furrowed. Welcome and Xingtian on the side also clearly noticed the change in atmosphere, but they didn't know what was going on at this point and didn't dare to make a sound. Finally, the atmosphere was getting depressing. Mei Xin was a bit insistent as she looked up at Lin Yi helplessly. "I knew you'd be mad." Lin Yi was expressionless. "Knowing I'm angry you still let that thing summon the black rhino armor?" His demeanor was no longer his everyday warm look, and he was somewhat cold. "How dare you make him my companion when I almost killed him? You think I wouldn't dare kill him?" Mijin was busy raising her hand in surrender when she heard him say that. Then she said helplessly, "I know what you're saying, but this is the time to use him, and he's the only one who can summon the black rhino armor, and it's not up to me to decide this." Hearing this, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and directly opened his mouth to ask, "Where's your reserve second team?" "Ha?" Mijin was startled, surprise on her face. "You? How did you know about this whole second team thing?" Linny spread his hands and let out a laugh. Isn't it obvious? Who would give power directly to others without restraint? Mijin sighed at his words before looking back to Linny and explaining. While it's true that the search for a second team replacement has been in sync since the beginning of the Armored Warriors, it's been too short a period of time. No one else has been found who can summon the Black Rhino armor. Only Bei Miao. That's why the doctor decided to let River North come in for now. Seemingly afraid of Lin Yi's anger, she had a cordial smile on her face and looked at Kei Shanchan and welcome again. And the doctor has sent a shipment of satellite equipment to Hope City, which will soon help Welcome set up a satellite surveillance system as well. You think you can buy me off like that? Lin Yi was a bit angry. Isn't that what was agreed upon? What? Now you're making it a condition? There is no charge this time, Mijin added. Silence. Lin Yi didn't continue to speak, but the eyes of the Welcome beside him had already lit up with little stars. Great. Without waiting for Lin Yi to show his attitude, the excited Welcome didn't hold back his words. She'd come here to take just one look at the ERP research labs and had fallen in love with the tech-heavy equipment, and she hadn't had to exhaust herself consuming her intentional energy to probe. Now that I hear it, I don't even have to touch the money in her petty cash. That's great. Queensland heard the Welcome shout and pulled her a little helplessly. After all, she did look a bit impossible to look at with her eyes full of light. Welcome. It's better to listen to Lin Yi's thoughts. After all, we don't know exactly what happened. Welcome's face instantly showed a tangle at his words, but after looking at Lin Yi's face, he finally nodded in resignation. She pointed her finger at Lin Yi. He said so. This scene instantly made Lin Yi cry and laugh, but Mijin became a bit anxious at this point, and she immediately probed forward and continued towards Lin Yi. And Bei Miao won't be able to threaten you at all even if he summons his armor. Even he joins in and has to take orders from you. Stop. Hayashi also reached out and stopped Mijin from continuing. He waved his hand, and his expression returned to calmness once again, saying, I also said at the time of the deal that I would give you the water shadow stones as long as you give me the right to summon the Inferno Dragon armor. He leaned back to look at Mijin and continued to speak. So logically, whoever you get to summon the Black Rhino armor has nothing to do with me. But, originally, Mijin, who had been listening to Lin Yi's complaints, had relaxed, but as soon as she heard him say but, her heart instantly rose to her throat again. All she could do was silently pray that it wouldn't strike. The current situation is already difficult to cope with just the 5 elements of armor. Thus, Mijin instantly recalled the content of her earlier conversation with Dr. Garu this instant. Continuing to choose Bei Miao to be the summoner of the Black Rhino armor? Won't that upset Lin Yi? Don't worry. First of all, we have not found any other Black Rhino armor summoners yet. Secondly, this water shadow stone was originally taken from Bei Miao, who was most familiar and strongest using the Black Rhino armor. It was the most suitable. As for Lin Yi, we can give him compensation to remove his dissatisfaction. Dr. You don't know him. If he's really pissed off, then no amount of compensation will help. You don't know how strong he really is. No matter how strong he is, we're a partnership. He's here for something, and with the Naruto stone firmly in his hands, he won't leave. No, brother, you'll provoke him. He has other armor that cooperates to help us against the Shadow Realm as well. Mijin, you don't understand. He's too dangerous. You just have to do what I say. We can't pin our hopes on an outsider. We can't let him take control of all 5 elements of the armor. What is our existence for? Gambling on his character? It's best if we don't cross each other's boundaries and make peace with each other. Bright world. Shadow world. With those words, Mijin actually understood what he meant. It went against her grain, but she couldn't help it. Everything here was built on other people. But, in the moment Mijin froze, Lin Yi's latter words came out. I want the Naruto stone. What? Mijin's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yi, a little confused by what he said. Lin Yi's face was calm as he repeated the words. I said, I want the Naruto stone. The kind you carry with you. Seeing that Meijin looked hesitant, Lin Yi thought about it and continued to speak. Sure, even if I take the Naruto stone, I'll still be the same as I am now, and I won't leave this place. I think you can trust me. Nothing else? He felt it was better to be in control of what was his. From today's events Lin also had realized that ERP, unlike the Welcome side, wouldn't seem to be under his complete control, but that's okay. With enough strength, it's just a matter of words. Mijin was torn for a long time, her brother's words still ringing in her ears. Finally, she gritted her teeth and stood up in a flash. Yes, she agreed. She overcame her own kinks and discarded her brother's admonition to abandon her sanity as head of ERP's research lab, just because he said that. You can trust me. Mijin turned around and then walked towards the room where the light shadow stone was placed, and then took the fire shadow stone that was releasing a reddish aura from inside and placed it in front of Lin Yi. She didn't say another word, just one, I believe you. You brought back the Earth Shadow Stone and the Water Shadow Stone, so it's only right that you be given the Fire Shadow Stone. That's what's really going on in Mi-jin's mind. Although she didn't know her brother's thoughts and scruples, she trusted her vision. Brother, you don't understand him at all. Chapter 117, Digging Out a Basement If You Don't Have One. Changes in Jinghai City and Hope City. Linny still had a surprised look on his face. He also didn't expect Mi-jin to take out the Fire Shadow Stone for him so painfully. I remember when I first got here, she wasn't this nice to talk to. Surprised, but it didn't stop him from moving super fast. The gravity-free, high magnetism prison opened, and the Fire Shadow Stone was thrown right in. The next time you summon a transformation, just open a slight slit to release the energy. Mi-jin's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Linny, feeling like she trusted him so much. He must have been impressed, so she just looked at the other woman, waiting for something nice to say. But the next moment, Linny touched his nose and spoke. I'm going to take a trip back to Hope. Mi-jin. Linny looked to the side at Kei Shanshan in welcome, then continued with a smile. I thought you said your brother had sent a shipment of stuff over there, but the battleships that act as satellites can only be maneuvered by me, so I'll have to go back once. Mi-jin didn't say anything and continued to look at him. So Lin also continued. We've only just sealed a batch of alien beasts, and the Shadow Realm side isn't recovering that quickly. And you still have Kunzaka and Tasuji here, plus the upcoming Bei Miao. Simple problems you guys can barely handle. Hearing this, Mi-jin finally couldn't remain silent as she spoke with some disappointment. You're leaving? Then she got a little aggravated. I've obviously already given you the Naruto Stone. Seeing Mei-jin's sultry plus disappointed look, and seeing Kei Shanshan's smirking look on the side, Linny instantly said with a straight face, where were you thinking? I'm going back this time to get the satellite surveillance system set up, and I'm going to bring a few more people to Jinghai. The situation on this side is getting dire and more armored warriors are needed. Of course, he also had the idea of letting Xiao Tian and the others come over here for a bit of experience. Fighting is the fastest way to progress, and the battle mode he'd been thinking about seemed to be very close. A group of armor chased an alien beast and stormed it. It's a reassuring image to think about. Soothing. Only when she heard Linny say that did Mi-jin stop her rambling thoughts. When she reacted she was a little ashamed and embarrassed. How suddenly she was. Well, then we'll be off. Lin also didn't continue to wait next. He nodded towards Kei Shanshan and welcome, stood up and turned around to head outside. Seeing this, Kei Shanshan also stood up and followed, while welcome turned her head to Mi-jin. With a genuine smile on her face, she waved her hand. Mi-jin, goodbye. I'll see you sometime in the future. Welcome to Hope City. Seeing this, Mi-jin smiled back and waved goodbye to her. Only seeing the backs of Linny and Kei Shanshan resolutely leaving. She didn't know why, but it was still a bit hard in her heart after all. Should be back in a day or two. After a murmur, the entire ERP research room fell silent. Outside, Kei Shanshan's sports car was still parked outside the burger store, and Lin Yi's eyes glazed over when he saw the overall streamlined, basalt black cool style, and the overall style of the most widely known sports car. Kei-senpai, I'll drive on the way back. Without waiting for Kei Shanshan to reply, he naturally sat in the driver's seat. Seeing this scene, Kei Shanshan smoothly came to the passenger seat. When welcome followed her out, all that awaited her was a spacious row of seats in the back. Ding, ding, ding. The pleasant ringing of the cell phone came. The welcome who just got on the car took out his cell phone and looked at it, then let out a surprised sound. Surprisingly, it's Xiao Tian? She looked at Linny and Kei Shanshan, who had turned their heads in front of her, and picked up the phone after pressing the speaker. Hey, Tiny, what's going on? Here's the thing. We've got 2 vans here that are supposedly here to install equipment for us. They asked me to ask you guys if you want to install it now? And where is it installed? Xiao Tian explained things clearly in one sentence, and the 3 people present were all a bit surprised. That's a lot of efficiency on ERP's end. It's only been a short time, and it's already been delivered. Welcome sniffed and thought for a moment, then replied towards Goten. You tell them they can start installing it now. As for the location, she looked up at Lin Yi and Kei Shanshan, asking for both of their opinions as well. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking for a few seconds before speaking aloud. Just install it in the basement of the teppanyaki restaurant. He also explained towards the 2 women in front of him as well as Xiao Tian on the phone after saying that. The basement is more secluded and just the right place for a satellite surveillance system. Hearing Lin Yi's words, a slight embarrassment appeared on Welcome's face. But, I don't have a basement in my store. Lin Yi. After a few seconds of silence with each other, a decisive voice came out. Dig. Lin Yi swung his fist heavily and commanded towards the other end of the phone in a firm tone. Aren't they efficient? Without a basement, let them dig one out for me. When the time comes it will be built in the basement they dug up. On the other end of the phone, Goten had obviously just been silent for a while as well. At this time, when he heard Lin Yi say this, he replied very succinctly with a single word. Okay. After the phone hangs up, the trio officially departs. Lin also started the sports car, and a low engine roar came out, and the car shook slightly. With that, he pivoted his pocket gear and pushed his foot a little harder, and the roar was suddenly louder. The whole sports car is also instantly like an arrow off the string, speeding away. Inside the Shadow Realm base of the Realm King, along with the release of the strong current, he backhandedly pulled out 3 magic posters suffused with shadow power and instantly threw them forward. Amidst the thundering sound of electricity and the exploding white light, several ferocious hisses suddenly came out. Then the whole base was instantly darkened, and a few ghostly lights showed their light in the darkness. Go ahead and get those guys to show themselves. Let me Karen take a look. Can your so-called satellites withstand my invasion? Hopefully. The city center bus station. A long-distance tour bus pulls into the bus station, and after pulling up, many people step off the bus. After a long time had passed, everyone on the bus had finished. The moment the master driver was about to close the door, suddenly a man in a suit and red tie, even with a unique hairstyle, appeared. The man was slim and didn't look tall, but the hands in pockets, mean-spirited look stood out. He stepped out of the bus, looked up and scanned his surroundings, and then disgust appeared on his face. Send me to this place to contact the old guard? With a little strength restored, do you still want to rob our territory? What else by the way to explore the power of Jinghai City? Bother! Chapter 118, How a Clown is Trained, Your Beloved Father Has Returned. On the highway, a black lightning bolt sped recklessly, not noticing the crazy flashing strobe lights around the roadway. Inside the sports car, Kei Shanshan leaned back in her seat, her expression tight, her slender white right hand gripping the door handle on one side. Are you running so fast that you're going low? As for the welcome in the back row, her intentional energy was not strong, and her physical fitness was average, so she was already white and trembling. Lin also, what are you driving so fast for? Lin also maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand at such a rapid speed without feeling the slightest bit of pressure, and even flirted towards Welcome. What? Are you scared? Welcome, despite being scared to shut his eyes at this point, still talks tough. What do I have to be afraid of? I was worried. You've lost all your license points. A law enforcement car should be chasing you in a few minutes. At those words Lin Yi laughed, his face full of triumph. You don't have to worry about that. I've isolated the entire car with my intentional energy. At those words Welcome's pretty face went white, and her big eyes were filled with despair. With such speed, it didn't take more than a few hours for the 3 of them to have returned to Hope City. In front of the Huan Teppanyaki restaurant, 2 large freight trucks are parked here, and a number of people wearing uniforms and masks are constantly moving things back and forth. Gee, don't tell me, they are efficient. Walking into the teppanyaki store, I saw that a hidden step-down had appeared behind the original teppanyaki countertop. Ha! Welcome walked in at this time as well, surprised to see the newly appeared entrance. Got the entrance to the basement open here? As soon as she spoke, Goten walked out of the basement entrance. He avoided the staff coming and going, and when he looked up and saw Lin Yi, joy immediately appeared in his eyes. Lin also came back together this time? Great! Lin also saw Xiao Tian and a smile appeared on his face when he heard him say that. Want to see me so badly? Something must be wrong. Goten smiled and nodded, then turned sideways and pointed towards the basement, saying, after my business, come see this newly constructed basement. Kei Shanshan and Welcome exchanged glances, then followed Lin Yi inside the basement. Incredibly, it hasn't even been a couple hours and the basement is basically going to be finished with the installation. That fast? Lin also looked around in surprise. The bright lights made everyone not feel like they were inside a basement at all. The walls around them were basically fitted with all kinds of technological equipment that fit tightly together, with several screens spanning an entire wall at the very front, and the ERP research labs were no less impressive. At that moment, a well-dressed man wearing a mask walked up to Lin Yi from the installation site not far away. Hello, Mr. Lin Yi. He addressed Lin Yi politely before continuing. I was sent by Dr. Garu to carry out this installation of the satellite surveillance system in the City of Hope. The infrastructure will be installed soon, and your help will be needed next. Lin Yi scanned over the man in front of him and nodded. What do you need me to do? The man sniffed and bowed his head respectfully, but without losing his poise, and said, I heard from Ms. Mimoto that you have your own surveillance satellite. Next all you need to do is control your satellite to transmit a paired band signal to connect with our equipment here. Just as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound, and the equipment in the basement instantly powered up and began to work. The display is also starting to show a lot of information. Lin Yi stood still, his intent energy moving slightly, finding a unique imprint in his mind. Then he moved his mind and instantly, infinitely far above the blue planet, within the universe, the Alpha's battleship and its cloaked state shuddered slightly. Inside the battleship, the most central part of the bridge, the gunpan Vajra pestle inserted in the center lit up with a flash of light. And then the control system of the battleship in front of us began to reveal information. A UHF signaling wave was instantly emitted towards the azure planet below. At the same time, the entire city of Hope was instantly brought under surveillance, and the frequency could even be increased to expand the map. Inside the teppanyaki restaurant, in the basement, Lin nodded towards the man in the lead and said, "You can make the connection now." The man in the mask sniffed and walked forward at once, and the keyboard began to be crackled. At the same time, Lin heard a familiar voice coming from his ears. Ding! Trigger the subquest, How the Joker Was Made. How clowns are made, using the ugly demon biker's solicitation to provoke and test the waters. Determine the behavior of an Mingsu and Joe Extravagant Fae, and make decisions relative to them. Task reward, try to finalize the decision to give a reward. Limits, mission completion 1% 10%, armor enhancement value 5% 10%. On the other hand, inside the Ba Wine Group in Hope City, a suit-wearing Minshou had originally just disposed of the business in hand and was walking towards his office. Suddenly, a phone rang. He took out his cell phone and casually glanced at it to pick up the call, only to hear an open voice coming from the opposite side. "And mistress, have you forgotten whose son you are? Have you forgotten the iron discipline of the Psi Corps that you once swore to at Ares? Tonight, old location. Your beloved father has returned. He asked me to tell you hello." The voice on the other end of the receiver ended abruptly, leaving behind a grim-faced, but pained in Miss Ao with clenched fists in his eyes, almost successively at the same time. Inside a hair design store in the busiest section of Hope City, a young man who was nimbly cutting a customer's hair heard his cell phone ringing. The boy looked up and saw a cell phone displaying an incoming call on the tool bench in front of him. He looked twice and then turned toward the rear and shouted, "Chief, your cell phone rang and someone called you." No sooner had he finished speaking than a handsome young man with a slightly feminine appearance walked out of the wash area and smiled. "Okay, let's see." Having realized the value of his craft and reached the pinnacle of his life, Joe Extravaganza picked up his cell phone unguardedly and answered the call. The same frenzied voice. "Joe Extravagant Fee, have you forgotten whose ministry you are? Have you forgotten the iron discipline of the Psi Corps that you once swore to at Ares? Tonight, old location. Your favorite general is back. He asked me to tell you hello." With a snap, Joe Extravaganza hung up the phone violently. His expression changed and he quickly twisted his head to look around, but his gaze was calm and full of Harmony Barbershop. And on the other end of the receiver, by the familiar bridge hole, little Lee was looking at his cell phone with annoyance on his face, and he tugged on his bright red tie with one hand, angrily. "Dare you hang up on me?" And then he had an impatient look on his face. "Really? It's also so hard to memorize the template that it almost says the opposite. Boring." Chapter 119, A Veritable Clown. Towering building, inside a separate office, and Mingsu leaned back in his chair, his face full of annoyance. There was both a nagging and many hard feelings in his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he took out his cell phone and eventually dialed a number. "Hello." On the other side of the receiver, Joe Extravaganza's voice came through with a slight hint of surprise and confusion. "And mistress? Why are you calling?" "Over here." And Mingsu was a bit silent. He wanted to open his mouth and ask about it, but he was afraid it would seem extra problematic for him to be the only one on this. There is no silver in this place. There seemed to be a bit of silence on the other side of the room as well from Joe Extravaganza, the sound of both parties breathing on each other spreading evenly along the cell phone. Finally, at some tipping point, a neatly harmonized voice came out of both earpieces at the same time. "That, have you recently? Forget it, it's fine." And so, again, there was a neat silence, and Miss Ao's guard rose within him, and Joe Extravaganza Faye was also a little uneasy within himself. In a city that had been completely liberated by Lin Yi, the fact that the two of them Psy Devils could survive was all due to the fact that they had no problem with their character. Now, if someone else finds out, you actually have a connection to the general yourself? Wouldn't the hard-earned days of being plain and happy and realizing your self-worth be gone? And so, once again, the two men united in an internal admonition to themselves. Can't say. Even Joe Extravaganza / and Mist Hugh can't tell. Finally, and Mingsa let out a hearty laugh and said, "Actually, I just wanted to ask you how you've been. I hear you've been promoted to chief of your store." Joe Extravaganza replied with a smile as well. "Fortunately, the days are much better than they used to be. I hear you're winding down, too." Both men had something in mind, and a few pleasantries were followed by a unified goodbye. "That's all for today then. I'll get busy." Inside the basement, Linny looked at the new mission on the virtual panel in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Another dishonesty over in Southborough? Ugly Demon Biker. That name sounds a little familiar. At this time the satellite monitoring system in front of them had been completely installed, and the entire City of Hope was under the satellite scanning. Whenever an unusual energy fluctuation is detected, this place immediately alerts the police. Welcome sat in the chair in front of the console, looking around at all the buttons and high-tech equipment with wide eyes full of excitement. This will be my exclusive territory from now on? Kei Shanshan also surveyed her surroundings, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. This makes welcoming a view of the entire City of Hope even easier. At this moment, Linny heard a message alert sound coming from his cell phone, and then looked down. The first thing that happened was that his face became extremely colorful. 2 messages came on the phone at the same time, from different people, but with the exact same content. Lin also, I'm going to tell you something important. This is something I'm only telling you about. I didn't even tell Mishu/Joe extravagant fee, so, you should know my determination. Surprised at the content on his cell phone, Linny stared wide-eyed, a bit surprised. What kind of operation is this? Also, this person who called them would be Ugly Demon Biker. Listening to him, this old thing Lufa isn't really dead yet. Lin also furrowed his brows as he contemplated these things, but he didn't worry too much in his heart. Now that the satellite monitoring system has been installed in Hope City, any place where there is a large energy fluctuation can be detected from here. Even the basement of ERP's teleportation unit has one installed, only it's not commissioned yet. Soon, night fell. Under the largest bridge across the river in the western part of the City of Hope, Xiao Zi was leaning against the piers of the bridge, his eyes constantly glancing around. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Those 2 guys, are they coming? He had just mumbled something when the sound of sparse walking came to his ears. Hearing this voice, Little Lee's eyes lit up and a bit of joy appeared on his face. There's something about that old guy. He actually managed to scare his former subordinates out of their jobs by just saying one word, but then he frowned in surprise, shaking his head back and forth to the left and right. At the same time, foxy voices appeared. Strange, how come there are voices in both directions? His face showed caution and his body lowered slightly, ready to transform into a biker at a moment's notice. By this time, the voices on either side were getting louder and louder, and the people coming along were obviously approaching the area. By the light of the moon, the 2 of them, and Minxiu and Zhou Shuefei, appeared on each side of the bridge abutment. Only Little Plum, cowering in the darkness, was vigilant against the bridge abutment. When the 3 people looked at each other, they suddenly showed surprise, bewilderment, and disbelief in their eyes in unison. Little Liz stood up and looked left and right, the disgruntlement on his face growing worse. Finally, he didn't hold back from cracking up. You 2 are sick. Come here and still not come together. One side from each side. What for? Surround me. And after experiencing initial surprise and bewilderment, both Minxiu and Xiao Xiefei had a look of embarrassment in their eyes. Meeting in this scenario is really quite embarrassing. Ahem, you're here too. Once again, the sound of a neatly harmonized voice brought the place to silence for a moment. Only Little Lee, with anger still on his face. Hello, you 2, do you realize the purpose of calling you here? Little Lee's open voice broke the silence of the place, and Minxiu and Zhou Luxury Fei, who had learned that they still had company, instantly and neatly turned their attention to him. And Minxiu was the first to frown, and serious dissatisfaction was already showing in his eyes as well. Oh, so it's not the general who's back. How dare a little runt like that talk to us like that? I don't know. So then, what are you? What was the point of talking to us on the phone? And Minxiu chortled and questioned towards the little lil man in front of him. Zhou Extravagant Fei also silently stepped forward, blocking the latter's retreat. Not yet realizing that something was wrong, Little Li Zi opened his mouth with a toothy, disdainful scoff. What do you mean? Your so-called generals ran to us like lost dogs and accepted our help. As for me, I just happened to be coming this way. He's asked me to come and see you 2 frightened traitors, presumably to get you to come with him to our place, to be virus-enhanced. After all, as powerful as he is, he doesn't have many people under him. Little Li finished these words proudly, then surveyed Zhou Extravaganza Fei and Minxiu, nodded with censorious satisfaction, and said, You 2, look like you're getting by. Now that you've heard your general's wishes, follow my orders from now on. By now Minxiu had clenched his fists as he asked a rhetorical question. Oh, and what do you want to do here? Little Leo straightened his suit and laughed. You 2 have been here. How's it going here? How strong are those armored warriors? In general, I wouldn't mind having a little fun here first. Hearing his words, a purple aura flashed in Xiao Shuefei's eyes as he spoke softly. Oh, it's like this. Then it seems like you should be able to pry a lot more out of your mouth. Finally, I can have an explanation with Lin Yi. What? Little Li Zi froze at his words, displeasure showing on his face, and with a frown he looked both ways. Boom! The two underworld demon chi erupted with a roar, and in a hissing sound, and Mystic Xiao and Xiao Shuefei transformed into their original bodies. The hideous spectral demon instantly struck fiercely towards little Li Zi, and in Mingxiu's mocking voice came along with it. The general, as usual, is still awesome. A little trick to get you here. Originally wanted to borrow our hands to settle you, right? Little Lizzie froze in his panicked retreat, remembering all the things that had happened since Lufa's arrival. The force is weak and wants to divide the lab. But Dr. Li has many men to weaken? At once, he felt a strong sense of deception in his heart, and a sense of anger and insult surged through him. He roared, and an evil aura erupted around him. A demonized clown mask suddenly appeared on his face, and then his body began to change bic. This is the moment of the ugly devil biker. True to its name. Chapter 120, Cunning Lufa. Mission accomplished. Ugly demon escapes. Little Li Zi roared as he transformed into an ugly demon biker, his body instantly transforming into an oxymoron shape. The body was like a clown costume that had been inflated and strengthened, appearing as a dark pink and silver yellow intertwined leather armor. The shoes are dark blue clown shoes cocked forward. The shoulder armor is dark gold with a unique pattern, and the head materializes as a large clown mask. Even wore a dark pink two-horned clown hat on his head. His body shook as he blocked the fists of Zhou Shuefei and Niseo with difficulty, taking a few more steps back in a smooth pause. Little Li Zi at this time inwardly simply want to explode with anger. Usually he is proud of the ugly devil biker identity. This moment is even more let him feel a strong insult. Real clowns. You abominations. It's just a bunch of trash. And they dare to fool me like this. He roared out angrily and took his right hand towards his back as his body swayed. At once his weapon, the Joker's sawtooth rod, was tightened in his grip. The ugly demon biker rushed up at once with the weapon in his hand, and the sawtooth stick was held in his hand like a short gun and slashed down hard. Bear! A spark appeared, and Miseo stepped forward and raised his right arm, using his armor to block the blow before speaking in a cold voice. But that's all. How dare you amplify your words to slander my underworld legion? For his part, Xiao Shefei took this opportunity to clasp his hands in vain and summoned his own weapon, the twin axes of doom. The double axes had just appeared when he staggered forward and took a step forward, and the double axes ruthlessly slashed down towards the ugly demon biker. Bang! The ugly demon biker had just attacked with a strike, and had only just managed to retrieve his weapon to block in front of his body when the giant double axe slashed down viciously. At once, the majestic force slashed at the serrated rod, sending out a loud collision sound. Ugly demon biker staggered back from the blow, and his blue eyes dimmed. He backed up to the edge of the river to regain his footing, scanning over the two purple-cloaked Psy Devils in front of him, and opened his mouth in disbelief. Your strength is actually so strong. He gritted his teeth a bit as he said this. Lufa, that old thing, he lied to me again. And Miseo and Joe Extravagant Fei looked at each other, wondering what the hell was going on in Nembo City. And on the bridge side of the bridge, above the three of them, a figure sat on the edge of the bridge in the night, and at that moment there was also a strong curiosity in his eyes. So that Lufa guy, what the hell did he say to him? Nembo City, a hidden room on the top floor of a towering building. Lufa, who was still in Bardu's shape, slowly opened his eyes, and the reddish-brown lines on his face flickered away, only his eyes showing a reddish aura. He stretched his fists, a sneer curling the corners of his mouth. I wonder if that clown has met those two good men of mine now. He doesn't really believe that my Pantheon Legion is inferior to him, does he? He can't really believe that those two good men will listen to me. Oh yeah, and what I said, the armored forces in Hope City are soft. He's not going to believe it too, is he? Muttering to himself, Lufa turned his head and picked up a tube of pale green reagent on the tabletop and violently inserted it into himself. Boom! The majestic aura suddenly exploded, and his body instantly transformed. The form of the underworld demon reappeared. Ha 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 ha. A slightly pleasant laugh of mockery reappeared. Still really think that I haven't fully recovered my strength? If you want to use this general as a subordinate, we have to see if you have the skills. Sooner or later, this place will be my general's. Ha, ugly devil biker. Just give it to you guys to fix it for me. Joker. The ugly demon biker was forced back by the river, and at this time, his mood could be considered quite complicated. Across from him, and Mingsu also summoned his own giant axe, and Miseo and Xiao Shuefei with their weapons in hand were like the Rakshasa of hell. Their powerful aura was unmistakable. It's no exaggeration to say that their two captains are stronger than most Xenos and Orcsers. It was still unknown whether even the current Xiao Tian and the others could beat the two of them, and Miseo slowly walked forward with his giant axe in hand as he calmly spoke. It's so hard to actually live a peaceful life. And you guys actually jump out and try to make me repeat my mistakes? Joe Chauffeur, dual axes in hand. similarly stepped forward, the armor on his torso making a crisp sound. And, with only this much strength, how dare you show up in Hope City? You're not even good enough for a punch from Linny. As soon as the words fell, and Miss Ao and Xiao Shufa, as if they had a tacit understanding, their intent energy erupted, and the chi of the underworld enveloped the weapons in their hands. The two sharp weapons that have been through 100 battles neatly chopped toward the ugly devilbick. The lingering killing aura immediately made the latter tremble. No! Little Plum cried out in shock and anger, the sawtooth stick in his hand blocking the front. Boom! Under the tremendous power, the ugly demon biker couldn't support himself and immediately fell to his knees in agony. But not for a few seconds. The serrated bar snapped with a loud bang. The ugly demon biker in the back was instantly chopped on the chest by the axe, and in an instant, miserable screams appeared, and sparks of friction splashed out in all directions. How? A hard voice came out as little Li Zi was severely injured by the strike from Minxiu and Xiao Shufa, and his body was almost chopped apart. His ugly demon biker body trembled twice and unexpectedly shattered directly, covering his chest. Little Li Zi fell to the ground and kept crawling backward, his eyes full of unwillingness and fear. At this point his hatred for Lufa had simply surpassed that of anyone else. He swore that if he had the life to go back, he must expose that old thing's wolfishness to Dr. Li, and without the slightest hesitation, and Minxiu and Zhou Extravaganza Fei continued to walk towards the front, intending to finish this guy off. Mostly, he's scared enough of him too. Little Liz stepped backward in horror, and suddenly his hands came in contact with wetness, a large, rushing river. At once, a light appeared in his eyes, as if he had touched the hope of survival. I'm not going to die. I will have my revenge. He roared out in anger while using all his strength. No good. And Minxiu noticed the scene and immediately stepped forward. But little Li Zi at this time has been like the last struggle of the fish. A leap and flip into the rushing river. Not even a splash. The two of them, and Minxiu and Xiao Xiefe, stood on the shore, looked at each other, and were dumbfounded in unison. Linny shouldn't think that the two of us let him go on purpose. Unbeknownst to the duo, above them, a familiar voice came to the ears of the figures sitting against the bridge. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Subtask, how clowns are made, completed. Verdict, excellent mission accomplished. Although the host himself was inactive. Quest reward, quest completion plus 10%, armor enhancement value plus 10%. Seeing the quest rewards arrive, a smile appeared on Lin's face as well. As for the little plums that got away, forget it, let him go back to working against that Lufa guy. Otherwise, with that old man's sophistication, there's no telling how much of a comeback he could make. It seems like we'll have to take the time to travel to Nanhua City once next as well. I wonder how Duanmu is doing now. Chapter 121, The Need for an Armor Upgrade. 1,000-mile ride. The next day, inside the Huan Teppanyaki restaurant, and Minxiu and Xiao Xiefe arrived early, while Linny was still sleeping heavily. Ha! Why are you two free to come here? Welcome sat on the couch looking at the two men in surprise and opened his mouth in confusion. Ever since Linny had left Hope City, it was as if Miss Ao and Xiao Xiefe had completely forgotten their true identities as well, completely integrating into the world of ordinary people. Maybe it's because of 1,000 years of conquest, maybe it's because of past killings. All in all, they are now more eager for a peaceful life. So, Welcome and Goten didn't bother the two of them. Hearing the welcoming inquiry, and Mingsu smiled a bit awkwardly and said, "We've come to find Linny, and it just so happens that there's something we want to talk to him about." Oh, Welcome nodded, and didn't look deeper than that, merely chuckling. "You'll have to wait a while longer then. That guy should be waking up late." At this time, the sound of Qing's teaching and some fierce fighting came from the backyard, where Xiao Tian and the others had already started training. Several of you are growing quickly in your intentional energy, but you're still a little something short of upgrading your armor. I'm not a summoner, and that's something you may need to explore on your own. Seeing that Lin Yi hadn't woken up, and Minxiu and Xiao Shuafei then came to the backyard together, and happened to hear these words from Qing. They looked over there, only to see that Xiao Tian, Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang had all summoned their armor by now. Interceptor, Flying Shadow, and the Vajra armor were at the forefront, while behind the three of them, another Vajra armor was in a stance, seemingly practicing boxing techniques. This is John Chu, the three genuine armors aside. Of the other three armors that didn't have a contract, both Lin Yi and Kei Shanshan had already completed the armor excitement state upgrade. Only he, still stuck in the primary stage, could be said to be under a lot of pressure. It so happened that at this time, and Minxiu and Xiao Shuafei came over, and Cheng stopped teaching, and Minxiu scanned over the three people in front of him, and surprise appeared in his eyes after a little probing. "I didn't expect your intentional energy to grow so fast. Maybe we were right in speculating that the intentional energy of Bluesterians does grow a bit easier. Joe Extravaganza nodded back inside. Maybe it's because there's no strong physical bondage. Xiao Tian, who was at the forefront, asked for advice towards Minqiu at this time. So, do you guys know how to do the agonistic state upgrade? Qing's face also showed some glimmer at this time, and he smiled and said, I'm ashamed to say that even though I'm a jutsu cultivator, I can only guide them through words after all. The fire seems about right to me, but I don't know why. They've never been able to break through that. And Minqiu frowned at his words and shook his head. Our Arisian use of all 3 pieces of armor has been contracted, and some of the weapons in them are unlocked. Plus it's difficult to upgrade in the radical fighting state, so we don't really know much about that. I've only heard that it seems to require fighting. Nirvana in battle. Joe Extravaganza also nodded at this time. As if he had remembered something, he was surprised. Hasn't Lin Yi already upgraded his armor? Why don't you guys ask him for some advice? At those words, Xiao Tian's voice within the criminal sky armor came out helplessly. He just got back and hasn't had a chance to ask yet. Ha! It was at this moment that a surprised voice came from the back door. So little Sky, you're asking me this? How do I upgrade my armor? Lin Yi appeared at the back door, and he smiled as he made his way from the store to the backyard, and then he surveyed the 3 armors in front of him. Xiao Tian and the others were worthy of being the original armor summoners, and their talent was truly unmatched. At this time, the 3 armors are mighty and domineering. The surface of the armor is flowing, and you can vaguely see the flow of intentional energy. Lin Yi spoke after confirming their situation. I just happened to come back this time to talk to you guys about that too. He came to Qing's side, and a serious look came over his face. The evil forces over in Jinghai City aren't weak, and there's a bit of a shortage of armor on their side, so I'm going to take you guys over there with me this time. For one thing, it would relieve the pressure over there. Secondly, what you guys need at this point is a real fight. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as his intent energy flowed out around him, turning into a fiery red gas. His voice was steady. Armor upgrades require unwavering tenacity and a determination to move forward. You need to really understand the armor, to understand their basic characteristics, to explode in battle. Upon hearing this, the 3 Xiaotian people and Junju behind them all revealed thoughtful expressions. A smile appeared on Qing's face as well. Then, the adamantium armor's 2 fists collided with a dull ringing sound. Xiao Gang's voice also came out from inside. Yes, I also want to go and see what those so-called exotic beasts are. The flying shadow armor flung its arms around and its eyes lit up. Face calm but somewhat proud voice also appeared, saying, Ha, in front of me, all monsters are nothing but dirt. The interdictor armor, on the other hand, stood squarely on its side, with Xiao Tian staring intently at Lin Yi. I can feel that your interdictor armor seems to have become stronger. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything before looking at Junju at the very back. An excited voice came out as the other adamantine armor erupted an aura around his body and blasted his chest with both fists. Finally, I get to do that shit with you. Seeing that the few people in front of him were fine with it, Lin also nodded in satisfaction. And Minqiu and Xiao Xiefe saw this and instantly became a bit desperate for words. At this time, Lin Yi just happened to turn around to look at the 2 of them, and he spoke with a smile. Don't worry, you 2 stay here. In the future, if there is any situation, you guys just step in for an emergency. And Minqiu froze at his words, and then a helpless smile appeared on his face. I'm the one who thought small. In fact, it was just the 2 of them who were worried, and Lin Yi had never had that idea of oppressing them. Stepping in to help when it matters is just great camaraderie. Xiao Xiefe also revealed some smiles at this time, and he opened his mouth towards Lin Yi. We need to talk to you about yesterday. Lin Yi shook his head and said, there's no need to talk about it. Run away. Just run away. Just with him, can't turn over any waves. The rushing river flowed unceasingly, flowing out from the City of Hope, and rushing back towards the city of Jinghai with unrivaled water power, and which wrapped in the water-sinking guy. Naturally, this also went to the city of Jinghai. Lin also didn't expect that this time, the ugly demon biker actually didn't return to Nanhua City at the first opportunity, but unexpectedly arrived at Jinghai, and the Sea of Tranquility has been buzzing with activity for a long time now. Right after Lin Yi left, the Realm King once again sent out his henchmen alien beasts. He had come prepared, and had already secretly taken the light and shadow armors, hopefully the city. After sending off an Misao and Xiao Xuefe, Lin Yi had lunch with everyone in the teppanyaki restaurant at noon, and then he began to cultivate once again. Enhancement of intentional energy, light and shadow will mastery and many more combat techniques. Before he had a chance to check his current personal status, a loud system sound suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Trigger the Explosive Dragon Emperor subquest, 1000-mile ride. 1,000 miles to ride. There is a change in the light and shadow armor team in Jinghai City, so travel to Jinghai as fast as you can, kill the alien beasts, save Mi Jin, and dismantle the conspiracy of the King of the Realm. Mission reward, large mission completion, 0% 20%. Arrive at Shizumi in time, plus 5%. Save Mijin, plus 5%. Kill alien beasts, plus 5%. And dismantle the Kai King's plot, plus 5%. Chapter 122, Confident Bei Miao. The Boundary King's means. A few hours ago. It was early morning, and the whole city was beginning to just wake up. ERP Research Room, Jinghai City. Mijin sat in the chair in front of the control screen, her eyes filled with disorientation. She was all a bit uncomfortable with Lin Yi's absence. The research room was empty at the moment. Kunzaka and Tsuji and the others usually didn't come this early. I do not know why. She was uneasy. Always felt that Lin also left seems to take her bottom together with the same. The satellite monitoring device was installed yesterday, and it's not coming back today. After muttering to herself, Mijin maneuvered the satellite map in front of her. It wasn't long before Tsuji was the first to arrive at the research room. In the past, he usually stayed in the research lab for long periods of time, either training or working on something. The training wasn't very productive though, was it? The research lab is still a bit chilly with Lin Yi not here today. Tsuji came in and smiled as he spoke to Mijin. All relaxed. Mijin also forced a smile and then turned toward him. The strength of the exotic beasts that have appeared recently is getting higher and higher. You need to step up your training as well. Tsuji froze at his words, then nodded stiffly. He was about to walk into the virtual battle room when the door to the research room opened and Kuenzhong and Bei Miao walked in together. With an honest look on his face, Kunzaka greeted Tsuji and Mijin before heading towards the virtual battle room. The words kept coming out of his mouth. Can't jump, fighting with less jumping. Tsuji, who was beside him, heard the words that came out of his mouth, and at that moment, he opened his mouth curiously and asked, Kunzaka, what keeps coming out of your mouth? Kuenzhong froze at his words, then looked up towards the crowd and scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. It was Lin who told me what to look for when fighting in the Earth Tiger armor. I'm afraid I've forgotten, so I keep chanting. The grid opens. Mijin's eyes lit up at his words, not realizing that Lin Yi had actually taught Kuenzhong in private, and Tsuji was also a bit startled to see how serious Kunzaka looked, and he was flooded with mutterings. Does it really work? His eyes also lit up when he thought about Lin Yi's strength and the way he was unstoppable in battle. Why don't you teach me? When Lin also comes back this time I'll have to ask him for advice as well. At this point, Bei Miao, who was standing on the other side of the room, looked a bit ugly. When he saw Lin Yi, who had attracted the crowd with just a name, he was instantly displeased once again in his heart. But after experiencing Lin Yi's severe beating, he didn't dare to show his obviousness too much. Bei Miao glanced towards the crowd, then took out the Black Rhino Armor Summoner and smiled. The most important thing we can do right now is to build up our strength. I think the most effective way to do this is to go head to head. You too, want to try it with me? Let's compare notes. He said this with the obvious intention of re-establishing his position through strength. After all, he was stepped on a bit too hard by Lin Yi before. But Tsuji was no fool. Previously when Bei Miao summoned the Black Rhino Armor had already had an encounter with them, and it was time to say no more. This guy was really strong. Oh, there's no need for that. It's still a little better to get into the virtual battle room and train. With that, he walked right into the virtual battle room. Seeing this, Bei Miao wrinkled his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. Sometime later, Kunzaka, Tsuji and Bei Miao all came out of the virtual battle room. Mijin looked at the data on the display and frowned. Tsuji, your time is too short each time. It's been less than 5 minutes. Bei Miao, who was on the side, also opened her mouth in dissatisfaction towards Dongsan. How can you gain strength in such a short period of time? The next time we deal with the alien beasts, you don't want to hold us back. Dongsan's face changed as he sniffed, gritting his teeth and looking at Bei Miao. And there was already discontent within him as well. It's just as well that Mijin said him, but Bei Miao actually accused him too? You have the nerve to talk about me. A guy who was beaten up by Lin Yi and forcibly stripped of his summoning qualifications? Besides, it's only been a day since you joined and you're being so bossy. What's going to happen? At this moment, Dongsan finally understood why Lin Yi was trying to get this guy in front of him. It's just too much of a beating. Kuenzhong, on the other hand, was oblivious to what was going on outside the window, and only remembered Lin Yi's advice. He had just practiced his new combat techniques a few times in the virtual combat room as well, while his conversation with Old Man Divine Mountain had also given him new gains. Mijin shook her head after seeing Katamio accusing Tsuji and Tsuji's face hardening. Okay, you guys, don't implode. Bei Miao, you're not the captain, so it's better to stay out of other people's way. She felt that with Bei Miao's character, if she didn't admonish her twice, she would have to start conflicts in the future. At this moment, Mijin suddenly missed Lin Yi immensely. Just then, suddenly the alarm in the research room began to sound. Ding ding ding. an alien beast has appeared. Mei Jin's complexion changed slightly, and she quickly came to the control screen to look for the location of the alien beast. Bei Miao's eyes immediately showed joy when he heard this. Where's the location? I'm on my way to finish them off. Mei Jin looked at it carefully and then turned toward the three men. For alien beasts in close proximity to each other's locations, you guys be careful. She had the intention of informing Lin Yi. After all, there were 4 exotic beasts in front of her, but Bei Miao had already seen what Mei Jin was thinking, and he immediately stepped forward and said confidently, "Give me 2 of those heads." Immediately Mei Jin will use the satellite transmission device to transmit the 3 people separately. White light dissipated. Her eyes showed some worry. Shadow base. The king of the realm likewise stood in front of several huge operating screens, his mechanical eyes showing a green aura and a grim smile all over his face. Oh, this time, as soon as your transformation data is transmitted, I'll be able to use it to pinpoint the location of your satellite. After shielding the satellites and without armor, I'd like to see what you guys do. 4 alien beasts are snarling for destruction in the 4 corners of a large abandoned shipyard. 3 white lights descended from the sky, and they were none other than Bei Miao, Kuan Zhong, and Dong Suo. The first instant after they saw the alien beasts, they placed the summoner on their wrists, and then the circular pendant was inserted into it, instantly invoking the energy of the light and shadow stones. The satellite projected energy down, directly enveloping the 3 of them. Black Rhino Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, Wind Eagle Armor. Merge. Their voices were unusually imposing, and in a flash they transformed into armored warriors to engage those alien beasts. Inside the Shadow Realm base, the Realm King's hands frantically calculated the center of the satellite's projected energy just now, and through the 3 locations began to find and cut off the satellite connection. As for the inside of the abandoned shipyard, Bei Miao's trio hadn't found it in the slightest. These 3 alien beasts are fighting and retreating, gradually approaching the center. Chapter 123, I am like a fiery flame falling from the sky. Invasion satellite, miserable Bei Miao. The 3 exotic beasts retreated towards the center, and the unaware Kuan Zhong trio continued their pursuit. Kuan Zhong summoned the Earth Tiger Armor, and the alien beast he faced was a mutated wasp beast. The wasp beast was covered in a mottled yellow and black color like a bee, with a giant black stinger attached to its right arm and a ghastly head with a white face and yellow eyes. Damn, how is this guy so fast? Kuan Zhong was a little annoyed as he watched the wasp beast in front of him keep retreating and jumping to avoid his attacks. At this time, he couldn't care less about Lin Yi's advice, and immediately jumped up and chased towards the wasp beast. Soon, the wasp beast ahead stopped in front of a large container. Kuan Zhong was instantly delighted to see this. He leapt to the ground, gently twisted the right side of the rotating wheel, and lightly drank Earth-splitting blade. Instantly, an earth-colored weapon pictorial post appeared in front of the body. The Earth Tiger Armor grabbed forward, and instantly the earth-splitting sword appeared in his hand as substance. Tightly gripping the weapon in his hand, Kuan Zhong suddenly rushed forward, the earth-splitting knife in his hand slashing down hard. Die! Bang! The wasp beast raised its right arm black stinger to parry, directly clashing with the earth-splitting blade. Kuan Zhong was not the least bit vain and followed the doctor's instructions, keeping his legs on the ground without leaving the ground in the slightest. He only felt that the power within his body was extremely strong, and he immediately fought madly with this wasp beast with a cracking sword in his hand. In the other direction, the Wind Eagle Armor summoned by Tasuji also arrived after an alien beast covered in shit yellow and encased by hard outer armor. The alien beast was covered in shit yellow hard armor, with spikes protruding from key areas. The head is an enlarged cockroach head that is extremely tenacious. What a powerful defense! Dongsan had summoned his Wind Eagle crossbow at this point, and as he kept firing the arrows of the Wind Eagle crossbow during his pursuit, he also hit the cockroach beast several times, but the guy's armor was hard and didn't do much damage at all. That's what eventually got him running here. As for the other direction in the diagonal corner, an alien beast covered in brownish-red armor with 2 large pincers on its arms was arrogantly looking backward. 2 tentacles extended from its head, and 2 eyes actually grew from the tips of the tentacles. This lobster beast twisted its body and hissed and taunted toward the rear area, as if provoking someone. It was at this moment that he saw the black rhino armor holding the meteor lance and running wildly with big strides. Before the person arrived, Bei Miao's irritated voice had already come. You disgusting lobster, what can you do but run? I'll see where you can run to. Bei Miao didn't say a word after arriving at the area where the lobster beast was, summoning the meteor gun and preparing for battle. He was confident that with his strength he would be able to seal this alien beast very quickly. However, the lobster beast turned around and fled with great speed. Black Rhinoceros armor defense and attack power are among the top, but unfortunately it is very slow, belongs to the heavy armor. In the end, he could only follow the lobster beast and eat its tail, and even had to accept the taunts of the alien beast. Damn alien beasts! I'm going to seal all of you and show the others what I can do. Beimiao shouted out in a low voice and directly leaped up, the meteor gun zipping through the air towards the lobster beast. Boom! The lobster beast was blown away by this unexpected move, and in a violent concussive sound, it crashed through the container directly behind it. Eventually, it fell at the feet of the wasp beast. The two exotic beasts looked at each other in disbelief, as if they didn't expect to meet each other in such a special way, and the cockroach beast rushed over at this time, and the three exotic beasts converged at this place. Tsuji and Kunzaka had also seen each other by now, as Beimiao slowly came from the other side. He was holding a meteor gun, and his cold voice slowly came out. You two stay out of the way for now and watch me teach these three alien beasts a good lesson, and show you what I'm made of. Tsuji and Kunzaka exchanged glances at his words, then took 2 steps back. At the same time, inside the Shadow Realm base the Realm King's hands were rapidly tapping on the keyboard, and many waves of electricity and viruses were pouring out. Ha ha ha. The Boundary King's face was filled with a crazy and smug smile as he hissed in excitement. I've got your satellite location. Watch me cut off your signal. He lifted his finger and just slowly pressed it towards the enter button. This way. The black rhinoceros armor slowly walked towards the front. The meteor gun pointed towards the front, and Beimiao's unstoppable voice erupted. Alien beasts, give me death. Bear. Just then, the king of the realm pressed that button. Above the blue star, the ERP satellite suspended in space suddenly trembled. The light prisms on it suddenly dimmed, and the light shadowstone energy transmitted suddenly disappeared. Thus, the black rhino armor in front of the 3 alien beasts, which was about to charge up, suddenly shook around. Light and shadow flowed and instantly disintegrated. Inside, Beimiao stared at the 3 vicious monsters across from him with wide eyes, his face filled with incredulity and bewilderment. The next second, he gulped and took a quiet step back. In the rear, Kunzaka and Tsuji were forced to disintegrate at the same time. What's going on? How? The 2 men were also in a state of shock at this time. Across the street, the lobster beast, cockroach beast and wasp beast had already seen the appearance of the 3 humans across the street. At once, they hissed out in excitement and slowly came forward to surround the 3. Inside the encirclement, the 3 Higashishiji men were back to back, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Tsuji looked around and spoke through gritted teeth. There must be a problem with the satellite. Mijin will do something when she realizes what's going on. We need to stall for a while. Beimiao's eyes were bewildered at this time, and there was a shocked look on his face as he sniffed and spoke. Is it only possible to go up there and physically fight? Koen-jong nodded solemnly at this time, his eyes shining slightly as he said, it can't be helped. It seems to be the only way. But fortunately, brother Beimiao, you said you can deal with 2 alone. I should be able to handle 1 head with brother Tsuji. At those words, Tsuji's eyes also lit up. River North. At this time, the lobster beast suddenly stepped forward, and the other 2 exotic beasts also attacked at the same time. Dongsan and Kunzaka stifled a grunt, and together they struggled to withstand the wasp beast's strike. Angry plus bewildered, Beimiao raised his arm just to fend off the lobster beast, and in the next second the cockroach beast threw a punch at his waist. Hiss. Ah! With a bang, Beimiao's entire body flew backwards. ERP research room. At the first sign of the satellite being hacked, Mijin had realized the situation. There's no way to repair the satellites in the short term, so sending them light and shadow stones is the best option. Her brain worked fast and she made a decision on the spot. With that, Mijin took her bag and put the 3 light shadow stones in it before turning around and leaving the research room. Buzz. Boom. A low rumble came from Lin Yi's black motorcycle, which was rolled over and straddled by Meijin, and shifted away in a flash. The center of the abandoned shipyard. Beimiao was covered in wounds, covering the side of his waist and gritting his teeth as he roared in a low voice. You monsters, I must have my revenge. Tsuji and Kunzaka were a little better off, but at this point they were also hunched over and crouching low, panting heavily, without the light and shadow armor. These summoners were nothing more than ordinary people with some skills, so how could they fight against the alien beasts? Pure and simple praying mantis. Just then, the roar came instantly. Mijin rode her black motorcycle towards here, anxiety in her eyes as she parked and tried to rush this way with her bag on her back. It's Mijin. Instantly, joy appeared in the eyes of Beimiao, Dongsug and Koen-jong. However, in the next second, despair was completely revealed in the eyes of the 3. Boom! Only to see a black armored, arms like scythes, head like a death-like alien beast blasted from the side of the container above the drop. Shikora blocked in front of Meijin. Meijin was shocked and fell to the ground. Looking at the hideous and terrifying monster in front of her, despair suddenly appeared in her eyes as well. Yeah, one with 4 alien beasts. Just at the moment when the alien beast raised its scythe and was about to slash down, a violent popping sound that tore through the air came in a flash. Ear-splitting sonic booms come from the sky along with searing heat. The alien beast sensed the danger and stopped moving and turned instantly. Nijin also opened her eyes blankly, only to see a bright and dazzling blaze above the azure sky that landed with a roar like a majestic line of fire. Bang! The alien beast was violently knocked out by the flames and exploded with a scream, and an athletic figure dropped to the ground at the same time, reaching out toward her. Chapter 124, The Yanlong Colt crashes into the heavenly cow beast. Bei Sanchue cried bitterly that he shouldn't have stayed. Hopefully the city. When the system quest appeared, Linny had realized that something was wrong. You've only been gone for 2 days, and you can't hold your own over there? Outrageous. He came out of the teppanyaki restaurant and then barked a few words towards Kei Shanshan and Xiao Tian. Something happened over in Jinghai City. I have to hurry back. Once you're all packed up on your side, go to Jinghai together as well. I'll be waiting for you over there. The crowd was not surprised at the words. Kei Shanshan nodded at him and said with a warm smile, "Don't worry. I'll bring them to you. You go about your business in peace." Welcome stepped forward at this time toward him and asked, "How are you going to get back to Jinghai?" The newly installed teleportation device can only teleport within the City of Hope. It can't do cross-city yet. The satellite on the Jinghai side was also hacked. Linny smiled at his words, a confident gleam in his eyes. He took out the Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner with a slight bit of excitement, and then muttered a sentence. With my current strength and control, it shouldn't be too hard to summon that thing. When Xiao Tian and the others saw Linny pulling out something he had never seen before, a look of curiosity appeared in their eyes. Immediately afterward, they saw that a subtle spatial vortex had suddenly appeared around Linny, and then he placed the Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner on his wrist and the pendant was instantly inserted. Inferno Dragon Armor. Raging fire energy appeared in an instant, directly enveloping Lin Yi's entire body in its entirety. Merge! With a light shout, the energy in his body exploded, and within it, an ornate and godly fire-red armor suddenly appeared. Seeing this, shock appeared on Xiao Tian's and their faces. At the back, Zhu Junji and Xiao Gang opened their mouths in unison and stared wide-eyed. Another suit of armor? The guy with the opposite sex and no humanity. Is armor that easy to come by? Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei both showed surprise as well. Is this the armor over in Jinghai City? Only Kei Shanshan had seen Linny in this state, so she was also the calmest. As for Ah Ching, a strange color flashed in his eyes at this time, and he smiled as he surveyed the Inferno Dragon Armor, and then he opened his mouth. Could it be that this armor can also summon carriers like the Interdictor shuttlecraft? Within the Inferno Dragon Armor, Linny laughed and nodded towards him. Brilliant! Immediately afterward, he collected his mind and all of his mind power was collected into his mind. At the same time, the Inferno Dragon Armor flashed red all around, and Lin Yi's connection with the Inferno Dragon Armor grew deeper and deeper. Gradually, Lin Yi felt the yet-to-be-explored functions deep within the Inferno Dragon Armor. In the deepest part, there is an extremely powerful force hidden. That power was extremely honorable, like an emperor of the world's flames, regaling the mind. But I can't control it yet, can't touch it. Lin also chose a fiery red stream of light that was close at hand. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the eyes of his Inferno Dragon Armor lit up at the same time. Linny gently twisted the spinning wheel on the left side of the belt, and a red light instantly soared up from the center of the belt and leapt into the sky. At the same time, his quiet voice came out. Inferno Dragon Pony. Roar! Accompanied by a blurring dragon whistle. Only a fiery red light was seen flying from the sky in a flash, speeding towards the ground. Linny directly leapt up in this instant, and instantly appeared on top of that fiery red light. The light shadow stopped in mid-air, and only then did the crowd on the ground get a good look at its true appearance. It was an extremely cool and handsome fire-red dragon colt carrier. The front end of the Inferno Dragon Pony is styled to look as handsome as a dragon's head with its mouth open and roaring, with a dashboard behind a light blue crystal windshield. The cockpit is firm and comfortable, with a power center in the rear. The overall size is just a little bigger than a locomotive. Sitting on the Inferno Dragon Colt, Linny held the handlebars in his hand and braked to start the Inferno Dragon Colt after greeting the bottom. The sonic boom came and went away in an instant. Inferno full, photo. Com. Oh, the speed of the Inferno Dragon Colt was extremely fast. The fastest could be comparable to the speed of light. The mountains and rivers below passed instantly, piercing the clouds, and soon he reached the Sea of Silence. Let's see, where is she? With a slight condensation of intentional energy, Linny had already sensed the location of the strand of tracking intentional energy left on Meijin's body. Then with a thought, he piloted the Yanlong Colt and flew towards the abandoned shipyard in Linhai. High in the air, Linny had already seen the hideous dark black alien beast below, standing in front of Meijin. The alien beast was not very tall, but its dark black armor shone brightly and was obviously very hard. Its arms are sharp and slender side-like, and its mouthpiece is split as hideously as a shark's mouth. the heavenly cow beast. Seeing that the heavenly cow beast's scythe forelimbs were already raised, Lin Yi immediately lowered his body, and the Inferno Dragon Colt sprinted down sharply. There was a sonic boom and violent friction at the same time. A shield appeared in front of the Inferno Dragon Colt, and its surroundings were wrapped in blazing flames in a split second. The majestic power carried the flames straight down, ruthlessly slamming towards the heavenly bull beast. Boom! The moment the Inferno Dragon Colt crashed into it, Lin Yi detached himself from the carrier and leapt up. The Inferno Dragon Colt's power was extremely strong, and at the moment of impact it fired lasers from the dragon's muzzle again, and instantly the heavenly bull beast was directly blown apart by the blow. In place, a demon ceiling post slowly appeared, and Mi-jin fell to the ground, clutching the backpack with the light shadow stones in her arms, and stared blankly at the smashed-up heavenly cow beast. Lin Yi leapt down from the air and landed right in front of her. Mi-jin hadn't gotten over the danger she had just been in when the next moment she saw the figure appear before her. And then a slender palm reached out toward her. The warm summer breeze instantly followed, directly relaxing her entire being. Lin also. She murmured something, but made no other move. Lin Yi was suddenly helpless when he saw this, and he lightly raised his eyebrows as a flirtatious voice came out from the Inferno Dragon Armor. Hey, what? Do you want me to pick you up? Well, it doesn't seem like it wouldn't work. Seeing that Lin Yi seemed to have really lowered his body, Mi-jin was startled, and the redness in her ear cheeks became more pronounced. She kept her head down and busied herself with her voice. No, you don't need to help me. Go ahead and help them. Hearing her nervous voice, Lin Yi gave her a suspicious look. At that exact moment, not far away Ko-in-jong's difficult voice fought to come. Ringo, look, do you want to catch up later? I hate to bother you guys, but I just can't hold it up any longer. Ko-in-jong had just finished shouting this paragraph when the alien beast once again braked and attacked, nearly sending him flying out. Lin Yi sniffed and turned his head to look at the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face, only to see that on Kanzaka and Tsuji's side, the two of them were still able to fight and run while dealing with an alien beast. Despite the woes, there was at least no danger, and the North Sanshue side is not the same. By this time has been caught by the two alien beasts for a while. Lin Yi wasn't aware of Bei Miao's words about one person taking on two beasts, so he immediately lamented. TSK, look. Bad character, alien beasts don't even look good. Grab the fight at. At this point, Bei Miao wanted to cry. It would be better not to come back. Chapter 125 Armored Beast Awakening Permission arrives. A fiery slash. 3 heads of Kalami. Shift. Lin Yi lightly drank, and immediately his entire body appeared in front of Ko-in-jong. The wasp beast continued to attack towards the two Koan Middle East Sugi, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to appear instantly. It was startled, then roared angrily, and the sharp tail spikes in its hands suddenly stabbed fiercely. Meh. Lin also sneered. His body didn't move. His left arm lifted up to blast into the sharp black stinger, and flames rose from his right fist as he blasted the wasp beast's chest. Bang! The wasp beast's entire body was instantly blasted and flew backwards, collapsing onto the ground. And then Lin Yi turned to pull Ko-in-jong up and laughed. Looks like you're not up to it. 2 days gone and you're such a mess. Tsuji, who had stepped aside at that moment, frowned and shook his head. I don't know what happened. The armor suddenly all disintegrated. Hearing that, Lin Yi suddenly realized that this should be the Boundary King's so-called conspiracy. The wasp beast that fell to the ground roared angrily and looked towards the lobster beast and cockroach beast on the other side that still surrounded Bei Miao, seemingly somewhat annoyed. You two dumbass. The big enemy is coming. It's killing me. And you two are still there bullying that rookie. Shadow Base. The Realm King who had been monitoring the area first saw Lin Yi's divine arrival and was filled with incredulity. And then as he watched Lin Yi kill the heavenly bull beast, he gritted his teeth. It's you again. It's you again, Lin Yi. Then, seeing this scene again at this moment, the Realm King even felt that he was a bit out of breath as he roared out in anger. Waste. Brainless piece of shit. And then he slammed the console in front of him, whacked his mechanical eye, and growled frantically at the alien beast. You guys go together and deal with Lin Yi first. Is it hard to let him destroy you one by one? The command was transmitted into the alien beast's brain in a unique way, and the cockroach beast and lobster beast froze at first, and only after fondly looking at the scaly Bei Miao did they walk together toward the wasp beast. Seeing the two exotic beasts finally abandon Bei Miao to come to the wasp beast, the Realm King breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look downwards, where Shizhou and Binger were standing by, fists clenched. The mechanical arm of the Realm King hammered hard, then spoke with a grim expression. You two, get there right now. Together, destroy them for me. No matter what tactics you use. This time, you must not fail again. Over here. The wasp beast stood up and glared hard at the two alien beasts on its side before slowly retreating behind them. On the opposite side, Linny didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions when he saw the scene. 2 heads are a rush, and 3 heads are a kill. With his strength today, ordinary alien beasts couldn't stop him. After this one is over, Xiao Tian and school sister Kay and the others will be able to go directly to the Boundary King's lair when they come to Jinghai City. Let's destroy this old thing first. The Realm King wasn't the least bit aware that within seconds, Linny had sentenced him to death. On the other side, the Lobster Beast and Cockroach Beast hissed before charging towards Linny. The two leaned on the hardness of their armor and thought to themselves that the armored warrior in front of them wasn't too different from the 3 they had encountered before. Linny took a step and appeared behind the Lobster Beast in an instant. With that, he threw a punch. Boom! The Lobster Beast was staggered and turned around in anger, its 2 large pincers clamping down hard. However, at this time Linny had already disappeared behind him and appeared in front of the Cockroach Beast. Bang! Boom! The Inferno Dragon armor was surrounded by a faint red aura, and his moves were like flowing water, either punches or palms, hitting the 2 exotic beasts without the ability to fight at all. Kunzaka and Tasuji in the back watched the scene with wide eyes. This isn't a fighting technique, it's art, Kunzaka muttered. Over here, Linny sensed that the fire was almost ready. He leapt back, twisting his right hand around the rotating wheel at his waist, and let out a soft gulp. Flaming blade, a red weapon graphic post appeared, and Linny reached out and took out the flame blade. Clang! Holding this particular weapon in both hands, his mind was at rest. Within the Inferno Dragon armor, the familiar reddish gold lines in front of Lin Yi's forehead manifested, and a flash of light suddenly lit up the eyes of the armor. He charged forward in a flash, the flaming blade in his hand slashing down hard towards the Cockroach Beast, and then, in a flash, it lifts up again and slashes across the Lobster Beast's chest with the other side of the blade. Bear! Miserable hissing sounds rang out at the same time as the sound of the blade cutting, and both alien beasts staggered back as their armor was struck with sparks. Seeing the 2 exotic beasts standing together, Linny laughed and twisted the spinning wheel in his left hand. Looks like this time, I'm going to seal 2 alien beasts in one big move. In an instant, a fiery red light flew out from the center of the belt, and then transformed into a fiery red seal demon chopping picture post in front of his body. He held a flaming sword, the blade gently touching the picture post in front of him. Instantly, the fiery red picture post turned into light and disappeared into the flame blade. At the same time, Lin also felt the strong power that had suddenly appeared within the flaming blade, the power of the sealing demon flame. He eyed the alien beast in front of him and concentrated his control power, mobilizing the power of the Inferno Dragon armor to the limit. Demon sealing chop. Drumming out softly, Linny held his sword and chopped out the first slash. The fiery red majestic blade appeared in an instant, directly tearing through the ground in front of it and ruthlessly cleaving into the body of the shit yellow Cockroach Beast. In an instant, the Cockroach Beast was already dying from serious injuries, and flames were burning all around it. And then Linny didn't stop and backhanded the second blade. A shocking dragon roar appeared, and the red sharp blade appeared once again, lifting it up upside down and blasting it into the body of the Lobster Beast. The Lobster Beast screamed out miserably, and at once its armor shattered, and the flame of the sealing devil appeared on its body. Sighed, seeing the miserable images of the 2 colleagues. The wasp beast that was originally planning to wait for an opportunity was instantly scared out of its wits. A little friend with a knife. It defied the orders of the Realm King and turned to flee under the strong will to survive. When Linny saw this scene, the corners of his eyebrows were gently raised. Trying to escape? Feeling that there was still power left in the flaming blade in his hand, he then followed the trend of holding the blade with both hands and slashed out with force. The last remaining bit of power is just right for you. Buy 2. Get 1 free. Boom! The flaming blade on that was several meters long slashed out vertically, chopping a deep gully out of the ground in front of it before it blasted into the wasp beast's body. For a moment, life had stopped flowing. Wasp beast body trembling, light yellow armor outside. A red fiery post slowly emerged. Linny put the flame blade away, then subconsciously flicked his wrist. Finally, I know why Tiki Nam Lee is flinging his wrists, but anyone who has used the flaming blade can't stand this wrist without flinging it around. Ahead, the 3 alien beasts were on the verge of death. Linny stretched his body and leapt up, his fist in his hand rising up in flames. Flame fist, accompanied by a cold cry. His body was like a fiery flame, penetrating the bodies of the 3 alien beasts in an instant. After some struggle, boom boom boom, explosions coming out of 3 sealing posts appeared. After putting away all the demon sealing posts, a familiar system sound came from Lin Yi's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. 1,000-mile ride completed. Quest reward, 20% completion of large quests. Of course large tasks are completed, 50%. Warm reminder, Armored Beast Awakening privileges open. Chapter 126, Take away the Snow Mastiff and Binger. A little surprise for the King of the Realm. Hearing the voice coming from the system, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. After this mission is completed, the mission completion reaches 50% and you can receive 2 rewards for the Explosive Dragon Emperor mission. And now that the number of quests completed had come to 27, 2 more quests would be completed and some more items could be exchanged. Just as Lin Yi was planning to open the system panel to take a closer look, a slightly cold voice suddenly came from another direction. Snow Mastiff Armor. Merge. Accompanied by an intense storm of metallic energy, the Snow Mastiff Armor summoned by Shizhou instantly stepped out from the corner. Seeing the brand new armor, everyone recognized that it was an armor that Lin Yi had told them about, one that had defected to the Shadow Realm. At once, everyone in the room tensed up. Mei Xin got up from the ground, holding the backpack in her hand, and quickly came to Lin Yi's side, her big eyes full of vigilance. Are the Shadow Realm people not going to stop? And Kunzaka and Tsuji quickly arrived, cautiously looking at the Snow Mastiff armor across the room. There was only Bei Miao, who forced himself to endure the pain on his body to climb up. And when he saw the new armor that suddenly appeared, a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. Seeing Shizhou appear, Lin Yi wasn't much surprised. He felt the power of the Inferno Dragon armor, layering it on top of each other and gaining something new after each battle. Manipulation of the Inferno Dragon armor will also be taken to the next level. Slightly restraining his aura, Lin Yi looked at Shizhou with interest and then opened his mouth. Remember what I told you last time? How are you considering it? Hearing Lin Yi's words, the Snow Mastiff armor's figure gave a slight lurch, and his eyes lit up with a flash of light. At the back of Shizhou, Binger's brows furrowed when she saw this scene, and from time to time she surveyed Lin Yi. Shadow Base. When the Realm King heard Lin Yi's words, his heart was startled. What did that guy say to Shizhou? For some reason, as long as Lin Yi was involved, his heart was extraordinarily uneasy, so he immediately used the means to shout angrily towards Shizhou. Shizhou, what are you waiting for? Don't do it yet. As powerful as Lin Yi is, he's already sealed 4 exotic beasts. So I don't believe that the Yanlong armor still has energy. The same roar came from Binger's earphone behind Shizhou, and she subconsciously looked towards Shizhou, but she realized that Shizhou was still not moving. It was just that the Snow Mastiff armor's eyes glowed brightly and dimly, and seemed to be in the midst of a strong tangle. At that moment, Mijin seemed to see something as well, as she stepped forward and spoke. Join us. You should know very well what the Shadow Realm does, so why should you help? When Binger saw Mei Xin make a sound, an angry look appeared on her face and she took a few steps forward as if she was about to stop her. But seeing Lin Yi, she immediately recalled her last experience and forced herself to stop. It was at this moment that Bei Miao limped over to Lin Yi's group as well. He was covered in wounds and ragged clothes, no longer the spirited and well-dressed look he had before. Bei Miao, how are you? Does it matter? Mijin couldn't bear to see this scene, so she immediately opened her mouth and inquired. And River North didn't answer. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head. His fists clenched, his eyes filled with resentment after glancing at Lin Yi. Has decided that today is all about him. Originally all the glory belonged to me. His inner resentment and jealousy to the extreme. Naturally has forgotten. Today all thanks to Lin also appeared in time. He picked up a life. Binger happened to see Bei Miao at this time as well, but seeing his disheveled and tattered appearance, she only gently shook her head, still feeling a little emotional inside. How is it that there are people like this in Armor Warriors? Finally, Lin Yi got a little impatient. He looked to Shizhou and spoke faintly. I told you, I'm only giving you one chance. This is the second encounter, and it's time for you to choose your own destiny. He was too lazy to rub it in, and if Shizhou didn't know better, he wouldn't mind cleaning him up again as well. When Lin Yi said that, Shizhou immediately felt a strong sense of solemnity. His mind went back over the years and thought about the way the king of the realm had treated him. Looking at the situation in front of him again, Lin Yi's strength that was like a demon king in the first place left him with no thoughts of escaping, and even now, he didn't know if the other party still had the ability to continue fighting or not. As he was about to say something else, Lin Yi had already taken out the light and shadowstone from Mei Xin's backpack. Higashisagi and Kunzaka immediately bellowed softly. Wind Eagle Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, merge, boom. The 3 armors gazed calmly at him from the front, and Shizhou's eyes cleared instantly. Eventually he gritted his teeth and undid his armor transformation, before looking up in a slight silence and releasing the words, I would like to join you. At those words, a joyful look appeared on Mijin's face. Subtle colors also appeared on Dongsan and Kuan-Zhong's faces, while Bei Miao looked up with an open mind and a thump in her heart. The previous one hadn't been taken in yet, and here comes another one. Lin also nodded in satisfaction at his words, just as he was about to open his mouth. Behind Shizhou, Binger, whose face was filled with a blank look, had already heard the crazy hissing of the Boundary King in his earphone, as if the entire person was about to explode with a roaring voice. She subconsciously obeyed the Boundary King's order and backhanded towards Shizhao to grab him. Facing Binger, Shizhao didn't have any thoughts of resistance. However, in the next second, a calm voice appeared. Shift, light and shadow flowed, and a slender figure instantly appeared on Shizhao's side, and it was none other than Lin Yi. At this time, Lin Yi had already lifted his armor and transformed. His right hand probed out and instantly locked onto Ice's wrist. Then he took her down with a slight force. A kick to the crook of Ice's leg directly caused her to move on one knee. Lin Yi laughed and opened his mouth. He's mine now, and you can take him again? He didn't stop after such a sentence, but stared at Ice's headset there and continued to chuckle, saying, King of the realm, I know you can hear me. Let me tell you, not only will I take Shizhao today, I'll take Binger as well. I'll have both of your favorite subordinates come with me. Show you my charm, ha ha ha. At the Shadow Realm base, when the Realm King heard Lin Yi's words, he instantly became furious and slapped the console in front of him with force. At the same time, Binger's earpiece was also taken off by Lin, and the sound coming out of it suddenly became louder. No way. I raised them from a young age. How could they? How dare they betray me? Lin Yi snorted coldly at his words, then spoke in a cold voice. You sent psychic beasts to attack their orphanage and eventually took them by force, training them from an early age in all sorts of cruel ways. You call that growing up? Their suffering was originally caused by you, and you think you're being nice to them? You're shameless enough. As soon as Lin Yi's words came out, Shizhao on the side and Binger, who was kneeling on the ground, both widened their eyes. Yet all is not lost. Lin Yi glanced at the two, followed by a chorus of dislike and mockery. If you ask me, these two are also pure idiots and masochists. One gets electrocuted on the outside every day. The other gets whipped all over. How can this situation actually be a dead giveaway to an enemy? It's just pure silliness star. Finally, Lin Yi let go of Binger and stretched his body, a smile on his face. His voice overflowed with confidence and arrogance, and his bones were as strong as an emperor's. I'm taking these two today. No one can stop them, including themselves, King of the Realm. Soon, we'll meet again. When the time comes, I'll give you a little surprise. Chapter 127 Panel Update. News about the Emperor's Belt. ERP Research Room. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair and swayed his body leisurely. In front of him, Shizhao and Binger stood there surveying their surroundings, with obvious restraints still on their faces. Especially Ice, even though she had been forced to figure everything out on the way back. But the woman's nature made her remember the sharp and mean words that Lin Yi said. Lin Yi sized up the two people in front of him, then slowly spoke. Shizhao, you can stay over here from now on and deal with the Shadow Realm with us. The 5 elements of light and shadow armor. The lack of people is not an option. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Shizhao nodded silently. Although the idea of a detached Boundary King had been in his mind since the last time Lin Yi had opened his mouth. But after all these years, the decision took courage. It had to be said that the source of today's courage did still come from Lin Yi's terrifying strength. Sure enough, violence solves problems. Well, and seeing Binger on the side, Lin similarly opened his mouth indifferently. As for you? At those words, Binger's heart tensed up. She clenched her fists and bowed her head slightly, her long hair suddenly hiding all of the side of her face. The originally slender and powerful body looked surprisingly thin at this time. And Meijin, who was originally repairing the satellite with Tasuji, sniffed and quietly sidelong glanced over, intending to see what this guy was going to do with this beauty. In the next second, Lin Yi's voice that didn't care came out. Do what you like as long as you don't return to the Shadow Realm and work for them. As soon as these words came out, Binger's originally indifferent face revealed a dull expression, while Meijin in the back was filled with a satisfied look. Binger looked at Lin Yi with surprise, as if she did not expect this big villain to abandon her so easily. Lin also didn't think much about it. He only remembered that one of the Shadow Guardians in the back seemed to have chosen the Ice Child in front of him as a carrier. Now it's okay to get Ice out early enough to cause a little trouble for those guys. After saying that, Lin Yi didn't pay any more attention to them. He closed his eyes and couldn't wait to summon the system panel. After so much time had passed, he had gotten quite a few more boosts. The first is the quest rewards for large chain quests. 40% completion of the quest, rewarding the 5 elements bloodline plus 5% and armor strengthening value plus 5%. 50% completion of the mission, rewarding the 5 elements armor beast awakening authority. In doing so, Lin Yi's personal panel received another round of upgrades. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955, Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Physical, 79, normal adult 5, with simultaneous increases in all indices winky face. Intentionality, 155, all of your own values increase at the same time. Note, has broken through the individual climbing the peak of intentional energy, into the next level. Unity armor upgrade metamorphosis in. Combat skill, 9 out of 10. Can be improved by practicing in real battles. Control of light and shadow will, 89%. Note, affects the strength of the light and shadow armor in play. The stronger the control, the stronger the armor. Ding! Detecting that the host's intentional energy strength has broken through the individual bottleneck of the material universe, and that the control of light and shadow will has reached 100%. Together with the comprehension of the armor style, there is a chance to make the 5 elements armor undergo a reinforcement. 5 elements bloodline, 60%, 70% can transform into imperial armor with the help of the belt. Armor enhancement value, 20%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of missions completed, 27, Hope Edition, 8, Light Edition. Seeing the panel in front of him, Lin Yi's heart was filled with joy. The light and shadow will control is close to 90%. No wonder my energy is significantly stronger when I use the Inferno Dragon armor than when I first summoned it. Maybe I can meet the requirements for upgrading the Explosive Dragon Emperor without accepting the Explosive Dragon Emperor. Final reward? Punch a wave yourself? Taking this peculiar thought back into his mind, Lin also looked at the other values below. Another 10% increase in the 5 elements bloodline will allow you to summon the Emperor's armor, but no Imperial belt. Redemption still requires quite a few quests. TSK, ask Michan how their research is going sometime. After all, the original Emperor's belt seems to have been something that ERP's research lab came up with as well. While Lin Yi was carefully pondering his next thoughts on raising his strength, the atmosphere in the research room was also rather odd. Shizhou stood in front of Lin Yi, unfamiliar with the others, so he stood in silence. Instead, Tsuji continued to tap away at the keyboard with Mijin, trying to fix the satellite. Kunzaka sat on the other side, still summarizing the last battle himself. The shock that Lin Yi brought to him was hard to get rid of for a long time, and he had already regarded Lin Yi as his lifelong pursuit. As for the most seriously injured Bei Miao, he rushed inside the healing device as soon as he entered. Binger stood at Shizhao's side as she stared at Lin Yi with some bewilderment on her face. She was a bit overwhelmed by what Lin Yi had just said. Originally, I thought that this enemy of the Shadow Realm's Herculean reputation must have something up his sleeve by forcing himself back along with him. At the very least, it must have worked. There must be something in store for her. Who knows? Lin also had indifferent attitude. Directly let her do not know what to do next. Where to go? Actually, Ice is a very traditional Oriental beauty. Tall and slender, with a melon face, big eyes, and even still long and straight black. At this time, she had a black slim-fitting bottomed bodysuit on top and skinny jeans underneath. The perfect body with its pathetic and touching looks. I feel sorry for her. At that exact moment, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He looked at Ice in front of him for a moment and seemed a little surprised. Seeing this, the corner of Binger's mouth, which was slightly hanging her head, flashed with an imperceptible smile. But the next moment, Lin Yi's surprised voice came again. TSK, not bad. It's pretty pleasing to look at. But, I'm surprised you haven't left yet? At that moment, the corners of Ice's originally smiling mouth froze on her face. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at this, then smiled and looked at Meijin, who was busy at the console on the other side, and opened her mouth. Mijin, come here for a second. I want to ask you something. Upon hearing this, Mijin on the other side of the room got out of her chair and walked towards Lin Yi in surprise, asking, what's wrong? Lin also pulled Mijin with a hand and led her out of the research room. Not the slightest notice behind them, the two cast a furtive gaze, inside the burger joint. At this moment, Mijin did not look as competent as she usually did. Instead, she looked dully down at the white palm that Lin Yi had been grasping. Lin also noticed something at this time, and he let go of his hand as if nothing had happened. With that, he tugged Mijin to sit down at the bar, the two of them next to each other physically. Mijin was pulled by him to sit beside him. Her complexion didn't change much, but her earlobes had long since flushed, and for a moment her heart was in turmoil. At that exact moment, Lin Yi turned his head to Mijin's ear and softly inquired, where are you guys at with your research on the Emperor's belt? Feeling the warm breath coming from her ears and the heat coming from where her body was touching, Mijin only felt her head heat up and dizzy. At this moment she completely forgot about the confidentiality her brother had carefully instructed her on, and subconsciously returned. First-generation experiments reportedly being synthesized, but with no summoner and no information about it. It's unclear how the experiments actually work. At those words, Lin Yi's eyes instantly widened, and a look of joy appeared on his face, and Mijin suddenly realized something the moment the words were spoken. Ah! Panic showed on her face and she lost her voice. How do you know all this? Chapter 128 Group Assault Preparedness, Tiny End. Mijin inquired with a face full of panic, completely forgetting that she had just told Lin Yi herself, letting him know a little more carefully. Lin Yi had originally planned to flirt with her a bit, but seeing how flustered she was, he finally softened his heart and said, didn't I tell you? There are a lot of things that I have a way of knowing. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about any of this. Although Mi-jin was relieved to hear that, her pretty eyebrows remained furrowed. A few seconds later, she punched Lin Yi's arm in an irritable manner and snapped. It's all your fault. My brother keeps these things secret, and I'm telling you, he's going to yell at me if he finds out. Lin Yi smiled and opened his mouth to comfort towards her. It's okay. These are known to heaven and earth, to you and to me. Mi-jin glared at him with a sniff, her expression gradually regaining its calmness. In fact, she didn't worry too much about this matter. After all, she also secretly gave the Naruto stone to Lin also. Lice are not itchy. Mi-jin is looking away now. Then what are you inquiring about this for? She looked curiously at Lin Yi and inquired. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth hooked into a smile, and there was even a long-lasting excitement in his eyes. Nothing else? Just because that news from Mi-jin just now meant that he didn't need to go through the agonizing weight of redeeming the system's emperor's belt. As long as the concentration of his 5-elemental bloodline was sufficient, he was perfectly capable of trying out the ERP research laboratory's belt. It sure saves a lot of time. Turning his head to look into Mi-jin's curious eyes, Lin Yi ended up not telling her the truth, and just thought for a moment. It's just a preparation for the future. Not sure yet. I'll be the first to tell you when it's ready. Mitsuru nodded if she sniffed without further questioning. Inside the research room, Shizhao looked to his side and realized that Ice's gaze hadn't retracted over the research room passageway for a long time. He was about to say something when the door to the ERP healing unit across the street opened. Bei Miao, who had recovered most of his physical injuries, slowly walked out from inside with a somewhat somber expression. Ever since he had met Lin Yi, he had felt that he was too unlucky. Suffering these days is almost as bad as these years. He raised his head and scanned towards the research room, and was about to see if Lin Yi was there, when Binger, who had retracted her gaze at that exact moment, and Shizhou, who had retracted his gaze, looked over towards this side together. At that moment, all three of their gazes were shaken. Ice looked at Bei Miao and only felt that it was getting closer and closer to someone she remembered, and Shizhou did the same, except that there was a hint of anger in his gaze, as if he was confirming something. This was not the case with Bei Miao, who was purely just staring at him because he realized that the two people on the opposite side of the room had been staring at him with complicated gazes. And once again, a new thought welled up within him. Why are they both looking at me like that? This good-looking woman for now, probably moved by the surprise of seeing my real appearance. And that snow mastiff armor summoner. Could it be possible to pull a few strings? That way, I can get a bigger voice on this team. 2. Thinking of this, the corners of Bei Miao's mouth had curled into a confident smile. At this time is to confirm that the other party is not the year that coward Shizhou completely did not realize that the opposite side of the guy has seen him in the bag. Inside the burger store, the conversation between Lin Yi and Mi-jin continues. How is your search for Armor 2 progressing in the shadows? Lin also opened his mouth and inquired towards Mi-jin before adding with a frown. Find other summoners who can summon the Black Rhino armor, then hurry up and tell North Sansui to get lost. Although I don't care about him, but with his character, sooner or later he will give birth to something. Mi-jin nodded at her words before shaking her head and said, oddly enough, it just so happens that the only replacement summoner for the Black Rhino armor has yet to be found. After saying that she was worried that Lin Yi would get angry or suspect something, so she spoke with a smile on her face. With your strength, he shouldn't be able to do anything bad. Just let him top it for a while longer. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly at his words, and there was a faintly murderous aura in his voice. I have spared his life. If anything else happens, I'll take his life. Hearing Lin Yi's cold words, Mei-shin instantly felt a chill around her body and subconsciously grabbed Lin Yi's palm. It was already close to evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun was spilling down from the sky, which happened to pass through the glass in front of the burger store, spilling down on Mi-jin and Lin Yi's bodies. In the golden sunlight, the two of them were leaning slightly, with Mei-jin's hand tightly holding Lin Yi's palm in an extremely meaningful way. Ha, that's a pretty intentional scene. After not seeing you for 2 days, I didn't realize that the two of you had already developed to this point. A disgruntled voice with some ethereal coldness rang out abruptly, instantly startling both Lin Yi and Mei-jin. Looking back, he saw a black-clothed Kei Shanshan standing in the doorway with her arms wrapped around her. Backlit, it was hard to see the look on her face, and behind her, Xiao Tian, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Gang all looked slightly awkwardly at Lin Yi. Next to the three of them, Zhu Junjie was scowling at Lin Yi for a while, and even quietly gave a thumbs up. Mi-jin had quickly withdrawn her palm long before Kei Shanshan had made a sound, and it was still a bit awkward at this point. She looked at the imposing Kei Shanshan and subconsciously opened her mouth to explain. Sam, it's actually more than what you see. Kezan, are all three children so arrogant and good at provoking people these days? No. Realizing that she said the wrong thing, Mi Jin's eyes widened and she busily blocked her mouth with her hand and hurriedly explained again. Actually no, it's what you see. Stop. Kazan waved her hand slightly wearily and said, you don't have to explain anything to me. I came here today to deliver, and now the job is done. So Mi Jin was silent. The next moment, she thought immediately, why should I panic and explain myself in front of her? Everyone, aren't they all the same? And by the time she looked up, Kei Shanshan in a black dress was already heading outside. Lin Yi was filled with helplessness, and first greeted Xiao Tian and the others, telling them to go in first and wait for him before chasing after him towards Kei Shanshan. After catching up with Kei Shanshan, he yanked the other woman back by the wrist. Sam, are you angry? Why are you leaving? Lin Yi's voice was still calm, but his tone was soft. Kei Shanshan sniffed and didn't look down at him, just whispered, I wasn't going to stay this time. You have enough people here. I have to go back and stay with Welcome. Otherwise I don't feel comfortable with her alone over there. Lin Yi drifted off, instantly feeling that his senior sister was just being considerate. He took the other into his arms with a slight push of his arms, and then he caressed Kei Shanshan's long hair and spoke softly. Don't think too much. That was really a misunderstanding just now. Originally, Kei Shanshan had a lot of things in her heart that she wanted to say and ask, but when Lin Yi opened his mouth like this, all the words she wanted to say suddenly disappeared. After sending Kei Shanshan away, Lin Yi turned towards the burger store and saw the store's crowd from afar. He exhaled softly and murmured something. That's all the people now. The thing that I've been waiting for since I came over here is finally going to be accomplished. King of the realm. At that moment, a timely system voice sounded. Ding! Triggered subquest, Tiny End. Tiny End, destroy all the living forces in the hands of the Realm King, kill the Realm King, and destroy the base. Quest reward, 10% 15% quest completion, 10% armor enhancement value, Shadow Realm Power Crystals *1. Chapter 129 Xingtian Armor vs Light and Shadow Armor. A new mission appeared, and the things Lin Yi had already been considering became even more important to act on. He headed forward and in the blink of an eye entered the burger joint. In the store, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei were standing off to the side, waiting for Lin Yi. On the other hand, John Chu and Kong were sitting on the chairs with big grins and were talking to Mi Jin. Hey, you're the head of the armor warriors on the Jinghai City side? You and Lin Yi? Hey, aren't you developing a bit fast? Zhu Junjia's eyes were glowing and his face was filled with a desire to gossip about Lin Yi. While Kong's focus of concern was not here, he said with some excitement on his face, I've heard that the armor on your side is different from ours. Can you summon armor? Let's fight. Mi Jin looked at the two guys in front of her, not knowing what to say for a moment. She saw that Lin also walked in at this time, and immediately smiled and said to Junju, you want to know about the two of us so badly, why don't you ask him yourself? And then she flirted towards Kong. Lin can also summon armor from our side, so you can compete with him. At those words, Zhu Junjie looked at Lin Yi and skimmed his lips, not asking. Kong, on the other hand, scratched his head and laughed. Who dares to compete with this boss of mine? I'm sure I'm going to pick a powerful person from your side to try my hand at it. It was at this point that the door to ERP's research room opened. Binger's cold face was a bit cloudy as she walked out at the very front, coming right in front of Lin Yi. Behind her, Shizhao and Beimiao walked out together, and Beimiao looked at Shizhao with a smile still on her face. At the end of the line is Ganjung and Tasuji, who came out together and had planned to go to dinner. After all, he hadn't eaten at lunch either, and it was close to evening now. But I did not expect that it happened to collide with Xiao Tian and the others who came from Hope City. Binger's heart was originally in turmoil. She didn't know what she should do next, but at this time, looking at the calm face of Lin Yi who was close at hand, her heart also seemed to cool down instantly. Humph. She hummed softly and eventually opened her mouth towards Lin Yi. Since you said you wouldn't stop me from going, I'm going to get out of here. Don't worry. I won't be working for the Shadow Realm anymore. Lin Yi nodded at his words and spoke with a smile. Not that there's any hurry for a while. You can come along too. And then he scanned over the crowd in front of him, the two teams from Hope City and Jinghai City, and exclaimed, it's a good time to meet tonight, so let's all go out to dinner and get to know each other. There's no telling what's next side by side. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiao Tian and the others certainly wouldn't say anything. Mi Jin smiled and nodded her head in agreement. I'll listen to Brother Lin. Koen Zhong rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Tasuji had nothing against it, though he was a bit taken aback. But there was only one person who suddenly snorted coldly and said something less than polite. Getting to know each other is fine. Fighting side by side is a no-brainer. I could have just been hearing someone blabbering. Said he wanted to race us. And you want the strongest? Ridiculous. At those words, the entire burger joint fell silent. Everyone looked towards the sound of the voice. And Shizhao's eyes widened in a bit of a daze when he was looked at by so many gazes. And then he quickly withdrew a step to the side. revealing Bei Miao, who was filled with pride. Hearing Bei Miao's words and seeing him in this state, the already bratty Xiao Gang immediately stood up directly. He looked to Bei Miao and exclaimed, "That's right. The words came from me. What's wrong with that? I do want to compare notes." Bei Miao's brows completely furrowed at his words as he scanned over Xiao Tian's group and spoke with a bit of dissatisfaction. "Humph. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Calling these other places of armor to our land. I don't know what the peace of mind is. We can deal with the Shadow Realm on our own." His words were extremely directional, not just talking about Xiao Tian and the others, but also accusing Lin Yi. After saying these words, Bei Miao looked at the Shizhou and Dongsun people at the side. He thought to himself that these words were upholding the dignity of the light and shadow armors of Jinghai City and would surely gain the approval of the others. However, putting aside the fact that Shizhou had originally been half forced back by Lin Yi, he simply ignored Bei Miao. Even Dongsan was a person with brains. How could he dare to go against so many people on Lin Yi's side? Opposite, Xiao Zhang's eyes had already revealed anger, and Fei had also heard the meaning of Bei Miao's words, and immediately turned a cold face to the other side, with the flying shadow summoner in his hand already gripped in his hand. "Hey, that very pretentious person across the street. Estimate your strength before you speak." Fei opened his mouth with a cold smile, his words filled with mockery. "If you guys can handle it, why do you still need Lin Yi to save you? If you guys could handle it, Lin Yi wouldn't have called us at all." Xu Junjie could see Bei Miao's hostility towards Lin Yi, and at this time, he even rushed out towards Bei Miao's output at once. "The guy who tilts his head and tugs on the 250. I've been watching you for a long time. What are you pretending? Posturing? A big man. Disgusting. If you're a man, let's compare notes and see if your strength is as hard as your mouth." This output directly cursed Bei Miao. Even Lin Yi, who was beside Xu Jinjie, had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Deep in his true heritage Bei Miao was scolded like this, and it was also in front of Shizhou and the beautiful Binger, whom he was aiming to win, and he was instantly infuriated and red in the face. He instantly took out his black rhino armor summoner and spoke angrily. "Come on." After yelling, he didn't forget to say towards Kong, "Didn't you want to challenge the strongest on our side as well? Come on." "I am." At these words, Kong instantly took out the adamantium armor summoner with excitement. On the other hand, Tasuji, Kanjung and Shizhou on the other side of the room were collectively silent. Meijin, who was at the side of the bar, didn't resist rubbing her temples either. "How dare you? You are the strongest. Who sealed it for you?" As for Binger on Lin Yi's side, she frowned, a subtle look of impatience on her face. She had even begun to wonder if this man was the one she had longed for in the first place, the one she had longed to be saved by him all these years. Under Lin Yi's first blow, under the less than ideal situation that had been going on all these days, under the situation of being brutally beaten by the alien beasts and even nearly losing his most important ability, Bei Miao's already proud and open character gradually transformed into a reckless paranoia. He's going to really show his strength for once. Just once. He could prove himself. The shame will all be gone. Lin Yi didn't get angry as he watched the scene unfolding in front of him. Instead, a flash of interest appeared in his eyes. He was indeed curious as to which was stronger between the Inferno Star armor and the Light Shadow armor. Anyway, as long as he's around, things won't get out of hand. Xiao Tian and the others looked at Lin Yi. Opposite Kuan Zhong they also looked at Lin Yi. Mei Jin and Binger likewise looked at him. In the end, surrounded by many thoughts, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth hooked into a smile. "Good. In that case, why don't we compare notes before we eat?" The words were followed by a storm that rose up throughout the burger joint. Inferno Star armor versus Light and Shadow armor. One touch. Chapter 130 Difficult Ugly General. The twin diamonds violently beat up Bei Miao, while the swords were drawn on the side of the burger store. The Shadow Realm base was in a state of stormy weather at the moment. The king of the realm sat on the seat that he had already kicked to pieces, veins bursting out of his forehead and his fists clenched. His body still seemed to be trembling slightly, and his mechanical hands and legs had even emitted the sound of zipping electricity. Lin also. Karen, will finish you off." After roaring out in anger and feeling some relief in his heart, the Realm King looked down at the shivering ugly general below. The ugly general was indeed terrified. Shizhou and Binger mutinied when they said they would, not thinking at all about what kind of torture he would face next alone. When he saw the scene where Shizhou and Binger were taken away, he nearly shouted, "Take me with you." He knows the king of the realm too well. This guy is a pervert. The Boundary King lashed out at the ugly general, who let out a scream. With that, the Realm King went down with 3 more vicious lashes as he spoke in a cold voice. Why don't you say something? Is it that you also want to go with Shizhou and the others to join that Lin Yi?" The ugly general's heart was shocked at his words, and he was busy kneeling down and begging for mercy. "King of the realm, I have absolutely no. Ah! Before he could finish his words, the Realm King lashed out again as he roared and opened his mouth. Who told you to talk? The ugly general. And then, the Boundary King suddenly sighed and said, take off your clothes, ugly general? After a long time, the ugly general, whose back was bruised from the whipping, slumped on the ground, his obscured eyes full of viciousness and resentment. The topmost Realm King slowly spoke out, his tone cold and hard. Use all your resources. I want power for the city. I'm gonna make them pay. There are stronger beings behind me. What do they have? The ugly general slowly climbed up and nodded at his words, and was about to leave when a black and purple light suddenly shot in from the outside world, arriving in front of the Realm King in a flash. A cold, hoarse voice appeared from inside. We've sensed that a guy from the Numbo forces has come here. Finding him might do something to strengthen you. This time, use all you've got, and be bound to make those armored warriors pay something to prepare us for our emergence. So it wasn't long after that. The man dressed all in black with a mask and a few pained hisses every now and then returned quietly to the Shadow Realm base with another frail man dressed in a suit and a red tie. The other side. In the quietly falling night, Lin Yi's group had already arrived at the familiar Barren Mountain outside of Hope City. On top of the Barren Mountain, despite the nightfall, the aura of solemnity was still present. Halfway up the mountain, a rift like a rift in the sky ran across the peak. It was like a god casting down a sharp blade and slashing it. Wow! There's something about this place. Kong looked ahead and let out an exclamation of surprise from his mouth as he wondered, why do I think the gully looks like it was split? On the side, Shu Junjie took a look at Bei Miao in the back before he then chimed in towards Xiao Zhang. How is that possible? If this is something a human can do, I'll have to recognize another dad and hug my thighs with it, haha. After he said this, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei, who were originally surprised as well, were both speechless at once, while Mijin and Tsuji and the others were looking at Jianshu with strange looks, obviously wanting to laugh a little. Lin Yi had a bright smile on his face as he slowly arrived in front of Junju and opened his mouth. Coincidentally, that's really what I got out of it. Are you going to show it? I'll be sure to take care of you in the future. As soon as those words came out, the few people who weren't present for that one battle with the Shadow Emperor all stared at once, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this really as far as humans can go? No one knows. Koen Zhong looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of admiration. Bei Miao at the back didn't look good again. Seeing that Lin Yi was out of the limelight again, he immediately stepped forward and spoke loudly towards Xiao Gang. What's the point of talking about all this irrelevance? Now that we have a venue, let's get started. I'll let you see the power of the light and shadow armor of Jinghai City. Xiao Gang, who was still in awe, snorted coldly at the words, his adamantine armor summoner in his hand, and opened his mouth to dislike. Just come, do you think I'm afraid of you? Shu Junjie even jumped ahead of him and stood in front of Bei Miao, sizing him up and mocking him. Tug, no need for Kong. I'll be able to destroy you. I can't help but press your face down when I see this arrogant look on your face. Bei Miao sniffed. His lungs exploded with anger, and he directly held back his anger. Both of you together. When these words came out, Xiao Gang and Zhu Junjie looked at each other with a wry look in their eyes. They simultaneously held the Vajra summoner in their hands and pressed the button, and the belt around their waist appeared from virtual to real, and then his right hand scratched across the sidecard box, and a summoning card instantly flew out and disappeared into the summoner. Click! The summoner was inserted into his belt, and the pair clashed their fists, then posed in unison and bellowed softly. Vajra armor! Merge! Boom! Two majestic heaven and earth energies instantly descended, and code-like yellow-gray torrents appeared, directly enveloping Xiao Gang and Junju. In the next moment, with a popping sound, two adamantine armors appeared in front of the crowd. The adamantium armor is full of heaviness, the bright yellow body of the armor with part of the white, and the light green crystal patterns. The whole is filled with a sense of power. If you say so, then we're not polite. Look at that look on your face. Take it out on my boss first. The voices of Zhu Junjie and Xiao Gang respectively came out from within the adamantine armor, while the two adamantine armor eyes lit up with a flash of light. Leaving aside the shock of Meijin, Koen Zhong and their seeing the adamantine armor, Bei Miao saw these two people wind up transforming the appearance of some Yamada also lived. Shouldn't this be a situation where you guys humble yourselves and then everyone goes one-on-one? He was just casually letting off some steam. How could he have imagined that these two guys were really about to have a group fight? Seeing the two adamantine armors eyeing each other, Bei Miao no longer dared to hesitate. He placed the Black Rhino armor summoner on his wrist and inserted the pendant with it. Black Rhino armor. Combine. The dense water attribute energy appeared, instantly allowing Bei Miao to complete the armor merge. Summoner to summoner. The Black Rhino armor itself is not weak. With a strong heavy defense, the attack is just as good. At this moment, Bei Miao summoned the Black Rhinoceros armor, and when he felt the strong power coming from within it, he instantly relaxed. Yet it's only just begun. The two adamantine armors glanced at each other, and then they charged towards the black rhino armor in a flash with a strong force. Vajra Mountain Abyss Fist. At the same time, Xiaogang and Zhu Junjie's intentional energy coalesced in their right fists, and they struck this blow towards the black rhino armor in unison. Boom! Yellow intent energy flowed out of the adamantine armor's right arm, and a terrifying force instantly blasted onto Bei Miao, who was too late to parry. You guys? Bei Miao was shocked and furious as he felt the terrifying power attached to his fist. However, it is too late to avoid. He can only hard head by virtue of the defense of the black rhino armor hard to receive. Bang! The two adamantine mountain abyssal fists ruthlessly pounded on top of the black rhino armor's chest armor, and in the next moment, the black rhino armor directly flew out in a lousy manner. Ahem! You two little people. 1 against 2 is nothing. Bei Miao was sent flying out, and when he felt the pain in his chest, he instantly cursed out in anger. In front of him, Kong and Junju nodded to each other after looking at each other, and then under the crowd's shocked gazes, Zhu Junjie's right hand crossed the card box on the side of his waist and inserted a weapon card into the summoner. Exploding Thunder Drill. The massive and hideous explosive thunder drill quickly assembled and appeared, followed by the next moment as it took shape. He directly stored up his strength, and the furiously rotating explosive thunder drill suddenly fiercely blasted at the chest of the adamantine armor summoned by Kong. Bang! Fire splashes. Kong staggered back 2 steps. The adamantium armor covered his chest and turned his head to look at Bei Miao, who stood up on the other side. After a few seconds of adjustment, he slowly opened his mouth towards the other party, his words full of arrogance. Those 2 punches just now were our way of telling you to learn from your mistakes and show some respect to Boss Linny and to my partners who came all the way here to help you. Now, I'll try you. Kong is cranky, but equally blunt. He clenched his fists and said the last words of this fight. I'm not going to take advantage of you. I just had that burst drill, and now we're in the same physical condition. Come on. Boom. Intentions can explode. Chapter 131 Explosive Vajra. Upgrade. After Kong had said those words, whether it was Meijin, or Tsuji Kunzaka and Shizou, at that moment, a look of realization appeared in their eyes. At the same time a wave of goodwill rose in their hearts towards Kong. After all, in this day and age, there aren't many people as straight as him anymore. On the other hand, Zhu Junjie was disarming his armor and transforming towards Lin Yi's side, his face full of smiles as he happily said, Look, Linzi, we helped you teach that guy a hard lesson. It's not nice to have someone like that on your team when we weren't here before. He said this with a bit of anger. Look at that guy being such a drag. He must be having a blast. The moment these words came out, all the people on Jinghai's side fell silent. Who? North River? Having a good time here? Linny sniffed and then realized that these 2 guys were trying to take it out on him. The problem was, when had he, Lin Yi, ever been angry? With his strength, he hadn't cared about Bei Miao at all. The dragon doesn't pay attention to the ants at its feet, and even if the ants are loud and screechy, they're just a clown. But, Lin Yi rubbed his chin and thought about what had happened to Bei Miao. In a way, he's really supposed to be quite cool. On the other side, Xiaogang gathered all of his intentional energy, and his entire body attacked towards the black rhinoceros armor. Without the other one this time, Bei Miao instantly felt less passive. He sidestepped Vajra's armored fist, and then backhanded a blow to Vajra's back. Bang! A strike went up, completely failing to shake the defense of the adamantine armor, and Kong took the opportunity to turn around, and the two engaged again. Bang! 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 The 2 sides exchanged ordinary punches and kicks, and basically their battle strengths were similar. All of them were armor that favored defense and strength, and the sounds of collision and impact were endless. Finally, Bei Miao was the first to hold back. He took a few steps back with a lurch of his feet, distancing himself from the adamantine armor, before speaking in a cold voice. You do have some strength, but that's about it. Do you really think I can't handle you? He then rotated the rotating wheel on the side of his waist with his right hand, and an aqua-green light shot out from the center of his belt, which then transformed into a light and shadow picture post of a weapon. Shooting star gun. With a light shout, the black rhino gripped the handle of the gun within the picture post with both hands, and then the entire weapon instantly materialized. Meteor gun. An extremely powerful lance-type weapon. Holding the meteor gun, the black rhino armor's body aura seemed to have undergone some changes, and some stern aura appeared. Across the room, Kong didn't stop moving. He slashed the card case from his waist side, and instantly the weapon card flew out and was tapped right into the summoner. Exploding thunder drill. Accompanied by his explosive shout, mechanical constructs instantly began on the adamantium armor's right arm, and in the blink of an eye a large and hideous double drill weapon appeared on top of the small arm. At once, both of them stepped forward at the same time with their weapons in hand, and once again engaged in battle. The black rhino armor held the meteor gun and slashed down heavily, while Vajra raised his right arm and the explosive thunder drill spun rapidly to block the tip of the gun. And then he took advantage of the situation and swung out his left fist, hammering it directly towards the hilt of the meteor gun. Bang! A crisp metal clash came from the meteor gun. The meteor gun was hit and trembled for a moment. Xiao Gangdun took the opportunity to use the explosive thunder drill to ruthlessly smash it, but North River held the gun and quickly turned it back to the hilt, blocking the blow just the same. The two were frozen in place, and the battle became more and more vicious. At that moment, an exclamation came from Lin Yi's side. I didn't expect that the armor on this side of Jinghai City would be so powerful. Lin Yi turned his head to look. It was Xiao Tian. What? See? Xiao Tian stood at Lin Yi's side while nodding his head. The initial value of their armor isn't low, and it's supplemented by the 5 elements of energy. To be honest, after working so hard to improve for so long, it seems like Kong can just about tie him at the moment. Lin also watched the battle between the two armors in front of him and agreed more with what Xiao Tian said. Still, the North Sansui character is not mentioned. The strength is really there, but there's still a chance to win. Xiao Tian froze when he heard Lin Yi say that, and then frowned. Unless, Grace, you mean? Xiao Tian looked at Lin Yi with surprise and joy on his face, and Lin Yi smiled and nodded, saying, there should be a chance this time. On the field, the battle had come to a white-hot stage. Kong felt the strain as well, but with his pride, he would never allow him to take a step back. It's supposed to be a proof of strength. If I really back off, then I can still hold my head up in the future. Gritting his teeth and looking ahead, the explosive thunder drill in his hand roared once more, just as he was planning to use the remaining intentional energy in his body to charge up once more. The sound of Lin Yi pointing came from the side. Why is it that after all this time has passed, you still haven't been able to upgrade your armor? Isn't this the moment you've been seeking to fight? Lin Yi's voice was calm, but his words seemed to carry a destructive power as he suddenly gave a light gulp towards Xiao Gang. What is the battle axiom of adamantine armor? Being shouted at like that, Kong's body shook and he subconsciously opened his mouth to reply. Immovable as a mountain, moving like a thunderclap, the great power of heaven and earth. While saying these words, Kong's mind suddenly appeared in the heavy battles he had experienced by summoning the adamantium armor, and the experience of training hard all the time in the back of a teppanyaki store. For a moment, he seemed to sense something. It was the call of the adamantine armor. Not far from the opposite side, Bei Miao saw this scene and heard Lin Yi's voice, clearly feeling that something was wrong. A cold color flashed in his eyes, and he immediately twisted the spinning wheel with his left hand. No matter what tactics you have, I'll tell you that I'm the strongest. In an instant, an aqua-green energy flew out from the center of the Qianquan belt, transforming into a Za picture post in an instant. Just as he was tapping the must-kill picture post with his meteor gun, Kong on the other side had already felt the berserk power hidden within the adamantine armor. Kong snapped his head up, his eye armor lighting up with a flash of light. So it is. Boom! The only remaining intentional energy within his body was condensed by him, and then sent into the summoner at his waist, and then detonated in a flash. Kong's voice was low, and he drank softly under his breath. Immovable as a mountain, moving like a thunderbolt, the power of the mountains and the sea. The moment he shouted out, the entire Vajra armor's circumference suddenly lit up, and a wave of energy suddenly erupted from his circumference. Xiao Gang reached forward and grabbed it in vain, and an upgrade card appeared in his hand from the virtual to the real. Exploding Vajra. Upgrade. Bang! He tapped the upgrade card directly into the summoner, and then under the surging heaven and earth energies, the entire Vajra armor began to change rapidly. The adamantium armor summoner at his waist quickly spun open, chest and back armor unfolding in sync, the more sophisticated silver-white structure shining even brighter. At the same time, the thick shoulder armor once again extends white armor on both sides, making it look even thicker and more powerful. The green eye patch was covered downward by the armor that opened in front of his forehead, and the top of his head represented a symbol of power and judgment, that of an axe blade that was even sharper. The overall look of the Bakugan body adds a lot of delicate silver-white armor, on top of the original power and heaviness. It added a touch of honor. Muddy energy erupted out. An explosive gold had just finished upgrading when a furious shout came from the same time. Mad Cascade Za! With it came the tip of the Black Rhino armor's meteor gun with sharp and powerful power. Bang! The meteor gun smoothly stabbed at the exploding Vajra's chest, and strong power instantly erupted and surged out. Inside the Black Rhino armor, Bei Miao's face showed a touch of joy, but the next moment, his expression stiffened. Instead of being knocked out of the air as he thought he would be after being attacked, Bakugo was only shaken, and then he lowered his head to look at his hard chest armor. Next, boom! Berserk energy erupted with a roar, accompanied by a light shout. Explosive fist. A yellowish fist shadow came in a flash. accompanied by a strong collision sound. In just an instant, the black rhino armor flew out backwards and fell hard to the ground. Bei Miao's miserable grunt came out at once. How can that be? Chapter 132 Exploding Vajra beats up the black rhinoceros. Dealing with Bei Miao. How can that be? Bei Miao, who was knocked out and fell to the ground, grunted out miserably, his voice filled with disbelief. He doesn't understand it at all. It was clear that he had the upper hand, and he could feel that the silly boy was getting tepid. How is it that all of a sudden, the armor is different? And the strength is actually just a whole lot stronger. It's not scientific. Not only Bei Miao, but the others around Lin Yi, Mi Jin, Dong Sugi, Shi Zhao and Kuan Zhong, their eyes widened as well. No one in Jinghai City could have imagined that the armor upgrade could actually increase their strength by so much. What a terrible power. I'm afraid it's been boosted more than a few times. Shi Zhao looked at the mighty Bakugu in front of him and muttered something. As for Dong San and Kuan Zhong, since they had seen Lin Yi's god of war, interdictor, they looked fairly calm at this point despite their surprise. At Lin Yi's side, Xiao Tian looked ahead, a smile on his face as well. Finally, an upgrade. The two people in the back, Zhu Junji and Xiao Fei, had red eyes. The former was even pounding his chest, full of regret. Aha! Why wasn't I up there just now? Exploding Vajra. This is too strong and handsome. Lin Yi took a look at the hairy boy beside him and faintly opened his mouth to spit out a sentence. Kong was able to upgrade smoothly because he had accumulated enough and his talent was okay. As for you, I'm not sure yet if it's also possible. At those words, Zhu Junji's expression stiffened. He bowed his head to comply and began to hide in a corner and draw circles. And in the middle of the field, Kong looked down, surveying his brand new armor, while feeling the abundant power, and was suddenly overwhelmed with pride. Ha ha ha, now I'm number one below boss Lin Yi. The overall shape of the Bakugan is really wild and it just looks like it has plenty of power. And at this moment, on the right arm of explosive Vajra, a golden and black armor full of power was assembled on it, just like an enlarged fist. Explosive fist. This is a weapon that belongs uniquely to Bakugu. Just now, Kong had summoned this weapon and blasted Bei Miao away with one punch. Hey, are you still okay? Xiao Gang shouted towards Bei Miao in front of him, his words filled with mockery. This was undoubtedly the most damaging attack to the already arrogant Bei Miao. At those words, Bei Miao reared up, his hands gripping his meteor gun tightly, his tone filled with indignation. I don't believe that I can't exterminate you. Boom! The black rhinoceros armor mobilized its power and instantly rushed towards explosive Vajra, and the meteor gun in his hand slashed viciously downwards in the process. Instead, explosive Kong stood still, not moving at all. Only Kong's firm voice came out, immovable as a mountain. Bang! Violent sounds of gold and iron striking each other appeared as the majestic force of the meteor gun slashed down. Vajra slightly sidestepped his head as energy bloomed around exploding Vajra, the shot slashing above the shoulder armor. Ripple. The defense points of the exploding Vajra in the static state were full, and the intentional energy were spread all around his body, so this strike could not be shaken at all. Inside the black rhino armor, Bei Miao was a bit alarmed. He was just about to pull back and re-attack when Kong's voice braked out. Move like a thunderclap. Boom! In an instant, the exploding Vajra unleashed a furious power. He slammed his shoulder and elbow hard, and his strong force was like a mountain, directly knocking the meteor gun off and flying out. Feeling the shocking numbness coming from his hands, Bei Miao was shocked and was about to retreat to escape, but another voice followed. Mountain and sea giant power. And then, in Bei Miao's horrified eyes, Bakugo Vajra stored up his right fist, and the light yellow intent energy flowing from it wrapped the Bakugo fist of his right arm. The powerful energy was ready to be released, and then chakra blasted towards the black rhino armor. Vajra heaven and earth fist, drumming out in a low voice. A golden patterned barrier made up of fist intent and intent energy was struck out with one of them, ruthlessly crashing into the black rhinoceros armor. Boom! With a dull thud, the golden fist intent collided with the black rhinoceros armor, directly sending the latter flying backwards a dozen meters away. The black rhino armor fell to the ground, and a miserable grunt came from Bei Miao inside. He was a bit reluctant, bracing himself and still trying to get up, but the black rhino armor had reached its limit and disintegrated with a thud. Explosive Vajra put away his explosive fist, and then stood squarely in place, gazing disdainfully at Bei Miao, who had fallen to the ground. Kong's voice came from inside the armor. This time, it was you who lost. I advise you, don't be so arrogant in the future, show some respect to others, or watch out for getting killed one day. Bei Miao, who had originally fallen to the ground, was already injured and was suffocating in his heart. At this time, when he heard Xiao Gang's unrelenting lecture, he was even more a bit sad and angry, and was opening his mouth intending to say something. The result was a mouthful of put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out directly. Seeing this scene, a wave of intolerance appeared in Meijin's eyes, and some subtle colors appeared in Tsuji and Kunzaka's eyes. But the next moment, the crowd saw Bei Miao climb up with great difficulty. He held the black rhino armor summoner in his hand, and as he swept his gaze over the group of people around Lin, a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, ha ha, you hypocrites! I could tell long ago that you and Lin are all in cahoots. Bei Miao let loose a furious scolding of the crowd as he pointed his finger at Meijin, Tsuji, and Kunzaka. It's a shame you guys are still the armored warriors of Jinghai City. As a result, just because Lin is powerful, you guys are willing to be dogs for him. It's funny that I'm struggling all by myself, without a single person to help me. As soon as these words came out, the few people present all changed their faces, their original compassion disappearing into thin air. What do dogs do? That's a damn hard thing to hear. Meijin was the first one who couldn't stand the humiliation. She stepped forward and lightly scolded at Bei Miao. Bei Miao, I advise you to speak with more respect. What do dogs do? Lin was specially invited by me to help us. How many times has he saved the lives of those present? How many times has he saved Jinghai City? If it wasn't for him, where'd you get to make a big deal out of it? Tsuji, on the other hand, picked it up in a cold voice. All I remember is that you attacked me in Xingtian the first time you appeared, and then he beat you up because you attacked Lin. Even the ever-honest Kunzaka muttered at this point. All of us have never held it against you. Instead, you're the one who's always trying to be everyone's boss and arrogant. With those few words, the situation became clear. Shizhao looked at Bei Miao, who was not far away, in surprise, thinking that according to this, there was a real possibility that this guy could be the shameless guy he remembered. Ice, on the other hand, is even more determined. On the other side, when Bei Miao heard what the crowd said, he had the intention to retort, but opened his mouth and didn't know how to speak, so he was instantly irritated. Good. In that case, let's go our separate ways from now on. No one is bothering anyone. With that, he turned around and intended to leave. But right at this moment, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, who had been listening to the crowd, hooked up into some smiles, and then he slowly spoke out. It's okay for you to go, but there's something that you have to leave behind. Shift. In an instant, he took a step forward and appeared directly in front of Bei Miao. Pop. He slapped out with a backhanded slap and threw it directly at Bei Miao's face. The slap was extremely heavy and directly staggered the latter, nearly falling to the ground. At the same time, Lin Yi's other hand took the black rhino armor summoner from his opponent's hand and put it into his pocket. He then looked up at Bei Miao, frowning and rubbing his wrist. MD, I've been putting up with you for a long time. I told you last time not to mess up again. Why don't you remember? You're already too lucky to have a good father for yourself, but you just don't appreciate it. What do you think I'm going to do with you? Chapter 133, Little Li Zi and the King of the Realm. The Shadow Protector appeared. Shadow Base. Ugly would bring back a man dripping wet in his body, occasionally shivering, though the man didn't seem to be much use. But the OP said that this man was the hope to make their shadow realm stronger. At the highest point, the King of the Realm stood in front of the broken chair, overlooking the little plum below, with some curiosity in his expression of indifference. You're from the South Borough side, you say? And your side possesses something that can turn humans into something comparable to the alien beasts in terms of combat power? Xiao Li Zi drifted in the big river for 2 days. And if he didn't have the ability to transform with the ugly demon biker, I'm afraid he would have been long gone. At this time, when he heard the Boundary King inquire in this manner, he immediately bowed his head slightly, clenched his fists, and said, "That's right, our funereal storm virus is very powerful. Once infected, it can turn humans with criminal genes into powerful oculators." The Realm King frowned slightly at his words. "Oxer, is it really that strong?" Little Li Zi had come with a mission this time. And when he heard the Realm King questioning them about the bereavement storm virus, he immediately looked up, his body shook, and a wave of viral energy erupted from within him. In the next moment, the ugly demon biker's appearance appeared in front of the Realm King. Despite being defeated by An Mingsu and Joe Extravaganza, ugly demon biker wasn't that bad. At that moment, his demonic clown face looked a bit hideous, and his hoarse voice came out along with it. Even the leader of the Psy Legion, who was defeated in Hope City, eventually went to us as well and sought Dr. Li's help. Why? Because what we have can take him to the next level. The ugly demon biker hissed, then looked at the wide-eyed ugly general beside him, before striding to one side of the mountain wall at the base and raising his arm. Bang! A punch is thrown. Only a large crater appeared on the mountain wall all of a sudden. Seeing this, the Boundary King's eyes lit up. Good. Are you carrying this virus with you right now? I'm going to test how much this enhances my alien beasts. The ugly demon biker turned his head to look at the Boundary King, and then a burst of unrestrained laughter came from his mouth. I only brought just a little bit with me, so you can try it. But want more then? You'll just need to establish a partnership with us and equate. The Realm King nodded at his words, not surprised in the slightest. His mechanical eyes showed a green light, and his voice gradually gritted his teeth. This way, I can also prepare for dealing with Lin Yi. When these words came out, the ugly demon biker below froze. Who do you mean? Unconsciously, his voice became similarly gritted. The Realm King was slightly surprised when he heard this, and then with a wave of his hand, Lin Yi's appearance appeared on the operating screen in front of him. Lin Yi, our great enemy in the Shadow Realm, has spoiled my plans many times. What? You know? Ugly demon biker looked at the portrait on the screen in front of him, and suddenly his entire body shivered with anger. Viral energy raged around him and his voice became agitated. Of course I know. I'm in this situation today because of him. To this day, how could he still not be clear about who was the reason why Miss Ao and Xiao Shuefei were unwilling to defect in the first place? After venting his anger, ugly demon biker regained his composure as he continued towards the Realm King. I actually brought 2 copies of the Deathstorm virus with me this time. Originally, you could have been given a free copy as per our DR. But now, in order to deal with Lin Yi, I choose to give you both. For a moment, the Realm Lord stood in awe of the clown in front of him. Baron Hill. Bei Miao looked at the cold color on Lin Yi's face, and his entire body suddenly trembled a little. He knew very well that if Lin Yi wanted to kill him, it simply couldn't be too easy. And he also has been thinking that Lin also at least will not want his life before he dared to do so many things. Not far away, Shizhou and Binger's complexion were both lulled when they heard Lin Yi's words. Mitsuru, on the other hand, frowned and looked over, but didn't continue to say anything after all. Lin Yi looked at Bei Miao in front of him, his right hand already forming a palm. He didn't have any killing intent towards Bei Miao in the first place. Firstly, because the Bei Miao of today was not a threat to him at all. And secondly, because this was the Blue Star after all. Once a population goes missing, or is killed, that will undoubtedly bring law enforcement into the picture. And Lin was the last person to get involved with these departments, because the involvement was too much, and certain mysterious forces were too inscrutable. But having come this far, this kid seems to be asking for his own death. After thinking about it, Lin Yi's right palm was instantly covered in fiery red intent energy, and then a palm seal directly blasted out. Bang! Bei Miao's eyes widened, and before he had time to react, he saw a flash of red light imprinted on his chest in a flash. In the next second, severe pain came, and his entire body once again flew out backwards and collapsed on the ground. He sensed a true killing aura, and for a moment, his heart trembled in fear. Lin also, don't kill me. I'm a warrior in armor. I can help you kill the alien beasts. I know it's wrong. My character. I'll change. His sternum collapsed and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth as he seemed to actually realize his problem in this moment. Not far away, Lin also heard his voice. He sighed softly. You don't realize your mistake. You just know you're going to die. Walking towards the front, Lin Yi leapt up, and in the air, his palm formed a sword and slashed down a crimson handblade in a flash. The blade, composed of crimson intent energy, was a meter long and chopped towards Bei Miao's body in a flash. Seeing the powerful blade, Bei Miao's eyes revealed intense fear, and under the fear was endless remorse. Bang! The moment the blade was about to chop down, a purple-black light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then a diamond-shaped crystal break blocked that knife chop, and then directly scattered down the light will be below the North River, absorbed into the. At the same time, a majestic voice came out from inside. Ha ha ha. That's funny. I didn't expect that when I came here today to look at the traces of the last great battle between you and the great emperor. I unexpectedly saw a scene of your Ming realm pitting your teammates. Is this your crowned bright world? Even your own teammates are going to come down hard. Today, this straight little guy we take away. From now on he is the people of the Shadow World. Lin Yi had just landed at the moment, and his expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. Shadow Guardian? Surprisingly, the recovery has been so fast. The black and purple prismatic body was extremely fast, as if it had traveled through space, disappearing in an instant, leaving only the last arrogant and extreme words. Lin also, we'll see you again. When that happens, you'll know what true despair means. It was just that everyone did not notice that even though Fong Slash was blocked, an intent energy had silently disappeared into Bei Miao's body, frowning at the place where the shadow protector had disappeared. Thinking of his own backhand, Lin Yi's brows slightly relaxed. After a few seconds, he seemed to have thought of something and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shadow Guardian? When my inquisitive criminal Sky is revived and the Emperor armor can be summoned, I really don't have you guys in my sights. It's you guys who saved Bei Miao. Ha, interesting. I'd really like to see if he'd change his personality when he gets over to the Shadow Realm. Not far away, Xiao Tian and Mei Jin. They were all like enemies when they saw that scene just now. Lin Yi walked towards this side, then smiled and opened his mouth to calm them down, saying, "Don't worry, with me around, those demons and monsters won't be able to make it." He then greeted the crowd and left the barren mountain together, returning to Jinghai City, where they went to have their last dinner together before the battle. For the next day, he will destroy the king of the realm. Chapter 134 Exotic Beasts Infestation. The Yanlong pony went to the battlefield. This night's gathering, even though it seemed a bit unfulfilling because of Bei Miao, the armored warriors from both Hope City and Jinghai City had finally gotten acquainted. When the gathering was over, Ice left with a big stride. At Lin Yi's gesture, Mi Jin also opened her mouth and tried to retain this cold-faced, warm-hearted woman. But Ice left anyway, the kind that doesn't look back. She was not willing to accept charity from the man who had once completely overpowered and humiliated her. Humph, even if you leave the Shadow Realm, I can live well in this city too. That's what Ice thought as she left. After the meal, Lin Yi returned to the bedroom above the burger store with Mi Jin. Dongsan and Kunzaka went back to their own homes first, while Xiaotian and Shizhou several people got a room in a nearby hotel. Lin also intends to wait for the free time, and Mei Jin are welcome to take some activity funds to buy a house for everyone together. That is more convenient. Dawn will come. The night had not yet fully dissipated. Inside the Shadow Realm base, pounds of electricity were absorbed in a steady stream. The sound of thunderous electric currents appeared along with dazzling white high-voltage currents, causing almost half of Jinghai City to be instantly paralyzed. Ha 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 ha. The alien beasts under my command. Destroy to your heart's content. Unleash your inner rage. Destroy. Kill. The crazy laughter of the Realm King has been spreading out far and wide, and several hideous figures have quickly disappeared into the huge Jinghai City. Ding 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 ding. Emergency alarms came in sharply, if at all, and could not be stopped. Sleeping Mi Jin's eyes snapped open. She had realized something, quickly rolling over and sitting up. After grabbing a random jacket and draping it over her body, she rushed straight out of the bedroom. Bang! 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 After knocking heavily on Lin Yi's bedroom door next door a few times, Mi Jin independently went downstairs to the research room. At this moment, the alarms in the research room were still ringing continuously, and on the control screen in front of them, several blinding red dots were constantly flashing. Seeing this, Mi Jin's face turned white, and then she began to check the specifics of the situation. What? 6 alien beasts? That's right, the alien beasts that appeared this time were, well, a whole 6 of them. Mi Jin started to quickly call Tsuji and Kunzaka as soon as she confirmed it, while Lin had also arrived in the research room by this time. What's the situation? He understood after roughly scanning the area, and quickly informed Xiao Tian and his group as well. Currently, Xiao Tian, Xiaofei and the 4 of them, and Lin Yi Dongsan's side was also 4, making it a full 8 people. Spreading out against these guys is more than enough. Thinking about this, Mi Jin couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. If Lin Yi hadn't called the armored warriors of Hope City, I'm afraid this time, soon, Xiao Tian, Xiao Gang and Xiao Fei, the 5 of them, were the first to arrive, and after that, Dong Sugi and Koen Zhong also came quickly. Time is of the essence. Long story short, Lin Yi immediately commanded towards the crowd. 6 alien beasts, 8 of us, so there's going to be 2 teams of 2. I'll assign it directly. Lao Shu, you follow Koen Zhong, Xiao Fei, you stay with Dong soon. Me, Koten, Kong and Shizhou are on their own team. Scanning over the crowd in front of him, Lin Yi finally spoke heavily. This should be the last of the Boundary King's power to sweep them away. We're going straight to the Realm King's lair. Depart. As soon as the words fell, the crowd scattered and set off. The satellite unit hadn't been repaired and couldn't transmit, so the crowd had to take their own transportation to get there. But luckily, everyone has a seat. The roar of the motorcycle rang out, and then all of a sudden it went off in all directions. The location coordinates Mi Jin had already passed on to them, and the headsets would be in constant contact. In the end, only Lin Yi himself was left, and he mentally marked the furthest sitting mark given by Mei Jin, holding the Inferno Dragon Armor Summoner in his hand and placing his wrist in an instant. Click! The summoner automatically extends the wristband, and with it, the circular pendant is inserted, and the fiery red dragon head motif is revealed. Lin Yi gulped lightly. Inferno Dragon Armor. Merge! Boom! Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the fire energy instantly roared in, engulfing Lin Yi whole. In the next second, the flames burst and dispersed in a flash, and the Inferno Dragon Armor appeared under the night that was about to dawn. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin also twisted the left rotating wheel in a flash. Inferno Dragon Pony. In an instant, a fiery red light shot out from the center of the Chenkuan belt, and then directly transformed into a divine Inferno Dragon colt in the air. A leap up to sit within it. A thought. The inflammatory dragon pony immediately turned into a fire-red flame dissipated away. Chapter 135 Morningstorm Virus plus Alien Beast, God of War, Interceptor, Upgrade. The Inferno Dragon Colt cut through the night sky like a blazing red meteor, suddenly weaving through the sky. This one light was like a sharp blade, just in time to dispel the darkness as dawn began to fall. The whole city gradually began to brighten, almost in just a few breaths. Linny had already arrived in the air above the location given by Meijin. Surprisingly, below was where he had been before. I can't believe it's here? Looking down at the area below that had great specifications and a mixture of buildings and green areas, Lin also showed some surprise in his eyes. This was the very place he had entered when he first came to Jinghai. Jinghai University. Jinghai University covers a very wide area, and both the greenery and architecture inside are unique, with a humanistic atmosphere and youthful vigor. It was morning, and the sky was just slightly light, but there were already students coming and going from the campus. Lin Yi's intentional energy swept slightly, instantly determining the location of the exotic beast. In the central area of Jinghai University, a towering grand building stood in the center, and in front of the building was a huge square. This is the library of Jinghai University and the landmark building. At this time, the originally most lively place was filled with panicked shouts. Monster! Everybody run! Many of the students scattered in panic and fled, while there were also quite a few bold ones who ran while also peeking back at the terrifyingly hideous figure in the center of the square. The alien beast was covered in pitch black, insect-like armor with a slight sheen wrapped around its body, causing a strong feeling of nausea to well up in one's eyes. In many parts of the body, many tentacles extended out, and a pair of large pincers were attached to the arms. As for the head, it was completely an enlarged version of a centipede's head. Centipede beast. This alien beast was hideous and terrifying in appearance, and at this time, it was even scanning the surroundings, quickly chasing after the surrounding students. It hissed out and was extremely fast. Bearing in mind the Boundary King's instructions, he could not wait to start killing. Roar! With an angry roar, the centipede beast's body leapt, and in an instant, it arrived in front of a boy who was running slowly. The boy had originally turned back frequently to check on the alien beast. When he saw the terrifying monster in front of him, his eyes instantly widened and his legs went weak with fear. Crap! Seeing that the centipede beast had raised its arm and was about to chop it down, the boy collapsed to the ground, already desperate. Holy shit! In my next life I'll never get together. However, just at that moment, a strong whistling sound of powerful wind came. Boom! Accompanied by a violent impact sound, the huge laser blasted down from mid-air, directly sending the centipede beast flying. Bang! The centipede beast was blasted backwards and flew out to fall on the ground, screaming miserably with a loud clang. This voice appeared, immediately attracting many college students who had originally fled quickly to stop in their tracks. Many people turned to look at the place, and then, in the midst of their gazes, a figure as red as a blazing flame came from the air in a flash, and then leapt up and landed on the ground handsomely, under the watchful eyes of many students. Linny twisted the right side of the spinning wheel and summoned his weapon. A crimson light flowed out, instantly evolving the picture post in front of his body. Flaming blade. With that, Linny turned towards the centipede beast that had been crippled not far away, and his calm, collected, and slightly magnetic voice came out. Alien beasts, your end. It's here. Shadow Base. The Realm King looked at the many locations on the operating screen in front of him, some cold smiles appearing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, I unleashed 6 alien beasts. One of them was used as an experimental subject, injected with the death riot virus, and its strength far surpassed the others. I wonder what guy had the luck to come across it. At the back of the Boundary King, little Li Zi's eyes were glowing, and a look of anticipation had appeared on his face. It better be that Linny guy. I'm going to show him the power of our Deathstorm virus. At the words, the Realm King's face was filled with a cheerful smile. His mechanical eye emitted a zippy sound of electricity, but he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. No matter what, this time, the armored warriors are destined to have one less person. Same time, Xiao Tian and Xiao Fei all scattered out in all directions, rushing to different places to face different alien beasts. Under the slightly bright sky, Xiao Tian rode his crimson motorcycle to his destination with great speed, a street in the west side. When he arrived, he had seen an alien beast roaring around and wreaking havoc. The alien beast was bruised and purple, similarly wrapped in bloated armor. The heads were cascading, the eyes bloodshot, and the shoulders and elbows bore sharp barbs. Seahorse beast. Xiao Tian stopped the car and instantly took out the criminal armor summoner and held it in his hand. Pressing the summoner button scanned the iris, and the belt appeared in a flash. He rotated his hands in a Taiji yin-yang style for half a week, tapped his summoner into his belt, and let out a soft cry under his breath. Criminal armor. Merge. Boom! Surging heaven and earth energy surged down, and then the interdictor armor slowly formed and appeared from within it. The moment the interdictor armor appeared, the seahorse beast had already noticed the situation over here, and it directly charged towards Xingtian, and in the shadows at the back, the ugly general who was hiding trembled in fear when he saw the appearance of interdictor's armor. Why this armor again? Isn't this Lin Yi's armor? Can't it be that he's as powerful as Lin Yi? While the ugly general was in disbelief on his side, the seahorse beast had already engaged the interdictor armor. The seahorse beast charged forward and raised its arm to slam down. Xingtian's body crouched low. His arm raced to block the strike before slapping his palm out towards the chest of the seahorse beast. Penal palm. Bang! When this palm was slapped out, the seahorse beast's body only slightly trembled. And surprisingly, it was not injured in the slightest. On the contrary, Xingtian, because of this palm reveals the gap, by the seahorse beast both arms at the same time downward chop, ruthlessly knocked out. Seeing this scene, the ugly general hiding in the shadows let out a slight sigh of relief. Okay, let's just say how can everyone be like that pervert? Being knocked out, Xingtian inside the interdictor armor was also a bit surprised. This alien beast, it's so powerful? He didn't panic, and after regaining his footing his right hand crossed the card box on his waist side, and instantly a weapon card flew out and was inserted into his summoner. Flaming sword. With his right hand in a false grip, the red sword hilt in his hand appeared from the virtual to the real, followed by a moment of clanging and assembling, spitting out the sharp edge of the sword. Holding the fire torture sword in his hand, Xingtian rushed forward once again. Shift. Swish. Xingtian took a step to arrive behind the seahorse beast and slashed out with his sword, bursting out many sparks. The seahorse beast stumbled from the blow and turned around in a fit of rage. Roar! Its body shook, and black-green gas began to overflow from its circumference, and then it only saw its arms pulling out towards the back, and two purple-green, curved hook blades emitting a ghostly aura were held in its hands. The seahorse beast was holding a weapon, and all of a sudden, its aura was on a higher level. With a roar, it rushed towards Xingtian, the dual swords in its hands chopping at a rapid pace, not caring about its own defense at all. Xingtian was slightly alarmed by this, but still held the fire torture sword in both hands to block. Bang! 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 The sound of gold and iron striking each other was endless, and many sparks were collided out. How can this alien beast be so strong? Gradually, Xingtian became a bit overwhelmed. His intent energy was consumed extremely fast, but the seahorse beast didn't seem to have the slightest sign of exhaustion. Finally, Xingtian's sword failed to block, and the seahorse beast seized the gap and slashed two quick slashes on top of Interceptor's chest armor. Bang! Sparks flew from the chest of the interdictor's armor, and Xingtian staggered back a few steps. Ahem! It turned out that the alien beasts in Jinghai City were so strong. Sure enough, you can't underestimate people. He half-kneeled on the ground, supporting his body with his pyroclasmic sword, and gazed with difficulty at the still tigerish seahorse beast in front of him. In the shadows, the ugly general was already trembling with excitement. Ha 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 ha! The alien beast that added the death riot virus was really powerful. It's finally time to exterminate an armored warrior. Let's see how you're going to flip this time? He looked up uneasily, and was even more relieved after confirming that Lin Yi wouldn't be rushing to his rescue. You're not going to be able to transform again yourself like Lin Yi, are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Xingtian over there braced himself and stood up. The fire torture sword dissipated in his hand, and his voice came out firmly. The latter sends, the first arrives, seeks the longest and the shortest, and wins all battles. The god of war, Interceptor, upgrade. Feeling the terrifying energy that instantly erupted over there, Ugly's eyes widened. Chapter 136, Group Destruction of Alien Beasts, the Charm of Group Fighting. Forget the shock of the ugly general for a moment. On Xingtian's side, after lamenting the power of the exotic beast, he already understood that this battle was bound to be a higher-level breakthrough. It's true that you can't underestimate people. In that case, I'll try to upgrade here. His heart was rippling. He had accumulated enough, and coupled with Lin Yi's previous guidance, he actually had some confidence in upgrading his armor excitement state. It just so happened that this time, he encountered such a powerful enemy that he didn't have the slightest chance of winning without upgrading. Recalling the battle mysteries of the interdictor armor as well as the essentials taught by Lin Yi, Xingtian's intentional energy coalesced and exploded after it was blasted into the summoner. The latter sends, the first arrives, the long and the short are sought, and the 100 battles are won. He drank out softly. The god of war, Interceptor, upgrade. Boom! Pounds of heaven and earth energy came roaring down, and the interdictor armor began to reconfigure and upgrade. The four corners of the summoner spread out, revealing the central core first. The chest and back armor are similarly unfurled and extended, and the white and gold accents make the armor even more imposing. The legs and armor are reassembled. The golden eye patch on the eyes of the head is moved down, and a sharp phallic sword is assembled at the back. Majesty and killing go hand in hand. The surging energy turned into shockwaves that scattered in all directions in a flash, directly shaking back the seahorse beasts by several meters. Hiding in the shadows, the ugly general has long since closed himself off and even feels like he has put a clown mask on his face. Roar! Sensing the unusual energy, the seahorse beast roared, swinging its arms to its side to brace itself. And at that moment, the god of war, Interceptor, had already walked forward like a deity. Same time, different place, different people, but the same words. Alien beasts, your end. It's here. The god of war, Interceptor, quickly rushed forward before throwing a punch that directly knocked the seahorse beast back a few steps. With that, his right hand braked across the card box, and the weapon cards flew out and disappeared into the summoner. And then a light gulp. Fire torture palm. The sound of clanging appeared. Precision armor in red and gold appeared on the right arm of the god of war, Interceptor, and the construct extended to the palm of his hand, transforming into an exquisite weapon. The seahorse beast wielded two long hooked blades and was hideously about to charge forward. Xingtian extended his fire torture palm towards the front and launched it out with a palm. In an instant, the substantial fire-red palms condensed from the intentional energy blasted out together. Bang! The seahorse beast was once again blown back by a palm. After that, the god of war, Interceptor, continued to move forward, and the fire torture palm launched several palms in a row, and between the roars, the large, fire-red palms bombarded the seahorse beast's torso one after another, directly causing the latter to fly out upside down. The seahorse beast that fell to the ground seemed to want to get up and fight again, and the lime green gas around it was even more intense. The hissing sound also became progressively more furious, and his body seemed to have swelled up a bit. Seeing this scene, Xingtian did not have the slightest hesitation and immediately withdrew his fire torture palm, and his hands formed the heaven and earth yin-yang style to launch a sure kill. Heaven and earth without limits criminal heaven definitive killing technique. Boom! A great curtain of burning flames directly covered the surroundings, and an invisible force descended, suppressing the seahorse beast's circumference. Fire torture heavenly flame sword. Drumming out angrily, Xingtian took out the weapon card from the card box on his waist side once again, summoning a new weapon. The large hilt appeared, and the quadrangular lattice that looked like a criminal summoner appeared along with the broad blade, which was suddenly or as a sharp weapon. In a flash, the god of war, Interceptor, charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the broadsword in his hand had already cut down several sword marks around the seahorse beast, and the latter's body was already ablaze with flames. The god of war, Interceptor, stood behind the seahorse beast, and as he listened to the altered beast's agonizing hiss, he immediately once again drew the essential kill card from the card box. Fire torture heavenly flame slash. Inserting the drawn must-have card into the hilt of the pyroclastic heavenly flame sword in a smooth manner, the majestic energy instantly condensed on top of the sword. With that, Xingtian held his sword with both hands and chopped out a sword in a flash. Boom! The terrifying sword chi swept out with a roar, like a soaring dragon directly penetrating the hideous seahorse beast. Bang! A violent explosion came, and the seahorse beast directly turned into dust. The must-have space dissipated, leaving only a deeply colored magic post in its place. In the center of Dinghai University, on the square in front of the library, a light drink full of determination spread all around. Demon sealing chop, and then, a pure blade chi composed of fiery flames lifted over the ground and transformed into a sharp blade of several meters that chopped through the centipede beast. With a hiss, the alien beast turned into ashes and dissipated. Within the Inferno Dragon armor, Lin also scanned his surroundings. By now there were already many curious college students gathered just to get a glimpse of the armored warriors. Gee, college students are such hilarious creatures. At the same time, several other paths were also engaging the alien beasts. The exotic beast that Kong faced was a power exotic beast whose body was made up of hard conch shells with mottled patterns. Conch beast. Ha ha, you're unlucky to have fallen into my hands, you alien beast. Within the adamantium armor, Kong did not hesitate for a second and immediately upgraded to explosive adamantium. The exploding Vajra was extremely powerful, and the thunder steel exploding hammer was even stronger. A few hammers down directly hammered this alien beast into pieces. The flying shadow armor summoned by Fei and the wind eagle armor summoned by Dongsan belonged to the same agility type armor, and at this moment, they were facing an alien beast with the ability to fly in a pitch-black body, the devil's cicada beast. Seeing the demonic cicada beast flying in the air in front of him, Dongsan immediately leapt up, wanting to use the momentum to knock it down. However, the devil cicada beast was extremely cunning and did not land at all. Humph, you don't stand a chance. Fei looked up at the demon cicada beast that was entangled with the wind eagle armor. and with a cold grunt he pulled out the weapon card from his waist-side card box in a flash. Flying Shadow gulped softly. Blast Shadow Gun. In an instant, the azure hilt of the gun appeared at the virtual grip of his right hand from the virtual to the real. With that, the handle of the gun was quickly assembled, and the body of the gun in front of it, like a sharp blade, separated, transforming into a gun-type weapon of sky blue and pure white. Bang! After aiming at the devil cicada beast, Xiao Fei immediately shot an energy arrow from within the blast shadow gun, directly hitting the devil cicada beast's wings on top of. The devil cicada beast hissed and eventually dropped to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Tsuji summoned the Wind Eagle Sword and went up to attack with Fei. In just a few breaths, this exotic beast was completely smashed by the two. The two of them, Kuan-Zhong and Junju, were similarly facing an ordinary exotic beast, mutated from a squid beast. The squid beast had a greenish-black body and a head like a large squid. Extremely terrifying. Around the hard body, a tentacle kept flapping, as flexible as an arm. It wields a scimitar and has a combination of strength and agility. It was just that when he encountered the Vajra armor and the Earth Tiger armor, he naturally didn't have the slightest chance of winning in a 2-on-1 situation. It was eventually accompanied by two crisp gulps. Vajra Chaos Wave. Earth Splitting. A chaos-like wave of pale yellow energy roared out and fiercely blasted on top of the alien beast's body. The other was a majestic blade chi of earth yellow color, carrying a strong force from the earth, splitting in front of the alien beast's chest in a flash. With a roar, the squid beast exploded, leaving a magic post suspended in the air. All parties are progressing well. Only on Shijiao's side, he was alone, but he encountered a difficult opponent. Moth Beast, an alien beast that can fly through the air. What was more unexpected was that he had met an acquaintance here. Chapter 137, Civil War Illusory God's Slutty Operations. When Shijiao arrived at the location Mijin had left behind, he was surprised to find that it was actually an amusement park. Even though it was early in the morning at this time of day and there weren't many people yet, there were some staff members sporadically inside. Because he was worried about the alien beasts messing around, Shijiao quickly entered them to look for them. Regarding Lin Yi's operational arrangements this time, he was honestly a bit surprised in his heart, because in his opinion, he had only just joined this side of the camp, and that should be untrusted. This time the split was two ways with two people together. Shijiao originally thought that Lin Yi would definitely send one of his own people to act with him, both to help and to monitor. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Yi would feel relieved to let him come on his own. It's a trust. Trust both Shijiao's character and his strength. A rare experience. Murmuring, Shijiao held the Snow Mastiff Armor Summoner in his hand, and a smile had appeared at the corner of his mouth. He quickly searched for the alien beasts, trusting in his own strength just as much. There, Shijiao's gaze flickered as he quickly locked onto the location of the alien beast. To his surprise, the alien beast had climbed on top of one of the roller coaster's overhead tracks. Without hesitation, Shijiao took out the summoner and immediately placed it on his left wrist, then inserted the circular pendant. Snow Mastiff Armor. Merge. With his body crouching low, he softly drank out, and immediately a metallic heaven and earth energy containing the power of sharpness descended down. Roar. Pounds of majestic white gold energy flooded Shijiao, accompanied by a mastiff roar. An armored hurricane came out from inside. Snow Mastiff armor is pure white, both sides of the shoulder armor inlaid with mastiff head, and some hair at the connection. The solid and delicate armor wrapped around his body, and his head possessed the characteristics of a snow mastiff, which was extremely powerful. The Snow Mastiff armor had just appeared, and the alien beasts above it noticed the situation over here. With a similar hiss, the moth beast attacked towards Shijiao with a spread of its wings. Seeing this, the Snow Mastiff armor leaped backward to avoid a blow, and then took advantage of the situation to punch towards the alien beast. Bang! A punch blasted onto the alien beast's body, directly sending it flying out. However, the other party was cunning and immediately took flight, hovering overhead and staring intently at Shijiao. Damn! Within the Snow Mastiff armor, Shijiao frowned, somewhat helpless. He couldn't fly, so it was a bit of a struggle to deal with these types of alien beasts. Lin also trusts me so much. Is it hard to believe that I'm going to miss my first shot? Shijiao focused his attention on the alien beast, his mind quickly thinking of ways to deal with this moth beast. After a few seconds, the Snow Mastiff armor took 2 steps back, as if trying to hide behind the building. He turned around, and the moth beasts above him were suddenly shaken in spirit. Sneak attack. The moth beast was extremely fast, and in an instant, it swooped down with a large sword in hand, slashing towards Shijiao's back. Just in the nick of time, the Snow Mastiff suddenly turned around and his arms blasted out. The powerful force blasted directly on top of the moth beast's great sword, sending it flying out. Seeing this, the moth beast was startled and subconsciously wanted to fly again, but Shijiao grunted coldly at that moment. Humph, how can I let you run away again? He leapt up and came straight onto the back of the moth beast. Heavy stomping. The moth beast was directly blasted and fell to the ground as miserable screams came out. Shizhao took the opportunity to twist the right side of the rotating wheel and gently drank. Thunder stick. Only a bright white light instantly flew out from the center of the belt and evolved into a weapon picture post, on which was a pair of short sticks. The snow mastiff armor grabbed his hands towards the front, and the original virtual short stick transformed into a solid body in an instant, and was grasped in his hands. The moth beast stepping under his feet sensed the danger and instantly struggled hard. Seeing this, Shizhao's face turned cold, and his hands shocked the thunder stick and knocked down hard. Bang! 2 clubbings came hard on the latter's brain shell, and a painful hissing sound came out. The moth beast's entire body suddenly had no strength to resist, but instead staggered a little. Prepare to die. Shizhao was about to unleash a sure kill to seal this exotic beast, but a strong wind suddenly came from behind him. Sorry Shizhao, this alien beast cannot be killed by you. A frenzied voice came out, and it seemed to contain a heavy resentment within it. Shizhao was abruptly startled inwardly, and rolled forward to avoid that strong wind, and then quickly turned back to get up to check. The next moment his entire body froze in place. It's you? Only to see that in front, the metaphysical black rhino armor holding a meteor gun was standing there, and behind him was the injured moth beast. The black rhinoceros armor was roughly the same as its previous appearance, except that a faint layer of shadowy aura seemed to be shrouded around it. At the same time, the original bright yellow eye glow had completely turned black by now. Shizhao gripped the thunder shocking stick with both hands and had already sensed that something was not normal. He took 2 steps back slightly, then spoke cautiously. Bei Miao, how come it's you? Also, how are you still able to summon the black rhino armor, and hanging out with the shadow realm? At those words, Bei Miao's openly loud laughter came from within the black rhino armor on the opposite side. Is it a surprise? Isn't that a surprise? I didn't think that Bei Miao, could come back again. Bei Miao's voice was extremely loud and sounded even more paranoid and arrogant. He paralyzed his hand toward Shizhao and continued. As for the shadow realm, weren't you in the shadow realm before? They saved me and gave me new powers, so naturally I want to help them. Within the snow mastiff armor, Shizhao's brows gradually furrowed as his voice was a bit chilly. You're playing with fire. There's no turning back when you join the shadow world. Have you ever thought about what would happen to you if Linny found out? It was fine not to mention Linny, but as soon as Linny was mentioned, Bei Miao became even more agitated. Don't mention him to me. Sooner or later, I will seek revenge on him. I owe everything I am today to him. Luckily, my powers will always be seen, and now I have even more power. After saying that, the black rhino armor shook, and a strong aura emanated out. The black rhino armor that mixed the water power with the shadow power really seemed to possess a stronger power, and the sharpness on the meteor lance became more pronounced. Shizhao sniffed in silence. The moth beasts behind Bei Miao, on the other hand, seemed to have received some kind of order and hissed as they were about to charge up again with their large swords. However, Bei Miao reached out to stop him, and then earnestly opened his mouth towards Shizhao. Shizhao, I could tell in the research lab that you wanted to be with me. I just never got a chance to ask you. Now comes the opportunity. If you join the Shadow Realm again, the 2 of us, with the support of the Shadow Realm, will be enough to crush all those guys. Come on, Shizhao. On the opposite side, Shizhao's body, who heard these words, shuddered, inexplicably feeling a tightness behind him. He was too busy opening his mouth to explain. Did you misunderstand something? I just wanted to make sure you weren't one of my deceased friends. Bei Miao sniffed with some confusion. What deceased person? Shizhao was about to continue speaking, but the exotic beast by Bei Miao's side had already hissed at him, seemingly urging for something. Seeing this, Bei Miao instantly became impatient. The king of the realm ordered it? Who is he to order me around? I told you, I'm going to recruit him, and you guys actually dare to order me to kill him together. But the moth beast did not stop for a moment when it heard these words, but instead hissed even more fiercely with its great sword in hand. Inside the black rhino armor, Bei Miao's complexion became increasingly gloomy. Finally, a fierce color flashed in his eyes. Wastes like you dare to order me around? Get a life. As soon as the words fell, the black rhino armor's arm swung, and the meteor lance instantly turned and fiercely blasted at the moth beast's body. Boom! The moth beast was directly blasted out, and then the black rhino armor spun the left side of the rotating wheel and the mandatory picture post appeared. The meteor gun lightly tapped the figure post, and all the power coalesced. Then, amidst the unbelievable hisses and screams of the moth beast, a black-green berserk force instantly blasted in. Mad cascade za! Boom! Moth beast blasted straight to pieces. Not far away, Shizhao was suddenly dumbfounded as he watched the scene before him. Crazy, crazy! What a madman this is! What's with the dumb Shadow Realm base? The Realm King roared madly. The operating table in front of him were almost smashed by him. Chapter 138 Snow Mastiff vs Black Rhino. The Shadow Emperor's means. Time back to last night. The Shadow Protector came with the Black Domain and saved the dying Bei Miao. Inside the Black Realm, the 5 Shadow Protectors hovered around, while Bei Miao landed on the ground somewhat bewildered and scanned the surroundings. After a few seconds, he finally opened his mouth to ask, "Who are you people?" Ha ha ha. The laughter of the Shadow Guardians began to come from all directions, so several voices mingled together to open their mouths. "We are the Shadow Guardians of the Shadow Realm. It is the most loyal subordinate under the Shadow Emperor and the supreme commander of the Shadow Realm forces on the Blue Planet." Shadow Realm? Bei Miao's eyes flashed with a flash of obscurity at the words, but immediately afterward resentment appeared from his eyes. "What can I do for you?" At those words, the 5 Shadow Protectors were also a bit surprised. I didn't expect this armored warrior in front of them to be so uptight. They had thought it would take some words and tactics to get this guy to give in. "Ha ha ha, don't you hate us in the Shadow Realm?" Hearing the Shadow Protector's inquiry, Bei Miao stood up and scanned the surroundings. The corners of his mouth had hooked into a smile. "Hate? What's there to hate? As long as it gives me what I want, then we're friends. As for you killing ordinary people and taking over Blue Star, what's that got to do with me? It doesn't matter what I do as long as it makes me the same as I was before." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire Black Domain trembled. "Ha ha ha, good point. Wealth, power, beauty, strength. As long as you do the work for us, you can't have any of this." The Shadow Protector opened his mouth to make a promise, and then the 5 of them combined their efforts to instantly condense a thick beam of dark shadow light, which instantly struck into Bei Miao's body. Then they spoke slowly with a sense of pride and compulsion. "This is a gift that the Great Emperor has specially prepared for those of you who possess the bloodline of the Bright Realm. Fuse it away and you will still have the power to summon armor, and with the power of the shadow, you will be even more powerful." Upon hearing this, joy appeared in Bei Miao's eyes. Then he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Great! What you have brought to me, I will make you give back." After saying that, he opened his mouth again towards the Shadow Guardian's self-respect. "Don't worry guys, with me here, the power of the Shadow Realm will definitely flourish in the future." Shadow Base. The Boundary King roared as he watched Bei Miao slay the Moth Beast, his mechanical eye on the verge of exploding. He really couldn't figure out why the Shadow Protector would want to pull in and collect such a crazy person. Just joined the Shadow Realm. Haven't made an inch of progress? Killed an alien beast first. I'd like to see that. How are you going to explain this to the Protectors next? Inside the playground, Bei Miao scornfully glanced at the demonic post that hovered up not far away and mocked under his breath. "How dare such a loser command me? And what's with the king of the realm? You're not worthy of it." After muttering to himself, he turned back to Shizhou and opened his mouth with renewed earnestness to solicit. "Shizhou, you saw it. Now that I'm more powerful, you can do the same when you join the Shadow World. Even our 2 brothers can totally have some achievement and status in the Shadow World." Speaking of which, there was already some excitement in his words. "When the time comes, we'll defeat those armored warriors and be equally high up in the Shadow Realm." But Shizhou wasn't much interested in that. While he was at it, he happened to want to inquire about those things he was interested in. "I want to ask you something." Hearing Shizhou's words, Bei Miao frowned slightly and thought of Shizhou's earlier words, so he smiled and spoke. "Feel free to ask anything you want. It's not unlikely that we've actually met before, so you'll feel more comfortable following me into the Shadow Realm as well." Shizhou gazed at the black rhinoceros armor across from him, and then spoke in a single word. "Are you an orphan?" On the opposite side, Bei Miao froze at his words and subconsciously opened his mouth. "How do you know?" Hearing these words, Shizhou had unconsciously clenched his fists, and he breathed slightly more sharply as he continued. "The orphanage you're in, isn't it called Sunshine Orphanage?" As the words came out, Bei Miao had already reacted, and he immediately frowned and asked back, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing this, Shizhou immediately opened his mouth with some disappointment and some sadness and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't realize you'd forgotten all that already." Then his words steeped in sharpness. "So did you forget about the little girl you gave up on back then, too? You coward." Hearing Shizhou's drink with anger, Bei Miao froze, and many electrifying memories flashed through his mind, which made him remember the events of that year, so he lost his voice at once. "You're the kid who was taken away with Yuki in the first place. Over the years he was lucky enough to be adopted by a wealthy man, and has lived a prosperous life, complete with years of being a rich second generation. As for the fiasco of that year, it has long been selectively forgotten in the back of his mind. I didn't expect that today it would be exposed nakedly by Shizhou." It wasn't until then that Bei Miao came to a realization. "That girl from yesterday, was that Yuki?" Hearing this, Shizhou responded in a cold voice. "She is now called Binger, and you, a coward, are worthy of calling her that?" Being so sneered at by Shizhou, Bei Miao instantly became irritated. You shut up. How dare you call me a coward? Aren't you? Back then I was looking out for the greater good. I fled in order to protect the water shadow stone. Hearing Bei Miao's crowning words, Shizhou burst into a rage. He held the shocking thunder stick in his hand, and his entire body suddenly rushed towards the black rhino armor. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Today I'll see if all you cowards do is talk. Seeing this, Bei Miao, holding the meteor gun, instantly charged towards the snow mastiff armor as well. I'm going to teach your disrespectful ass a lesson today. Boom! The shocking thunder stick and the meteor gun collided together, immediately setting off a powerful shockwave. The snow mastiff armor crossed his hands with the shocking thunder stick, parrying the downward slash of the meteor gun. The black rhino armor pressed down hard on the weapon, while the snow mastiff struggled to fend off the attack. The moment he saw that he was about to be completely split apart, Shizhou's body flashed to the side. The thunder shocking stick was pulled away steeply, and the meteor gun was instantly brought to the ground by inertia. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the snow mastiff armor leaped up, and the two shocking thunder sticks ruthlessly hammered on the black rhino armor's body. Bang! The black rhinoceros armor was hit by the two clubs, and a lot of sparks were thrown up. He retreated 2 steps back. His meteor gun repointed forward, and the aura around him gradually strengthened under the augmentation of the dark shadow power and the waterline power. You seek death. Regathering his strength, Bei Miao was instantly about to suppress Shizhou once again, and Shizhou put away the shocking thunder stick with a loose hand, twisting the right side of the rotating wheel in a smooth manner and summoning a new weapon. Thunder Axe. White golden light shot out from the center of the belt, transforming into a picture post of light and shadow with a long-handled giant axe existing in the center. Shizhou brought his hands up, one hand holding the axe handle vaguely, one hand holding the handle above the axe head vaguely, and then clenching it abruptly. In an instant, a thick axe that was white gold in color and possessed a long handle gradually appeared from the virtual to the real. Holding the shocking thunder axe in his hand, the snow mastiff armor instantly charged up again. The long axe in his hand slashed down hard, carrying a strong force. Bang! Bei Miao gripped the meteor gun with both hands and used the handle to block it. However, Shizhou raised a flying kick and directly kicked the black rhino armor back a few steps, and then slashed down with a smooth axe. Bear! Bursts of sparks splashed out from the front of the black rhinoceros armor's breastplate, and a white scar appeared at once. Humph! Bei Miao grunted coldly and covered her chest with one hand, looking up at Shizhou. Damn it! Boom! Swinging the meteor gun with one hand, his body's aura exploding, Bei Miao was about to unleash a sure kill, but at that moment, a curious and teasing voice happened to come. Interesting, a darker version of the black rhino armor? Strength will increase some? When this voice came out, Bei Miao's body shuddered. Lin Yi? The sound took all the heart out of him. Protectors, come and save me. Chapter 139, A Rotten Orange is a Rotten Orange, Extracting the 5 Elements Bloodline. After Lin Yi had resolved the exotic beasts within Jinghai University, he was planning to leave the area to return to the research lab. But what I didn't expect was a familiar voice in my ear. Ding! Triggered subquest, A Rotten Orange is a Rotten Orange. A Rotten Orange is a Rotten Orange, captures back Bei Miao, who was thrown into the Shadow Realm, extracts the water bloodline from his body, and disqualifies him from summoning the armor. Quest reward, 5% quest completion, extracting the 5 elements bloodline ability once, extraction infusion, can be used in advance. Looking at the task that appeared before him, Lin Yi's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Surprisingly, a quest was specially released for Bei Miao? That's something he didn't expect. Could it be that Bei Miao is now so angry with the heavens and the people that it has reached this point? But to actually be able to extract the 5 elemental bloodlines? Against all odds, taking in the task as best he could, Lin Yi scanned the crowd around him. College students have even taken out their cell phones and excitedly started taking pictures. Lin Yi didn't say anything, and with a movement of his mind, the Inferno Dragon Colt shot down from high above. At the same time, he leapt with a forceful leap of his legs, and his entire body flew up in the air, sitting directly on the Inferno Dragon Colt before speeding away. Whoa shit, what is that thing? It's so cool, let me ride that baby too. I'd live 10 years less if I had to. So handsome, so handsome. Is this the armored warrior? The voices of the college students on campus who were both marveling and envious were still talking, and at that moment, Lin Yi had already followed the coordinates to the amusement park. He arrived just in time to see the scene where Shizhou hacked Bei Miao to the ground. Seeing that Bei Miao was about to unleash certain death, Lin Yi added with interest. Interesting, a dark version of the black rhino armor with some increased strength? The words immediately scared Bei Miao. He was busy voicing out towards the shadow protector for help, while Lin Yi had already secretly collected his intentional energy at this time, utilizing his light and shadow control power to the extreme. Ha! It's fine if you don't come, but if you do come, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Lin Yi's cold chorus came out, and it was filled with surging battle intent. Last time he didn't bother to stop these guys. Could it be that they really thought that his current strength couldn't stop them? Over the amusement park, it seemed that there was a special method of observation, and Bei Miao had only just roared out when the black domain hovered out. The diamond-shaped crystals shifted and gazed down, seemingly hesitant. But in the next second, they had been discovered by Lin Yi. Still dare to come? He gulped softly, his eyes glaring slightly. With a leap to the Inferno Dragon Colt, followed by the Inferno Dragon Colt's dragon mouth suddenly spitting out a dazzling laser towards the black domain. If you dare to come, be prepared that you won't be able to leave. The Inferno Dragon Colt instantly went up and came directly to the black domain not far away. The strong laser cannon blasted on top of the black domain crystals, directly causing the darkness around it to thin out a bit. This seemed to scare the black domain, and the diamond-shaped crystals immediately began to run towards the front. Inside the Black Realm, the Shadow Guardians were furious. Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that we're not ready to show up straight away, how could we be in such a mess? Charge right out and fight him. However, after all, there was nothing they could do about it, and they could only keep fleeing to avoid this attack. As for Lin Yi, he sat on the Inferno Dragon Colt, his eyes locked ahead as he fired lasers at a rapid pace, chasing towards the front. Humph, wimpy guy, I have an even bigger surprise waiting for you when you can get out. With the sound of the wind, he removed the flaming dart from in front of his chest. Boom! The raging energy surged in at a rapid pace, and a blazing flame immediately rose from the flaming dart. Go! With a thought, Lin Yi directly struck the flaming dart towards the black domain that was speedily escaping in front of him. Like a meteorite wrapped in flames, the powerful force combined with the overpowering flames penetrated in an instant and ruthlessly struck on top of the black domain crystal. Bang! A crisp voice came, and the breath around the black domain was directly ignited by the flames. At once, an exasperated voice came from within the black domain. Lin also, you're a bad influence on my shadow world. When we appear in the future, we will definitely avenge this. In the hissing sound, the crystal dark shadow's breath instantly increased greatly, and then a space crack appeared in an instant in front of him. The black domain instantly flashed into it and disappeared. The spatial rift flickered away, and Lin Yi could no longer catch up. He laughed coldly, his words filled with disdain. I'm not even afraid of the Shadow Emperor. Still afraid of you few guardians? Immediately, he would be able to summon the Emperor's armor, and then his strength would be even higher. Moreover, he has been able to feel that the inquisitive criminal sky on his wrist has begun to gradually upgrade and recover. Lin Yi controlled the direction of the Inferno Dragon Colt with both hands, and then directly returned to the amusement park from the sky as a red aura. Boom! He leaps down into the amusement park, by which time Bei Miao has realized that he's been abandoned by the Shadow Guardian and is trying to escape, but Shi Zhou held him back, and he was ultimately confined. Seeing Lin Yi return, the Black Rhino armor subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin also, what do you want? Within the Inferno Dragon armor, Lin Yi's cold but majestic voice came out. I originally spared you because I was mindful that you are at least a descendant of the 5 Elements village. Disqualify you from summoning. You at least still have wealth that is unattainable by ordinary people. Already better than many, but you've been stupid over and over again, so don't blame me for being ruthless. He took a step forward, the power in his body already surging out. The Inferno Dragon armor took a step forward while the Black Rhino armor stepped back in fear. Lin Yi's power has penetrated deep into the depths of Bei Miao's mind, and he doesn't even have the courage to fight now. Bang! Lin Yi blasted out with a fist, blazing flames wrapped around it, and the strong force directly sent the Black Rhinoceros flying out. Nowadays, the Inferno Dragon armor was like an arm's length to Lin Yi, and his control of the will of light and shadow was almost reaching 100. Soon, he could try to upgrade his armor. So at this time, the strength of the 5 Elements armor he summoned had far surpassed the others. Bei Miao was sent flying to the ground by Lin Yi, and the powerful force blasted out, and the Black Rhino armor finally couldn't withstand it and disintegrated and dispersed. And at that moment, Lin Yi had already walked up to the ladder. He similarly deactivated his armor transformation, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he gazed down at Bei Miao. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Bei Miao covered his chest, looked up and saw the smile on Lin Yi's face and was suddenly shocked, as if he had seen the devil. Struggling to retreat, Lin also slowly crouched down at this time as he continued calmly. One is always responsible for one's actions. I'm not killing you. I'm going to draw out your 5 elemental bloodline and disqualify you from summoning armor forever. At the same time, I will use my connections to make all of your existing wealth disappear, making you an ordinary person. He gently placed his hand on Bei Miao's chest, ignoring the latter's trembling, and with a thought, he unleashed the ability he had just acquired. Buzz! Almost instantly, A stream of light green light was drawn out from Bei Miao's body, and it did not enter Lin Yi's palm. And Bei Miao clearly felt that she was missing something important. He's finally starting to get scared. Please, don't take away what I'm most proud of. I don't want to become one of those ordinary people who struggle to survive. I was above them once. Bei Miao begged bitterly, but Lin Yi's expression didn't change in the slightest. Finally, it's all over. Lin Yi stood up, and Bei Miao fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Looking down at the disoriented ladder, Lin Yi once again spoke slowly. Only it's cheap enough to make you one of the Ru again. Take everything you're proud of. That's your punishment. The arrogance and self-importance because of power eventually ushered in the dissipation of that power as well. Cause and effect are no more than that. Chapter 140 Battle in the Middle Game. Boundary King Beast Pulse version. Not far away. Shi Zhao looked at the scene in front of him and his entire body was once again stunned. Extracting the 5 elements of the bloodline? Can anyone in the world really do that? The collapsed Bei Miao fell to the ground. But Lin Yi didn't look at him much. Experiencing the bitterness of ordinary people might be the best punishment for a condescending guy like Bei Miao. By this time it was light. The amusement park is also about to start opening, so I'm sure people will be here before long. Since this was the case, Lin Yi and Shi Zhao didn't stay here for long. The two left directly to return to ERP research. As it happened, everyone else had returned by this time. How's it going? Is everything still going well? Lin Yi smiled and opened his mouth towards the crowd to inquire. Fei Xiaojiang and Koan Zhong nodded and briefly described the battle. Only Xiao Tian took a step forward, then smiled somewhat bitterly. The exotic beast I was up against seemed to be a bit strong, but this has allowed me to successfully upgrade my excitement state. The god of battle. Interdiction. At those words, Lin Yi's eyes immediately showed joy. War God Interceptor's battle power wasn't on the same level as ordinary Interceptor. The current Xiao Tian might even be able to directly go over the top with the alien beasts under the Shadow Protector, or even eliminate them. Only when Xiao Tian said this, the ones who were a bit anxious were Fei and Zhu Jinjie. Now they're the only two left over in Hope City who haven't had their armor upgrades yet. Why are you all so lucky one by one? Fei spoke somewhat helplessly. On the side, even though Jun Zhu didn't say anything, a look of grief and indignation appeared on his face. Seeing this, Lin Yi looked towards the two and smiled as he opened his mouth to comfort them. Don't worry, it wasn't a stroke of luck. One slip up and it wouldn't be an armor upgrade. It would be an armor disintegration. Maybe soon you'll have to face some powerful opponents as well. So don't get beaten up and screamed at then. You too. After speaking, Lin Yi looked at the people present and then spoke solemnly. We think we have eradicated the feathers of the Realm King almost to the ground, but whether it's him himself, or the other Earth Shadow Realm forces behind him, it's a threat to us. He clenched his fists, his body bursting with battle spirit. After waiting so long, everyone has gathered, and my state is at its peak at this time. It's time to go and trash his lair. As soon as Lin Yi's words left his mouth, Xiao Tian, Xiufei and the others had already grabbed their summoners and came behind him. On the other side, Shi Zhao and Koan Zhong and Dongsan also silently followed behind Lin Yi. Next we'll restore the state first. We'll leave as soon as our intentional energy and condition is fully restored. We have to be careful this time even though there are many of us. Maybe other Shadow Realm forces are already on the move. Lin Yi looked down at his right hand after saying those words, and at that moment, there was clearly a symbol of a water lineage bloodline in the palm of his hand. At this time it is too late to temporarily find someone to infuse the bloodline to summon the Black Rhino armor. We'll just have to wait until this battle is over before we can count this. Inside the darkened Shadow Realm base, the Boundary King roared in anger to vent his emotions, and the items in his hand were smashed on the ground. Waste. It's all crap. And the armor that was recruited. What's the use of recruiting him? He was venting his emotions viciously while the ugly general below him cowered and hid. Only little Li Zi was leaning against the wall at that moment, with a thoughtful look still on his face. After a long time, the Boundary King finally stabilized. He raised his hand and took out the last of the demon's sealing posts, while in his other hand was a bottle of light green potion. I still have the last trump card in my hand. They better not make me. At that moment, little Li Zi looked up at the words and a glint flashed in his eyes. Lord Boundary King, ordinary alien beasts can still increase their strength by a large margin after adding the Death Riot virus. If it's an ace in your hand, then I'm afraid the strength is even more unimaginable. The Realm King nodded somewhat proudly when he heard this. That's for sure. He hesitated slightly as he said this, then his eyes narrowed slightly. Even if it's that Lin Yi, the current one is in no way a match for my baby. The Shadow Realm has long since informed us that his strongest armor can no longer be summoned. As the Boundary King spoke, the eyes of the young Li Zi below had long since gurgled. At that exact moment, a shadowy force from outside the base came in, and then Shakura entered the base, and then a voice hoarse with anger came from within it. King of the Realm, Use your last trump card to find a way to get Lin Yi killed. By all means. We will also help you appropriately. This is a directive from the great emperor. As these words left his mouth, the Boundary King immediately clenched his fists. Only when all the shadowy power dissipated cleanly did the Realm King's muttering sound come out. When all my cards are used up, will I still be able to defend myself? The ugly general below shuddered at the words and silently cowered in a corner, and a sneer played at the corner of little Li's mouth. He looked up at the Boundary King, then slowly spoke. Lord Boundary King, the power of those cards is ultimately someone else's. Only as I am, the power is my own. How about you try to incorporate both the funeral riot virus and the power of that alien beast into yourself? The Realm King sniffed and looked at little Li below, and despite the obvious expression of intent on his face, he still said with some uneasiness, is this approach really feasible? And after that I can change back again like you? Little Li immediately patted his chest and confidently packed his bags. That's for sure. That's how good our Deathstorm virus is. The Realm King, despite his intentions, ultimately shook his head. No, that's too risky. Just then, all of a sudden the already smashed up console began to sound an alarm. Ding ding ding. The crimson light instantly illuminated the entire cave. The Boundary King was shocked after checking it out a little. How can it be? How could they have found this place? And at that moment, Lin Yi's group had already walked to the entrance of this cave. Outside the cave, this is at the center of a short mountain. And unexpectedly, this short mountain was actually still the same barren mountain that Lin Yi had used in his last great battle. The Realm King had actually set up his base next to the Shadowbane base. That's quite a lampshade, Tasuji lamented. With that Kunzaka continued. But luckily Nijin-san isn't a vegetarian either. If they decipher our position, we can decipher theirs too. As they spoke, the group had already walked inside this base cave. At this moment, inside the base, the Realm King gritted his teeth as he watched the crowd's appearance on the monitoring system. He clenched his fists, loosened and tightened them, finally making up his mind. He took a step above the current table. You guys are forcing me to do this. After a furious roar, the wildly powerful electric current poured down, directly drowning the Realm King and sealed demon post as well as the funeral storm virus together in the center. When Lin Yi led the crowd to the interior of the cave, what he saw was exactly this scene. The furious flare-white current surged down, almost drowning that area entirely. In the center of that area, berserk hissing sounds of suppressed pain gradually came out, and a terrifying aura spread out, instantly lifting all the equipment around. The current was instantly ripped apart and the device went straight to pieces. And then, a huge, terrifying, electric current wrapped in hissing monster took a step from the front. Beasts of the Realm Pulse version. Lin Yi looked at the figure in front of him, his hand already gripping his armor summoner. This aura was almost straight up to a normal state Lufa, or even as if it were. Chapter 141, Summoning Armored Beasts. Blazing Inferno Dragon. Inside the dark and humble cave, the Realm King beast was roaring as it faced Lin Yi's crowd. Roar! That strong aura rushed across like a shockwave, surprisingly causing everyone else excluding Lin Yi to change color a bit and their footsteps to be a bit unsteady. A thin reddish-red shield of light surfaced around Lin Yi's body, blocking everything out. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was still some surprise on his face. The Realm King beast, it's so powerful? The strength of the Boundary King beast that had fused with the Death Riot virus had long since far exceeded that of the past. Saying this he did not hesitate and immediately commanded towards the crowd. All summoned armor. This alien beast is not easy to deal with. Tasuji and Kunzaka, whose faces had just been turned white by that roar, sniffed and started summoning their armor at once. Shijo, Tasuji, and Kunzaka all took out their transformers in unison before placing them on their wrists, inserting the circular pendant, and instantly beginning to transform. Snow Mastiff armor, Wind Eagle armor, Earth Tiger armor. The three of them bellowed softly together, then stood upright. Merge. Instantly, three different attributes of heaven and earth energies surged down to drown the three. And then, in the midst of a few roars, the three armors appeared. The three of them appeared and then immediately rushed together towards the Realm King in front of them, wanting to test each other's strength first. The Boundary King beast's body was tall and strong, and its body was covered with scales and armor like gold essence, which looked eerily black and shiny. At the same time, sharp bone spikes spread out on both sides of its shoulders and waist and stomach. Above its body, this alien beast displayed a neck like that of a king cobra, a flattened but powerful and hard neck paired with that huge snake head. Extremely scary and appalling. Meanwhile, around its neck, extremely sharp spikes were densely packed, just the best weapon to use. Bang! Shi Zhao took the lead and rushed ahead. The Snow Mastiff armor used all of its fist power to blast a punch at the alien beast's body, but it only made a sound of gold and iron clashing. This alien beast was not affected in the slightest. but instead swept out an arm and directly sent the snow mastiff armor flying out. Tsuji and Kunzaka, who were following closely behind, were stunned when they saw this scene. The two of them blasted out with a left and a right, a punch and a leg, but all of these attacks seemed to hit on top of raw iron, and the Realm King Beast didn't move at all. Roar! A hiss! Boundary King Beast body shaking, arms thrown out. Directly the Wind Eagle armor and the Ground Tiger armor will also fly out together. Impact on the sidewall. Ahem! Hiss! What a powerful force! Tsuji and Kunzaka covered their chests and got up, somewhat panicked as they looked towards the terrifying alien beast in front of them, already having the intention of retreating. Seeing this scene, Xiaotian, Xiaofei and Xiaogang as well as Zhu Junjie instantly began to summon their armor as well. Each of the four took out their summoners and pressed the top button. With that, the summoning card was inserted into the summoner and then pushed into the belt in a smooth manner, and then the thick heaven and earth energy descended, accompanied by a few soft drinks. Criminal armor, flying shadow armor, Vidra armor, merge, boom, the torrent of energy raged down, and the four armors, each with their own distinctive features, instantly stepped out towards the front. Three types of Ares armor appeared, and without the slightest hesitation, the four of them took a step forward and struck towards the Realm King Beast. Within the adamantium armor, Xiao Gang's voice came out proudly. I'd like to see how powerful this monster of yours can be. Saying that, he had already stepped forward together with Junju. The two Vajra armors simultaneously condensed their intentional energy and blasted out a punch. Vajra Mountain Abyss Fist. As the intent energy erupted, two golden-colored fist intent immediately condensed out, and then transformed into shockwaves to blast towards the Realm King Beast. Under the strong power, the Realm King Beast didn't sit still. It hissed and crossed its arms in front of its chest, the power of shadow instantly enveloping its body. Boom! Vajra Mountain Abyssal Fist with mountain-like power blasted on top of the Realm King Beast's body, and it had a violent collision with it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaotian and Xiaofei also bullied their way up at once. The Interdictor armor had its palm facing forward, and crimson intent energy flowed over it. The Flying Shadow armor, on the other hand, flexed slightly, and above its right leg, light blue intentional energy coalesced above the armor, evolving into a blazing energy. The moment the adamantine armor attacked, the voices of the two of them came out in sync. Sheltering Sky Palm, electric light slicing wind kick. In a flash, the powerful palm force of the Interdictor armor blasted towards the Realm King Beast. The Flying Shadow armor leapt up and chopped towards the Realm King Beast with a blazing attack. Boom! Strong energy outbursts and lingering sounds intertwined together, eventually colliding with the Realm King Beast to evolve into a violent roar. The sound of gold and iron colliding came out, and the Realm King Beast was beaten back by these four attacks. Hissing and strong resistance came out at the same time, but when the roar dissipated and the attack ended, the people's eyes within the armor, however, showed horror. How can it be? Is this monster's defense so strong? I didn't even hurt him with that blow? Several of Xiao Tian's people were surprised out loud, and the Realm King Beast in front of them revealed its true appearance after being attacked. Its scaly armor like meteoric iron surprisingly did not have the slightest scars and was still able to reflect dazzling light. At the same time it raised its head, its fierce eyes filled with killing intent. You guys, all deserve to die. Surprisingly, there was a vague hoarse voice of indignation coming out from the mouth of the Realm King Beast, and vaguely one could hear the voice of none other than the Realm King. After it hissed out angrily, it suddenly opened its huge serpentine kiss. Whoosh! In an instant a long, slender and tough tongue poked out from the snake's mouth, instantly lashing out like a flexible whip. Snap! This terrifying tongue carried an extremely strong force on it, and was also unusually flexible, directly drawing on the armor of Xingtian and the others. Bang bang! After just a few strikes, this strong force knocked Xiao Tian and the others back a few steps. It's hard to come forward and approach again. Damn it! Flying Shadow came to Lin Yi's side, covering his chest angrily. This monster's defense is extremely strong, and its attacks are flexible and changeable, so it's surprising that we can't get any advantage. The criminal Sky armor also retreated to Lin Yi's side, and Little Sky's calm and collected voice came out from within the armor. This alien beast is extremely strong. I'm afraid the armor in its normal form can't do much damage to him. Upgrade it. Xiao Gang and Junju also came in front of Lin Yi, and at this time, when he heard Xiao Tian's words, he immediately pounded his chest and drank. Good. Let's see what my exploding Kong can do to him. Listening to the words of the people around him, Lin also nodded. He knew very well that the Realm King Beast at this point was no longer something that could be dealt with by ordinary armor, but he was undaunted, because he already had a gift for this guy. At this point, he no longer hesitated and immediately took out the Inferno Dragon Armor's transformer to transform. Inferno Dragon Armor. Merge. Boom. Blazing energy descended from the sky, and then the Inferno Dragon armor appeared as if it had emerged from the flames. He stepped forward to the front of the crowd, and at the forefront was the roaring Realm King Beast. The Realm King Beast was afraid of the large number of people present, and likewise did not dare to rush forward. Only after the battle it had just experienced, it no longer seemed to be afraid either. Seeing Lin Yi come forward, the red aura in the eyes of the Realm King Beast became more and more intense, like a devouring beast. At the same time, the monster's king cobra-like neck scales opened and closed, and a hoarse and hideous voice came out from the snake's kiss. Lin also. Nowadays, it's easy for me to kill you. I can finally avenge my past. Lin Yi looked at the huge monster in front of him and suddenly let out a light laugh. Actually, I've always had a gift for you. As he spoke, the reddish golden lines on Lin Yi's forehead within the Inferno Dragon armor suddenly appeared, emitting terrifying energy. At the same time, his intentional energy coalesced in his mind covered towards the Inferno Dragon armor. In an instant, the majestic flames wrapped around the entire Inferno Dragon armor as if it was born out of thin air. And Lin also arrived in an unknown space in an instant with his mind. On the opposite side, the Realm King Beast was slightly stunned when it heard Lin Yi's words and subconsciously inquired. What? Boom! Mighty crimson flames roared down, and the Inferno Dragon armor was covered in majestic flames. Within the armor, Lin Yi opened his pupils of flame, and a voice slowly came out in a dry, hoarse voice as if burned by flames. Armored Beast, Blazing Inferno Dragon. Chapter 142 Blazing Flame Inferno Dragon of Fire. Battle Realm King Beast. As Lin Yi took a step forward, Xiao Tian and the others were a bit surprised, and then they were even more surprised when they heard his conversation with the Realm King Beast, and then the sudden descent of the monstrous flames. Originally, no matter if it was Xiao Tian or Dong Sugi and the others, when faced with such a strong exotic beast as the Realm King Beast, everyone thought that they would have to deal with this guy together. After all, it was clear to everyone that Lin Yi could only summon ordinary Inferno Dragon armor at this point. The once most powerful inquisitorial heavenly armor he could not yet summon. But the scene before us, within the adamantium armor, Xiao Gang gulped instantly as he looked at the fiery red flames that descended in a flash in front of him. Didn't you say that I should upgrade my explosive Vajra to deal with this monster? Inside the interdictor armor, Xiao Tian controlled the armor to take 2 steps back, and his words were filled with surprise. Lin Yi, summoning this armor can even be this powerful? He had just been planning to upgrade the War God Interceptor as well. The 4 people on this side were put aside for the moment, but on the other side, Dong Suji, Koen Zhong and Shizhe were even more shocked. Suji's eyes widened. Looking at the cave in front of him, it was filled with flames, even the rocks were burned red, and a scorching aura filled this side of space. The scene made his jaw drop to the floor. He opened his mouth dumbly towards Kanzaka and Shizhao beside him, his eyes lost in thought. Is it really the same kind of armor that everyone summons? Shizhao silently backed up a few steps, secretly glad in his heart for the decision he had made, and said, maybe not. Koen Zhong even had marvel written all over his face, and was even a little impatient to ask Lin Yi just how he did it. Ringo is awesome. In a hidden corner on the other side of the cave, Ugly General sat paralyzed on the ground, feeling the unearthly searing heat and despairing throughout. And Little Lee's eyes widened as his body uncontrollably tried to turn into an ugly demon biker to ward off the heat. Didn't they say that his strongest armor was no longer usable? How is it still so scary? What the hell is going on with intelligence in this place? There is still this heat around the perimeter, not to mention the central area. The flames around Lin Yi were crimson and dazzling, almost burning everything around him, including the stone. On the opposite side, the Realm King Beast hissed out, its shadow breath continuously overflowing to resist the unbearable burning heat. Its scale armor is really hard and can withstand powerful attacks. Unfortunately, this is a fiery flame, and scale armor can't withstand the searing heat. The moment Lin Yi himself tried to summon the armored beast, his entire consciousness had already arrived in another dimension. This space was very familiar to him. The same dream, the same lack of boundaries and logic, as if it were a dreamy empty flower. Lin Yi didn't even look in any of the other directions of space. Many familiar auras were holding down one side. This time he only looked in the only direction, the one swept by crimson flames that enveloped endless space. In the last time he entered this place, this direction was still alone with only a single Inferno Dragon armor, with the illusory explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor in the back. And this time, this one direction had been all but transformed, and the searing flames turned the place into a crimson red, vaporizing everything. And in the depths of the flames, a dragon's roar full of power came out, and in the blur you can still see the flames soaring with a sturdy body. That's what I'm here for. Lin Yi stepped on top of the blazing flames and blessedly walked towards the front, as if distant, and as if at arm's length. In an instant he was in front of the gaunt and mysterious creature. Roar! The distant and majestic whistling sound was near his ears. and Linny didn't have the slightest fear. He reached out and stroked his hand toward the front, a blaze of nothingness searing ahead of him. But in the next moment, the blazing flames were swept up in a flash, transforming into a raging tornado. And at the moment the flames were swept away, a majestic giant creature poked its head down from the clouds and slowly appeared in front of Linny's palm. What a creature this is! The majestic and athletic red body was hidden in the endless flames in the back, and the divine steed head that was the size of a truck slowly poked down. The area between the sinuous twin horns that rose up in front of his forehead was just above Linny's palm, and his slender dragon's muzzle was slightly lowered, with only the pupils of the dragon that burned with fiery flames looking towards the front. It just happened to meet Linny's eyes. One man, one dragon. The moment he locked eyes, Linny had understood everything. He understands its thousands of years of waiting, and it understands his ambition to swallow the sun and the moon. Blazing Inferno Dragon. Linny softly spoke out, his palm stroking the head of the divine dragon in front of him as he said, "Come with me." In an instant, the dragon's head shakily hovered. A dragon roar appeared, and the infinite flames were swept into the dragon's mouth, like a dragon king swallowing water. And only at this point did Linny see that its sinuous, circling, divine body was actually all made up of blazing flames. Continuing to look backward, one could also see a proud armor emanating a majestic aura seemingly standing in the infinite distance. That armor seemed like a fiery supreme, with flaming wings jetting out vaguely behind it. Boom! The entire cave began to be wrapped in flames and melted, and the place where it could fit was getting smaller and smaller. In front of Linny, the Realm King Beast had begun to attack frantically. The flames burned unstoppably, and it could only attempt to escape the place. And just then, Linny violently opened his eyes. He twisted the rotating wheel on the left side of his belt and then snapped out, "Armored Beast, the blazing Inferno Dragon of Fire." In an instant, the entire mountain cave was swept by the fiery flames, bringing with it a majestic heat to form a giant chart post that looked like a substance on Linny's side. And then, a dragon's whistle suddenly came. Within the narrow space, a fiery red light shot out from the center of Linny's belt, circling around for a week before directly transforming into the semi-virtual form of the Inferno Dragon cult. Roar! The giant flaming picture post of the inflamed dragon pony that had broken into Linny's side began to instantly morph in response to the sound of the dragon's roar. The moment the crimson dragon's head appeared from the other side of the picture post, it was already as if it had been infused with a soul. The blazing Inferno Dragon body gradually appeared, reconfigured by the Inferno Dragon pony, and an Inferno Dragon hovering in red and brilliant white appeared. What is this? The King Beast of the realm took several steps back, his body tensed as he watched the armored beast that appeared, and a chorus sounded from his mouth. It felt a powerful threat. What is this? Tsuji and Shijo, who had already retreated to the entrance of the cave, also looked at the scene with surprise, question marks written all over their brains. I've never heard of summoning this from your own armor. Only Linny knew that this was an armored beast that could be summoned by every light and shadow armor after it had been developed to a certain degree. The blazing flame Inferno Dragon hovered around Linny, its soaring, divine head already probing to the top of the mountain cave. Linny looked at the Boundary King Beast on the other side, his fingers stretched forward, and he lightly drank. Go on. Boom! The blazing flame Inferno Dragon roared out a dragon roar, and its coiled body charged towards the Realm King Beast in an instant. Bang! In just an instant, the Realm King Beast was slammed into the rearmost mountain wall by the roaring Inferno Dragon. The blazing Inferno Dragon body was transformed by the Inferno Dragon pony and was equally sturdy. Its body circled to trap the Realm King Beast, and its sharp claws attacked fiercely, and the Realm King Beast had some difficulty fighting back. Roar! The blazing flame Inferno Dragon lowered its head and opened its mouth to spit out a scorching fiery flame, directly enveloping the Realm King Beast within it. Instantly, the hard-scale armor that the Realm King Beast was proud of was burned to crimson, and a burning smell accompanied by a miserable hissing sound came out. Chapter 143, Slaying the Realm King Beast. Mission completion, fading change of heart. The battle in front of them was in full swing. The blazing flame Inferno Dragon and the Realm King Beast impacted together, and dragon whistles and hissing noises continued to emanate. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the calms of several people who had retreated to the back. Ding ding ding. After Tsuji answered, Mijin's slightly anxious voice came from the other side. Something happened. Satellites show that there are actually alien beasts appearing to cause trouble again in Jinghai City. Need you to split a few of your men back to deal with them. The people present all revealed their astonishment at the words. No one had expected that the Realm King was nearing the end of his rope, but there were actually other exotic beasts causing trouble. Lin also similarly heard Mijin's words at this time, and he turned his head to look at the crowd, then frowned as he instructed. It's the Shadow Guardian. You guys go back and support Mijin. I'm enough here. Although it wasn't clear why the Shadow Protector was able to send out the exotic beasts so quickly, There was no doubt that the exotic beasts under the shadow protector were a bit stronger. In order to prevent accidents from occurring, Lin Yi still planned to have them return together. Don't be careless with the newly emerged alien beasts, a few of them together. Watch out for the gutter. Lin Yi commanded and then refocused his attention on the battlefield ahead. The battle of the blazing inferno dragon needed to consume Lin Yi's own energy, and at the same time, he needed to take matters into his own hands and finish off the Realm King beast. Boom! In the violent roar, the blazing flame inferno dragon's robust tail flicked, directly colliding with the outstretched tongue of the Realm King beast. The two collided, and a strong force acted on both of them at the same time. Bang! The blazing inferno dragon roared softly and circled its body to rejoin Lin Yi's side. The king beast of the realm, on the other hand, staggered back to the mountain wall to stabilize itself, and the power of darkness and shadow around its body once again erupted on a wide scale, as the king cobra opened its huge mouth and let out an intense hiss. Seeing this, Goten and Tsuji gradually withdrew from the cave, intending to head to the city. Since Lin Yi had already opened his mouth to command, they believed that he would be able to settle this place. After all, the strength is there. Lin Yi stood upright, facing the hideous and terrifying Realm King beast in front of him as he twisted the right side of his spinning wheel. Flaming blade! Instantly, a fiery red light flew out from the center of the belt, which then transformed into a weapon picture post. Lin Yi clasped his hands towards the light picture post in front of him, and the slender, sharp flame blade instantly materialized, carrying flames that appeared in his hands. The flaming blade pointed forward, and the blazing flame inferno dragon circled around. After roaring in a domineering manner, it unleashed unrivaled flames that swept across the entire mountain cave. In the midst of the flames, Lin Yi's voice came out in a slightly cooler tone. King of the realm, for so many years, you've been working for the Shadow Realm, plotting electricity and doing evil. And now, since you and I are hostile, I'm sorry, your life, I take it. In the scorching flames, the Realm King beast frantically spat out its tongue, trying to lower the temperature of its scale armor that had almost turned into a fiery red. Too bad it's a snake and not a dog. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the Realm King beast hissed, a hoarse and resentful voice coming out. Just you? Lin Yi, I'd like to ask you, why do you have to be against us? Desperately shattering the great emperor's split shadow and repeatedly badgering me? You're the one who's not dead enough. A sound of spiteful and hateful words came out from within the King Cobra's hideous snake head, which was filled with dissatisfaction towards Lin Yi. It was as if Lin Yi had done something heavenly and humanly wrong to him, though he did get hurt a little more since Lin Yi showed up, both mentally and materially. And Lin Yi, who heard those words, froze slightly, and then many images flashed through his mind. It took a few seconds for his voice to come out calmly. I would have been a small person. Little people have little destinies and live tenaciously for the better. It's just that I got lucky once in a while and it gave me a chance to change my fate. As he spoke, the intentional energy within Lin Yi's body quickly condensed, while the light and shadow control force quickly mobilized the full power of the Inferno Dragon armor. Inside the entire cave, the flames suddenly burned even hotter. When you do have the opportunity to change your destiny, you realize that it's the same for everyone. The cold, rotting sludge is really all a field of flowers pregnant with roses. He gradually lifted the flame blade up, and invisible power coalesced around it. The sharp and terrifying flame blade awnings gradually revealed themselves, almost cutting the ground apart. Lin Yi was holding a blazing flame. His body swung into a powering sideways stance, and the words in his mouth became even more resolute. I have one goal, to become stronger. See more of the landscape. Suppressing you guys is the best way for me to improve. And along the way, if I can stop by and rescue some as I have in the past, plain, ordinary, common people running for their lives, then I might be a little happier. Once upon a time, Lin Yi thought that he was supposed to be a small man, and that keeping himself alive in a hostile environment was his biggest task. There was nothing extra for him at that point. And now, Lin Yi's body bowed slightly, the flaming blade angled in front of him, the blade facing forward. The flames within dozens of meters around them all seemed to be attracted to the blade in an instant. And in an instant, they coalesced on top of the blade like a dragon sucking up water. In a flash, a majestic aura was revealed. Around Lin Yi, the blazing flame inferno dragon roared at the same time, its dragon head poking out towards the front, staring intently at the Realm King beast. Sensing the powerful force he emanated, the Realm King beast instinctively took a step back in fear, arms facing forward in full armor. In the next moment, Lin also twisted the left side of the rotating wheel, only to see a crimson flame picture post flying out, expanding straight towards the front Realm King beast town. Like a blessed heart, he swung the flaming blade wrapped in majestic power in his hand out fiercely. Blazing flame ceiling slash. Boom! The flame saber chi that was several feet in length instantly slashed out, carrying a sharp aura and a sense of scorching heat. tearing apart the top and bottom of the mountain cave in front of him in almost an instant. At the same time, the blazing flame inferno dragon hovering around Lin roared violently. In a high-pitched dragon roar, the inferno dragon danced its sturdy mechanical body and blasted towards the Realm King beast in front of it in a flash with the blade energy. At once, the Boundary King's fearful voice came out. How is it that you can exert such power with this armor as well? He couldn't figure it out. He fought and growled, but there was no longer a chance to escape, as the 10-foot blade Chi and blazing flame inflammation dragon attacked in the blink of an eye. Boom! In the instant the two sides collided, a roar came along with the smoke. At once, an unparalleled majestic power erupted from the cave. The entire dwarf mountain seemed to tremble, and inside the cave debris continued to roll down, and magma gurgled after being scorched by the flames. Linny stood amidst the chaos of rocks, but his eyes were already slightly closed. Ahead, amidst the smoke and dust, the Boundary King beast's original body that was like gold and iron already had dense cracks. It still seemed somewhat incredulous, its hideous serpentine lines slightly open, but it could no longer make a sound. Now there's absolutely no need to figure it out. The blazing inferno dragon flicked its tail handsomely and returned directly to Lin Yi's side. Bang! The Realm King beast's body exploded, and then, a dark-colored demon ceiling post hovered in place. In his mind's eye, several images of alien beasts appearing to be attacked and harmed, or even dead. Ordinary people appeared. Despite the timely rescue, the alien beasts were full of killing, and there were ultimately situations where they couldn't rescue them. And then there's the City of Hope. The people who die of injuries every time the Phantom Devil shows up to wreak havoc. It's too much. Lin Yi knew in his heart that all of this had nothing to do with him. A speck of ash from the times, falling on the head of an ordinary person, is a mountain big enough to crush the spine. But now, possessing the power of an inquisitive criminal sky and the means of a blazing flame inferno dragon like this, he also began to try and brush off some dust as much as he could by hand on his quest to become powerful. Talking heads write in novels. Chivalry is for the country and the people. He was still just a small person with joy and sorrow, good and evil, who liked beautiful women and would also export dirty, and had not yet reached that realm. But with some ability, he was willing to do what he could to make himself happier when he could. Do what you can, but don't push yourself. This is the realization of a small man. The cave began to collapse with a roar, and Lin also slowly opened his eyes. Just then, a familiar voice came to his ears. Subtask, tiny endgame, completed. Mindfulness is elevated. The mind is clear, and the purity of the vast chi is increased. The highest degree of reward for task completion. Reward received, 15% quest completion, 10% armor enhancement value, Shadow Realm Power Crystals *1. Current task completion, 70%. Number of tasks completed, 29. The Phantom Gene Converter is fully charged. Lin also looked at the panel in front of him, ignoring the smoke around him, his eyes glowing. He will surely be angsty all the way. What goes around comes around. Chapter 144 Zen Seal saves Min Ci. The blazing flame dragon chased after the Black Domain. Jinghai City. On the side of a street in the South City near the central area, a small store with a few meters of storefront width and a cozy decoration on the outside was open at the moment. There are a few cozy pink letters on the cloud-like sign above the storefront. Happy Dumpling House. At that exact moment, a young woman who looked serene and beautiful walked out of the store. The woman smiled and spoke toward the store as she gathered her belongings outside. Auntie Hui, I think Xin Nan should be back in a while. We can prepare his meals too. Soon. A gentle voice of an older woman also came from inside the store. Yes, the boy seems to be in better spirits these days, and not in as much of a hurry as he used to be. I'm sure he'll do well in this race. It was mid-afternoon and approaching evening. The streets were still coming and going even though there weren't many people. It was just that everyone failed to notice that at the end of the street, a burst of shadowy power floated by, instantly transforming into a hideous and ghastly-looking monster. Roar! Until a hissing sound appeared and broke the calm. People looked towards the area covered by the shadow force, only to see a monster with scarlet eyes and a terrifying appearance coming this way. Devil 1. Even Linny hadn't expected the Shadow Protector's retaliation to come so quickly. You just got your ass kicked last night and you want it back today. While Lin Yi and his large forces were assembling to deal with the Realm King, this side had begun to split up. At the sound of hissing, the people on this street suddenly scattered in panic. Monster! Help! Somebody help! Where are the armored warriors? There are monsters here! Many shouted as they fled, their voices equally unflappable between quick escapes, and there were even calls for armored warriors. Devil 1 was extremely fast. It let out a pleased hiss from its mouth, and in an instant its body came behind a man who had landed in the back. With that, it raised its sharp claws in its hands and slashed behind the man with a blow that put a man down directly. Then with scarlet eyes, it began to look for its target again. On the side of the road, In front of the Happy Dumpling restaurant, Su Mincy similarly noticed the appearance of the alien beast. In a panic, she was anxiously about to close the door of the dumpling restaurant. How come there are monsters out here? Let's hope some armored warrior steps in to clean it up soon. Despite what was in his mind, his movements were inevitably a bit slow due to panic. Just then, Devil One's head flung around as if he had caught a whiff of something. It swung its head, and the hard-shell braids that hung down on both sides of its skull flung out at once, its scarlet eyes locking onto Su Mincy at once, the meagerly tainted 5 elements of bloodline breath. In an instant, Devil One swung his hideous arm, sending all the ordinary people in his path flying and heading straight toward the Happy Dumpling House. In a few steps, it arrived in front of the dumpling house, behind the glass door. Su Mincy held the broom in a slight panic, as if trying to block the alien beast. However, as Devil One raised his arm, bang! The glass door shattered in response. Just as the alien beast was about to move up further, an anxious yell came from him. Stop! Not far behind, Xingtian, dressed in a suit, was struggling to run this way. He saw the exotic beast in front of Su Mincy, but only hated that his speed and strength were not enough to reach it instantly. At this moment Xingtian suddenly recalled the ease with which he had decided to give up the armor summoning earlier, and recalled the abandonment that had welled up in his heart when the summoning of armor to deal with the alien beasts clashed with his personal life. Ridiculously, when Lin Yi chose to take over the Inferno Dragon armor, what surfaced within him was actually stealing joy and relief. It wasn't until this moment when the crisis struck that he realized the importance of strength. In this day and age, how can you protect those around you without power? Unfortunately, this moment of awakening didn't seem to help much. Xingtian watched the scene in front of him as Devil One snorted and then raised his arm with the intention of attacking Mincy. And just in the nick of time, a dragon's whistle came from high above the sky. The burning sensation came all together before the silhouette could be seen. A familiar hushed voice followed. Zen Seal. A few minutes ago, inside the cave that was already about to completely collapse, Lin Yi, who had briefly scanned the panel, reclaimed his mind and surveyed his surroundings. At this time, the Shadow Realm base had been destroyed beyond recognition during the fight between the Realm King Beast and Lin Yi. Amidst the roar of collapsing rocks, Lin Yi was about to retreat when his mind suddenly fluctuated. His brow furrowed gently as he looked in a certain direction. In the hidden corner of this mountain cave, the ugly general who was filled with despair had long since been impacted by the aftermath of the party's battle and collapsed to the ground. Why is it always me who is unlucky? While lamenting in his heart, he still didn't dare to make the slightest sound. Even though the rocks kept falling down and looking to bury the hidden corner altogether, Ugly will be clear. Once the sound is made and Lin also heard, then he is afraid that it is difficult to escape the death of life. But looking at the situation in front of him, even if he didn't make a sound, it seemed to be a case of being buried alive and dying. For a while, despair and grief filled the ugly general's heart. It's because I don't have the power. That's why he was bullied by the Shadow Bastard, by the Boundary King, and by Lin Yi, and end up being buried alive. The ugly general's inner indignation was unspeakable. Only his eyes filled with blood, and this emotion even affected his surroundings a bit. Just at this time, the power of the shadow hovered eerily, and suddenly a compelling voice appeared directly in the ugly general's ears. Do you crave power? I can give you the same power as the Realm King. With his body already partially suppressed, the ugly general suddenly heard such words at this time, and his entire body was suddenly energized. Without thinking, he hissed out without hesitation. I want power. Whatever it takes. No need to die now anyway. A hissing sound came out, immediately startling Lin Yi, who was not far away. Crap! How is there another person here? Lin also looked again, only to see that instantly the Shadow Realm Black Domain appeared, the ghostly purple light directly enveloping that area. A voice within it that contained excitement and fervor appeared at the same time. Come on! As we become one, I will grant you the power of the Shadow Guardian. Boom! Almost just in the blink of an eye, the ugly general possessed by the evil would stood up from the corner, and a ghostly aura flashed in his eyes. Lin Yi, I told you so. We'll see you soon. The ugly general twisted his neck and snorted towards Lin Yi. Then in a flash, he disappeared back into the Black Domain. The Black Domain instantly hovered, and it wanted to leave from here. Lin Yi's eyes glared up at this moment, and some anger appeared on his face. Mud, provoking me to my face and then trying to leave in peace? The Black Domain instantly rushed out from this mountain cave, and without saying a word Lin also leapt up as a whole. The blazing flame Inferno Dragon hissed, its coiled body appearing at his feet, and then its body swung out, similarly rushing out of this cave in a flash. High above the sky, the Black Domain was extremely fast, but Lin also rode the dragon. The blazing flame Inferno Dragon under his feet was reddish and white golden in color, weaving in and out of the clouds, his body smooth and athletic without losing its strength. Blue skies and white clouds ahead. with a gusty wind at his side. The blazing inferno dragon was originally morphed by the light and shadow pony, so it was naturally extremely fast, and it even spat out a mouthful of searing flames from time to time to attack the black domain in front of it. Both sides chased and fled, and soon arrived over Jinghai City. And just then, Mijin suddenly used the satellite to talk to Lin Yi. Lin also, just below your current position, an alien beast is making a mess. Short time Xiao Tian Dongsure they can't get here. At those words Lin Yi instantly gritted his teeth, and after scanning the black domain in front of him, he didn't dwell on it. With a thought, he immediately rode the dragon down. Roar! At the hissing of the blazing inferno dragon, he had seen the situation below. Seeing that tragedy was about to happen, Lin Yi's mind moved and he executed a divine skill contained in the light and shadow armor. Zen Seal. Chapter 145, 3 Eyes. Yu Yang Jian, the power of the Emperor. Zen Seal. The moment Lin Yi unleashed the skill, a strange power was stimulated. All of a sudden, everything within a 100-meter radius was turned into stillness. It must have been frozen in time and space. But at the same time, he also felt the rapid depletion of soul power in his mind. Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a second, and in an instant, he harnessed the Inferno Dragon and rushed down to save Su Minci from the front of the Demon One, directly pulling her on top of the blazing Inferno Dragon's spine, and then with a slight movement of the mind, the meditation seal was instantly lifted. Xin Nan watched in horror as Demon One swung his arm forward with all his might, and then the force of the blow struck empty, and Demon One stumbled directly. Thus, Xin Nan, who had been worried and in pain, froze in place. Devil One, who was originally bound to start killing, was filled with confusion, and originally closed his eyes in despair. Minci once again opened his eyes but had already come to the air, his feet on the inflamed dragon, his ears listening to the sound of the wind. The blazing inferno dragon's coiled body lingered low in the air, before a dragon whistle drew the eyes below to itself. Xin Nan looked up at the red-colored divine dragon flying above him, and then saw Minci standing against the wind on the divine dragon's backbone, instantly relaxing for a moment. And the next moment, he froze when he saw the familiar armor in front of Minci. Inferno Dragon Armor. Lin Yi? Despite being a former summoner of the Inferno Dragon Armor, he had never really seen a blazing Inferno Dragon. And the Demon One below instantly understood everything when it saw the blazing flame Inferno Dragon, and it rushed out of the dumpling house in some anger, hissing angrily. Seeing that the alien beast had come to an empty part of the street, Lin Yi was slightly relieved, and then he grabbed Minci by the wrist, and then leapt down to Xin Nan. Shi Nun, it's been a long time. Nodding toward Xin Nan, Lin Yi motioned for him and Minci to step back a bit after greeting him. Xin Nan's expression was slightly complicated, but he didn't say much at this time, and instantly retreated a bit farther away. With that, Lin Yi turned to look at Devil One. His eyes suddenly glazed over. He flicked his wrist, before reaching out and waving at the blazing inflammatory dragon in the air. Blaze, come back. At his summons, the blazing inferno dragon swooped down and immediately afterward turned into a red light and disappeared into the Taiji diagram in the center of the inferno dragon armor's belt. Ugh! Gently stroking the center of his belt, Lin also sighed slightly. Too bad it consumes energy so quickly. He could feel the sharp depletion of his energy after using the blazing inferno dragon to unleash his must-have kill inside the mountain cave. And the pursuit after this was also a strong energy output to the armored beast. Armored beasts are really powerful and handy, and a little bit cool, but the consumption is also truly horrific. Even at Lin Yi's current realm, he couldn't summon an armored beast for a long time. But okay, you won't need an armored beast to deal with this thing of yours. Lin Yi looked forward towards Demon One, his words instantly cold. His whole body rushed forward, and his body was like an infinite flame burning. Boom! Flame fist strikes in a smooth manner. Instead, Devil One leapt straight up, completely ignoring the incoming attack. In the next moment, the space above Demon One suddenly tore apart, and the black domain that had been chased by Lin Yi appeared all of a sudden. It directly released the purple mist to take away the devil a belt, then hovered a bit, seems to be flaunting the general. The moment far away, below, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and muttered, after summoning the Emperor's armor, it looks like the first thing to do is give these guys a hard time. Mud, being arrogant in front of me. The alien beast had already fled, and he did not choose to continue pursuing it at this time, but instead turned to look at Xin Nan and Su Minci, who were not far away. Lin Yi stepped in front of Xin Nan and nodded at him before saying, well, your friend isn't hurt, is he? Xin Nan looked at the familiar armor in front of him and was relieved even after a slight freeze. No, thanks for coming just in time. Su Minci looked at the crimson armor in front of her and thought of the scene she had just witnessed, and immediately opened her mouth to thank Lin Yi. Thanks for saving me just now. Lin Yi didn't say anything, just waved his hand at her, And then he turned his head to look at the slightly sore streets and sighed slightly. By now there were numerous sirens going off, and the ambulances and vigilantes should be arriving soon. Well, since the alien beasts have left, I'll be leaving first. Lin also opened his mouth towards the Xingnan duo and turned around, about to leave. Suddenly, Xingnan called out to Lin Yi. Wait! His fists clenched slightly as he looked towards Lin Yi, who had turned around, and the gaunt and godly armor he was wearing, and then suddenly loosened his grip. Lin Yi looked at Xingnan, his voice slightly puzzled. In the end, Xingnan but released. It's okay, you be careful on your way. After disarming his armor and returning to the ERP research room, Lin also sat down directly on a chair. Mei Jin at this time is still in front of the operating table to monitor the situation of the other two supernatural beasts. You can see her eyes glowing, within which there is also some worry. Lin Yi wasn't worried about the situation elsewhere. Xiao Tian, with so many of them splitting their troops into two to deal with the alien beasts under the Shadow Protector, they would be able to take advantage of the situation even in a group fight. There was only one thing that mattered to him at the moment, and that was to check the panel for changes, as well as getting all the rewards you can and doing your best to improve yourself. With a slight movement of his mind, the system panel had automatically expanded. Rewards can be claimed. Explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor, 70% quest completion. You can gain 10% control of the Will of Light and Shadow. Redeemable for rewards. Quest Redemption List, Light and Shadow Edition. Current Light and Shadow cumulative quest completion count *10. Number of quests completed *5. Can be exchanged for 5 elements bloodline 5% per armor enhancement value 5%. Number of quests completed *10. Can be exchanged for any 5 elements armor summoning privileges /5 elements bloodline 10%. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged for Emperor's armor summoning belt /armor enhancement value 10%. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of quests completed *****. Redeemable, Light and Shadow Stones, set, /demon ceiling post, open source version. Imperial armor. At this point, the number of quests had reached 10, and Lin was faced with the choice of redeeming the 5 elemental bloodline or another pair of 5 elemental armor summoning permissions. My 5 elements bloodline is currently at 60%. Increase it by another 10%. If I have the Emperor's belt, I can try to summon the Emperor's armor. As for the ordinary 5 elements armor, it was still naturally inferior compared to the Emperor's armor. After thinking about it, Lin Yi's eyes revealed a bright light and he directly redeemed it. I choose to redeem the 5 elements bloodline. Instantly, a strand of invisible energy seemed to have disappeared into Lin Yi's body. The lines of the underworld body in front of his forehead suddenly lit up automatically, and the original golden red and black purple lines spread from his eyebrows to his sides, which were already extremely divine. And at this time, there was even a new dazzling golden battle pattern that manifested, running vertically through the center of his eyebrows. At first glance, it looked like the heavenly eyes of a deity, taking in the soul. At this point, Lin Yi had already gotten some feeling that 3 battle patterns with different scents but all emitting powerful energy were manifesting in the center of his eyebrows, and he immediately came to a mirror to check it out. After seeing the patterns of different colors and flowers on his brow, Lin Yi instantly froze. At that exact moment, Mei Jin also stepped down from the operating table. She stretched her delicate body, her eyes looking towards Lin Yi, and when she was about to say something, she also saw the battle tattoo on his forehead. Her eyes widened and for a split second she took off. 3 eyes? Yu Yang Jian? In the next moment, the brilliant golden lines at Lin Yi's brow glowed, instantly shaking out a strong impact. Inside it even seems to carry a domineering bloodline power. Feeling this magnetic field impact, Mei Jin retreated a few steps back, her face full of shock, and she immediately covered her mouth and lost her voice. The power of the Emperor? Chapter 146, Updated Personal Panel, Summonable Emperor's Armor. Mei Jin was filled with shock and could hardly believe it. At this point in time, Lin Yi appeared to the others to be a proper alien, if not in the mold of a legendary mythological deity. Powerful, slightly mysterious but noble brow lines. Luckily, Lin Yi himself could still control this power. His intentional energy and mind power moved in unison, and at once all the outward visions disappeared. Interesting. After collecting his power, Lin Yi gently stroked his brow, already guessing what the newly appeared lines were about. That would be the 5 elements bloodline, the outward manifestation of the Emperor's armor summoning qualifications. At this point, Mei Jin had long since been unable to hold back the curiosity in her heart. She came in front of Lin Yi, her eyes burning, and her mouth began to ask questions in rapid succession. What was that line that just appeared on your forehead? What's with the imperial power I'm feeling? Could you have summoned the Emperor's armor? Who the hell are you? It can't be aliens. Listening to Mei Jin's series of questions, Linny instantly had a headache. Seeing that she was staring with wide eyes, her delicate body leaning forward, looking at herself with unblinking eyes, Linny instantly raised his hand. Stop. After saying so, he reached out and pulled Mi-jin to his side before speaking soothingly. Hold on. I'll explain it to you later. Mei truly intended to say something, but then she saw that Linny had actually closed his eyes. Closed eyes? She was a bit mortified that such a beautiful woman was standing in front of him and he chose to close his eyes. But Mei-jin, after all, is not stupid, and soon saw that Lin also seems to have fallen into some kind of deep cultivation. In his mind, Lin also scanned his current personal panel. Personal panel, Lin Yu, 1955, Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Physical, 80, normal adult 5, with simultaneous increases in all indices winky face. Intentionality, 168, all of your own values increase at the same time. Note, has broken through the individual climbing the peak of intentional energy, into the next level. Unity Armor Upgrade Metamorphosis in Combat Skill, 9 out of 10. Can be improved by practicing in real battles. Mastery of the Will of Light and Shadow, 100%. Note, the highest has been reached, and mastery is the power of the mind. The host's strength of intentional energy breaks through the individual bottleneck of the material universe, with 100% control of the will of light and shadow. Together with the comprehension of the armor style, there is a chance to make the 5 elements armor undergo a reinforcement. 5 elements bloodline, 70%, 70% can transform into imperial armor with the help of the belt. Armor enhancement value, 40%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of missions completed, 29, Hope Edition, 10, Light Edition. The light and shadow will control had already reached 100%, and at this point, he could basically use the power of the normal form of the Inferno Dragon armor to its fullest extent. Even the armored beast was summoned, and the shadow of the explosive Dragon Emperor was seen. Reasonably I could actually attempt an Inferno Dragon armor upgrade right now. Under the right circumstances. Lin also pondered these things carefully. However, the ultimate reward for the explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor quest is a single comprehension or suppression of the Inferno Dragon's will. In other words, he was merely qualified to carry out the upgrade of the Inferno Dragon armor now, and it was possible to fail. And if the Explosive Dragon Emperor large-scale quest is completed completely, with the help of the system rewards, this thing has almost no chance of failing. Plus, his 5 elemental bloodline was already enough to summon the Emperor's armor, and soon he would even be able to redeem the summoner for the Shura armor. Thoughts flowed like lightning, and soon Linny settled on his next goal. The first order of business is to find the Emperor's belt and try to summon the Emperor's armor. The normal form of the Emperor's armor was also much stronger than the Inferno Dragon armor. Continue triggering quests to try to redeem the Shura armor earlier, as well as finish upgrading the explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor. Seems like things have been rough over there in Southborough lately. Shouldn't we go for a walk? There's also the Psi genetic transformer recharged and ready to be tried out. Mi-jin stood on her tiptoes, very close to Lin Yi's torso. She tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes surveying the face of the man in front of her, a thoughtful look on her beautiful cheeks. This man is so mysterious. She moved closer and closer, wanting to look a little more closely. And at this moment, Lin Yi, after sorting out the thousands of threads in his mind, he opened his eyes. Just opening his eyes he was startled. Mei-jin's clear and beautiful face was now close at hand, and that usually resolute cheek was at that moment carrying confusion and searching. Lin Yi's sudden opening of his eyes also startled Mi-jin, who was about to back away. But her tiptoe was already unsteady, so her whole body leaned forward at once. Bang! The slender, proud, diminutive body suddenly crashed into Lin Yi's arms, and a feeling of softness instantly hit him. Ah! Mi-jin yelped softly, her cheeks reddening. Despite the solidity and reliability of the chest in front of her, her frame shuddered at the moment of contact. She was about to get back on her feet with her hands on Lin Yi's waist, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to bring his hands together and directly wrap his arms around her entire body. At the same time Lin Yi's slightly flirtatious voice came from Mi-jin's ears. Didn't you just lean in that close to check me out? Why are you so anxious to leave all of a sudden? I can let you keep observing. A wave of heat washed over her as she was wrapped in his arms. Hearing the sound and warm airflow coming from her ears again, Mi-jin burst into a fit of shyness, and her entire body became even more completely powerless. Despite the fact that usually Mi-jin dresses simply in simple tight pants and a sweater t-shirt, her figure is not bad at all. Feeling the rapid heartbeat coming from his arms, Lin Yi loosened his arms around her waist, before letting out a light laugh. Hey, Mi-jin, you're not really going to stay in my arms all the time. At this time, the confused Mei-jin didn't even notice that Lin Yi had already loosened his hands, and when she heard him say that, she immediately wanted to get up. At that exact moment, the door to ERP's research room opened, A voice spoke at the same time. The alien beasts are really cunning this time. It's amazing that the three of us, Shizhou, Kuinzhong and I, barely managed to deal with that guy. I think it's average. If that black thing hadn't appeared and saved it, my explosive Vajra would have killed it. Dongsan walked in first with Shizhou and Kuinzhong, who had only just returned from the area infested with alien beasts. As soon as they entered, the three of them saw such a scene. Linny leaned back in his chair, his torso leaning back, and Mei truly leaned in his arms, her cheeks flushed and her watery eyes full of shyness. A strong color of gossip appeared in Kuinzhong's eyes, while Shizhou was slightly surprised. Dongsan stared wide-eyed. The person looked fine, but actually walked for a while. For a moment, the sound of a broken heart. Who had ever seen this thunderous, sensible and competent head of the research lab show such an expression? Kunzaka has a good eye. He was busy turning around to stop all of them who were about to come in behind him. Xiao Tian, intending to leave the research room with the crowd again. Oi vey, don't come in, let's sit outside in the store for a while. However, it was already a step too slow. Kong had long-winded up rushing over, and then saw the scene just the same. Ah ha ha, I've been telling you for a long time that these two are having an affair. His voice was enormous. Mi Jin had heard the commotion at the door, and how could she continue to stay when she was shouted out at the top of her lungs? She scrambled up from Lin Yi's arms and hurried to a small room within the research chamber. And Lin was also startled by Kong's voice. He looked over to Kong, who was still gloating, and his eyes instantly became calm. Killing aura. Not only little Kong, even the others sensed the killing aura keenly. With that, Lin Yi's calm voice came out. Kong, it seems that you are satisfied with the strength of your explosive Vajra. Why don't we have a sparring session? Kong? Chapter 147 Conversation with Mi Jin, and Massage. After a long time, Lin Yi and Xiao Gang came back from outside. No need to summon armor at all. He sat down in his chair and opened his mouth inquiringly toward the crowd before him. The Boundary King has already been dealt with by me. What is the strength of the exotic beasts you encountered today? Upon hearing this, the crowd stopped paying attention to Kong's nose and sat in tears. Xiao Tian was the first to speak up after pondering, his gaze glowing as he said, "The alien beasts are very strong this time. I can feel that it's a little stronger than the one I dealt with before. In terms of strength and defense, it's already comparable to the three captains of the underworld demons." On the side, Flying Shadow and Junju also nodded together. They were there together at that time. Of course, with the four exalted armors dealing with it, the alien beast was beaten and scuttled, and was eventually saved by the Black Domain. On the other hand, Dongsan and Shizhou on the other side, their situation was not so optimistic. They had never even encountered such a strong monster before. That alien beast is very powerful. The three of us just barely managed to get even with it. Tsuji had a bit of a hard time saying it, but he also had to admit the gap in strength on his side. Shizhou looked serious as well. He clenched his fist slightly, then spoke calmly and confidently. I feel like my strength can continue to increase. When the next battle comes, I'll be able to deal with those alien beasts. Hearing Shizhou's confident words, Higashisuji and Kunzaka instantly looked at them with astonished eyes. We all agreed to dish together. Older brother, how did you run off to Independence Beautiful? It's making us both look bad. By this time, Higashisuji and Kunzaka had already transformed into the entire field's wrong species, making it clear that it was just the two of them who had the most inferior strength. Kuinzhong's eyes looked firmly at Lin Yi, and then he began to ask for advice. Ringo, I saw how strong you were at summoning the Inferno Dragon armor. How the hell did you do that? Can you teach me? And I don't want to hold everyone back. Kunzaka had always regarded Lin Yi as his idol ever since he summoned the armor, and had asked him many times for advice on combat techniques. So now he was a bit stronger than the Earth Tiger armor that Lin Yi remembered. But because Lin Yi was too strong alone, the progress was too fast, directly increasing the difficulty of clearing the level. So from the point of view of dealing with alien beasts alone, he is rather more useless. No, it was time to start asking Lin Yi for advice again. Lin Yi didn't hide anything when he heard this, and immediately smiled and nodded towards him, saying, it just so happens that I should be around for the next few days, just so I can show you some tips on how to use the light and shadow armor. At those words Kunzaka's eyes lit up and he nodded happily, and Dongsan, who was on the side, clenched his teeth after hearing Lin Yi's words and eventually spoke in a low voice as well. And by the way, mentor me too. Taking a look at him, Lin also didn't continue to say anything. Anyway, one sheep is herding, two sheep are herding. After dinner, everyone returned to their resting places, and Lin was no exception. Only he remembered what was most important to him at the moment. Get the Emperor's belt. I don't know if Mi Jin's claim that an initial version has been worked out is reliable. Lin also sat on the bed, his right hand rubbing his chin in dark thought. If there was nothing readily available on this side, Then he would have to wait for 5 more missions for a system exchange. This would delay the summoning of the Emperor's armor by quite a bit more. Thinking about it, Linny got up from the bed and opened the door towards the next room. That's Mi Jin's room. Knocking on the door, Mi Jin, dressed in a pink nightgown, opened the door with a wary gaze. What for? She remembered what had happened during the day, and she blushed now as she thought back on it. How can you do it yourself? So unreserved. I can't believe he removed all his defenses by putting his arms around him. So at this point, she did her best to control herself, her face filled with equanimity. What's the matter with you in the middle of the night? Linny saw her like this, so after raising an eyebrow, he casually spoke. Oh, it's no big deal. Just wanted to talk to you about summoning the Emperor's armor. But it looks like you don't really want to talk about this right now, Mei Jin, so I'll go first. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pulled into the room with a thud by Mi Jin, whose eyes suddenly revealed an intense luster. The door to the room was closed. Hey, what are you doing? Gently, I'll do it myself. Don't you move. Hiss. This is also too good. Ah, inside the room, a strange sound came out, and it instantly cast a haze over the entire store. Extremely cozy in the room. Mi Jin bed. Linny was lying spread out flat on top, and Mi Jin, at that moment, was sitting underneath him. With that, Mi Jin, whose face was filled with a bright smile, stretched out her hands and slowly headed down. Press go. Hiss. Feeling the comfortable massage techniques on his shoulders and back, Linny instantly failed to hold back his scream. Although his physical qualities didn't need all this toning at all, the soft, boneless hands pressing and pressing, accompanied by the kneading of the skeletal muscles, was simply a supreme level of enjoyment. Mi Jin sat on Lin Yi's lap and softly said while pounding his back with both hands, "You said you couldn't tell me for free, that you needed favors. See, now I'm giving you massages myself. You can tell me about it." At that, Lin also stretched his own muscles and bones, and then after a long exhalation, he flopped down on the bed and said diffidently, "It's nothing really. I need the Emperor's belt. Can you get it, Mi Jin?" Mi Jin frowned at his words, and then his long legs crossed over Linny, getting up and standing on the ground in doubt. "Didn't I say when you asked me last time that the Emperor's belt was still in development? Why are you in such a hurry to get it? Could it be that you found the summoner of the Emperor's armor?" Speaking of this, Mei Jin suddenly thought of the image she had seen in the research room in the afternoon, and she immediately stared at Linny with wide eyes, before staring at him and exclaiming, "Could it be you?" Linny climbed up from the bed to stretch his body, and after a comforting sound came out of his mouth, he said, "That's right, it's me. I want to try using the Emperor's belt to summon the Emperor's armor." Looking at Lin Yi's calm face, Mi Jin felt a little surprised, but felt as if it was justified. He wasn't always this mysterious, so inscrutable. This is true in strength, but also in feelings. Okay. Mi Jin compromised somewhat. She slumped her shoulders and didn't press the issue any further, just said with a twinkle in her eye, "I'll try to get it for you." Linny didn't have the slightest hesitation this time. A flash of cold hardness flashed in his eyes, and then he harmonized. "Never mind. If you can't earn it, then I'll fetch it myself." Mi Jin was momentarily speechless. After a slight silence, Linny was a bit unable to look away, so he added another sentence. "But there is good news for you." Mi Jin looked up, her eyes crystallized. "What? If I can summon the Emperor's armor, then in the short term, I will no longer need the Inferno Dragon armor. You can temporarily give the Inferno Dragon armor to someone else to summon and use, and Black Rhino armor." Linny said these plans he had in mind and looked at Mei Jin's brightly sparkling eyes and suddenly smiled. "I can also let you summon the Black Rhino armor if you wish." Mi Jin sniffed. Then she shook her head. "I'd rather not. After all, I need to be in the research lab all the time to see what's going on." Lin was also not surprised. He also guessed Mei Jin's nature. Just saw her appearance, so open to tease her. If he had the Emperor's armor, he wouldn't really need the Yanlong armor. Summon upgrades when there is a sure way to upgrade the explosive Dragon Emperor, after which the ultimate armor will be unique. As for the summoner of the Black Rhino armor, Linny turned to look out the window at the night, already having a candidate in mind. Chapter 148, Guiding the Line of Kunzaka, A Small Day in the Life. Day 2. ERP Research Room. "Tasuji, that's too short a time for you." Lin also looked at Tasuji, who had come out of the virtual battle room out of breath, and couldn't help but frown at the timing. "It's not as long as Kunzaka." Hearing this, Don-san's face showed some embarrassment and said, "I know, but it really isn't holding up anymore." Off to the side, Koen Jong stood next to the virtual battle room, and Shija was next to him, pondering something. Linny looked at the three people in front of him and spoke seriously after slightly organizing his words. "The virtual battle chamber hones your fighting skills and will, and the longer you hold out the greater the benefits. but to truly utilize the strength of the light and shadow armor, relying on these is not enough. Hearing Lin Yi say that, Cohen Jones' eyes instantly lit up and his face was filled with a serious listening expression, and Shizhou stared over. He was aware, even with his confidence, that Lin Yi's strength and insights far exceeded his. Tasuji, of course, twisted around and began to listen intently. The light and shadow armor corresponds to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. To access the power of the armor, you will naturally have to fit the characteristics of the 5 elements. Like fire, it bursts and blazes and goes on and on. Gold, sharp and unrivaled, cutting through the floating dust. Earth, thick and strong. When your own behavior fits these traits, the power you are able to exert will be even greater. Lin Yi scanned over the 3 people in front of him, and when he saw that they all had thoughtful looks on their faces, he nodded in satisfaction. He had a bit of a smile on his face and then continued. Of course, you may have realized all this for yourselves, but you may not realize it. The combination of light and shadow armor can be more than just 5 elements. He is even more anthropomorphized by combining with a creature or animal. Your fighting style will naturally fit better with the armor if you can match the habits of these creatures. Lin Yi's voice hit the ground, instantly waking them all up. A look of dawning realization appeared on the faces of both Higashisaji Kunzaka and Shizhou, who had never previously considered it from this angle. At this time, Lin Yi spoke again. Like an eagle, with a lithe body and strong iron claws. Tigers, strong, athletic and swift. There are also mastiffs, dragons, and rhinos, all of which have their own special hunting attacks and advantages. Here, he said, his voice solemnized a bit, slightly hesitant, and finally added the follow-up. When you are truly attuned to the armor to the degree required, you will feel the soul that is one with the armor. Armored beasts. When the words armored beast appeared from Lin Yi's mouth, the entire ERP research room fell silent. Apparently, everyone's attention was drawn to this unfamiliar term. Lin was also not surprised by the effect. He waved his hand and red gold intent energy appeared, turning into substance that flowed in front of him like flowing water. With a thought, the red gold intent energy transformed into a lifelike inflammatory dragon in the blink of an eye. Like it, Lin Yi looked at the inflamed dragon that had coalesced in the air, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "It's the armored beast of the Inferno Dragon armor." In an instant, everyone present recalled the divine and athletic blazing flame Inferno Dragon that Lin Yi had summoned that day within the mountain cave of the Shadow Realm base. So that's the armored beast. Kunzaka's eyes brightened as he murmured out. Shizhou was even more eager in his eyes. What man wouldn't want a creature that divine and powerful? Having said that, Lin also felt that it was almost time. He clapped his hands and turned towards Mijin while casually saying, "Make an effort. When you reach a certain realm, you can summon your own armored beasts as well." Looking at Lin Yi's back, the burning flames of training and promotion were once again lit up in the eyes of the 3 Kuinzhong people. Lin also turned around before realizing that Xiao Tian and the 4 of them had come here together as well. It's just that he was so absorbed in his speech just now that he didn't notice a few of them at all. Seeing that Lin Yi had discovered them, Xiao Gang's eyes were instantly filled with sighs. Oops, that's some nice armor they've got there. And what armored beasts they can summon. I saw that dragon of the boss that day. It was so cool. Too bad we can't summon it. On the side, Fei snickered towards Kong and said, "A barbarian like you who uses brute force can't summon anything good even if you can. Is it hard to summon a stoner?" Lin Yi couldn't hold back a laugh at his words, and then he turned towards Xiao Tian and the others to comfort them. A shuttlecraft is no less powerful than an armored beast. At that moment, both Junju and Fei came close to Lin Yi, and both of them showed some embarrassment on their faces in a rare manner. Lin was also a bit surprised to see the scene, not understanding what these two were up to, so out of the blue, he inquired, "What's the matter with you two? Why do you look wriggly and squirmy like that?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Fei then snorted and opened his mouth. "That, and I too just wanted to ask you, there's no law that would allow me to improve as well." Before Fei could even drop his words, Junju stepped forward and spoke bluntly. "Nothing else, Lindsay. Just wanted to ask you if there's any other quick ways for my two to upgrade their armor? Alas, it's just the 2 of us." Hearing this, Lin also came to a realization, and then he cried and laughed a little. It's time to say no. He too did have a bit of bad luck. Originally, everyone was the same, with enough intentional energy and just a small chance to upgrade their armor. But to fight the king beast of the realm, Lin Yi had bagged it all by himself. Against the alien beasts under the Shadow Protector, the 2 of them were still a bit out of their depth. It's one of those things that's completely stuck. Lin Yi thought about it and was about to say something to comfort the 2 of them when Mijin suddenly called out to him. "Lin Yi, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." At that, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and gestured with Fei and Zhu Junjie before heading towards Meijin. "What's wrong?" Coming to the operation desk, he smiled directly and opened his mouth towards Mijin to inquire. Mi Jin, however, had little to smile about. Her brow furrowed and she lowered her head slightly as if she was trying to think of how to speak. After a few seconds, Mi Jin finally looked up at Lin Yi. Last night, I've asked about the Emperor's belt. The lab side promised that they could give you the initial version of the belt to try out, but they can't guarantee any effective effects. Lin Yi smiled brightly on his face as he heard this. Just give him a try. What's he afraid of as far as any negative impact? It's okay, just give it to me. Thanks. He was well aware that the forces behind ERP seemed to be a bit wary of him, and it surprised him a bit that it was so easy this time. However, there was no smile on the face of Mei Jin, who heard Lin Yi's reply as she continued to speak, some helplessness in her words. You don't have to thank. After all, this time, the Realm King Beast was almost sealed by you alone, and they also want you to continue to help out the Jinghai city side and help fend off the alien beasts. Besides that, there's one more thing. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and collected his smile, leaning against the console with his arms wrapped around him, saying, You say. Mi Jin came to the console and tapped her finger a few times, and instantly a global high-definition virtual map appeared on the screen. Thereupon the portion belonging to China was gradually enlarged and gradually moved near the coastline. Beyond the sea line to the southeast, a small island with a reddish color was extremely conspicuous at this time, and Mi Jin's slightly gravelly voice came at that moment. The whole of Blue Star seems to be having some problems right now. Many monsters have appeared in various countries, and of course everyone basically has their own way of dealing with them. But some time ago, the top found that there seemed to be some movement on the island side. Some of the monsters belonging to their country have appeared near our coastline. It's less clear whether they intentionally drew the monsters here, or whether they're no longer able to defend themselves within their country. So someone wanted someone from the research lab side to check it out. If necessary, you need to go into the island to track it down. At those words, Lin Yi looked at Mi Jin, who looked at Lin Yi with some apologies. One of my brother's conditions for giving you the Emperor's belt was that he wanted you to send your men on this scouting mission. Maybe go to yourself. Chapter 149. Using the Phantom Gene Conversion Device. Hit the wanted list adjustment. Hearing Mi Jin's words, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. A twinge of irritation ran through him internally. It wasn't because he had to deal with the bunch of things that were having a good little time. He considered himself obliged in the face of the great right and the great wrong. He was annoyed that Dr. Garu was still playing tricks in this situation. The same China, but in distinguishing between you and me. He wanted to spread out Lin Yi's power so that the original Jinghai city's armor would be a bit stronger. Throwing that away in his mind, Lin Yi began to think about his next move. If he goes on his own, the trip should not be a problem. Despite not being clear about the strength of the island side, his current strength was ranked even in the galaxy. There was no reason to be afraid of what was in the little kid's territory. Only at present the Shadow Realm is unsettled. If he leaves, these remaining people are not necessarily able to deal with the Shadow Protector. When he thought of this, Lin Yi was a bit annoyed. Might as well just sink that nasty little island. When the time comes you're good and I'm good and everyone's good. The problem was that his own power wasn't currently at that level. After all, Interceptor couldn't be summoned. Using the alphas? One shot and all the blue stars are gone. While he was torn, a sudden firm voice came from his side. Lindsay, I'll go. Lin Yi snapped out of his thoughts and looked to his side in surprise, only to see that Zhu Junjie was wearing a smile on his face at that moment. But his eyes were full of determination as he repeated it again. Lindsay, I'll go. Upon hearing this, a flash of worry appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. He was about to open his mouth, but he saw Junshu waved his hand and opened his mouth seriously. I know that you can't pull away from this side right now, without you here to run the show. It's too late to regret if something really goes wrong, but there's no time to lose over there either. So why don't you just let me go for you? Junshu said this with a smile on his face as he laughed at himself. I can't help you here anyway. So why don't I go take a look for you at what those brats are up to? I'm the weakest. You gave me the Vajra summoner in the first place, and I've been humbled by it. Now let me be able to do something for you, and I'm glad. I'm going to scout the situation well, and I'll do something worthwhile by communicating with you in a timely manner if there are any problems. Looking at Zhu Junjie's resolute appearance and hearing his self-deprecating words, Lin Yi hadn't thought that he had thought so much these days. He opened his mouth, eager to say something to comfort his hairdresser. For example, he doesn't care if he can help or not. He's just a mundane person. He just wanted to do this kind of thing. Even if he was criticized, he still wanted to do it. What's the point of having the power yourself if you can't make the people around you happy too? He was also a man and loved armor. So Lin also gave him the adamantine armor. Because it's his friend, brother. It's that simple. As for dragging his feet, as long as he, Lin Yi, was strong enough, there was no such thing. And the fact of the matter at hand is that he's far superior to everyone else. To him, everyone actually belongs to the drag. Lin also wanted to say all of this very much, but looking at the other man's resolute gaze, and his clenched fists, he did not speak. What Johnny Chu thought was simple. This time he was going to be useful. He was going to help his brother for once. Even if the role is very small, he can always play a little bit of his part. Otherwise the adamantine armor. He really suffered. For his country. For himself. He had made up his mind. Finally, a smile reappeared on Lin Yi's face. As he tugged on Junju's arm, he laughed. Good. I'll let you have the chance to be a hero this time. You kids cherish it. But thanks to you, I was just struggling with what to do. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhu Junjie also reappeared with a cheerful smile. At that moment, a sigh suddenly came. Ugh, forget it. I'll go with him. Fei walked over as well, and then spoke hopelessly. I'm just as useless if I stay anyway, so I might as well go screw the guys who are having a good little time. Maybe, even upgrade the armor. As soon as he put his hand on Junju's shoulder, confidence appeared on his handsome face. We're the weakest here. Go over there, let's just overthrow them. In the end, it was determined that this scouting mission would go with Zhu Junjie and Fei. If necessary, the two will also have to embark on an island trip together to see the current situation in their own country. It's a lot less risky when you're traveling in pairs. Lin also looked at the two of them and made a decision in his heart at the same time. ERP research, in an unused room, Zhu Junjie and Xiao Fei both sat on the ground, both still having doubts in their eyes. Lin Yi, you let the two of us in, saying you had something good for us. What's good? Fei opened his mouth towards Lin Yi, and in his voice was an uncontrollable curiosity. Lin Yi sniffed and laughed, then reached forward and pulled out his hand. Instantly, a dark spatial crack held open from the front, allowing Lin Yi's hand to just reach in. Gravity-free high-magnet prison. Nowadays this prison had been used as a storage space for him, and it worked very well. I've got a gem here that's just about ready to go. Since you two have a tough mission this time, I'll give you the use of it to boost your strength first. As he spoke, a ghostly black, overall subtle-looking square device had appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Psi genetic transformation device. Ever since Lin Yi had gotten it, he had never used it. And this time, during the process of eliminating the Realm King, the device itself had absorbed a sufficient amount of dark energy to have been enough to activate it. With a thought, he established a connection with the device, and Lin Yi had already grasped its usage. Launch, begin selection of transformation gene codes. Going to start choosing the genetic code for conversion? Who's to choose? Lin also brought the device close to the wrist of his right arm, close to the reddish gold and purple-black color of the word punishment on his wrist, and at once many of the genetic codes he had sealed were included in the selection. Kirath and Balu it is. After confirming his choice, he didn't hesitate and came directly to Fei and Junju. Begins transformation. Enter. The underworld gene conversion device immediately erupted with a purple-black light, and then levitated and stopped in the air. Seeing this, Lin Yi's hands were vacant above the heads of Fei's duo, and he selected his target. Shasta time. The two genetic codes instantly flew out from the word criminal on his wrist, which was then illuminated and transformed by the purple-black light. Immediately, the two genetic codes began to gradually dissolve. Like two streams of data, the square-shaped genetic code turned into a torrent of genes that went straight into the two people below and began to transform their bodies. During this time, Lin also cautiously observed the process. He didn't let go until all of the genetic code was finally gone into the two, and then he saw the two men's bodies begin to tremble, and their entire cheeks began to twist in pain. Ha! Seeing this scene, Lin Yi wasn't worried. Instead he smiled and opened his mouth. Such a great bargain for you two. Off the hook. A little pain is normal. Their transformation would take some time, so Lin Yi didn't wait here and directly left the room. Coming outside, he was about to find Mi Jin to ask for the Emperor's belt when a voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding! The test uses the Psi genetic transformation device to begin recording. Number of times remaining energy can be used. 2. Detecting that the host's light and shadow will control has reached 100%. Kill wanted list, optical version, adjustment. 1. Ultimate Shadow Beast, armor enhancement plus 20%. 2. Ancient Alien Beast / Shadow Guardian, plus 5% armor enhancement value. 3. Bacterial Alien Beasts, plus 2% armor enhancement value. Seeing the newly appeared wanted list, Lin Yi's excitement immediately reappeared within his heart. These days, due to his light and shadow will control being raised to its limit, he wasn't even interested in beheading the alien beasts with his own hands anymore, leaving quite a few of them for his companions. Now that it was adjusted to be a bonus armor enhancement value, he could prepare for his next armor upgrade. The Inferno Dragon armor can be upgraded with the Will of Light and Shadow, and the next thing that needs to be upgraded is Shura armor and Emperor armor. Shura the prison face, Emperor the ultimate. Thinking of this, Linny instantly looked forward to it once again. Suddenly, a slightly perverted smile appeared on his face and he muttered, "It seems that for this next period of time, I'm going to once again revert back to my old alien beast killing machine form." Chapter 150, Searching for Xiangyang, the Falling Binger. As Hayashi smiled his happy smile, Mitsuru came from an operating table not far away. Walking closer, she got goosebumps after seeing the strange smile on Linny's face. "Why are you wearing that scary smile?" Mijin didn't hold back from interrupting him a bit with a voice. It was only then that Linny detached himself from the bright anticipation of the days ahead. Only his mind was already all filled with alien beasts and shadow protectors by this time. It was true that the Shadow Realm was getting stronger, but he dealt with the Shadow Realm and fought with war. Again, it's getting stronger. Now it's up to you. Which one of them improves faster? When he looked back and saw the strange look Mijin was giving him, he didn't have the heart to say that he was expecting the appearance of the alien beasts. It's easy to say that and be taken for a pervert. So he gathered his composure and opened his mouth towards Mijin in a serious manner. "I was wondering when I'd get my hands on the Emperor's belt." When these words came out, a look of embarrassment appeared on Mijin's face. "Almost there. It's on its way in encrypted shipment." At those words Linny didn't hold back a snort of laughter. "Might as well let me pick it up myself." Mijin didn't continue to answer this time, but just opened her mouth towards him worriedly and inquired, "The alien beasts that have appeared now are getting stronger and stronger. Can we really still cope with them?" Lin also frowned at that, and began to calculate the cards in the Shadow Protector's hand. Although he didn't know if there had been a change of heart, it seemed that there were 4 ancient exotic beasts in his memory, excluding the exotic beasts of the Magic Few sequence under them. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered someone. TCH, how could I have forgotten about that kid? For now, excluding the current him, there was another person who could summon the Emperor's armor. To the sun, this child with a ridiculously high concentration of 5 elemental bloodline could not only accomplish an instant transformation, but also summoned the ultimate emperor. Even the summoned imperial armor has its own battle consciousness. To this day, Linny no longer thought that the emperor armor summoned by Xiangyang was the Ming realm emperor himself. The probability is that it is a touch of the emperor's own battle consciousness projected. But this, too, has been horrible. Again, it's the ultimate armor and has insta-battle awareness. The battle power was estimated to be equal to the Shadow Emperor's detachment that Linny had desperately dealt with back then. Even stronger? Thinking about this, Lin was also a bit anxious. We can't let that group of shadow protectors find Xiangyang first. Where's the kid now? Linny frowned and thought hard. Ryoko. Mud. Forget it. He looked up and then opened his mouth towards Mijin and barked. Seriously, you go check on a kid now and see where he is. His name is Xiangyang and he is an orphan. It should be from the orphanage too. Or right there in the orphanage. Even though he didn't know why Linny suddenly wanted to check on a small child. Since it was at his command, Meijin didn't ask too many questions and turned around to use her resources to check. Jinghai City, North District, underneath a bridge, inside a hole in the bridge. As night fell, a slender woman with black clothes and black hair was currently sitting in a crouching position. She looked a bit dazed, and her appearance was a bit forlorn. The mind can still vaguely recall the bravado of that day, but nowadays, don't mention it. Filled with resentment and hard feelings, Ice hung her head on her knees, and despite her mental hardness, her stomach rumbled indisputably. A will of steel can't counteract the onslaught of hunger. After so many years of doing things for the Shadow Realm and not having to think about life on a day-to-day basis, she didn't even know how to live in normal society anymore. Basic common sense she certainly knew, but she has no money. It's hard to beat a penny. What's more, she's no hero, just an adopted, used, never taught, orphan from a young age. She doesn't know how to get money. She tried to rob and steal with her own power. This is supposed to be how the shadow world survives. But whenever she had this thought, Lin Yi's disgusted and disdainful gaze would unconsciously appear in her mind. She didn't want to make that guy look bad. She was going to show him that she could be good even after leaving it all behind. Hello? The growling of your stomach is disturbing my sleep. In another corner not far away, a dirty but pleasant beggar impatiently got up from the ground and growled at Ice in an ungraceful manner. At that moment, Ice clenched her fists tightly, but after a few seconds, she stood up a bit deflated and spoke without a ripple. Oh, stepping out of the bridge hole, Ice scanned her surroundings, her eyes filled with confusion. So how do I get the money? It's hard to earn money. It's harder than working for the shadow world. Just when Binger felt like she was at the end of her rope, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The tiny figure was a young boy who looked like he should only be in his teens. He looked good and innocent, and didn't speak at this point, just held out his hand. Binger froze as she looked at the object in his hand, and then her earlobes exploded red, and her face showed a color of embarrassment. because what the child in front of her handed her was a loaf of bread, though it wasn't one of those very fine-looking breads. At the moment it was a bun that was as good in her eyes as any of the past delicacies. The boy didn't say anything, just reached out in silence and looked at her. In an instant, Isa's inner sense of defeat and shame exploded. How can I, a grown man in my 20s, accept contempt from a small child? That would be too much of a failure. So the next moment, she reached out and took the bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh, what's with the delicious bread? Ice grabbed the bread and wolfed it down as the boy stood in front of her, still not saying a word. It was evident that the boy was introverted and leaned towards reticence. But this is undoubtedly so that the same sentence has not said the heart of the ice child feel better, at least retain some face. While eating the bread, she was still inwardly grateful. That man would be laughed to death if he knew the state I'm in. But luckily, there's not much here. As long as no one sees it, no one will know about it. Just when Binger, who felt the food was wonderful and at the same time her stomach was finally no longer empty, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Above the cavern, at the edge of the bridge, a playful laugh suddenly came. Yo, isn't this the same ice girl who we first put out the bravado that she could live well on her own? Not seen for a few days. So pulled? The instant this voice came out, Binger felt her eyes go black. It was a voice she knew all too well. It's her nightmare. The smile at the corner of her mouth froze on her face. The breadcrumbs at the corner of her mouth had not been wiped clean. At this moment she only felt that her life was gray. It would be better to die in the shadow world in the first place. Chapter 151 Emperor's Armor. Combined. Mi-jin's conversation with her brother. Standing in front of the console, Mi-jin had a complicated look on her face, her mind recalling the call with her own brother. Mi-jin, you disappoint me so much. Paper can't hold fire. And the fact that she gave the Naruto stone to Linny was finally discovered by Dr. Garu, her brother. Do you realize what you are doing? You give him the Naruto stone and he walks away, regardless of what to do about the situation in Jinghai City. Do you know what he's here for? Impossible. Linny was definitely not this kind of person. I believe him. And if it wasn't for him, how could the Shadow Realm King's forces have been wiped out so quickly? Without him, relying on Tsuji and Kunzaka and the others? Hearing his sister's words, Dr. Garu grew angrier and angrier. He wasn't angry at anything else, just angry. When had his sister started talking back to him? Even started talking back to him? He's not that kind of person? How do you know he's not like that? We can afford to gamble. How many people who only care about themselves when the country is in trouble? It's hard to know what's going on. Sister. He spoke bitterly, hoping only that his sister would understand his concerns and not trust that man so easily either. What if he has other intentions? Mi-jin was also angry that her own brother was far away in Kyoto and hadn't seen Linny at all. He didn't know Linny at all. He's not that kind of guy. He told me. He would never lie to me. Dr. Garu almost spat out a mouthful of blood when the words left his mouth. He was about to say something when Mi-jin's words came again. Brother, don't say anything else yet. I have business with you this time. Upon hearing this, Dr. Garu pressed down his anger and concern and inquired in a deep voice. What business? You say. What about the Emperor's belt you're working on? Send it to me. Mitsuru casually instructed. And Dr. Garu inquired suspiciously. What do you need the Emperor's belt for? Just so you know, we haven't found a summoner for the Emperor's belt so far. So this is all a secondary summoning device based on research similar to other armor. It's not certain if it will work or not. What do you need this for? Only Mi-jin's voice leapt, and the woman on the screen's eyes all seemed to be sparkling with stars as she said, it was Linny who wanted it, and I asked for it for him. He said he could summon the Emperor's armor, but he needed to use the Emperor's belt to try it out. Pust. With a surge of heart and blood, Dr. Garu slapped his palm on the console of his institute, his voice like an old father irritated by yellow hair, roaring out in anger. I knew that guy had to be up to something. Originally helped us destroy the Realm King. I thought his target was you. I didn't expect it to be the Emperor's armor. Hearing her brother's angry roar, Mi-jin's cheeks instantly blushed as she whispered back towards her brother. Geez, brother, what are you talking about? Dr. Garu was at a loss when he saw this pouty look on his sister's face, and then hated it. So you heard the middle line, did you? Hearing the words, Mi-jin was slightly embarrassed, and immediately collected her square expression and fully committed to this negotiation. She looked gradually composed and calmly opened her mouth to analyze. Lin also has already said that if he can give him the Emperor's belt, he can give up the right to summon the Inferno Dragon armor again while helping us find another summoner for the Black Rhino armor. Well, that makes 2 more armored warriors for us. Brother, how much of a boost is that? Seeing his sister regaining her composure, but indeed fighting for someone else's interests, Dr. Garu had a hard time. It was just that the institute was not his alone, and at this point, since negotiations had already begun. He certainly had to take advantage of the situation to make things a little more unpleasant for the boy. These are not enough. These days, the top has detected that there seems to be some movement on the island side, though I don't know what for. Those brats must not have had good intentions. It just so happened that there seemed to be a situation on the coastline side, and the light armors on the Jinghai city side hadn't been trained to maturity yet. We have the other side of the fence. Let the boy go. After briefly explaining something to his sister, Dr. Garu finally stated the final condition. Remove the ones he said himself. The Emperor's belt can be given to him as long as he, or the armor under him in Hope City, is willing to fix this. Of course, whether it works or not I can't guarantee it. Meijin sniffed with some indignation in her eyes, and was about to continue fighting for Linny. Dr. Garu suddenly gulped out softly. Meijin. I didn't mean to give him a hard time this time. The country is in peril and there are no other means available at this time. Hopefully, the city's strength is ripe with those armors that were unassuming in their early years and suddenly appeared before we had a chance to strike. It's only been less than 2 weeks, and that asshole kid was taken in by a wave of that asshole kid after the trouble was solved over there. Messing with the fact that there's not a lot of people who can be of use right now. It's better for him to go than for some ordinary people to die. Meijin fell silent at her words and didn't make another sound. The two siblings looked at each other for a long time before finally hanging up the communication. It didn't take long for Meijin to send a message to his brother after Ju and Fei volunteered to step forward for this mission. This time Dr. Garu really didn't hold anything back, and painfully sent over the Emperor's belt. Only Meijin knew in his heart that his brother was probably going to be even more wary of her in the future. Linny was still a bit surprised when he took the Emperor's belt into his hands. Nothing else? It's really fast. And after opening it and taking a look at it, Linny realized that despite being the initial version, this Emperor's belt didn't look much different from what he remembered. And what exactly is the problem they say they have? Without getting to think about it, Meijin brought another piece of good news. Found the kid you were talking about. His name is Wang Shangyang and he's currently an orphan at the Sunshine Welfare Institute, but it seems someone is already going to adopt him. Now he's out there instead. Lin Yi's face revealed a joyful expression, ignoring the rest, busy asking the latter's current exact location from her. He then rushed towards there. Upon arriving at his destination, he looked at the scene taking place below and a strange look appeared on his face. That's right. What he saw was exactly the scene where Xiang Yang took the bread and handed it to Binger. Seeing Binger's wrinkled clothes, her entire appearance haggard, and the way she was devouring bread at this moment, Linny felt a bit amused at once. So he sat leaning over the railing of the bridge and opened his mouth playfully. Yo, isn't this the same ice girl who we first put out the bravado that she could live well on her own? Not seen for a few days. So pulled? Binger, who had died inwardly over and over again, finally managed to raise her head and look in Lin Yi's direction. Amidst the glittering neon, he sat sideways on top of the bridge railing, his demeanor full of recklessness and panache. For a moment, she fell silent when she would have spoken out in retort. Lin Yi was about to go down and say something, taking Xiang Yang away in the process, when a black and purple light suddenly surfaced. Blackfield. The Black Domain appeared a few meters away from Xiang Yang by the river under the bridge. An ugly general stepped out of it, his arrogant voice coming out. Yada yada yada. I've had a lot of luck. The great emperor's projection was indeed correct. This sent. The power of the Ming realm emperor's bloodline. The ugly general was full of excitement as he walked towards Xiang Yang, and only then did he see Binger on the side. His eyes lit up as he looked up and down at Binger's slender and delicate body, and a drooling look appeared in his eyes. What a perfect body. Bad water. She's just right for your possessed body. Within the Black Domain, a hoarse voice came out. Ha ha ha, what a stepping stone. They were all so happy that they didn't even notice Lin Yi on the bridge. Just as they were about to go forward and grab Xiang Yang and Binger, a loud laugh came abruptly from the bridge. Ha ha ha, what a step down. You guys are hiding your heads in your tails, and I can't believe I ran into you at this point in time. Beneath the bridge, the other 4 people within the Black Domain and Evilwood looked at each other in disbelief. And then the ugly general looked up and met Lin Yi, whose eyes were glowing. The ugly general narrowed his eyes and hissed before suddenly transforming in a dark green gas to become Evilwood. At the same time, the Black Domain rotates several times. 3 dark shadows projected out, transforming into 3 alien beasts. Ha 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 ha. Lin also. I'll see what you can do this time. Evilwood roared with laughter, and the other 4 shadow protectors within the Black Realm laughed as well. This time we're not only going to snatch this kid and woman in front of you, but we're also going to clean you up. Lin also gazed down below, and then he also threw back his head and laughed. Let me try. The power of the strongest armor. As soon as the words left his mouth, he jumped straight down from the bridge. With that, his right hand pulled out from the spatial vortex, and a small silver-colored box was taken out and opened in a smooth manner. Emperor's belt. One could only see a belt that was gold and silver in color. Exquisite and dignified, with a 5-element crystal wheel in the center placed within it. With that, Lin picked up the belt and stuck it around his waist, and then the round card-shaped Taiji crystal was embedded in the center of his belt. Among the 5 elements, it ended with a soft gulp of suppressed excitement. Imperial Armor. Merge. Chapter 152 Strength of the Emperor Armor. Emperor's Wind-Piercing Stab. Extra for the brothers. In fact, the moment the Shadow Protector had appeared, Lin had already sensed it. In his ears, the same voice of the system appeared. Ding. Trigger Stage Quest, The Power of One. The Power of One, thwart the entire Black Domain with the power of just one person, inflict some damage to the Black Domain and seal all the exotic beasts that appear. Quest Reward, 5 Elements Bloodline, given depending on the level of quest achievement. The quest that rewarded the 5 elemental bloodlines revealed excitement in Lin Yi's eyes. By completing this quest, not only would he have the option to redeem the Shura armor, but he would also be rewarded with the 5 elements bloodline. Seal the alien beast, and there's a bonus to the armor enhancement value. TSK. They're all good people. At this time in Lin Yi's eyes, both the Shadow Protector and the exotic beast had turned into glittering boosts of experience. Similarly, the desire for the Emperor's armor made Lin somewhat impatient. After all, it was recognized as the strongest armor. Likewise, it was one of the most compelling armors in this side of the world. Ha 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 ha, let me try. The power of the strongest armor. He leapt down, his strong physicality allowing him to land easily. With that, he took out the Emperor's belt, and the slightly heavy-handed belt was stuck around his waist. Click! The round card-like Taiji crystal stone in his hand was held in his hand, and then shakily embedded in the center of his belt. Among the 5 elements, not far ahead, Evilwood's surprised appearance, the extremely obvious fear on Binger's face, and the intense curiosity in Xiang Yang's eyes were all imprinted into his eyes one by one. Lin collected his mind, and the dazzling golden lines in the center of his eyebrows glowed, emitting a majestic aura. His arms transformed into Taiji Yin and Yang, gently swinging before hanging in his dantian. Although the voice was low and powerful, the excitement within it could not be concealed. Imperial Armor. Merge. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling light that seemed to illuminate the night sky shot straight down with majestic energy, instantly disappearing into the 5 elemental magic seal in the center of the Emperor's belt. At once, each of the 5 elemental patterns lit up with a corresponding light, and then, the converging energies directly lit up the Taiji crystal in the center. The moment the energy descended, Lin Yi's body was instantly burdened with a mountain-like invisible pressure that pressed down horizontally. At the center of his brow, the remaining 2 lines lit up at the same time. The strong underworld physique hardened against this terrifying pressure, and eventually the energy was infused into the belt intact. That's strong. Sighing softly, Lin Yi took a step forward. In an instant, a pair of mighty and handsome golden light-shadowed armor appeared above his arms from the virtual to the real with a resounding sound. Mighty energy erupted as he continued to walk forward. Boom! The domineering chest armor with a dazzling gold body and silver accents appeared with a bang on his upper torso, and with it came the tiger head shoulder armor with golden red pupils. In the next moment, layered back armor as solid as a mastiff's back covered Lin Yi's back, silver as a base, outlined in gold, with the back end raised to act as a backstop. Golden energy surrounded his body, and the sound of clanging was endless, as if the armor was being assembled between them. The Emperor's upper body. At this point, the upper body had already tended to be complete, and the powerful force had already been felt by Lin Yi. Across the room, Evilwood watched this, his entire body having frozen. How can it be? Immediately afterward, he suddenly awoke amidst the violent shouts of the other shadow protectors within the Black Domain. Attack him for me. Angrily, the armor-clad, hideous-looking Evilwood and Devil One's eyes simultaneously erupted with red light bullets that poured madly towards Lin Yi. Terrifying power blasts in with the danger of an explosion, trying to interrupt the Emperor's transformation. At this moment, Lin Yi was still walking slowly forward. Several light bullets came at him, and his eyes did not have a single ripple. The right arm with the armor was casually swung forward. Bang! At that moment, all the light bullets were as if they were fanned by an invisible energy and blasted directly into the river. Boom boom boom! The river was blown up in several rapids, and at that moment, a handsome helmet outlined in gold patterns with red eye armor suddenly appeared on Lin Yi's head. In an instant, all the individual armors that had previously appeared merged into one. With one final step forward, the entire Imperial Armor shadow suddenly appeared, overlapping around Lin Yi, and then the entire Emperor armor descended with a bang and dazzling golden light. Armor fit. A calm, waveless electronic sound appeared, signaling that after thousands of years, the Emperor's armor, which looked like an emperor overlooking the earth, had once again appeared. The main color of the Emperor's armor is a brilliant gold that represents the supremacy of the Emperor, with silver accents in some areas. The eye armor is a red glow outlined in gold stripes. The Emperor's belt and knees have black and white yin and yang taiji diagrams, and around the belt taiji diagrams are 2 color star points and 5 elements round cards symbolizing the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. The whole that is dragon body, eagle arm, tiger shoulder, mastiff back, rhinoceros legs, can be said to gather all the advantages of the 5 elements armor. Looking at this moment, the Emperor's armor was as majestic and dignified as a progenitor emperor. The aura emitted was even more shocking, far beyond ordinary armor, Art Deco imperial armor. Inside the armor, Lin was similarly feeling the strong power and was unusually surprised. Just the normal form of the Emperor's armor. This power, it has surpassed the god of war. Interceptor, ordinary 5 elements armor. It doesn't have the power of a single blow at all. At the same time, he found problems with the initial version of the Emperor's belt. At the moment of summoning the Emperor's armor, an ordinary person simply cannot withstand the energy that pounds like a mountain. If he didn't have a spectral physique, I'm afraid he would have been crushed long ago. But there was no doubt about the strength of the Emperor's armor. Lin raised his head towards the front and his entire body leapt up, instantly arriving in front of Xiangyang and Binger. The moment the red aura of the Emperor armor's eyes lit up, the Evil Wood and the 3 alien beasts in front of them were instantly startled and took a few steps back. Evil Wood looked at Lin, who had transformed, and his words were filled with disbelief. Why can you actually summon the Emperor's armor as well? Despite being a monster body, one could still see the shock and awe of the Evil Wood whose eyes radiated red. Within the Emperor's armor, Lin felt the new power and spoke with forced excitement. Today, all of you will stay for me. Boom! The Emperor armor's figure moved and arrived in front of Evil Wood in a flash. And then the huge fist wrapped in golden energy blasted at Evil Wood's chest. Bang! Evil Wood was directly blasted out and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the 3 exotic beasts, Devil 1, Devil 2, and Devil 3, directly hissed and encircled towards Lin. Roar! Lin wasn't the least bit afraid of seeing this. He sidestepped slightly, twisted the right rotating wheel of his belt, and snapped. Aurora sword. Moment! A golden light shot out, forming a dazzling golden, substantial metal-like weapon post on the side of the Emperor's armor. Lin also reached out his hand towards the front of the golden picture post and gently held it, and immediately the golden sword hilt changed from virtual to real and was grasped in his hand. A hard jerk followed. At that moment, a long sword that was bright golden color and carried an aura of dignified sharpness was pulled out by him from the substantial picture post. Holding the Aurora sword in his hand, Lin scanned his surroundings and let out a loud laugh. With just the 3 of you, how dare you block me? The Emperor armor held the Aurora sword, and his energy instantly erupted as the Aurora sword chopped out several swords towards the circumference in a flash. Boom boom boom. The sword chi light blade with strong power directly chopped out, instantly blasting the 3 alien beasts several meters away. Devil 1 was directly in front of him and was directly blasted by 2 sword blades. Bang! Amidst the screams, it was blasted to the ground, cracks already appearing around its body. Lin didn't hesitate to see this and spoke out excitedly. I'll show you the sure kill of the Emperor's armor. With a thought, the 5 elements wheel at his waist rotated in a flash. The 5 crystals with different color patterns on the top lit up together, forming a circle of extremely beautiful light wheels. With that, the light blue crystal representing the Wind Eagle appeared at the top. Framed, Lin casually removed the Wind Eagle crystals before tossing them into the air. The golden sharp, mighty and honorable Aurora sword was placed flat on the front finger. And in this instant, the Wind Eagle crystals fell down and were directly embedded within the Aurora sword's mandatory grooves. In a flash, the wood energy representing the Wind Eagle madly surged within the Emperor armor. The light blue light was mixed with some golden color flowing, and Lin leapt up. The moment he was in the air, a pair of white, broad wings extended out from behind the Emperor's armor. The pair of wings with white feathers and stern aura retracted in an instant to wrap all of the Emperor's armor. And then in the next second, the wings violently opened up. In the moment the wings were stretched, the entire wood energy had reached its extreme. Die! Lin held his sword towards the back to build up his strength, and the Emperor's armor shone brightly around him. With that, he viciously stabbed out a sword towards the terrified Devil 1 below, while softly shouting out, Emperor Wind piercing stab! Bear! The stern voice instantly filled the entire space. The moment the Aurora sword stabbed out, countless powerful blue-white light swords flew down together. It's like the return of all swords to the clan. Chapter 153, Emperor, Covering of Water, Exterminating 3 Alien Beasts. Emperor Wind piercing stab. An extremely majestic and composed voice came out, and at once, within a radius of several hundred meters, a stern aura filled the entire heaven and earth. In the darkness of the night sky, The Emperor's armor shone brightly around him. White feathers filled with holiness spread out behind his back, and a stern lightsaber of light blue and pure white surged down crazily along the Aurora sword. It's like a divine judgment. No! At the back, when Evilwood saw this scene, he let out a furious roar, and the demon one that fell on the ground likewise issued a hiss of grief and indignation, its body surrounded by a heavy demonic aura, its eyes red as if it were exploding. Crossing its arms over its chest, it tried to take out its proud weapon to parry the attack, but it's too slow. The moment the Emperor's wind-piercing stab was made, the circular picture post symbolizing the wind eagle in front of it appeared in front of the Aurora sword. The instant they penetrated the picture post, countless harsh lightsabers had stabbed down. Without having time to block, Demon One was already pierced through his body by countless sharp light swords. It struggled, hissed, and exploded. Lin Yi landed from the air and slowly came to the demonic post that was hovering up, grabbing it in his hands and placing it in front of his belt to seal it. With that he chanted softly, "The first." After saying that, he turned to look at the other two alien beasts on either side of him. When the two remaining exotic beasts saw Devil One die a horrible death under the Emperor Armor Sword, and then saw Lin Yi's movements as he looked over, they both instantly took a step back without being able to hold back. It's too scary. These two exotic beasts, one covered in greenish, magma-like green lines wrapped around its entire body, looked very strange despite not being hideous. Magic too. As for the other, overall oddly shaped, with a flattened head above the neck, covered in orange and striped leather armor, he was scared back a few steps at this point. The Devil's Third, and Evilwood had retreated into the distance by now. He saw Demon One being decimated, and his entire heart ached. The strength of Demon One, the best of all my exotic beasts, was killed just like that. But at this time, he was also frightened by Lin Yi and didn't dare to step forward at all. The first time I summoned the Emperor's armor, I don't believe he can keep fighting. When he runs out of energy, I'll do it myself. The Evilwood was covered in black armor, and there were countless black thorns protruding from the black armor, which appeared incomparably hideous. Yet at this time he didn't dare to fight against Lin Yi, as strong as he is, with the black domain in hand. No need to worry. Behind Lin Yi, Binger and Xian Yang ducked backward. Xian Yang looked at Lin Yi's transformed appearance, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. He could feel that he was familiar with this armor. As for Binger, when she saw the Emperor's armor that looked incredibly dignified at this moment, and thought of Lin Yi within the armor, her heart was complicated for a while. She hadn't expected that Lin could actually summon other armors as well. Moreover, this armor was simply like the Emperor's presence in the world, making people feel small when they looked at it. At this moment, Lin Yi felt the power of the Emperor's armor, and his entire body had become excited to the extreme. The Emperor's armor is powerful and has even more superb skills. Currently, I can use all of the 5 elements of the Light Shadow armor's mandatory kills, and the power of the 5 elements. It seems that only some of the ultimate must-haves can't be used, and they should require the ultimate Imperial armor. Gripping the Aurora sword in his hand tightly, Lin Yi looked towards Demon 2 and Demon 3. His words were calm, and they were filled with confidence. Very good. If you do not flee, you will spare me the chase. Upon hearing this, both Demon 2 and Demon 3 glanced at each other and immediately became foolish. At that exact moment, Evilwood's angry shout came. You two losers, get your asses together. Being yelled at by Evilwood like that, Demon 2 and Demon 3 instantly had no way to retreat. They roared angrily, pulling out their weapons from behind themselves and charging towards Lin Yi all of a sudden. However, Lin Yi only flickered his body slightly, and his entire body detached itself from the center. With that, he twisted the left rotating wheel, and the 5 elemental rotating wheel in the center of the Emperor's belt began to rotate at once. The moment the spinning wheel stopped, Lin Yi reached out and removed the waterline crystal and held it in his hand. And immediately the concentration of waterline energy began to converge. Water cover. Drinking out softly, he casually threw the water-walking crystals up into the sky. And then, under everyone's astonished gazes, the dense water energy instantly descended, instantly transforming the crystal into a large, dark blue water-shaped picture post. And then, the Emperor's armor stood upright, and the Aurora sword pointed vertically towards the ground. Boom! The moment the Aurora sword pointed to the ground, an illusory Aurora sword shadow appeared above the water-shaped figure post and similarly descended with a bang. So, for a moment, waterline energy erupted, and countless huge diamond-shaped ice cones smashed towards the position of the alien beasts below from the figure post. The ice cones were large in size, carrying extremely cold water vapor and arriving in an instant. Although Devil 1 and Devil 2 hissed frantically and struggled desperately using their weapons, all to no avail. In front of the Emperor's armor, ordinary alien beasts do not have the slightest resistance. Bang! The water concealment ended, and the area in front of the exotic beast was left with nothing but frozen everything. Lin Yi's insides were ancient. That was the strength of the Emperor's armor. There was no need to do much at all, and it was easy to take care of ordinary enemies. He stepped forward and calmly arrived in front of the giant ice sculpture under Evilwood's horrified gaze. With that, he stretched out both fingers and tapped them gently. Click! The power seeped inside the ice sculpture and immediately cracked the entire giant ice sculpture. Shred the laborer. Lin also didn't wait any longer as the Emperor armor blasted his palm on top of the ice sculpture. Bang! The ice sculpture that was several meters high directly shattered apart. Under the blast of the Emperor's power, the ice sculpture shattered to the ground, and the two alien beasts inside naturally shattered together. Immediately afterward, those bodies that were sealed within the ice turned into ice dust again and dissipated. The only thing left in place are two levitating and upward ceiling posts. Put away the demon's ceiling post. Lin Yi raised his head to look at the Evilwood not too far away, his aurora sword pointing forward. Ha! Your minions have been destroyed by me, and you're not going to take the field yourself? Evilwood and Lin Yi stood opposite each other, with the black domain that emitted ethereal purple gas suspended in the air behind them. He looked at the imposing imperial armor, and his entire body hesitated. He's been summoning his armor for so long, even unleashing 2 surefire kills, his energy must be running low. Despite telling himself that, Evilwood still looked cautiously at Lin Yi. He didn't dare to go forward, and Lin could not play around with him. With his aurora sword in hand, he pointed at Evilwood and laughed derisively, saying, "What Shadow Guardian? Looks to me like a cowardly jumped-up clown." He sounded slightly excited just as the words left his mouth. "You don't dare to fight me, but I'm looking forward to dry humping you." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yi instantly raised his sword forward. Shift! With a flash of his figure, his entire body had appeared in front of the Shadow Protector. With that, the Emperor's armor formed a fist with his left hand and suddenly blasted at Evilwood's chest. Bang! And then the right-hand aurora sword bloomed with sharp sword aura, directly cutting out 2 dazzling sword lights. When Evilwood saw Lin Yi suddenly appear in front of him, his entire body was immediately scared out of its wits. A punch to the chest came immediately after, knocking him back a few meters. Before he could catch his breath, 2 sword lights slashed at his body. At that moment, Lin Yi's snorting yet murderous voice descended again like a god of death. "To be able to die at the hands of my Emperor armor, you can be proud of yourself even if you go down there." Chapter 154 Emperor 5 Shadows Must Kill. The black domain shattered. Boom! The 2 sword lights chopped at the body, and the Evilwood was directly chopped out several meters. Hearing Lin Yi's words again, he was so frightened that he already wanted to run away straight away. How is this guy so strong? God damn it! It was average the other day when I summoned the Inferno Dragon armor. As soon as he changed into the Emperor's armor, the entire person was directly like he had been turned on. He frantically backed up, cursing continuously in his heart. At the same time the black domain above his head dripped and spun and flew down, trying to envelop the Evilwood and save it. It's better to stay out of the way for now. The Shadow Protectors were naturally unaware that Lin Yi's true strength was already terrifying. After summoning the Emperor's armor, the strength of the Emperor's armor can be used by him almost perfectly. At this time, the Emperor armor version of Lin Yi was even stronger than the God of War Interceptor version of him. Seeing the Evilwood trying to escape, Lin Yi's eyes revealed a brilliant light, and then he opened his mouth to lament. "I haven't had such a good fight in a long time since the Inquisition was sealed. It's so hard to have an opportunity delivered to your door. You still want to run?" He held the Aurora sword with both hands as his entire body concentrated and gathered strength, only to see the Aurora sword in the hands of the Emperor's armor instantly shine with a golden light, and the sharpness of the aura exploded. Chop! 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 Lin Yi looked towards the black domain in front of him and suddenly let out 3 stern shouts. In an instant, the dazzling golden longsword that was gulping endless sharpness chopped out 3 surging sword chi towards the front. Bear! The sword chi tore through the air, emitting a golden glow throughout. Its sharp aura enveloped hundreds of meters, sending chills through the body. The ground along the way was also almost instantly chopped out with deep gullies. Not good. This sword chi is strong. The Shadow Protectors within the black domain sent out a cry of alarm at this. In the next moment, the 3 substance-like sword chi blasted on top of the black domain's main body that was trying to take away the Evilwood. Bang! In a flash, a violent boom appeared. The crash resonated through the party. The black prismatic crystals that were originally suspended dimmed in an instant, and the shadowy power around them also weakened instantly. And inside the black domain, the Shadow Protectors' voices of cursing rose and fell. Is this a fucking earthquake? This guy's casual sword chi can actually shake the black domain? It must be the Imperial armor. The Emperor's armor has appeared. We need to report it to the Great Emperor as soon as possible. I'm afraid we can't hold that guy off. The crowd of protectors were talking madly. Only outside the black domain, The evil wood that didn't have time to go in was filled with fear and turned to roar out in anger. Don't talk about that useless stuff. Find a way to save the laborers first. And at that moment, as Linny gazed ahead, some refreshing and soothing smiles suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth. Ah, these 3 swords. They're a blast. Released. Fully released. Evilwood listened to the other party's bullshit and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart as he spoke calmly. Lin also. What the hell do you want? You don't think that just because you just summoned the Emperor's armor, you can wipe us out, do you? He didn't try to escape again, because he knew that Linny would chop out 2 more swords to stop him at the critical moment. Lin-E, who was on the opposite side of the room, snorted out of disdain when he heard Evilwood's words. Is this how you talk to me? Then you can come and try. Let's see if I can keep you or not. At those words, Evilwood clenched his fists, and a pang of frustration ran through his heart. Even he sensed that the body was a bit out of place. The ugly general was also very unhappy at this point. Didn't we agree to give me the power to live a good life later? That's it? Just this day? Why? It's still so damn stifling to get through the day. So, what do you want? Eventually, Evilwood held back his response. No way. He was afraid that Linny would really go crazy and fight to the death to leave him behind. By the time he was sealed and the others ran away with the help of the Black Domain, then who would he find to justify? The harmonious and friendly people in the movie industry can still do what they want to do. However, at this time, Linny didn't get any more aggressive. He leaned on his sword with both hands, the tip of the sword pointing to the ground. His body was within the Emperor's armor, and the dignified armor seemed to tint his voice with majesty. I'll give you one last chance. Go back to your shadow realm and never come back to Blue Star. Lin Yi's voice was calm, but the words he uttered at this moment were as resolute as iron. Hearing his words, the shadow protectors erupted. Kid, what did you say? You really think you've got us? Dare to make such a big statement. Evilwood's eyes were also wide, his scarlet eyes looking viciously at Lin Yi, saying, You're delusional. Lin Yi was silent and didn't speak again. Just when Evilwood and the others thought that Lin Yi had recognized reality, suddenly, there was a burst of cheerful laughter. Ha ha ha. The red aura of the Emperor Armor's eyes lit up, and Lin Yi's calm and serene voice came out from within the armor. In that case, prepare to stay here forever. His entire aura suddenly shifted just as his laughter ceased. Boom! Accompanied by a boom, a powerful energy immediately erupted around Lin Yi. Click! He placed his left hand on the center side of the belt, and all of a sudden the pattern symbolizing the 5 elements on the belt erupted with intense light. Next moment, 5 differently shaped light and shadow picture posters instantly levitated out, arranging themselves in front of the Emperor's armor. In an instant, the terrifying 5 elements of energy engulfed the place entirely. Opposite, the Evilwood's body trembled slightly at the sight of this horrifying scene, and then he shouted in grief and anger. That scumbag! He didn't want to negotiate. He's storing up the power to kill. By this point in the conversation, without him having to say it, everyone had already seen it. Inside the Black Realm, the other shadow protectors all revealed themselves and began to infuse the Black Domain with the power of shadow. Take me in quickly. Escape! The Evilwood hissed out, and the Black Domain instantly took him within it. Just as they were planning to flee, a majestic force enveloped the place. Feel the ultimate must-have that's brewing. Within the Emperor's armor, Lin Yi's eyes were filled with exhilaration. At his brow, 3 lines of different colors and shapes almost shrouded his forehead. The majestic energy was continuously being output, and the strong underworld physique supported Lin Yi's body. Boom! A dignified chorus of voices came out. 5 shadows must kill. At once, the 5 light and shadow picture posters in front of the Emperor armor erupted with a roar, crashing into the Emperor armor in a flash of unity. Lin Yi gripped the Aurora sword with both hands, and his entire body instantly stepped forward to slash out the ultimate sure kill. It seemed like an instant, and it seemed like a long time. At the moment when the Emperor armor chakra chopped out the light and shadow must kill, the light and shadow tutelage appeared at the same time at the moment when each light and shadow must kill was chopped out, and as if the Emperor's armor had split into bilocations, 1 step and 1 sure kill. And so, in a flash, 5 light and shadow picture posters hovered in a straight line. 5 surefire kills are waiting to happen. The 5 Emperor armors chopped out the 5 elemental counterparts of certain death in their respective corresponding poses. The moment time began to flow again. The shadow protectors within the Black Domain saw 5 Emperors come instantly with 5 sure kills. Shakti unity. Boom! The strong force almost shattered the several feet of space, and for a moment this space lost its voice. Click! After the raging power dissipated and all 5 of the terrifying surefire kills were blasted onto the target, a crisp shattering sound came from. Holding his sword on the ground, the slightly out-of-breath Lenny looked up and saw that the originally intact and flawless Black Domain prismatic crystal had been chopped out with a tiny crack. The Black Domain shook. The shadow chi was even almost completely gone, but in the very next moment, deep spatial cracks suddenly appeared behind the black domain. Boom! Then a majestic and terrifying aura leaked out, instantly pulling the black domain into the spatial rift. Linny felt that terrifying aura and his face changed drastically. As soon as he put his hand over his right wrist and was about to do something about it, everything vanished in an instant. The wind is calm. The scent. There's no way he's going to show up at Blue Star. It should just be to take away the black domain. After seeing the black domain disappear, Lin also breathed a sigh of relief after a little analysis. Then the Emperor armor instantly disintegrated. At the same time, all of the strange lines at the center of his eyebrows dimmed. There's still no way to leave them behind in their normal form as emperors. Maybe the guy stepped in and saved them for a bit? Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Linny put the Emperor's belt away and turned to look at Binger and Xiang Yang behind him. At the same time, the sound of the system in his ear came along with it. Chapter 155 I do. Leaving Jinghai. Ding. Quest, 1 man down, completed. Detection, the Shadow Realm's black domain has been heavily damaged, and it will take about half a month to repair and perfect it, during which time the Shadow Protector will not be able to show up. Task completion is high. Reward, plus 5% to the 5 elements bloodline. Number of bacterial alien beasts slain, 3. Armor enhancement value plus 6%. Total number of tasks completed, 30. Redeemable items. Seeing the system virtual panel that appeared before him, Lin Yi's face revealed a touch of joy. Even though it took a lot of effort to unleash the ultimate sure kill using the Emperor armor this time, the benefits gained were just as great. However, the black domain was actually injured by me like this time? It seems that in a short period of time, it is not worried about the Shadow Guardian those guys once again rebellion. It just so happens that I can boost my strength some more too. Lin also pondered in his heart. It was nighttime, and being outside, he didn't exchange items along the way. We'll check it out properly when we get back to the research lab. Linny was thinking this in his heart, but a figure had already appeared in front of him. Are you okay? A pleasant voice with worry came out. Binger thought that Linny had been injured when she saw him standing frozen in place after his armor disintegrated, so she quickly walked over. Though she usually seemed cold, she was by no means incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong. If Linny hadn't arrived in time today, I'm afraid she would have been captured by the Shadow Guardian. At that point, there's no telling what kind of pain will be endured. Hearing Binger's inquiry, Lin was also a bit surprised. He turned his head to look at Binger, who had a worried look in her eyes, and laughed. It's okay. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly and saw Xiang Yang behind Binger. Is this the kid? He came to Xiang Yang's side and squatted down, looking at the introverted and silent child in front of him with a rare and gentle smile on his face. Xiang Yang, my brother wants to talk to you about something. Will you think about it? Xiang Yang saw the smile on Lin Yi's face. Perhaps it was because the Emperor's power from the party hadn't dissipated yet, and all he could feel was a warm aura like the sun. For some reason, Xiang Yang looked at the young brother in front of him. Despite never having met him before, he felt a sense of closeness to the big brother who had just been so spirited and showed off his skills in a big way. So he nodded gently. When Linny saw this scene, the smile on his face grew even wider. You saw those monsters just now. They wanted to capture you because of your strange bloodline, so you're in a little bit of danger. Saying this, Linny observed the appearance of the boy in front of him. I had thought that the boy might be a bit scared and intimidated, but I didn't expect Xiang Yang's face to remain in its original calm expression. So my brother wants you to live somewhere else. With my brother, okay? That way I can protect you too and never have to be afraid of those monsters again. Lin Yi's words were spoken without haste, but Binger behind her heard the words and looked at Xiang Yang with surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected that a child who handed her bread would make Lin Yi personally search for it. Even close protection. She was now well aware of Lin Yi's strength. With Lin Yi's current strength, who could make him go under close protection? Even if it costs more, I'm afraid it's not going to work out the way it's supposed to. As for Xiang Yang, after hearing Lin Yi's words, the expression on his face finally underwent some slight changes. He hesitated, his eyes showing some kink in them. Finally, he spoke in a low voice towards Lin Yi. But the sister wants, adopt me, planning to pick me up and live with me. At those words Lin Yi's eyes moved slightly, his brows furrowing, but immediately afterward his frown smoothed out once more, and a smile appeared on his face once more. Never mind. Tonight you go back with your brother first, and tomorrow we'll discuss it with that sister together. Okay? Xiang Yang finally nodded his head when he heard Lin Yi's words this time. Standing up again and taking Xiang Yang's hand, Lin also saw Binger behind him again. Why don't you come back with me too? Seeing how Binger was dressed nowadays and how she wolfed down her bread just before the battle, he naturally knew exactly how she was doing. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Binger was first stunned, then she lowered her head in some shame. thinking of what he had said not long ago, and then associating it with the wretched appearance he had just seen by Lin Yi. The whole person suddenly became a little breathless again. What am I going back with you for? She looked down at her toes, her fingertips hooked together uneasily, and nagged to speak. Lin also didn't bother to make a fuss with her and directly inquired. I still need a summoner here to summon the Black Rhino armor. Would you like to come? If you agree, we'll all be companions from now on, and you'll just live with us from now on. But there are dangers to summoning armor and fighting in the Shadow Realm, and you can choose to decline. It's okay for me to find someone else. After saying that, he looked at Ice and waited for her choice. There were two reasons why Ice was approached. For one thing, she'd been trained as a child to be pretty good with her hands and feet. She also had a big grudge against the Shadow Realm, and was naturally antagonistic. Secondly, Binger's body itself had the bloodline of the water-walking village, or else it wouldn't have attracted the evil water trying to take over the body. Lin Yi wasn't sure how high the concentration of her bloodline was, but if he injected Bei Miao's waterline bloodline along with it, then her bloodline concentration would definitely be very high. And the combat power of the light and shadow armor was greatly correlated to the concentration of the summoner's bloodline. When Binger heard Lin Yi's words, her mind instantly distilled the key points. Summoning armor to deal with the Shadow Realm. Companions, living together. Thinking back to her own rough life over the years, Ice felt some sadness all of a sudden. The pain in being in the Shadow World and the upheaval after leaving it. It's better to follow the team, at least you don't have to starve. So she looked up at Lin Yi, determination written all over her cold cheeks, and said, I do. When Lin Yi returned with Binger and Xiang Yang, the people in the research room were somewhat surprised. Ice, they know. Xiang Yang is a kid. What's the point of bringing him here? Mei Jin also came over at this time. She looked at Binger after sizing up Xiang Yang, and there was surprise in her eyes. It is? Lin Yi fell backward, right into the chair. He leaned halfway back in his chair comfortably, his eyes scanning over to Suji Shizhou and Xiao Tian and a few of them, and said, Next, I'll start with a couple of things. First, for the next period of time, I intend to leave Jinghai City. This unexpected news hit like a thunderbolt, directly causing everyone present to freeze in place. Mi Jin was the first to react. Her eyes glazed over and she subconsciously let out a light gulp. No, the Dong-san, Shizhou and Koan Zhong on the side were also a bit surprised and worried. After all, the current Jinghai City relied on Lin Yi to hold it all together by himself. Without him, the Shadow World would have succeeded long ago. I'm afraid. Both Xiao Tian and Xiao Gang were also surprised for a moment when they heard this, but neither of them said much, and the crowd's reaction was within Lin Yi's expectations. With a smile on his face, he waved his hand towards all of them and spoke with a grin. Peace out, peace out. Since I left, of course I was prepared. With that, he reached out and pointed at Binger and laughed. Thump, thump, thump. See, she'll be the summoner of the Black Rhino armor from now on. Likewise, I'll be looking for another summoner for the Inferno Dragon armor. And the 5 elements of light and shadow armor comes together this time. Shadow Protector and the others have just been seriously injured by me. There's no way they can come out again in the short term. So all you'll have to face should be just a few alien beasts. Hearing Lin Yi say that, Mi Jin understood that he had really decided to leave for a while. And Tsuji and Kunzaka opened their mouths as if to say something else. But Lin Yi looked grim and interrupted them with a wave of his hand. This time away, I also want to tell you, never slack off and think about relying on others in this present time. Relying on me to take on the Shadow Realm? Scanning over the crowd in front of him, he let out a ha and lazily leaned his back on his chair as he casually continued. I have my goals, not anyone's patron. The peer group is only for a moment. In fact, I could leave at any time. Only when your own strength improves and you are able to stand alone is it truly foolproof. A single branch is not spring, but 100 flowers bloom in spring. Give them a good hammering, and it's time for these armored warriors under their command to get a good development boost. Otherwise, wouldn't they all be wasted? Not only to deal with the Shadow Realm, but if there's a real problem on the kid side, in the future, he was going to take his collected armor team and fuck them over. And even, there are the stars. Chapter 156 Side Effects of the Underworld Physique. Shura Armor Redemption. Lin also didn't say his great idea. Right now he just needed to make them feel a sense of crisis and ruthlessly improve themselves. After I leave, the safety of Jinghai City will depend on you 5 light armors to guard it. Smiling as he said this, he then looked at Xiao Tian and Xiao Gang and said, You also return to Hope City. I have some hunch that it's going to be rough over there, too, I'm afraid. Road Law. This scary guy. Lin also never forgot him. After faking his death last time and running over to Nambo City, I heard from that ugly demon biker that this guy is already on the move, using the Death Riot virus over there to boost himself, shitting on ugly demon biker, and seemingly trying to get more power over there? Then imagine what he would do after his strength was really restored or even further advanced. No doubt about it. Returning to Hope City, Drywood also. Currently Lin also is definitely the #1 enemy in Luffy's heart. Last time I heard from the ugly demon biker, Luffy was starting to get some standing over there. It would be bad if he did get his way after all this time. Lin also left Ginghai City this time precisely with the intention of traveling to Manhwa City. For one thing, to stop that old thing Luffy from screwing up. He was uneasy about not going to probe. Secondly, he was also practicing his promise to see how Duan Muyen was doing nowadays. If the latter came up in battle, it would be his best helper, just in time to see what it's like over there too. Over here, when the others in the research lab heard that Xiao Tian and Xiao Gang were also returning to Hope City, they became even more disheartened. But this was what Lin Yi had ordered, and the others couldn't refute it. Coughing lightly, Lin also began again. In fact, the latter few things are what I have just said. The Shadow Guardian will be seriously injured as well as the 5 elements of the light and shadow armor gathered together these. And secondly there's this kid, Xian Yang. Lin Yi took Xian Yang's hand and looked serious. Whatever it takes to make sure he's safe. After he finished speaking he didn't look at the changing colors of the people present. He just reached out his hand towards the front, and suddenly the ghostly black spatial vortex appeared. With that, Lin Yi reached into it with his right hand and directly took out the fire shadow stone and handed it over to Meijin. Look, let's put the stone back in the research room again. I'll pick it up when I need it again. Meijin reached out and took the shadow stone. Not really sure when he was talking about needing it again. After placing the fire shadow stone back in its specific location, Meijin gave the black rhino armor summoner to Ice along with the crystals. She looked at Binger, who had an equally slender and powerful figure and a cold appearance, and a smile appeared on her face as she said, "Since Lin Yi chose you, then I trust you." Binger reached out and took the summoner. Her eyes were a little puzzled, always feeling as if she felt some hostility. Next, Lin didn't wait any longer. He instantly suspended his right hand over Binger's heart. Then with a thought, the bloodline of the water-walking village that he had collected in his palm instantly manifested itself and directly poured into the latter's heart. Ah! Binger let out a soft cry, feeling the changes in her body with some astonishment. In a flash, an aqua-green light shone up, enveloping her entire body. Just a few seconds, like a light and shadow of the water-green blood veins as much as possible did not enter the body of the ice child. It seems to be working pretty well. After all of the Waterwalker village bloodlines had been injected, Lin Yi didn't say any more. Afterwards, Meijin took Xiang Yang and Binger with her and left for the second floor of the burger restaurant outside. Then we'll withdraw first, too. The three of them, Shizhou and Higashisaji Kunzaka, also left after greeting Lin Yi, Xiao Tian and the others. Having trained all day, they were exhausted long ago. Xiao Tian and Xiao Gang didn't leave. They waited with Lin Yi for Xiao Fei and Zhu Junjie's underworld body transformation to complete. Lin Yi had just gone to see that their transformation was nearing its end, and it would soon be over. At the same time, the two of them, Xiao Tian, learned what Junju and Fei were going to do next. Humph. Kong leaned over the console and grunted coldly, his words full of wariness. Little those guys if they really dare to do anything underhanded. I'll go along and clean them up. Mungbean Sesame Point. I don't believe they can have any ability. And Xiao Tian also had a rare murderous aura in his eyes. Are Dash and Jay enough for two? I can try those guys with them too. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Yi's eyes revealed a look of recognition. He believed that as long as they were Chinese, even a selfish person is absolutely obligated in the face of national hatred. No matter what. Fuck them. It's okay. It's enough to let the two of them explore the situation for now. You guys might as well go back to Hope City. In case the old thief Lufa comes back. Welcome in case school sister can't block it. Not a moment later, the door to the secret room where Junju and Fei were in seclusion opened. Excited voices came out ahead of the two of them before they even came out. Whoa shit. I'm in a body that's so fierce I can't believe it. Zhu Junjie was full of excitement and walked out from inside while talking and gesticulating his fists. Even Fei, who usually spent most of his time posing and calmly playing it cool, had joy in his voice at this point. Ha ha ha. That's too much of a boost. Let's see which one dares to call this young master vain in the future. As soon as the two of them spoke, they walked out of the room and saw Lin Yi's trio who were waiting for them outside. Lin Yi and Xiao Tian looked over at the two of them, both forcing themselves not to burst out laughing. But not so with Kong. Ha 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 ha. His sudden outburst of laughter instantly caused Fei's entire body to stiffen. And Kong's next words were even more abject. Dash. Tell me quickly. Who on earth said you were false? Fei clenched his fists and took a deep breath before speaking slowly towards his companions present. He gritted his teeth and said one word. What I said just now. That was just an off-the-cuff remark to express my satisfaction with the body enhancement. Don't you guys misunderstand anything? Seeing how serious Fei was, Lin Yi and the others all instantly held back their smiles and opened their mouths to agree. Understand. You don't have to explain. We all get it. Men. Who doesn't know who they are? After the joke, Lin Yi looked over at Zhu Junjie and Xiao Fei, observing the changes in them. It could be clearly seen when they first came out in the square, and in front of their foreheads, the same divine lines appeared. That should represent the power of the underworld body. Lin Yi was pondering this when suddenly his entire body was bear-hugged in his arms. Linzi, thank you so much. This underworld body is really strong. It's an all-around increase. Zhu Junjie took a big step forward and hugged Lin Yi, then raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth towards him to thank him. There was still a bad smile on his face. Men. Everyone understands. Xiao Fei naturally thanked Lin also. The underworld physique would undoubtedly drastically improve his shortcomings. The Flying Shadow is an agility-type armor with little defense. This makes him much more resilient. And then, a few of them got together and talked. Battle tips, armor usage techniques, and so on. Soon the night was dark. The group left the research room together and returned to their respective resting places. Early tomorrow morning, Chu and Fei would be on their way to the coastline. Goten and Kon are also returning to Hope City. As for Lin Yi, he would also be leaving Jinghai and stepping into a new city after arranging this side. Inside the bedroom, Lin Yi lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and meditated in his heart. Redemption. Shura Armor. Chapter 157, Second Pair of Shura Armor. Shunshin and Seal the Demon of the Mountain. Lay down on the bed and close your eyes. Despite the darkness in front of him, a light appeared ahead of him. System panel. Prepare to exchange items. Quest Redemption List, Hope Edition, Current Quest Completion Number *30, Quest Completion *25. Redeemable for, Underworld Genetic Transformation Device / Gravity-Free High Magnetic Prison. Quest Completion *30. Can be exchanged, Shura Armor *1. Number of quests completed *35. Can be exchanged for, Armor Enhancement Value 10% per Inflammation Star Ultimate Combat Technique. Number of quests completed *40. Can be exchanged for, Inferno Star Armor *1, Interceptor, Flying Shadow, Vajra / Armor Enhancement Value 10%. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of missions completed *****. Redeemable, Alphas *1. The documentary history of Vajra and Pestle. The redemption list has been updated once again. Yanxing Ultimate Fighting Technique? What the hell? You can just change 3 pieces of armor when you have a quest completion number of 40? Is this a direct way for me to build an armored unit? Lin Yi looked at the 2 newly appeared exchange items and his heart was filled with surprise. Of course, when the time comes, there is also the option of redeeming the armor enhancement value. We'll see how it goes then. As for now, there is no doubt about it. Naturally, redemption. Shura Armor. The moment Lin Yi made his choice, above his body, a stream of arcane energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Those arcane energies keep converging, tearing through space and drawing on the many substances that come from nowhere. The scene, though, looks majestic and terrifying enough, but it all happened without a word. The moment Lin Yi opened his eyes, the convergence of energy and many substances was complete. In a flash, a dark purple flip phone appeared out of nowhere and fell on him. Shura Armor Summoner. Holding the flip phone in his hand, Lin also felt some emotion. After summoning the Shura Armor just once after getting it in the first place, he returned it to Emperor Yen. I didn't think that there would be a day when I could obtain the Shura Armor again now. Now, with the 2 major armors, the Emperor's Armor and the Shura Armor, in hand, where can't the entire Blue Star go? Thinking like this, Lin Yi's entire body suddenly became excited. It was a long time before he forced himself to calm down. There are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. It's better not to be too crazy. After all, it seems that many dangling characters die of hubris. Now that the Blue Star's heaven and earth had changed drastically and time and space were in chaos, it wasn't surprising that a bullish figure like Emperor Yen had really popped out. At this time, the Shura Armor and Emperor Armor were still ordinary armors after all, and the strength they could bring out was still far from the ultimate armor. When I upgrade these 2 pairs of armor to ultimate armor as well, it will be truly invincible at that point. In a haze, in a trance, Lin also vaguely seemed to see several figures with different breaths, but all incomparably terrifying, clashing and fighting in the mist in front of him. The moment those figures collided, the entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Mighty, dominant, fiery, majestic. Those figures had different temperaments, but they all possessed incomparably terrifying power. What the hell is that? How can you not see it? Lin Yi spat while doing his best to get closer, opening his eyes wide to try to see what was ahead of him. The moment his eyes snapped open, a dazzling ball of light instantly crashed towards him, as if it was going to ruthlessly pierce into his pupils. Boom! Crap! Snapping his eyes open and rolling out of bed with a jolt, Linny looked up with a gasp. All that could be seen was that the gap in the bedroom curtains was releasing the sunlight from outside unobstructed. As it happens, the slit was right in his eye. Off the charts. A low voice spat out. Linny directly got out of bed and came to the window, pulling open the curtains with one hand and pushing the window open to look out at the scenery of the neighboring street. The sun was warm and the breeze was just right. Just as he was stretching out with his arms wide open, delighting in nature, a piercing scream came. Ah! Rascals and perverts! Lin also froze on the spot. What? He looked down towards the street outside, only to see that below, several girls dressed to look youthful and pretty were standing there in pairs, and one of the several girls, a Pogon, was angrily covering her eyes with her scissor hands at this point, screaming under her breath. This exhibitionist must have seen me down there, doing this on purpose, taking advantage of people. Hearing these crowning words, Linny instantly looked down at his angular, eight-packed upper body, and his entire body fell into deep thought. May, I don't think it's what you said. Yeah, and I see this boy's body, it's really good. May, stop yelling, so many people are looking over. Wow, this man has a really good body. May, I actually don't know who took advantage of it yet. Linny listened to the chattering words of the other girls below and nodded deeply. Gee, some of these boogangs are scary nowadays. If only they were alien beasts. Not bothering to pay much attention, he turned around with the intention of going downstairs. At that moment, however, the sounds of the argument between Pogon and his fellow girls below continued. Ugh, hey, Dash, what do you mean? He must have seen me to come out topless on purpose. Do you think I don't deserve it? I have a 9 if not a perfect score for my looks. I think you're envious of me. Silence. After a few seconds of silence, a clear, angry cry resounded through the party. You fart. TSK. Lin also shook his head emotionally, then got dressed and left the bedroom, heading downstairs to the burger place. It was horrible. Tang Nui Pogon. Even with my strength, I don't dare to cross paths easily. Otherwise an oversight and inequality seconds you. Downstairs burger joint. Mi Jin made a sandwich breakfast for Xian Yang, who was eating it at this time. There was another one next to Xian Yang, and Lin Yi didn't even need to look at it, so he went up and grabbed the sandwich and ate it. Mi Jin gave him a blank look when she saw this and didn't bother to say anything. Lin Yi, on the other hand, chewed the sandwich in his mouth and turned towards Xian Yang at his side. In a few minutes we'll go together to the sister who adopted you and communicate with her about your problem. At that, Xian Yang nodded. Finish eating. Lin Yi didn't enter the research room again, but instead directly led Xian Yang towards the outside. Mi Jin's voice came from behind her at this time. Dash and Jay had left in the morning, and I gave them a ride with the teleportation device. Specially told me not to call you. Lin Yi sniffed his footsteps, then nodded. Wish them a safe journey. Coming outside the burger joint, the familiar sounds of arguing continued. Dash, don't think I don't know. You slutty hoof. You're always jealous of me. That one just now. Didn't he pretend to be a pervert because he was trying to get my attention? May, I'm warning you. Stop talking nonsense. Also, people were just in their rooms just now. We were just passing through. Lin Yi's entire body had goosebumps as he listened to the slightly coarse but throaty voice. Hearing her slander of herself, the right hand suddenly lost control. At that exact moment, the system's voice in his ear actually rang. Trigger the daily life quest. Seal the demon of the mountain. Seal the demon of the mountain. Raise your stupid right hand and do what you want. Quest reward, a good mood. And so, Lin Yi turned around and half squatted, smiling towards Xian Yang as he opened his mouth to teach. Xian Yang, today my brother will teach you a lesson. Shun Shin. It's something we should all do to reward ourselves. When you have enough power, to be disobedient is to make things difficult for yourself. When he finished speaking, he stood up and smiled as he strutted toward the front. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Bo Kong, who was still spitting and screaming. When that Bo gang saw Lin Yi, he was first stunned. A look of pride then appeared on his face, and then he opened his huge mouth. Humph, come to people. Snap. Lin Yi didn't wait for her to finish. A slap was thrown up, directly throwing her to the ground. I'm perverted? You deserve it. The moment was refreshing. And then, he completely ignored the strange gazes of the people around him, or any whispers. Turning around, he pulled Xiang Yang with him and set off at a brisk pace. Comfortable. Seal the demon of the mountain. Quest completed. Quest reward, a soothing mood. Additional bonus, increase in the purity of Hao Ran Qi. Chapter 158. A despised imperial or purgatory cult is not unpleasant. Jinghai City, North City, Happy Dumpling House. Since the attack here, Xingnan has stayed here most of the time. Though the effect may be small, it is always a comfort to his own heart. Without Lin Yi's sudden arrival that day, it was really hard for him to imagine what kind of mindset he would have to live with in the future. sitting on a stool outside the door of the dumpling house. Xingnan looked at the bustling flow of people on the street, but in his eyes there was an unprecedented confusion. I used to hate the duties of an armored warrior, because it took so much energy out of me. I wanted to fulfill my parents' wishes, sacrificing your energy and time working on your dreams to protect others. I was more or less repulsed inside at that point, I guess. He looked up at the rising sun in the sky, and there was remorse in his features. But in these times, it turns out that strength is more important than dreams. The best way for someone like me with a bloodline that can't stay out of the way is to go forward with that kind of power and protect yourself and your loved ones, right? It wasn't until that one time when danger struck that Xingnan realized exactly what he had given up in the first place. Strength. In chaotic times, being active and taking control of power is responsible for yourself and for those around you. But, there's no chance of that anymore, is there? He smiled to himself and shook his head, then stood up and looked towards the inside of the happy dumpling house. Having already seen the might of Lin Yi after summoning the Inferno Dragon armor, how could the armor possibly have another chance to return to his hands? Inside the dumpling restaurant, Auntie Hui and Su Minci are washing their hands and then planning to make dumplings. Su Minci prepared the dumpling skins while smiling and chatting with Auntie Hui, saying, I met a child at the orphanage the other day, and he and I hit it off very well, so I'm going to adopt him. Auntie Hui revealed some surprise at her words, but she didn't object to anything. She just lamented, those kids have had a bad life, and your willingness to adopt is a chance for them to change their destiny. Only you're not married. Wouldn't it be a little stressful to adopt a child on your own? Su Minci smiled and shook her head without saying much, and in front of the dumpling house, Xingnan stood up and was about to go in and help them make dumplings together when he turned around to find a large and a small silhouette appearing behind him. Lin Yi? He uttered in surprise, not expecting Lin Yi to actually appear here. Lin Yi pulled Xiang Yang. After looking Xingnan up and down, he raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke with a smile. What? I'm not welcome? After hastily shaking his head, Xingnan invited Lin Yi into the store while also shouting inside, Auntie Hui, Minci, there's a friend here, so come out and meet him. 2. Lin Yi walked into the dumpling restaurant and sat down, while Xiang Yang sat beside him. He didn't stop Xingnan when he heard his words and had planned to call Xiao Minji out. The person who adopted Xiang Yang was none other than her. Rubbing his chin, Lin Yi looked at Su Minci, who came out from inside, all plain and simple and still wearing an apron, and his eyes suddenly became somewhat intrigued. TSK. Xiang Yang, this little guy, not to mention other things, has now turned his luck around. Su Minci, under the impression that she is a rich girl, right, but looking at her now, she's microdosing and experiencing life? Su Minci had just walked out from inside. When she saw a young man sitting there with Xiang Yang, she was a bit surprised. She took a few steps forward towards Xiang Yang in concern. Xiang Yang, what are you doing here? And this is? Only when she said that did she look carefully at Lin Yi. Only the man in front of him was sitting sideways on a stool, with a dashing demeanor and an eclectic temperament, and the look was sword-browed and starry-eyed, handsome but with some stiffness. At that moment, Lin also nodded towards her and said, hello again. At those words Minci's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yi in surprise. When did we meet? Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything, while Xingnan stepped forward to explain to her. Min Chi, this is the armored warrior who saved us that day. Hearing Xinnan's words, Minci was instantly even more astonished and looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of surprise. At this time, Auntie Hui had also come out, and they immediately solemnly thanked Lin Yi. Xingnan also spoke again with emotion. I can't imagine what would have happened without you that day. Lin Yi smiled at his words before waving his hand and saying, Don't talk about that. I do everything to my heart's content, without gratitude or fear of scorn. Today, I'm here on other business. Minci's eyes instantly showed surprise upon hearing Lin Yi's words, and then when she looked at his entire aura, her eyes instantly took on a color of curiosity. And then she reached out to Xiang Yang and asked towards Lin Yi, is it something to do with the boy? Lin Yi nodded and said, I've heard that the boy was adopted by you, but he's concerned about a lot of things, so I came to see you this time to clear all that up with you as well. He may have to leave your place from time to time in the future. Minci's eyes showed a puzzled look when she heard this, and before she could continue to ask, Lin Yi looked sideways at Xingnan again. In the short term, I won't be summoning the Inferno Dragon Armor again. That's why the Inferno Dragon Armor is currently lacking a summoner. When he finished speaking, he watched Xingnan's reaction with interest. Lin also not Xingnan cannot. Only he also want to see after experiencing so many things. Xingnan's idea has not changed. There are some harsh truths that can only be understood by experiencing them. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Xingnan's eyes violently revealed excitement and his face was filled with surprise. He didn't realize that fate had actually given him another chance to choose. This time he didn't hesitate and directly stepped forward, speaking with a serious expression. Lin also, can you give me another chance? I think this time, I can do all the parting of the ways. Perhaps I can make it as strong as it was when it was in your hands. Hearing Xin Nan's firm words, Lin nodded in satisfaction. He had only accompanied Xiang Yang to look for Min Si, and incidentally tried out Xin Nan. If Xin Nan remained the same, then he would just find someone else. There are a lot of summoners of the Inferno Dragon Armor. However, I did not expect Xingnan to be hung up by the cruel reality and viciously whipped a few times. Lost his way. That's better. After all, among the summoners of the Inferno Dragon Armor, Xin Nan was indeed the strongest, and this time, without any worries or uncertainties, he believed that he could be a very good helper for Lin Yi in the future. Since you already have the determination to summon it again, I will return it to you. Lin Yi stood up and opened his mouth towards Xin Nan, then gestured towards Xiang Yang and said, I'm only going to give you two things. First, prioritize protecting him no matter what the situation. Second, if this kid has a change of heart and transforms into Imperial armor, never, ever think of going one-on-one with the Emperor's armor. Notify me at the first opportunity, or have Mins wake him up. If you feel stupid, keep in mind that there was once a summoned Inferno Dragon armor that attempted to solo the Emperor. Xiang Yang likes to feel at home. He wanted to stay and live by Min Si's side, and Lin wouldn't force him to, even though he's far away in Nambo. If something does happen, if the 5 elements light shadow armor can't handle it, that despicable Imperial or Purgatory cult is not unpleasant. Chapter 159 Emperor's cult goes out to Manhwa. Shadow Emperor's layout. Shadows. Within the vast and boundless yet shadowy space, a terrifying figure with a majestic breath was sitting on top of the shadow throne, looking down. Waste. I can't believe I still need this seat to step in and fish you guys out across space and time. What do I need you for? The furious voice boomed out like a thunderclap in the entire space. Below, a huge mirror of light was shaken with ripples. Inside the mirror, 5 figures in the black domain knelt and shivered. Only after the terrifying ripples after the Shadow Emperor's angry roar completely dissipated did the shadow protectors within the black domain dare to open their mouths to explain. Great Emperor, it's not that we're not strong enough. It's really because that Lin Yi fellow is too strong. Evilwood opened his mouth to cry out with deep emotion. His words filled with fear of Lin Yi, and the other shadow protectors all spoke out to help at this time. Yes, Archon. He could actually summon the Emperor's armor again. Imperial armor. You know that strength well. Also, that guy fought you. You have not been able to help him, let alone me. Unbridled. The Shadow Emperor abruptly interrupted this sentence with an angry rebuke. What? Are you going to blame me for your own waste? Blame me for not killing him? The murderous aura in this sentence immediately frightened the Shadow Guardians into wailing. Dare not. The Shadow Emperor let out a cold snort. Then after scanning over the situation of the Shadow Protectors below, he said in a deep voice, to be able to descend a split shadow in the first place was already the limit of what this seat could do after sensing the chaos in space and time. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to penetrate even an ounce of power. With that he continued to lament. That Lin Yi, the ultimate armor that he relied on the most in that battle has already been disabled by this seat. Nowadays, his power can be 1 in 10. You guys actually got your asses kicked by him? What's the use of having you? The more the Shadow Emperor spoke, the angrier he became, and eventually, he smoothly stretched out a giant hand that covered the sky towards the light mirror to grab it. The monstrous and terrifying aura immediately frightened the shadow protectors within the black domain. Great Emperor, spare your life. They lay on their backs, trembling in both strands, waiting for the judgment to come. And that big hand with a terrifying aura shrank rapidly after the shadowy breath exploded and struggled to cross the light and shadow mirror. And in the blink of an eye it turned into a regular-sized palm. There was no longer the original monstrous and terrifying aura and power. The shadow protectors looked at the slap in front of them, and after looking at each other, their eyes showed consternation. They looked up at the imposing and majestic Shadow Emperor, and then at the palm-sized slap in front of them. Then, I don't know which one didn't hold back, pussed, actually laughed out loud. Shadows. The Shadow Emperor was already annoyed at the drastic shrinkage of his power after crossing the spatial barrier, and then he heard this unsuppressed laugh. The anger is overwhelming. You bunch of losers, and have the face to laugh. With an angry snarl, he reached out and struck left and right. Inside the Black Realm, the original static suspended shadow palms came to the shadow protectors in an instant, and then slapped them fiercely towards the 5 faces as if they were normal people slapping them. Snap. Laugh? I'll make you laugh. Another volley of backhanded slaps. Snap. Left and right. At once, the entire black domain was filled with the sound of snapping. After a long time, the swollen-faced Shadow Guardians whispered a plea. Archon, don't fight, don't fight. If we fight again, We won't be able to recover from our injuries by the time the black field is repaired. It's still your face that will be disgraced then. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Emperor stopped slapping. After wiping his hands, he spoke slowly. As you can see, nowadays, there is only so much of this seat's power that can be transmitted across the space barrier. The power of my shadow realm on the blue planet still has 4 ancient alien beasts, so find them as soon as you can and convey the seat's orders. Their mission, to go all out and kill Linny. In time this seat will send you other forces. Within the black domain, the shadow protectors sniffed and immediately bowed their heads in agreement. The mirror of light and shadow dissipated. The Shadow Emperor sat on his throne, overlooking the entire shadow realm, and eventually dropped his gaze below the dimension. After a long time, his mumbled voice spread throughout the entire space. Originally, those 5 losers who fought in the front were not strong enough. Now that the blue planet's spacetime is in turmoil and chaos, and the coordinate key is even more difficult to obtain, expect them to accomplish something? Fortunately, a man as far-sighted as this seat does not put his eggs in a cage. As he muttered to himself, his large palm flicked in the shadowy space, and another mirror appeared, only to see that within it, many monsters transformed by the power of the shadow to contain the transformation occupy the entire area. Ha! That land with a long heritage and a vast territory is full of powerful people, and it is not easy to occupy. Wouldn't it be easy for the seat to target this bullet point? With these fragile native contraptions, all of them will be the pawns of this seat's shadow realm conquest in the future. Speaking of this, it seemed that the Shadow Emperor himself was also very proud of his own abilities, and immediately laughed openly. Ha 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 ha, this is what I call openly repairing the ins and secretly doing the work. When the time comes, Linny child, this seat will take your life to return this seat's reputation. Blue Star, suburb of Jinghai City. A wretched figure was running wildly at this moment, and from time to time, a wail came out of his mouth. Damn Linny, I'll make you pay for your blood. Upon closer inspection, the figure was none other than the ugly demon biker, who had taken on the body of Oxer. Only at this point, he wasn't even close to his original clown costume. Instead he looked exceptionally miserable and appalling. The leather armor that was originally like a clown's attire has now been burned to pitch black, and the 2 dangling horns of the clown's hat have only one crooked. As for the back, it was already bloody and scabbed. He was in the middle of the wilderness at the moment, running away in a hurry. Although his mouth kept cursing Linny, his eyes were clearly as terrified as birds of prey. That day, he hid in the shadows of the Shadow Realm's base, watching as Linny summoned the blazing flame inferno dragon and rained down true fire on the entire cave. Also, see the Realm Beast Plus version get violently whacked to death. Originally, he also wanted to run away while he had the chance, but there were fires on all sides, burning so that he could not get out. It wasn't until the ugly general was possessed and Linny rode away on the dragon that he dared to come out and escape, and at this point, he had already been burned beyond recognition. At this point, the ugly demon biker can only take on the form of an oxymoron, or else he may die completely once he returns to his human form. I've called Dr. Lee to inform him. The doctor must be on the defensive about that old loofah thing. I informed the doctor again about this dog thief Linny. I'm going to go back and let the doctor deal with this guy and take revenge. Little Lizzie ran wildly all the way, relying purely on his legs to catch up. A day and a night, finally out of the Jinghai city limits. At this time, far away he saw a motorcycle along the road. See this, his hideous face immediately showed a ferocious light. Hope City, Cheer Teppanyaki. Kei Shanshan, who was wearing a black horseface dress, leaned against the sofa and was speaking towards the other end of the phone with a serious look on her face. Do you think there's a problem with the research lab over at Southborough? I thought it was progressing well and had already produced a combat-ready sample. I'll go, don't you worry. After hanging up the phone, Kei Shanshan pondered for a while before the corner of her mouth hooked into a beautiful smile. From what Xiao Tian and the others said, that guy Linny is also going to Nanhwa City? That's good. Let's see how you can escape this time. Jinghai City. In front of the ERP research laboratory, Linny stood on the side of his schoolmate's precious locomotive, helmet in hand as he was saying goodbye to Mijin and the others. I'll leave the Jinghai City side to you. With a dashing wave of his hand, he was about to put on his helmet when suddenly his nose itched. Achoo! 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 3 supersized sneezes came out, directly confusing everyone in the room. Holy shit! Who's been reading about me behind my back? Linny rubbed his nose and sputtered a bit discontentedly. He didn't care when he spat. He just put on his helmet and turned around and straddled the locomotive, starting it up as he went. Boom! There was a roar of the gas. Turning his head to look at Mijin, Shinnun, Tsuji and Shizhou, a few of them, the final locomotive instantly scuttled off into the distance. The road is spacious and unobstructed above the national highway outside of Jinghai City. Blue sky. White clouds, gentle breeze. Lin Yi's intentional energy moved slightly, obscuring his surroundings. The Emperor's belt appeared at his waist in a flash, and the Taiji crystal stone was placed within it, and the energy came out across the room. Imperial armor. Merge. In an instant, the dignified and majestic Emperor armor was summoned. With that, Lin Yi twisted the left side of the rotating wheel and lightly drank. Emperor's Colt. In an instant, dazzling, blazing light shone down from the sky, directly enveloping Lin Yi and the locomotive in its entirety. In the next moment, the golden dragon Colt-like Emperor Colt rushed up into the sky, heading straight for Nanbo. Chapter 160, Are you also an Oxer? Meet Raven Oxer. The Emperor's Colt was extremely fast, and the mountains and rivers below passed by in an instant like a phantom. Lin also checked the coordinates of Nanbo City and quickly arrived at the outskirts of Nanbo City. This is Nanbo City? Looking out from above, he could even vaguely sense a tyrannical aura that seemed to be brewing in the city below. The death riot virus? What the hell is this thing? Lin Yi didn't know much about the Morning Storm virus, and he knew even less about Nanbo City. I can't help it. Who only loved the Emperor and Interdictor series in my last life. Originally, he thought that compared to the underworld demon and the exotic beast, the death riot virus should only be considered a minor minion. But after coming here today and through concrete feelings, Lin also collected his contempt. The spectral demons have excellent fighting skills and are powerful, but their numbers are ultimately scarce. The altered beasts were strong and possessed the power of shadow, but they were less intelligent and their numbers were ultimately fixed. This oxygen. All humans can mutate as long as they are infected with the Deathstorm virus. Hiss. Thinking about this, Lin also felt a little difficult. Guess you can't underestimate the guys here. Shaking his head, he didn't continue to think about it. With a thought, the Emperor's Colt broke down. It disintegrated momentarily after it sped down an ordinary road, and the black locomotive re-emerged. And the Emperor's armor automatically disintegrated, and the belt disappeared into the spatial vortex. Boom! The locomotive roared to life and headed down this road toward downtown Nanbo. At the same time, at this moment, Duan Muyan was painstakingly tracing the clues to the third set of armor. Since accidentally following Cold Blood to Hope City, Duanmu has been influenced by Lin Yi and has begun to single-mindedly improve his strength in anticipation of being able to destroy all the Orcsers. And now 3 pairs of armor have appeared, the Nava armor of Duanmu, the Znami of Magokai, and the newly appeared pack apparatus. New armor had appeared several times, but this one seemed a little different. Instead of focusing on destroying Oxer, he keeps committing crimes, robbing the rich and giving to the poor. He's wasting the power of his armor like that. He might as well give me new armor to use. Duan Muyan on the white triple trampoline on the traffic line street opened his mouth somewhat irritably towards Ling Ling beside him. He had been improving since he returned from Hope City, and nowadays, Oxer was rarely a match for him. But lately, it had become obvious to him that something was wrong. Oxer appeared significantly less often and seemed to be starting to get hostile with some of each other. I wonder when Senior can come to Nanbo City. If he shows up and we fight together, what are those Orcusers? And Duan Muyan is not clear as that his mouth, heart and soul of the Senior at this time has encountered to his surprise a lot of trouble. So you're saying, are you going to rob me? Lin Yi was sitting on the black motorcycle, his face full of incredulity as he looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a sharp blade, his entire body stunned. I can't believe people are robbing these days. And, actually robbed him. The man in front of me did look a little weird, covered in a black overcoat, with a mask over his face and a hat on his head. The whole man was wrapped up tightly, coupled with the sharp dagger in his hand. I'm afraid that the average person would really be compromised when they saw this. Unfortunately, he had met Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi's surprised look, the man instantly cursed viciously and angrily. I just robbed you. What's wrong with that? Get your ass down here. I'll take this car. Hearing the man's words, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed and his entire body gasped and laughed. He got out of the car and shook his fist. I wouldn't let anyone else ride this locomotive. And you're going to get on it? Seeing Lin Yi in this state, a murderous aura appeared in the eyes of the fierce man, and he stabbed forward with a knife. You seek death. The dagger stabbed towards Lin Yi's chest, obviously with the idea of killing. This Nanbo City, the people are so tough? Lin Yi spat. In the face of this dagger, he didn't retreat at all. Instead, he moved forward smoothly, his right hand shakily grabbing towards the man's right wrist. Bang! Lin Yi's hand gripped the man's wrist like an iron vice, and the dagger could not advance an inch. The man's face changed greatly at this, and just as he tried to back away, Lin Yi backhanded him with a forceful twist. Gobble! Ah! Miserable screams came from the man. The man's wrist was directly broken by Lin Yi. The whole person suffered pain and twisted his body, half kneeling on the ground. Get off me! Otherwise, I'll kill you! Despite having been subdued, The man continued to curse viciously and angrily, directly annoying Lin Yi. You're really hitting a light in the toilet, looking for death. Lin Yi snorted coldly and kicked out at the man. Bang! The strong force directly kicked the man out more than 10 meters away, causing his body to ruthlessly hit the road teeth. Pust! The man spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground and actually remained unchanged in that vicious manner. Damn! Hit a hard spot. Watch as I'll have you on your knees at my crotch in no time, begging me to take that car. Lin Yi's forehead veins popped as he listened to this guy's words, only to still watch his movements with his hands folded. Nowadays, ordinary people are like babies in front of him, and they have no power to fight back at all. So he strikes her left in force, otherwise the body is directly kicked out. Gee, it's going to get blocked, only to see the man bracing himself to stand up, and then the whole man's eyes widened as he roared out in anger. Instantly, an evil energy appeared around him. Immediately under Lin Yi's gaze, evil energy swept through the man's entire body, and the latter's body immediately began to change. In a matter of seconds, the man had transformed into a hideous orcus wrapped in silver and black leather armor, his head resembling a large bird's head. Raven Oxer. It was only when he saw the scene that Lin Yi realized, oh, no wonder it's so arrogant. So it's an orcus. The Raven Oxer looked at Lin Yi, and immediately his body swung in excitement as his entire body laughed maniacally. He hissed, striding towards Lin Yi, how dare you do that to me? I told you I'd make you pay. The Raven Orcus is covered in leather armor, with spikes in key areas to provide attacks, and his hands have been transformed into sharp claws that look even sharper than the daggers from earlier. He came to Lin Yi in large strides, seemingly wanting to find his way back. Small guy, come on, get on your knees in front of me and beg me to take your locomotive. I won't kill you. The horrifyingly large bird's beak was aimed at Lin Yi, and there were also densely packed sharp teeth on the edge of the beak. An exceptionally terrifying scene. However, Raven Oxer didn't see the scene he wanted to see. The human in front of him remained calm and unperturbed, only that his eyes seemed to show mockery. A little crow, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? The reddish golden lines on Lin Yi's forehead appeared instantly, and his movements were just as simple as before. Make a fist. Throw a punch. The fist with reddish golden energy instantly struck out, directly whacking a dent in Raven Oxer's abdomen. Boom! The moment Raven Oxer endured that terrifying force, his body suddenly burst out towards the back. The white bird pupil was directly hit by the protruding eye socket, as if it was going to fall down generally. Along the trajectory of the walk back, he was knocked straight back again. Bang! Still crashed on the familiar road curb, still familiar sprawling position, still familiar spitting blood. Feeling the sharp pain in his body, Raven Oxygen cried out in desire, his entire body trembling. His voice trembled and his whole body was respectful. You're Oxy? Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi was planning to go up and finish this guy off, a blue figure came from the distance in a flash, appearing as a mass of water. The water dissipated, and a suit of light armor with an aquamarine body appeared between him and Raven Oxer. As soon as this armor appeared, a stern voice came out. Oxer, prepare to die. At those words, Raven Oxer's body trembled. Then he pointed towards Lin Yi in panic and surprise, and loudly accused. He's also Oxy. Lin Yi, who was about to watch the show, and Znami, who was planning to deal with Raven Oxygen. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Shura Armor defeats Znami, the Shura armor that can't go away. Lin was also confused. The last person to misunderstand him was still Bei Miao, thinking he was an alien beast. This one is even more bizarre. Think he's Oxy? It's not. Have you ever seen such a handsome Oxer? As for the other side of the summoning tsunami, Nase nano armor of Makakai at this time is also a little confused. Chased and killed so many Oxygen. Have not seen will be falsely accused of others. Oxer, what are you babbling about? Inside the Znano armor, Makwahai frowned and opened his mouth in a cold voice towards Raven Oxer. And at that moment the injured Raven Oxer struggled to get up, not wimping out at all. His sharp claws stretched out to point at Lin Yi, and he said with some hatred in his indignation, this guy just punched me in the face. If it's not Oxer, what is he? Ma Quanhai was shocked at his words. He looked over at Lin Yi, and then at the march rubbing out on the ground as Raven Oxer was punched and sent flying backwards, and the entire group fell silent. What are you? Lin Yi looked at the Znano armor that was like an enemy, and his entire body was speechless. Why? Is there such a brainless guy on every local armor team? He asked rhetorically towards Makokai as he pointed towards the injured Raven Oxer in the back. Shouldn't you have gotten the guy who's been identified as Oxer first? After saying these words, Lin Yi could no longer help but clench his fists. Still remember when Kong and Dash were jerks too, but it is always a constant truth to educate others using the simplest way possible. And at that exact moment, the system's voice came to his ears. Ding! Trigger the combat quest, the gift of the first coming. First arrival's gift. Despite having just arrived in Nambo City, a most generous gift has already been offered. The Znano Summoner obtained a summoner for one of the 4 elemental armors, the Znami armor, and successfully summoned the armor. Quest reward, obtain one of the elemental fragments, water, the power to drown the giant tsunami. The moment he saw the content of the mission, a smirk appeared in Lin Yi's eyes. It seems that even the system can't stand to see you do this. Ma Kuai was wearing TS nano armor, and his heart was full of pride at this moment. He looked towards Lin Yi, reaching out and pointing at him, and spoke brusquely. I'll take care of that Orcus first. In the meantime, you stay here. Raven Oxer's body trembled at the words, and his shrill voice came out in a moment of horror. By what? Obviously this guy is also Oxy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Ma Kuai simultaneously looked at this fellow, and the two of them drank together. You shut up. At once, the Raven, Oxer, was too frightened to shut up tightly to make a sound. Lin Yi looked over at Ma Kuai and surveyed the aquamarine armor, and a look of interest appeared in his eyes as well. The emerging armor. This mustn't be taken in hand and played with? Not far away. Ma Kuai's heart surged with anger when he heard Lin Yi's words. What did you say? As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of watery blue energy surged around Znami's body. He paid no attention to the Raven Oxer behind him, the hostility having been all but reserved for Lin Yi. I'll just clean up your Kakias first. After angrily chortling, he charged directly towards Lin Yi. Muddy energy wrapped around the Znano armor arms and legs, and light blue water elemental energy followed. Seeing this fellow attack directly, Lin Yi snorted, his eyes rapidly turning cold. Since you bumped into me of your own accord, don't blame me for bullying you. Seeing that the Znano armor had already attacked, he took a step to the side in a flash to dodge Ma Kuai's punch. With that, Lin Yi flipped his wrist and a purple flip phone appeared in his hand. Shura Summoner. Click. Cell phone flip. Accompanied by a slight mechanical sound, a silver-colored delicate armor suddenly appeared on Lin Yi's left arm from the virtual to the real. The armor is grooved and looks delicate and textured. He smoothly inserted the flipped phone inside the groove, and a powerful energy surged out. And then Lin Yi looked at the stunned Ma Kuai in front of him and smiled. Then let's show you the power of the Shura armor. He first pressed the 4 buttons on his cell phone. Wind, fire, thunder, and darkness, and finally pressed the launch button. Shura armor. Merge. Boom boom boom. In an instant, strong energy erupted. A flash of energy even lifted the staggered Ma Kuai back a few steps, and the crow at the back, Oxer, was even swept by the energy. With a look of horror in his eyes, the Shura summoner bloomed with a purple aura at this moment, and Lin Yi's majestic intent energy was instantly injected into it. The vastness of the air is raging. Instantly, under the crackling electricity, a domineering and overwhelming armor slowly appeared. Feeling the familiar power, Lin Yi stretched his body inside softly. Old friend, long time no see. The other side. Seeing that Lin also actually summoned a pair of armor as well, the entire Ma Kuai within the Znano armor was shocked. What? What kind of armor is this? A completely different aura from the elemental armor. Domineering and manic. Whether it was the deep purple as the main body with silver accents, or the dominating armor and cape, it was far beyond the aura of the 4 elemental armor. Not far away from the Raven Oxer at this time is the whole body shivering. Not Elder Boxer. Another suit of armor? It's over. It seems that today, I, Crow, am doomed to not be able to escape this Shura. The Shura armor cloak looked out of the corner of his eye, scanning a pair of armor in front of him, an Orcus, and the red aura in his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Yi looked at Ma Kuai, his intent energy flowing. Shift. In an instant, his entire body appeared behind the TS nano armor. With that, the Shura armor's right arm was raised, powerful intent energy condensed on it, and a fist suddenly blasted down. Bang! Heavy punch slammed down. Znami's back was directly smashed out of the sparks. How? Being blown out by a punch, Ma Kuai staggered out a few steps forward, his entire body shocked and broken. What kind of power is this? Instantaneous movement? Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't even give him a chance to react. Summoning the Shura armor once more, he had long since been unable to hold back the excitement in his heart. The left arm was raised slightly and the summoner set in it flipped open. Push the button. Wind. Unleash. Inside the Shura armor, Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and lightly drank under his breath. Shura wind splitting claw. In an instant, he raised his right arm. Instantly, a pair of exquisite purple golden hand armor materialized out of nothingness on the right arm of the Shura armor. Immediately following the sound of mechanical assembly, several sharp claws extended out from the front of the purple gold armor. Lin Yi placed his right arm in front of him and carefully examined it, a strange color in his eyes. This is the hand armor type of Shura armor. The fighting weapon. Looking ahead at Ma Kuai, Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile. Feel the passion of the Shura armor. Inside the Znano armor, Ma Kuanhai was still a bit puzzled by what he heard, but in the next moment, he realized the meaning of what Lin Yi had said. Boom! The first thing that started was the burst of dominating energy. Immediately after that, the Shura armor's right arm lifted up, instantly condensing deep purple energy towards the front and slashing down hard. Barely. It was like tearing through space. The large 3D purple intent energy composed of energy claws accompanied by fierce electric light, ruthlessly grabbing toward the front. Shura wind-splitting claw. Lin Yi's voice came late, and those 3 attacks that looked like the sharp claws of divine beasts had already fiercely bombarded on top of the TS nano armor, almost just for a split second. The chest armor of the Znano armor burst into flames and was blasted right through the claw marks. With that, his entire body flew backward. Bang! Ma Kokai lands a takedown. Feeling the sharp pain in front of his chest, he still felt a bit incredulous. But I summoned the Tsunami Nase nano armor. How can you be so vulnerable? The faith in his heart was instantly shattered. Emotions fluctuate suddenly. In the next moment, the hard-to-maintain TS nano armor directly disintegrated. Chapter 162, the pack apparatus armor appears. Summon Tsunami no Tsunami. Just as Ma Kuanhai was doubting himself, Lin Yi had already taken a step and arrived in front of him. Since you don't value your hard-won armor, I'll take it away. He bent down and reached out, removing the Znano armor summoner directly from in front of Ma Kokai's waist. No! The moment Lin Yi removed the summoner, Ma Kuanhai struggled to reach out and try to stop him. Unfortunately, he was completely defenseless at this point after being struck to the point of disintegration by the Shura armor. The moment he heard Lin Yi's words, Ma Kuanhai's first reaction wasn't one of pain. Instead, he froze. Hard-won. Armor? Doesn't seem too hard-won? After all, it's your own armor. But, having his armor taken by someone else with his own hands, at this point he had felt a rare sense of shame. Fuck off. With the Znano armor summoner in hand, Lin also didn't bother with the guy he had crippled. Turning around, he looked towards the warily, by now struggling to get up, Raven Oxer. At this time, the Shura armor was overbearing. With just a sideways glance, the aura swept out. With crimson coherent eye armor and a red crystal in the center of his brow set in a golden wing, the aura of majesty raged. Raven Oxer had already been beaten to the point of serious injury by Lin Yi. When he saw this kind of aura again at this time, his legs suddenly went weak and he fell to his knees. I merely stole and robbed some precious money. Where is the turn for an existence like you to kill me? His tone was filled with fear, and he trembled as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. In fact, if he encountered ordinary 4-element armor, he might even try to resist it. But having seen the power of the Shura armor, it was like an ordinary ant seeing a giant dragon. Where was there any thought of resistance? Yet Lin Yi didn't have the slightest intention of being merciful. He lightly raised his arm and was about to unleash another Shura-splitting wind claw. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of gale force winds, a roll of greenish hurricane descended from the sky. The hurricane swept in and took the Raven Oxer straight up, as if it intended to leave. And seeing this scene, Lin Yi's eyes directly went cold. Dare to take someone from me? With both fingers of his right hand together, he pointed to the red diamond-shaped crystal between his eyebrows. And then he turned his head to look at the hurricane in the air that was about to leave. And his mind moved. Infinity Ray. In an instant, a deep purple thunder erupted from between his eyebrows. Boom! The thunder rays carried a furious energy and ruthlessly shot towards the hurricane. Bang! Infernal rays collide with the hurricane, and in an instant, they directly pierce the hurricane and shoot into the interior. At once, a muffled grunt came out from the tornado in the air. The original several meters of raging tornado directly dissipated into thin air, and even the Ravenoxer fell from the air with a miserable scream. Are you going to save me or kill me? Bang! This guy crashed to the ground, the whole person's injuries to the next level. A mouthful of blood also spewed out in the process. Lin also didn't pay attention to the unlucky crow Oxer, but instead looked into midair. Only a green figure landed on the ground surrounded by a slight breeze. Before covering his chest and coughing lightly, the green figure was a light armor with green armor overall and white accents in parts. There are also some wind elemental embellishment patterns on the circumference of the armor, which is very light. Hurricane of the pack apprehended. Lin Yi clasped his arms around himself and smiled with interest as he surveyed yet another elemental armor in front of him. What a stroke of luck. I've only just arrived in Manhwa, and you're actually sending me 2 pairs of armor? Not far away. The pack apparatus armor covered his chest. At this time, there was clearly a white mark that had been punched out at the chest plate of the armor, which was extremely conspicuous. The summoner inside the armor, Xiao Feng, also had palpitations at this time. What a strong attack! What terrifying strength! The wild hurricane armor was already good at speed, and using hurricanes to divert enemies was even more unbeatable. But this time, it was actually interrupted by a single blow, and even the armor body was damaged. At this time, when he heard Lin Yi's words again, his entire body was startled and he was busy opening his mouth to explain. This friend, I mean no harm. He took 2 steps back and stomped on the body of the raven playing dead. Oxer, and then said seriously, I also took him only to know where he had hidden those belongings he had looted. Those belongings, I will donate all of them to the needy. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, not expecting this armored summoner to actually hold such thoughts. Oh, then get out of the way now. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Xiaofeng did not hesitate and directly withdrew a few steps. In the next second, with a flash of the Shura armor's body, he had arrived in front of Raven Oxer. He stomped down heavily, and the latter immediately spat out blood and screamed miserably once again. Lin Yi probed down slightly and asked in a cold voice, Say, where are all those things? Raven Oxer's mind was trembling violently at this point, but thought he saw a silver lining, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to beg, his huge beak opening. I can tell you, please spare my life, I promise in the future. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sudden kick. Lin Yi manipulated the cultivator armor. His intentional energy condensed in his legs, and he stomped down hard with a foot as heavy as a mountain. In an instant, the struggles of the Raven Oxer at his feet ceased, and his whole mutated body blast off. On the side, Xiaofeng stared blankly at this scene from within the pack apparatus armor, his eyes filled with shock. Before he could open his mouth to ask a question, he heard Lin Yi's mocking voice. With you, you want to threaten me? I never take threats from people, not to mention an Orcus who deserved to die in the first place. As Xiaofeng, who was on the side, listened to Lin Yi's words and then saw his calm movements, his entire pupils tightened. At this time, he only felt that this domineering armor around him was full of danger, so he didn't dare to stay for a moment. Now that this Oxer is dead, then I will leave first. He spoke the words tentatively, afraid that Lin Yi would open his mouth and disagree, leaving him behind as well. After all, not far away lying Manhwa High and Shura armor hand holding the TS Nano Summoner is quite eye-catching. But fortunately, Lin Yi was moderately impressed with the summoner who apprehended the much armored pack in front of him. Right now there is also no idea to give him a beating to steal the armor, so he nodded and said nothing more. Seeing this, Xiaofeng's heart was relieved and he immediately leapt up to leave as a hurricane. Lin Yi, on the other hand, moved his mind and the Shura armor disintegrated on its own. The pack apprehended much armor? Robbing the rich to help the poor? Interesting. Lin also surveyed the TS Nano Summoner in his hand and let out a light smile as he placed it directly on his waist and pressed the button. The belt was extended at once. Immediately afterward he took the key in his hand and pressed it gently. Under Ma Kuanhai's grief, shame, and sadness, he softly drank. Tsunami no tsunami. The power to drown the giant tsunami. In an instant, the key exploded with an intense light blue luster. Smoothly inserting it into the summoner at his waist, intense water elemental energy directly erupted, wrapping Lin Yi, and then, like a giant tsunami of water elements gathered around his body, instantly burst. In the midst of the giant whistling energy, the aquamarine armor slowly stepped out from within it. Also at that moment, not far away came the sound of the throttle blip of a 3-tramp motorcycle speeding, and then a sound of joyous surprise came from far away. Good, you cocky bastard. I didn't bother with you the last time you tugged around in front of Oxer. I happen to be free today. Let's see me teach you a good lesson. Let's show you who's boss. Chapter 163, Tsunami vs. Nava. Sure, 100 breaking strike. Ding. Combat quest, the gift of the first coming, completed. Reward, gain one of the elemental shards, water, drowning the power of the giant tsunami. Note, a collection of 4 elemental fragments can be united. Winky face. Lin also rushed out of the water elemental energy like a wave, and TS Nano armor had appeared on his body. The main color is blue as the sea. The breastplate is like a rolled up wave. The silver outlined armor out the material of the armor, showing it to be as soft and heavy as water, quiet as a flat lake, moving like a wave. Tsunami armor. I didn't realize that the exact feeling of power wasn't too bad. Feeling the novel sense of power coming from within his body, Lin Yi revealed some curiosity in his eyes. The combat power of the 4 elemental armor seems to be tied to the condition of each element, while placing very high demands on the summoner. Just as he was about to feel it in more detail, the sudden sound of the 3 bouncers from the rear came along with Zhang Yang's voice. Good, you cocky bastard. I didn't bother with you the last time you tugged around in front of Oxer. I happen to be free today. Let's see me teach you a good lesson. Let's show you who's boss. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Yi's eyes turned his head slightly strangely. Unsurprisingly, the visitor was none other than Duan Muyen. At that moment, Duan Muyen was sitting on the white triple trampoline, eager to get down from the car. On the side of the three bouncers, a young girl with a clean-cut, youthful appearance was looking at him with some concern. Lin also looked at Duan Muyen with some surprise and at the same time some emotion. It's really a step down. I hadn't even gotten to the boy yet, and he came up to me first. Even though he had heard Duan Muyen's disrespectful words, Lin didn't bother with him. It's been a long time, so there's no need to put him through the ringer. Is there? However, while Lin thought so, Duan Muyen did not hesitate at all, as if fearing that the Znami armor would escape. Just as he jumped off the triple trampoline, the summoner of the Nava armor appeared in his hand. He placed the summoner at his waist, followed by pressing the elemental key with slight excitement. Flame of Nava, devour the power of the mighty flame. Merge. Boom. In a blink of an eye, berserk fire elemental energy coalesced from heaven and earth and was directly summoned to appear, enveloping Duan Muyen's body. The fiery flames then wrapped around it, and it then exploded. The Nava armor that was orange and red, like flames flowing and curing into shape, appeared. Seeing the familiar armor in front of him, Linny instead no longer intended to open his mouth to interrupt him. He was also a bit eager to see how strong the four-element armor really was. In that case, let's try to see if your strength has grown. With a thought, the Znano armor exploded with water elemental energy around its body, and its power increased dramatically. Not far away, when Duan Muyen saw this scene, her entire body became excited. Good, let's fight it out today. He exerted his legs and his entire body charged directly towards Lin Yi. The Nava armor energy burst was originally a rigid path, and at this time, Duan Muyen's fighting style just fit. So in an instant, the ferocious searing heat came with the fist of the Nava armor, and Lin was not the least bit surprised. His heart was unruffled at the moment, and his mind was like still water as he quickly digested the fighting style of the Znano armor. Seeing that the fist wrapped in flames had already arrived in front of him, his mind moved and his entire body slightly sidestepped to dodge the punch. Then the soft water element wrapped around the armor. Linny reached out and formed a palm, launching it out, attaching it to the wrist of the Nava armor and bringing it out in a smooth motion. At that instant, Duan Muyen's arm, which was originally intended to withdraw its force, abruptly moved forward, and his entire body took a step forward. With this TS nano armor style changed instantly. The soft water flow transformed into a turbulent wave. Wild whistling palm. Boom! Linny changed his stance and struck out with a palm that carried raging energy, directly towards the chest of Nava's armor. This palm contains not only the techniques of the Znami, but even incorporates the techniques of the interdictor's palm. Feeling the surging attack, Duan Mu's entire body was startled, forcibly stopping his body from leaning forward. He communicated with his full strength to the Nava armor and burst out. Molten flame defense. One of his palms retracted and quickly crossed to prop up a flame barrier in front of his chest. In the next instant, the wild whistling palm that contained strong power had blasted on top of the barrier. Bang! Strong power output. The outbreak of the collision of water and fire elements directly raised a layer of fog. Despite Duan Muyen's timely defense, the powerful palm force still penetrated through the barrier and blasted a portion of the armor. The Nava armor was knocked back 2 steps to stop its form, and Duan Muyen's surprised, turned grave voice came from within. I didn't expect that. It's only been a short time and you've actually improved so much. Looks like I'm not the only one making rapid progress. Hearing these words from Duan Mu, Linny still recognized them. Compared to the crappy strength of Duan Mu at the first meeting, this time his strength had obviously improved by leaps and bounds. Surprisingly talented. Only, Duan Muyan's words were equally heard by a certain wrong species that fell to the ground in the distance. Various expressions filled Ma Gakai's face for a moment, and Lin had also understood the strength of the TS nano armor by now. For the strength of this armor to be realized, it requires the summoner's heart to meet the conditions. The heart is like water. It can't go up and down. It just so happened that he had invincible faith in his heart. Fighting never comes in waves. Now that he had understood the armor, Lin also had no thoughts of continuing to play with the new armor. After all, it was so far from his own several pairs of armor. But at that moment, Duan Muyen, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, spoke loudly towards him. Come on, I'm going to summon a weapon. You also bring out your strongest means. Let's have a good fight. As soon as the words fell, Duan Muyen crossed one hand from his waist, and a ball of flame appeared in the center of his hand. Then he grabbed his right hand from the flames, and instantly a long orange-red blade like molten flame was slowly drawn out by him. Molten Lin Blade. After the weapon was recharged, he summoned it straight away, bound to get to know Lin Yi. And on the opposite side, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth hooked up into a smile when he heard Duan Muyan's request. His voice came out through the TS nano armor. The strongest means. Are you sure? Listening to the slightly familiar mechanical transmitting voice, Duan Muyen did not think much about it despite feeling that something was wrong. Sure, take a shot. Hearing such a request, Lin Yi would of course fulfill him. With a movement of faith, the intentional energy exploded. Lin Yi's entire body rushed towards the front where the Manhwa armor was in a flash. Seeing this, Duanmu also came with his sword. On the way, the TS nano armor instantly disintegrated, while Lin also charged unabated. The cultivator armor appeared on his arm, and the summoner automatically inserted itself, followed by an outburst of purple electric light. The Shura armor instantly merged. Boom! The Shura armor full of domineering aura rushed forward, colliding head-on with the opposite side of the long dumbfounded, wide-eyed Duanmu Yen. Seeing Lin Yi appear, followed by the overbearing Shura armor coming online, Duanmu Yen had long been blinded, but the arrow was on the string, and he was also directly ruthless in his heart. What's wrong with Senpai? I'm a whole lot stronger now. So fuck it. As a result, the Nava armor exploded with rich fire elemental energy, and the molten Lin blade wrapped in blazing flames slashed straight down towards the Shura armor. This kid, he really dares. Lin also raised an eyebrow and didn't hesitate. His intent energy instantly injected into the Shura armor summoner. His right arm was raised, and his exquisite silver-purple armor collided directly with the molten Lin blade. Bang! No more violent molten flames could shake the Shura armor. After blocking the blow, Lin Yi clenched his fist with his backhand, condensing his intent energy and purple battle chi on his fist, and then blatantly struck out. Shura 100 breaking strike. Boom! Purple battle chi flickered with electricity, mixed with a force that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, struck out and blasted directly on top of the blades on the chest of Nava's armor. In the next second, Duanmu flew directly backwards and fell hard on the side of the triple trampoline. Nava armor disintegrates. Tatsuki covered his chest and grimaced. Senpai, you're hitting it too hard. At the back, Magokai, who saw this scene, finally lay down again with relief. Chapter 164, A Call from School. Sister K, the interior of the Heavenly Good group. When he saw Lin Yi using Tsunami to block Duanmu Yen, Ma Kuanghai was at a loss inside. When he clashed with Duanmu the other day, he would fall behind after the fight lasted. And today, as for Duanmu Yen, she was even more confused plus shocked at this point. He had originally thought that his strength had risen a great deal, but he hadn't realized that there was still such a large gap between him and Lin Yi. Just now Lin also deliberately punched his fist on top of the hilt of the sword. If he directly hit the Nava armor, then the injuries sustained wouldn't simply be slightly painful now. Duanmu Yen helplessly covered her chest and stood up, just as she was about to say something to Lin Yi. Ma Lingling, who was in the car on the side, quickly jumped down and blocked him. Ma Lingling glared angrily towards Lin Yi, and despite the fear of the Shura armor in her eyes, she blurted out, "What the hell are you? If you're in armor, why don't you go and destroy those orcas?" Instead, they made a move on us. Seeing Ma Lingling's movements, Duanmu Yen instantly pulled him back with an even more helpless expression on his face. He was about to open his mouth to explain when Lin Yi had already lifted his Shura armor. "Haven't seen you for a while. Your strength has indeed increased quite a bit." Seeing Lin Yi smiling, Duanmu Yen inwardly sighed in relief. With that, he helplessly rubbed his hair and spoke towards Ma Lingling first. "This is Senior Lin Yi. It's that powerful armored warrior from Hope City that I told you about last time." And then he turned toward Lin Yi. "Originally, I thought that my strength had been raised quite a bit, but I didn't realize that I was still so much worse than you." "Senior? Me?" Lin Yi was surprised for a moment at his words before shaking his head. "We're not the same." Ma Lingling on the side heard the conversation between the two and understood. So it turned out that these two had known each other for a long time. At this time, thinking back to his behavior just now, some embarrassment appeared on his face. Not far away, Ma Kuanghai, who was lying on the ground, saw his sister, and a look of excitement appeared in his eyes, though he didn't want to bother his sister most of the time, nor did he want her to see him like this. But, this is the time to make a sound. Wouldn't that put an end to this agonizing state of forced spectatorship? But then he whirled around and saw the expression on his sister's face at this time, and then his entire body became enraged. Cabbage seems to be going to the pigs. Ling Ling. Finally, Ma Kuanghai, who was lying on the ground, shouted out this sentence with all his strength. On Lin Yi's side, he naturally heard Ma Kuanghai's voice. Duanmu, on the other hand, froze and looked in the direction of Ma Kuanghai. Was there a noise? Unfortunately, from his direction, he could not see Ma Kuanghai below the curb at all. Ling Ling, on the other hand, made a sidelong listening gesture, then shook her head and showed a smile towards Duanmu, patting him. "How come I don't hear anything?" Ma Kuanghai. Finally, Lin Yi spoke out. He pointed in the direction of Ma Kuanghai and casually said, "Over there, there's a guy I knocked down. He was the one who originally summoned the Nano armor." When Duanmu Yen sniffed, she immediately thought of going over there to take a look and find out just where this one who looked at her every time she looked at her own eyes was from. But Spirit reached out and tugged at him, saying, What are you looking at this for? Forget the main thing we came here for? Hearing Ma Lingling's words, Duanmu Yan woke up as if from a dream, before she opened her mouth in chagrin. Oops. Yeah, we're here to track down the third pair of elemental armor this time. Where did that guy go? Hearing their words, Linny gently raised his eyebrows. The hurricane armor pack apprehended? Just got out of here and he's actually trying to roll my prey. Knocked out of the sky by me. Listening to Lin Yi's glib description, Duanmu Yan and Ling Ling were suddenly speechless. Next, the three of them headed toward downtown Nanhua together, and Duanmu Yan also opened her mouth to invite Lin to go to the place where they were. Happy House Ramen Shop. Shortly after they left, an ambulance came roaring in and pulled away a certain fellow who had been lying on the ground. Nambo City. Inside a room that is heavily guarded, well lit and well equipped, the bruised and battered little Li, who at this point still looked like a biker, was on one knee, sobbing word for word in his complaint. Mr. Ma, Dr. Li, that Lin Yi, he's just not human. I fled from Hope to Stillwater. It's always been in that guy's clutches. With that he suddenly began to display his body, and then continued his sad accusations. You guys look closely. It is thanks to him that I am in this state. Bears, burn me hard. And above little Li Zi, the serious-looking Ma Tian and the grim-faced Li Xiaoxian both sniffed with some dissatisfaction. This guy, is he really that fierce? The ugly demon biker busily nodded his head while looking at Li Xiaoxiao and signaling. Dr. Li, that message I gave you earlier. That Lufa guy, he, just as the words came out, the bald, fierce-looking Li Xiaoxian raised his hand violently. Say no more, that vile, hateful old thing. Seeing the two of them talking about this, Ma Tian didn't get involved and just spoke with a serious expression. Now that 3 pairs of armor have been researched, there is only one mirror set in our hands. I heard that there is still one last suit of armor that hasn't been fully researched. We're going to keep the armor all under our control as much as possible. Little Li Zi sniffed from below, and a gleam of eagerness appeared in his eyes. Li Xiaoxiao took a step forward and looked at Ma Tian after thinking carefully, saying, that guy rolled up a lot of our viruses. This aspect of armor we need to hold in our hands. There were quite a few people involved in the founding and commitment of the research lab, and even permission from above. Now that something has gone wrong, I'm afraid a lot of changes are going to happen. We need more power. The two men looked at each other and then looked at each other, eventually looking down together at the little Lil man. Little Liz looked up. Question mark. Since you've been injured to this extent, let's try to make another contribution for us. Secondary remodeling. Once you succeed, you will be far more powerful than you are now. Before little Li Zi had a chance to react, Li Xiaoxia beckoned, and at once a tall woman came out from the dark part of the research room. The woman twisted her body, her eyes seductive. Only in the next moment, the majestic morning riot virus energy erupted from within her body. So the original beauty was transformed directly into an orcus full of serpentine features. A long whip was flung. The ugly demon biker had then been caught in a death grip. On the other side, in front of the happy house, the roar of the locomotive stops. Lin also took off his helmet and crossed over to jump off the locomotive. Behind them, the white tritop stopped together. Duanmu Yan walked towards Linny after getting down from the triple trampoline, with a look of excitement still on her face. Senpai, did you mean what you just said? You actually came here this time to find the source with the intention of wiping them out outright? That's way too much pizzazz. Linny smiled and nodded, then looked at Duanmu with a twinkle in his eye. That said, I came in such a hurry this time that I didn't have time to give you a gift. He was about to say something else when his cell phone suddenly rang. Take out your cell phone and check it. K-senpai. Linny picked up his cell phone and answered it, a big smile on his face. Crooked? Sister K, why are you free to call me? Why? What's the matter? As soon as he finished asking, K Shanshan's warm and happy pleasant voice came from the cell phone receiver and behind him at the same time. Busy man. Stinking schoolboy. You're the one who hasn't had time for me. Something is indeed wrong. You turn around. I'll tell you myself. Chapter 165, Znami sends Duanmu, Growth Quest, General Duanmu. You turn around. I'll tell you myself. Listening to the overlapping voices coming from within the earpiece and from behind him, Linny froze, then turned around. Sunshine. A slender, bright, gentle and beautiful woman was standing there, her soft features filled with smiles. The black horseface dress with the sycamore tree and phoenix motif partially covered her long legs and outlined her voluminous waist. The white loose silk blouse was slightly laid back, easily emphasizing her long white neck and delicate collarbone. The black skirt and white shirt is both sophisticated and very attractive. A shapely body with a stunning face, as stunning as it was when we first met. K Santa? Lin also blinked, surprised out loud. K Shanshan, on the other hand, took a step in front of him, her big bright eyes staring at him tightly before she smiled like a flower and lightly rebuked him. Call the schoolteacher. As soon as her words left her mouth, she was embraced tightly by a pair of large hands, and a warm breath came from her ear. Sister K, what do you want to say to me in person? Hearing the deliberately aggravated tone, K Shanshan's red lips bit slightly, and a blush appeared on her face. Say what? She didn't hold back and lightly punched Lin Yi's back with her small fist. The next moment, however, her entire body was moved in front of the other party. Then the eyes within Lin Yi's cheeks are getting bigger and bigger, followed by a strange touch on top of the red lips. In an instant, K Shanshan's eyes widened. Her fists clenched, her toes stood slightly on tiptoe, and her body leaned toward the broad chest in front of her. In front of the Happy House ramen shop, Duan Muyan's eyes widened as she watched the two people who were snuggling closely together change their positions and kiss tightly together, her entire body frozen. Seniors, always a senior. High mountains. But the next moment, he was viciously pinched by the spirit at his side. Oops, what are you pinching me for? Duan Muyan glared angrily towards Ling Ling, who was also nonchalant and angry. Deadwood, what are you looking at? You're too good to keep reading. After saying that, Spirit angrily walked towards the inside of the Happy House, leaving only the puzzled Duanmu in place. Lin also this side. He, who was perfectly engaged in another form of negative distance contact, was enjoying the warmth of his schoolmate's lips and teeth, but there was a sudden pain in his tongue. Hiss. The two quickly separated. Linny hissed and called out, Sister, what are you biting me for? K Shanshan's face was full of redness at this time, and she was already embarrassed. But when she heard Lin Yi's words, she couldn't hold back from giving him a punch. What are you doing so loud? Shame on you. Linny sniffed and rubbed his nose, then looked at his surroundings, and was suddenly too embarrassed to say anything more. So, when the circumstances are right, we'll go deeper? Shut up. After a long time, a party of 4 sat in the pleasure house, and for a time no one spoke. Eventually Linny rubbed his chin and introduced Duan Muyan and K Shanshan to each other, then was the first to speak. I came to Nambo City this time to track down the combination of Lufut and the Deathstorm virus here. That old man is not simple. If he is allowed to regain his power, it sure won't stop. And then he scanned over Ma Ling Ling and Duan Muyan and said with some smiles on his face, that's why I decided to go straight to their headquarters base while destroying these orcsers in the process. As soon as Lin Yi's words left his mouth, an excited smile appeared on Duan Muyan's face. Senpai, let me join you in this good deed. Those orcas, all of them deserve to die. On the other hand, there was a flash of panic on Ma Ling Ling's face, but she quickly regained her composure after looking at Duanmu. Then Linny looked at K Shanshan, whose face had regained its calmness at his side, and smiled as he opened his mouth to inquire. So K-senpai, what is it exactly that you want to tell me in person? Hearing Linny ask this again, K Shanshan blankly glanced at him before opening her mouth with a straight face as well. Here's the thing. My father used to fund and invest in research into supernatural powers with a few big names. I hope to create a weapon that can fight those evil monsters. Upon hearing this, Linny and Duanmu looked at each other in surprise, both having guesses in their hearts. Sure enough, K Shanshan continued in a firm tone. This weapon, a few months ago, had a materialized item. Armor made by man, combined with the 4 elemental energies of the blue star. The moment these words came out, the few people in the room instantly understood. Duan Muyan took out his Naba summoner, while Lin also pulled out a new trophy, the Znami summoner. He turned to K Shanshan and gestured to the armor summoner in his hand, raising an eyebrow as he said, Is this it? K Shanshan, who was still calmly narrating the story, had already widened her eyes at this point. Duan Muyan's possession of the Nava armor summoner she had just learned about was already surprising enough. Unexpectedly, Linny had only just arrived in Nanhua, but he had actually gotten a pair of localized armor as well. How do you do it? K Shanshan surveyed the Znano summoner in her hand, her bright eyes filled with complexity. His father at the time, devastated by the loss of his mother, had devoted the entirety of his business empire to research and development in this area, hoping to find an item that would allow ordinary people to have power as well. She also used to fantasize about it, hoping that she could save more people with the help of the items she researched. Unexpectedly, this item was now lying perfectly in the palm of her hand, and she, too, no longer needed it. When he heard K Shanshan's inquiry, Linny spread his hands in an innocent manner. I just got here and someone rushed to deliver it to me. Not even if you don't take it. Queenslander was speechless at the sound of his voice. Ma Lingling sniffed and silently covered her face. Duan Muyan, on the other hand, smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up towards Linny. This time it was my father who told me that there seemed to be some problems with the research lab over here. Can't be reached at the moment. The 3 pairs of armor that had been developed were all unaccounted for at this point, and a 4th was still being worked on at the time of the loss. I've come this time to find out what's going on in the research lab today and the whereabouts of the main member, Uncle Kerber. After saying this, Xingtian looked at the 2 armor summoners on the table and added after some thought, recycle all 4 pairs of armor if necessary. After listening, Lin Yi nodded. He then grabbed the TS Nano Summoner and threw it directly to Duan Muyan. After catching it with her hands and feet, Duan Muyan looked at Lin Yi with some bewilderment. Lin Yi, on the other hand, smiled and stood up to stretch his body while saying, I didn't bring you any gifts this visit, so I'll give you this armor to use. It just so happens that I think its user's mindfulness requirements match yours as well. Molten Flame Armor in combination with Whirlwind Armor? I'm looking forward to seeing what you do. As soon as his words fell, Duan Muyan's face was filled with intent, and the system's voice came to his ears. Ding! Detecting that the host's battle power exceeds 90% of the creatures in this region. Therefore the Ye Kill Wanted list and Quest Redemption list cannot be refreshed. Modified to activate the growth quest, General Duanmu Oxygen Killing Machine. General Duanmu Oxymoron Killing Machine, with the refinement of his cognition, the increase in armor, and the ability to use it, Duan Muyan will explode into true strength and will truly grow into General Duanmu. The path of conquest does not require the company of the weak. Quest reward, along with the growth of Duan Muyan's combat power, the host will receive a simultaneous numerical increase. Ding! Detecting Duan Muyan to gain Molten Flame Armor Nava and Maelstrom Armor's Nami. Gained reward, Elemental Shard, Fire, devour the power of the fierce flame. Looking at the system panel in front of him as a message crossed over, Lin Yi looked down to the opposite side of the table, where a face full of excitement, Duan Muyan, was playing with another armor summoner in her hand. He was still not the least bit aware of it. This time he will be as helpful as a god. Chapter 166 I'm not afraid of anyone except Lin Yi. Seeing the newly appeared growth quests, Lin also already understood the direction of the future. At least for a short period of time, it was a very good choice to let Duan Muyan raise her battle power. He didn't need to do anything deliberately. After all, Duan Muyan's own growth rate wasn't slow. In the future, if you come across another elemental armor, you can give it to Duan Muyan to use first. Thinking about this, Lin also asked towards Xingtian beside him again. So where is that research lab in Southborough? Queensland replied after sniffing. Everyday Good Group. Inside the building of the Sky Good Group, a young man wearing a baseball shirt jacket was carefully sneaking towards the interior of the building. He looked resolute, his black hair covering his forehead, and he looked as if he was searching for something. Strange, Dad and the guy's lab was originally here, so how did it suddenly disappear? Kusheng frowned as he walked on the floor where the armor research lab was originally located. The place was empty at this point. The area, which had been bright as day, was slightly dimmed, with lights flickering on and off. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front, blocking Kusheng's path. The visitor was a young man, a black suit, lean and slightly handsome in appearance. Kusheng wasn't surprised upon seeing the visitor, but instead frowned and spoke in dissatisfaction. Ma Qingshan, where did your dad get my dad? The visitor was none other than Ma Qingshan, Ma Tian's son. The two of them were also close friends with each other due to their fathers on both sides, except that the atmosphere didn't seem to be great at this point. Ma Qingshan looked towards Kusheng, then sighed before speaking. Kusheng, get out of here. This is not the place you should be. As for Uncle Cor, he'll be fine. At those words, a cold smile appeared on Kusheng's face. He pointed his finger angrily ahead, his tone full of mockery. So where did the research lab go? You say? Is my dad gonna be okay? How do you guarantee that? What makes you guarantee that? Ma Qingshan didn't want to create a conflict with Kusheng, and at this time, he still persuaded in a good voice. The research labs were moved out just to avoid unnecessary losses. A lot is happening these days. Someone might come after the group. You understand? Kusheng was furious to the core by this time. He treated Ma Qingshan as a close friend, but at this point his own father's whereabouts were unknown, and this guy was actually advising him not to look for it? I don't get it. He roared angrily, and his entire body couldn't help but charge towards the front. And Ma Qingshan seemed to have some patience at this time. Don't you make me. His breathing gradually intensified, and a blood-craving red aura was exposed in his eyes, around his body, as if it was hidden, as if it was a substantial funerary storm energy coalesced. But seeing Kusheng's body rushing in, the indignation in the other party's eyes as thick as substance, Ma Qingshan suddenly lost a certain strength. He closed his eyes, as if he intended to let Kusheng come up and dispose of him. But suddenly, a rampant loud laugh came out. Ha ha ha, young master, you don't want to lay a hand on this guy. I'm not polite. As soon as the words fell, a collision sound came violently. Ma Qingshan immediately opened his eyes, only to see into the eyes as Kusheng the whole person flew out of the appearance of. A little startled and angry, he turned to look at his side. A young Lee in a black suit and red tie is laughing maniacally. At this point in time, little Lee was a different person than he had been earlier. Both the manic insanity of his personality and the sudden appearance of a clown mask on his features made his whole person seem even stranger. "What are you doing?" Ma Qingshan spoke angrily. Little Lee turned his head at the sound of his voice. The eye holes in his exaggerated clown mask empty, and it's afterward as if he had no pupils. "Grand Master, Mr. Ma meant to eliminate all the guys who sneaked in here. Dr. Lee said that the top might have to send someone to investigate and get evidence. We can't let them leave Nambo City alive." Ma Qingshan clenched his fists as he sniffed, his face somewhat unwilling, but somewhat powerless. "He's my friend. You can't kill him." On the ground in front of him, Kusheng fell to the ground and covered his chest, looking at the two people in front of him in shock and anger. Immediately afterward, under his shocked gaze, little Li Zi threw back his head and let out a maniacal laugh. Boom! Strong funereal storm energy erupted, and little Li Zi's entire body instantly began to expand and change, transforming into the appearance of ugly demon biker in the blink of an eye. Only unlike earlier, the clown face of the ugly demon biker was even more colorful at this time. Secondary reinforcement. I, who experienced all that pain, have been reborn at this moment. Young master, even you wouldn't be a match for me nowadays. You don't understand what I'm really going through these days. The ugly demon biker's aura was astonishing, and he took one step at a time towards Kusheng's direction in front of him, with a hideous color clearly showing on his face. "Now, I'm not afraid of anyone except Linny." Kusheng's entire body began to retreat at the sight of this scene, but unfortunately, he was already injured. Ugly demon biker summoned his weapon and took a step toward the front, his eyes full of cruelty and tyranny. Half an hour ago, after Kei Shanshan opened her mouth to say the address, Duanmu's face had a look of surprise, while Ma Lingling flashed with hidden worry. As for Linny, he still had an impression of the name and had planned to come to Nanhua City and head straight there. After confirming that the location was the Everyday Good Group, Linny opened his mouth towards Duanmu Yen. "Though theoretically, your Nava armor and Znami armor are of two opposing elements. But the truth is, as long as the summoner can perfectly comprehend the strengths of both elements, then the strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. The basic requirement for the use of Znano armor is to have a mind that is free of waves, and not to have thoughts of retreat or fear, or else it may even cause the armor to disintegrate. There is a reason for this in the disintegration of the Magokai armor, and Duanmu Yan's heart had always been positively hairy and evil, which was reasonably enough to use the Znano armor. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi, Kei Shanshan, and Duanmu Yen traveled to the Everyday Good Group together. With their strength, sneaking inside the building would naturally take little effort. Interestingly enough, they spotted Corson ahead of them right after they dived in. "Looks like this guy knows something about this place. Let's follow him." Linny smiled at Kei Shanshan and opened his mouth. And with that, the group of three followed Kusheng to the hidden floor of the research lab. Immediately after that, Ma Qingshan's appearance and little Li Zi's transformation were all seen by the three people hidden around the corner. When the clown devil biker openly shouted those words, "Now, I'm not afraid of anyone except Linny." Kei Shanshan and Duanmu Yen both looked at Linny with strange eyes, somewhat unable to understand how this hideous Auxer could have shouted such words. Kei Shanshan glanced at Linny, then softly inquired, "So what exactly did you do to him?" Lin also looked at the ugly demon biker in slight bewilderment. "I don't know. All he remembers is that in Hope City, the guy jumped hastily into the river to escape. As for all the devastation that little Li Zi had suffered in Jinghai City, in fact, Linny didn't know anything at all. The pain that the ugly demon biker thought he suffered was just the ripple effect of Linny's randomly executed moves." Seeing that Kusheng was about to be poisoned, Kei Shanshan was a bit unable to watch and stood out on the spot with her flying shadow summoner in hand. "Stop!" At those words, ugly demon biker stopped moving and looked forward. Chapter 167, Does Boxer Deserve to Die? That's bullshit. What are you here for? Looking for death? The ugly demon biker's voice was hoarse as he looked at the woman who had just appeared, his words full of mockery. As for Ma Qingshan, he was even more astonished at this moment. "I didn't expect that there would actually be so many outsiders here today." Kei Shanshan looked at the hideous ugly demon biker and didn't say anything more, only gently pressing the flying shadow summoner in her hand. At once, the small, delicate, light blue music player reconfigured itself and stretched out on both sides to transform into a summoner. Around his waist, a well-fitting belt appeared at the same time. With that, she ran her jade finger across the right side of the card box. A summoning card instantly flew out from the card box and instantly disappeared into the summoner. Snap! Kei Shanshan flipped her wrist and slapped the flying shadow summoner right into the center of her belt. Immediately after that, her intent energy condensed and her arms stretched out to cross from her side, trajectory like a full moon. And then, Her red lips lightly opened and she lightly drank out. Flying shadow armor. Combine. Boom. Pounds of heaven and earth energy descended in an instant, directly submerging Xingtian's entire slender body. The next moment, armor as dull as a sculpture appeared. Bare. Sharp sounds appeared, and a storm of energy like sharp blades swept up from the legs of the flying shadow armor, as if stripping away the shell, turning the stone shell into shards tumbling. Inside, the delicate and metallic, pale blue and pure white armor of the flying shadow armor appeared. Armor fit. A mechanical sound rang out, and the flying shadow armor gracefully took a step forward. Across the room, ugly demon biker froze, then cried out in surprise. Flying shadow armor? But immediately he adjusted his mindset. His weapon clenched in his hand, and he spoke out viciously. I'm not afraid of you. Just as the ugly demon biker was planning to deal with Xingtian, another excited voice came. Oxer? All of them are not worth dying for. You're ready to die here today. Duan Muyan stepped out from around the corner. The summoner of the Nava armor clutched in his hand, staring at the ugly demon biker with eyes full of excitement, and then without the slightest hesitation, he directly pressed the Nava armor summoner. Belt appears, placing the summoner on his belt. He pressed the elemental key again and popped his mouth. Flame of Nava, devour the power of the mighty flame. Merge. Boom. The elemental key is inserted into the summoner and twisted. A surge of fire elemental descended. Red-orange armor that looked like it was composed of molten flame suddenly appeared. On the opposite side, both Ma Qingshan and Little Li Zi had been surprised to the extreme at this point. Hope City's armor and Nambu City's armor appear together. This picture is not quite right, but Li Jr. still isn't that worried. He twisted his head to look at Ma Qingshan, his heart comforted slightly. So what if they had the same two combatants on their side against two pairs of armor? What's to fear? I said. I'm not afraid of anyone. Today, all of you will have no return. The ugly demon biker let out a loud laugh that was full of joy without the slightest scruple. But just then, a slightly surprised voice came around the corner again. Oh, yes? Hearing this slightly familiar voice, ugly demon biker's laughter came to an abrupt end. He stared intently at the dimly lit corner and couldn't help but take 2 steps back, even some awe already showing in his eyes. No way! Who's playing God there? He hissed out. Then with a wave of his hand he blasted a wave of energy there. Boom! The energy wave directly shattered the wall there. And as the smoke merged with the dim light, an upright and dashing figure slowly stepped out. Linny flung his wrist, before looking at the ugly demon biker with a smile on his lips. One moment. Little Lizzie broke down. No way. Absolutely not. He let out a few hasty yelps and took 2 steps back without holding back. The facetious clown mask is even more exaggerated at this point, and the shock on it has congealed into a sculpture. How did you get here? The ugly demon biker finally faced reality after shock, awe, and haste, and began to turn to anger. How is it that wherever I go, you appear? Why you just won't leave me alone? He roared out, as if he wanted to vent his heart full of grievances. Beside Little Li Zi, Ma Qingshan are a little surprised to twist his head to look at him. A little did not expect this guy's reaction so intense. Lin also froze for a moment when he heard this guy's voice so aggrieved, but on second thought his voice turned cold. If you say so, how come everything everywhere involves you clowns? He was a little surprised himself as he spoke, and made a point of glancing at ugly demon biker, and all of them actually made it out alive. Strength line or not, luck is indeed quite good. Linny had only said it casually, but it seemed as if he had already touched a certain nerve deep within Little Lizzie's heart. He scanned over the crowd in front of him, then roared out in anger. Luck? Then you will see what kind of sins I have suffered, only to see the ugly demon biker's body change for a while. The whole person once again regained his human appearance. With that, he removed the clown mask from his face, instantly causing several people present to take a step back in shock. Underneath the clown mask was the horrible face of a burned and battered man. Lin also saw the scene and frowned slightly, then realized that this was the blazing flame inferno dragon's flame scorching. Then without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, he said in an indifferent tone, "You asked for this. Now, your life may not be yours either." As soon as these words were spoken, the ugly demon biker who heard them on the other side threw back his head and roared, the funereal violence energy around his body becoming more and more dense. Good. You guys claim to be decent so you can bully us little people at will? Little Plum roared out in anger, and his body, once again strengthened, seemed to be a bit tougher. Xingtian's face within the armor was a bit more serious, and the flying shadow armor was poised, and Duan Muyan even took a step forward, reaching out and pointing at the ugly demon biker as she angrily shouted, "Oxer, you deserve all that you've received today. You're actually getting aggravated? You deserve it." With that he took a step towards the front, and his mouth was even more righteous. "If you are considered a little person, What about all those innocent people you hurt and killed? His words were sharp and incomparable, directly making the ugly demon biker unable to catch his words. At the back, Lin Yi was instantly satisfied when he saw this scene. I don't even have to talk with this Duanmu kid around. Seeing Duanmu Yan approaching, the ugly demon biker roared angrily and rushed in all of a sudden. Fighting with Duanmu Yan. Bang! The two collided together. The Nava armor blasted out with a punch and clashed with the ugly demon biker's weapon. Boom! Both sides were impacted by the force and separated at the same time. Duanmu took a few steps back and deeply mobilized the power of his Nava armor while opening his mouth to curse once again. You case. He has done many evil things, killing and setting fire to people. It should have been all wiped out. One day it's Oksur, and you'll be Oksur for the rest of your life. These exits immediately touched the heart of another person in the room. Ma Qingshan clenched his fists as he sniffed, his breathing gradually becoming ragged, and a reddish aura appeared in his eyes. At this time, his heart is full of Duanmu Yan's drinking. And then think of the pain of these days. Endure humiliation, or aiding and abetting. He couldn't bear it at once and looked up straight at Duanmu Yan, sulking unwillingly. What happened to Oksur? Does Oksur deserve to die? These words came out, immediately causing everyone present to freeze. Lin Yi had stood back and scanned over Ma Qingshan, already seeing his problem. So the corners of his mouth hooked up and he didn't say anything, just smiled. For his part, Little Li deeply agrees. Ku Shang, who had fallen to the ground, and Kei Shanshan, who was on the side, both froze at the words, as if they were about to think deeply about the issue. Only Duanmu Yan, the next moment after Ma Qingshan asked. He then responded with a rightful snort. That's bullshit. And then he stared at Ma Qingshan, responding word for word despite the slight doubt in his heart. Oksur, damn it all. Boom. As soon as his words fell, a strong energy erupted around Ma Qingshan. In the next moment, dark red energy swept Ma Qingshan away. With a ragged gasp, a hideous Orcus wrapped in dark black armor, with a robust and powerful body and a pair of giant horns on his head appeared. The Magic Cow Oxygen. Chapter 168, Blizzard Flying Shadow defeats Ugly Demon Biker. The moment the demonic bull Oksur appeared, a powerful aura instantly swept around him. The ugly demon biker on the side, despite his previous words that he was not weaker than Ma Qingshan, but at this time, he felt this strong force in his heart was still weak. But then there was some joy in his heart, with Ma Qingshan making a move. His original pressure plummeted, and Duanmu Yan's eyes widened when he saw the scene in front of him, and there was surprise and anger in his voice. So it's you. He had fought with the demonic bull, Oksur, several times before, from being outmatched and crushed in the beginning to struggling to hold on. After returning from Hope City he thought he'd gotten a big boost in strength, but unfortunately didn't run into the demonic bull Oksur again. During this time, instead, he met Ma Qingshan, Ma Lingling's big brother, and now, he didn't expect that Ma Qingshan was actually the demon bull Oxygen. At the thought of this, Duanmu Yan's entire being was suddenly filled with rage. Do you, Orcus, actually presume to be friends with me? What the hell are you guys up to? He bellowed out angrily, his target coming from the original ugly demon biker to the demon bull oxymoron. The brother-in-law meets his great-uncle. At this moment, Duanmu Yan had already adjusted her state to its peak, and her entire body charged directly towards the demonic bull oxygenator. Ma Qingshan wasn't the least bit afraid at this point. His anger surged and he swung his fist to attack. Boom! The fist of Nava's armor wrapped in molten flames struck the demonic bull, Oxygen, directly on its chest with a roar. And at the same time, the demonic bull Oksur punched above Nava's breastplate. At once, both bodies shook dramatically and took a few steps back. Duanmu Yan repositioned herself and snorted coldly. I'm not the same person I was at the beginning. This time, exterminate you. The demonic Oksur had a robust body, and at this time, both fists were equally clenched, with a powerful force brewing. With you? Instantly, the two men once again charged forward and collided together, launching a fierce engagement. Bang, 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 a punch and a kick. The power of the molten flame meets the power of the Morningstorm virus in full force. The other side, Kei Shanshan placed her target on top of the ugly demon biker as she stepped forward with a stride, her mouth softly bellowing out an inquiry. Since you appeared here, you must know exactly where the original research lab went. The ugly demon biker laughed and mocked. Whether I know it or not, you're not qualified to ask me. Seeing this, Lin Yi scanned both sides of the battlefield and was about to come towards Kei Shanshan's side. However, Kei Shanshan raised her hand towards Lin Yi after hearing the ugly demon biker's words, a rare hint of fire in her gentle voice. Lin Yi, don't make a move. I can take care of him. The flying shadow armor's eye armor lit up, and Kei Shanshan's voice with a murderous aura came out. Since you don't see the coffin, you can wait. Wait till I put a knife to your head. Boom! The intentional energy exploded violently. The legs of the flying shadow armor lit up blue. Her entire body braked forward. Her torso flipped for a split second. And she used her legs like a blade. Flying shadow leg. Bear. The flying shadow kick was utilized and kicked fiercely towards ugly demon biker's head. Feeling the sharpness like a blade, the ugly demon biker was shocked in his heart. And he was busy retreating a step back and using his weapon to resist this leg. Bang! The flying shadow leg kicked above ugly demon biker's weapon, stopping the attack and flipping back. Xingtian took advantage of the situation to turn around and throw a punch, ruthlessly striking above the latter's chest. Boom! Ugly devil biker's body was shaken. 2 steps back after a hideous smile. Backhand as a stick whacked down. Is that all you've got? And trying to put a knife to my neck and ask me questions, ha ha. Xingtian's mind was flabbergasted, and her flying shadow armor instantly stepped back to dodge the attack. When she heard ugly demon biker's mocking words, she didn't get angry and just calmly took 2 steps back. So that's where your strength stops. In that case, get ready to listen to the lullaby. Boom! Pale blue substantial intent energy erupted at once, surging into the summoner of the flying shadow armor. With that, Xingtian opened her mouth, raging waves brewing in her calm. Swift as the wind, swift as the forest, swept away like fire, hard to know like the shadows, flying shadows of blistering electricity. Upgrade. Boom! In an instant, the entire flying shadow armor erupted with majestic energy. With that, the armor's armor began to reconfigure. The chest armor opens up into full silver armor, with feathers and thrusters protruding from the back. The central summoner of the belt spreads its wings at the same time, and the eye armor reconfigures to extend out into wing armor for more majesty. Linny in the back looked at the upgraded flying shadow armor and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sister K is still so cautious. First use the normal form to test the opponent's strength, and upgrade blasted lightning flying shadow after figuring it out. It should be intended to be straightforward and quick, almost just in an instant. The blistering lightning flying shadow upgrade was complete. Seeing the newly appeared, more majestic and powerful armor, the ugly demon biker's eyes revealed vigilance. He thought that Xingtian would still try to attack, but he didn't expect a clear drinking voice to come out. Flying shadow leg. At once, a card flew out of the card box on the side of the blaster flying shadow and disappeared into the summoner. As the flying shadow armor raced towards the clown demon biker, a pair of delicate white leg armor was assembled on its legs, and then the blistering electric flying shadow leapt up, directly toward the ugly devil biker ruthlessly crashed. Boom! Before ugly demon biker had time to react, he was kicked out by a blistering flying shadow like a bolt of lightning. Bang! He fell to the ground and was about to get up and counterattack when he heard another crisp voice come along with the attack. Flying shadow blast kick, only to see the blasting electricity flying shadow rise up in the air once again. His leg armor was fully wrapped with intentional energy, and his mountain-like power was blasted out in a hurry. Bang! This leg viciously kicked above ugly demon biker's chest, directly sending the latter flying backwards. Instead, the blistering lightning flying shadow stepped hard on his torso, rubbing against the ground for several meters before rising lightly and tumbling to the ground. The ugly demon biker slammed hard into the top of the building's wall, directly blasting out a huge crater. This set of combos flowed like water, almost utilizing blast flying shadow strengths to the fullest. Xingtian is even more ruthless. She ran her right hand across the card box on the side of her waist once more, and with a pinch of her fingers, 2 weapon cards appeared in her hand. Jedi Whirlwind Blade. Snap! Both weapon cards were removed and tapped into the summoner at the same time, and the sharpness suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xingtian placed her hands in front of her body in a false grip, one in front of the other. A light blue light and shadow flowed out, and a long front and back double-edged sword appeared from a virtual but real construct. The light blue handle echoes the sharp, shiny blade, as if 2 one-handed knives were combined by the hilts in a highly exaggerated sense. The blasted electricity flying shadow wielded this long sword, and his aura was suddenly on a higher level. With a movement of her feet, her body instantly transformed into a shadow and rushed out to the front of the ugly demon biker, followed by a slash. Bang! The ugly demon biker was terrified, and the weapon in his hand was raised to ward off this blade, and he was suddenly blasted and slammed hard against the wall again. No! You woman! How can you suddenly be so strong? After being slashed above his body by the Jedi Cyclone Blade once again and feeling the immense pain, the ugly demon biker finally felt intimidated. Xingtian summoned the flying shadow armor, despite the fact that her temperament looked light and slender. But at this time, holding a long knife in his hand, he gave off a valiant feeling. She turned the blade of her Jedi Shadow Whirlwind sword forward, right at the center of the ugly demon biker's brow, and spoke coldly. Now, can you talk? Not far away, Linny took a step and his entire body appeared beside Oxer. He looked down at the ugly demon biker and stood with his arms folded. Look, I've never not spared you. Only, you don't even have the credentials to make me fight. Chapter 169 Duan Muyan vs Ma Qingshan, Lufa's whereabouts. Over here, Kai Shanshan had already taken hold of the ugly demon biker. And during this time, the battles between Duan Muyan and Ma Qingshan, and the Nava armor and the demon bull Oxymore were also in full swing. Fierce flame attack. Duan Muyan didn't hesitate for a second. The strong molten flame attack was blasted out by his fist and flew straight towards the side of the demonic bull Oxygen. And Ma Qingshan is equally not vain. After taking on the form of Orcus, a hard black armor formed outside of his body. Facing the incoming attack, he clenched his fist and blasted away. Boom boom boom. Those strong fire elemental attacks were actually dispersed and exploded by his fists in midair. Incarnate Oxer, doing evil, what face do you have to see the spirit? How dare you come to me? Duan Muyan shouted out angrily, taking advantage of the situation to attack, punching and kicking. Maoyama sniffs at the thought of becoming an occulter for the sake of his sister's one slip of a fault. Having to listen to my father again and do things I don't like. The bitterness and agonizing choices within him caused him to explode. So he too hissed out and met them head on. What do you know? For a while, the sound of metal clashing was endless. The impact of the two sides' fighting forces directly shattered the surrounding ground, causing smoke and dust to rise in all directions. Finally, Ma Qingshan took a step back, and the funereal storm energy around him grew thicker. He pointed a single finger at Duan Muyan and drank coldly. Raise the sword of justice and think of your own selfish desires. Ha! To put it bluntly, it's about avenging your father's death, but it's about ridding the people of evil. Hypocrisy. With that, he reached out toward the side with one hand. Powerful energies converged, only to see that all of a sudden, a wide, dark red greatsword was grabbed out by him, and then danced around. Dark magic sword. Across the street, Duan Muyan heard Ma Qingshan's accusation. He frowned and pointed one finger at the other, then spoke out angrily. I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. At that exact moment, the weapon recharged above the panel of the Nava armor, so he summoned his weapon at once. Molten Lin Blade. The Nava armor's left hand formed a claw and gripped lightly. A ball of molten flame fire that contained powerful energy was grasped in his hand. In the next moment, his right hand gently grabbed from the molten flame fireball. Instantly, a delicate hilt that was orange-red in color and flowed like lava appeared. Tighten your grip on the hilt of the sword and draw hard. The sharp and searingly hot molten Lin blade appeared in its entirety. Both sides summoned their weapons and the great battle began once more. Duan Muyan charged forward and slashed down viciously. On the other hand, Ma Qingshan took a few steps back and quickly swung out a few swords with the dark devil sword in both hands. A dark red sharp sword she chopped out, fiercely heading towards the Nava armor. Duan Muyan was shocked at this and was busy closing her sword in defense. Bang! 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 The dark red, strong sword chi continuously crashed into the molten Lin blade, directly causing Duan Muyan's entire body to take several steps back. Humph! Blocking these attacks, Duan Mu let out a cold snort, his body shakily charging forward. In an instant, the Nava armor turned into a ball of flame and suddenly appeared behind the demon bull Oxygen. Immediately after that, the molten Lin blade slashed down fiercely with flames. Bear! The sharp blade slashed directly on top of the opponent's armor, sending out several sparks. And then Duan Muyan took the opportunity to leap up. Bursts of fire elements condensed on the melting Lin blade, followed by a slash. Fierce flame slash. The blade chi with molten flames slashed down with force, directly causing the demonic bull Oxer to hold his sword against it and fly out backwards. And just then, Duan Muyan noticed that a prompt appeared on the Nava armor panel. The first mandatory kill is recharged. In an instant, Duan Mu unleashed a sure kill. Surging fire elemental energy quickly gathered around the body of Nava's armor, and the molten Lin blade in his hand was burning with a blazing flame at the moment. Orange-red molten flame wrapped around the entire weapon, and then Duan Mu flicked the tip of the blade from the circumference. The next moment, he violently exploded. The entire person leapt up, his body enveloped in strong fire elemental power. The molten Lin blade was wrapped in molten flames, as if it had expanded several times, and was slashed down with a strong force. Boom! The several feet of molten flame blade gas that was as substantial as substance split forcefully from the air, directly chopping the top and bottom of the building and cutting across it. The Ma Qingshan below also discovered this powerful strike. He gritted his teeth and held his sword, his body's energy blatantly exploding. Instantly, a dark red energy shield appeared around the demon bull Oxymoron. At the same time he held the dark magic sword madly slashing. A sword chi was cleaved out to resist this must kill. Boom! Smoke and dust. The entire area where the battle was fought in front of them was reduced to rubble, and even the floorboards below were almost blown apart. Duan Muyan landed on the ground and gasped slightly before gazing at it. Beneath the smoke, the demonic bull, Oxer, half-kneeled with his chest covered. It was amazing that he had resisted the blow. Ma Qingshan raised his head and scanned the crowd. Then he got up and was about to quickly leave. You can't leave on my watch. Lin Yi, who had only just dealt the ugly demon biker a blow, laughed softly, and then with a single step of shifting shape, his entire person had appeared in front of the path Ma Qingshan had fled from. Ma Aoyama was still in the mold of oxygen at this point. He covered his chest and held his magic sword in one hand. His brow furrowed as he said, "Get out of the way. I don't kill innocent people." At those words Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't hold back his laughter. "Get out of the way? Is that about me?" As soon as the words fell, his entire body appeared like a phantom in front of the demonic bull Oxygen. A punch was then thrown. Bang! The powerful force directly blasted at Ma Qingshan's abdomen, causing his entire body to fly backwards. And in the course of the air, a shriveling of the funereal storm energy around him forced the oxymoron body to disintegrate. Lin Yi clenched his fists in place before turning in the direction of the ugly demon biker and smiling brightly. "And you, by the way." So another step was taken and a punch was thrown down. The screams came out, and little Li's biker body was disintegrated and restored to its human form. The few people present stared in disbelief when they saw this maneuver of Lin Yi's. "Who the hell is Oxer? I thought you said your body was strong." And then, Lin Yi and Duan Muyen came together to the large pit where Ma Qingshan was lying down. He formed and unclenched his palms into fists, originally just stretching his muscles, but a figure quickly rushed in at this moment and pounced on Ma Qingshan's body. "Senior Lin Yi, please, don't kill my brother. He's not a bad guy. It was just an accidental infection with the Deathstorm virus." A crisp young girl's voice rang out, and Duan Muyan's surprised voice came. "Spirit, how did you get in here?" The one who stood in front of Ma Qingshan was none other than Ma Lingling. Lin Yi originally didn't have much desire to kill Ma Qingshan, so he didn't open his mouth when he saw her blocking him. On the contrary, it was Duan Muyen, who lifted the Manhwa armor, and then looked at Ma Lingling with an incredulous gaze. "You already knew your brother was Oxer?" Ma Lingling's face showed a gloomy and ashamed look. "I'm just afraid you'll hurt him." At those words Duan Muyan's face instantly revealed a look of displeasure. "Aren't you afraid he'll hurt me?" Silence. There was a silence. Seeing that the atmosphere had become like this, Lin Yi retreated from the area and came over to little Li Zi's side. He stepped forward and slapped the guy first, then spoke in a cold voice. "Next I ask and you answer. If you don't want to answer, I won't give you a hard time. Reward you with a punch." Me. The whacked out little Li Zi didn't dare to resist at this time, so he busily nodded his head. "First, what's the strength of that old thief? Lufa? Where did you hide it?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's inquiry, the incredibly weak little Li Zi's eyes even revealed some gnashing of teeth. "That guy. The doctor told me that he had absorbed a staggering amount of the Deathstorm virus. The body mutated and regained its full strength. Awesome and scary, but he didn't want to start a fight with the doctor, so rolled up a batch of the advanced version of the bereavement virus that was researched, and took in a dozen or so more OxyContin. Straight off the base. Chapter 170, Infected with the Deathstorm virus. The beginning of the storm. Hearing little Li Zi's words, Lin Yi frowned, more or less worried in his heart. "Not only have you regained your full strength, but you've actually taken in quite a few occurs, and took some of the Death Riot virus with him. What does he want?" In any case, Lin also planned to inform the Hope City side of the news first, so that they could take extra precautions, prevent that old thing from going back for revenge. Returning to his senses, Lin Yi continued to press little Li Zi. "Secondly, where has the lab led by Cabron to research 4-element armor been transferred to?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Ku Shang, who was not far away, instantly cast a concerned gaze as well. That was the purpose of his trip. Little Li Zi collapsed on the ground, the pain coming from his torso causing him to grimace, and he directly shook his head after hearing Lin Yi's inquiry. "I don't know." Aha! Seeing Lin Yi's eyes grow dangerous, he busily opened his mouth to add another sentence. "I really don't know. The transfer of the research lab, that was Ma Tian's responsibility. He didn't tell anyone else at all." Lin Yi's expression remained flat after hearing this. "Third, what about the biochemistry lab that researches the Death Riot virus? Where?" Seeing this look on his face, little Li Zi gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty after hesitant entanglement. "If I tell you, can you guys leave me alone?" There was a hopeful look on his face when he asked the question. Lin Yi said dryly and decisively, "Can't." For a moment, the hanging heart finally died. "I don't want to die. Spare my life." The strong will to survive hadn't given up yet, and after gritting his teeth, he climbed up with difficulty and knelt down in front of Lin Yi to open his mouth. "I can do things for you later. Dr. Li didn't tell me the location of the biochemical research lab when he moved it, but I'm alive so I can go to him. You'll naturally know what's going on there when the time comes. I can be the mole." Instead of choosing to make another offer, the bare-faced and incomparable little Li Zi directly told all that he knew. Isn't that what living is all about after a hard escape for so long? Changing sides isn't that hard to do as long as you survive. Seeing little Li Zi in this state, Lin also rubbed his chin slightly. Don't know the location? Inside job? With a movement of his mind, a wisp of intent energy silently attached itself to the latter. Some rudimentary techniques for the use of intentional energy in the Ares combat art of tracking and locating. Lin also tested it personally and it works very well. When little Li Zi saw Lin, he paused to think. He once again had some hope in his heart, and his eyes showed a slight color of joy. Next moment, Lin turned to leave and said in passing towards Kei Shanshan, "Hokage, finish him off with a sure kill." For a moment, it was like falling into a pit of ice. Once again his heart hangs in the air and once again he dies. Seeing Lin say that, Kei Shanshan didn't say anything more, just nodded, meaning to be able to coalesce. Desperation filled little Li's eyes, but he still struggled to gather the energy to take on the body of Orcus again. Kei Shanshan took a step back and pulled out a delicate card from within the card box on the left side, then shakily inserted it into the Jedi Cyclone Blade. Blast lightning demon breaking slash. Sharp and strong energy erupted out, accompanied by Kei Shanshan's clear and cold gulp as she slashed out. The light blue blade chi that was several feet long appeared like a substance, and it went straight to cut at little Li Zi on the ground. Boom! When the sharp blade chopped through the latter's oxymoronized body, a roar came out. The ugly demon biker's body exploded. On the other side of this floor, Duan Muyen had already disarmed her armor by now, but there was obviously a bit of a conflict between him and Ma Lingling, and the two stood opposite each other, neither of them speaking. As for Ma Qingshan, he got up with difficulty and weakly knelt on the ground. Lin came along with Kei Shanshan and Kushang and wasn't surprised to see this scene. The armor research lab has been moved. Should we continue to stay here? Kei Shanshan sniffed and looked at Lin, obviously looking at what he meant, and Kushang's face looked grim, and he didn't say anything. Duan Muyen, on the other hand, swept her eyes over Ma Qingshan and let out a cold snort. The biochemical research lab that studies the death riot virus is also here, and even if it's moved, it's inevitable that it will leave behind a leak. Better go check it out. Maybe we'll find some clues. As soon as his words left his mouth, a system voice came to Lin Yi's ears. Ding! Trigger Growth Quest, the beginning of the Deathstorm. Search for the biochemical research lab within the Daily Good group to find the root cause of the Deathstorm virus. Quest reward, hacked version of Death Riot virus, boostable, new form, God of War, boosted physical strength. Aha! A cracked version of the Death Riot virus? What the hell? Lin hadn't understood, but seeing the back of the panel labeled enhancing physical strength made it roughly clear. Using this morning riot virus, you can boost your physique by another wave? Deep in my heart, no matter what, your own body is a vital presence. The stronger the body, the stronger the life force, the stronger the whole will be. So he immediately nodded towards Duan Muyen, agreeing with his proposal. In the end, Lin decided that he, Kei Shanshan, and Duan Muyen would go with him to investigate deeper while a few other ordinary people would leave the area for now. The former Bereavement Storm Virus Research Laboratory, which is on the next floor down from here. As Lin and the others were about to leave, the frail Ma Qingshan opened his mouth to tell them this information. The dimly lit floor was divided into two groups of several men. Only no one seems to notice that in certain corners of the floor, a tiny camera is quietly recording everything. And where the party fought, on the devastated ground that had been blasted, the body of a man wearing a clown mask was collapsing within a large pit. Suddenly, a tentacle-like thing flashed in a flash, directly binding this body instantly dragged away. Inside the narrow fire stairs, the light was almost equivalent to none. Lin, who was descending the stairs, seemed to sense something in this moment, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Duan Muyen walked at the front, using his cell phone to illuminate his face, which still had unresolved anger on it. For such a big conglomerate, there's not even a light in this staircase. Lin and Kei Shanshan were side by side, but he didn't feel anything. After the release of intentional energy swept around, the camera around him instantly burst into flames. Unsurprisingly, this place should still be watched by those people. Duan Muyen felt the strange impacting power of the party and couldn't help but turn to look at Lin with even more admiration in her heart. Lin scanned the surroundings and continued, "Don't bother to keep playing these uninspired games with them. I'll take you straight down." Duan Muyen was still in a daze when she heard this and saw the familiar flip phone appear in Lin hand. Xingtian Armor. Lin also pressed the summon button within the phone, and the closing cover was instantly inserted within the groove of the hand armor on his left arm. Merge. In an instant, purple electricity mixed with energy swept through, and the Xingtian Armor appeared at once. Shift. Lin gulped softly and grabbed Kei Shanshan and Duan Muyen with both hands respectively, his intent energy projecting out directly. Just now when he was descending the stairs his intentional energy release had already mapped out the general appearance of the lower part of the building. Instantly, the scene in front of him changed. The three of them appeared together in a laboratory that covered a rather large area with various research instruments on display, but was empty at the moment. The lab was brightly lit, but the moment the trio instantly appeared here, ear-piercing alarms began to sound. The lights then began to flicker while several jet heads poked out. Bear! Many light green potions were spilled out in one go, instantly filling the entire lab. Almost just for a split second, the normally breathing Kei Shanshan and Duan Muyan exhaled into this all-over potion. No good. Kei Shanshan's complexion changed slightly, and as she was about to summon her armor, her entire body fell softly into Lin Yi's arms with a cry. And Duan Muyan also realized something was wrong. The body is rapidly tiring, as if something is shifting and spreading internally. Holy shit! He thought of something and collapsed to the ground with suffocation in his eyes. Lin similarly understood. His face changed slightly as he cradled Kei Shanshan in his arms, whose body was rapidly burning, whose cheeks were flushed, and whose mouth was emitting a painful moan. Mud. The Death Riot Virus. Chapter 171, You want me to turn into Oxer? That's never going to happen. There was no doubt that the funereal storm virus had been dropped in advance in this research room. As soon as a lifeform shows up here, those devices automatically start dropping. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings, and then his intent energy suddenly erupted in an onslaught. At once, the laboratory was blasted by a shockwave break. Whether it was the equipment and instruments, or the hidden cameras, all of them burst into flames in a flash. Within the Shura armor, Lin also frowned. We can't let these Deathstorm viruses spread. Same time, within the city of Nimbo, inside another hidden underground research room, the bald and ruthlessly Xiaochen was sitting on a chair, looking at the sudden disappearance of the surveillance image in front of him, a smug smile on his face. Ha ha ha, this is a spiked version of the virus that has been enhanced many times, getting infected faster and having more rapid seizures. You ridiculous people, trying to destroy Oxer and stop my plan? Then I'll make you all oxymorons too. After muttering to himself, he swiveled his chair around, a look of morose coldness and scorn in his eyes. Lufa, did you leave Nimbo or not? Can you still remember the promise you made to me? The domineering armor within the party's surveillance screen. Could it be the Lin Yi they're talking about? Li Xiaoxiao got up from his chair and took 2 steps forward to the edge of the railing. Looking downward, there was a large, solidly constructed iron cage. Inside the cage, many oxymorons wandering. Should we make another biobic out of it? Inside the underground biochemical laboratory of the Skygood group, Lin also summoned the Shura armor. So naturally, he was safe and sound. It was just that both Duan Muyan and Kei Shanshan had been infected by the Deathstorm virus by this time, and both seemed to be in somewhat bad shape. The roots of the Morning Storm virus. Where the hell is it? Even now, Lin also still hadn't forgotten about the mission. By now the lab had long been pitch black, and the darkness still had the bereavement storm virus coursing through the air. Shura Battle Chi. A slight movement of the mind. The Shura armor's right hand lifted up, instantly releasing a lavender layer of Battle Chi light shield. In an instant, the shroud of light expanded, encompassing the entirety of the Deathstorm virus in the lab. Prevent leakage. And then Lin Yi embraced Kei Shanshan towards the front. He had already detected the presence of items in the center of the lab. Even though it was pitch black outside, it was no different than day to him. Soon he came to the glass isolation table at the center. Inside the glass booth, a very old-looking bone was on display. Is this it? Lin Yi directly reached out and picked up this piece of bone, and as his intent energy swept across it, the hidden strands of funereal violence within it flowed out. Li Xiaoxiao left actually didn't take this piece of bone with him. Is it because it's going to trigger the Deathstorm virus left behind, or is the bone no longer of use to him? Lin Yi thought for a moment, and the familiar system voice rang in his ears. Ding! Growth Quest, the beginning of the Morning Storm, completed. Quest reward, Controlled Crike Deathstorm virus, new form, God of War. In an instant, the Morning Storm virus, which had been isolated by the Shura Battle Chi, swept madly towards the bone in Lin Yi's hand. Like a dragon scroll, they all disappeared into the flat, uninteresting bone. Strong funereal violence breath spread, immediately let Lin also embrace the Kei Shanshan more difficult. Body also cannot stop began to tremble. A few seconds later, in Lin Yi's hand, the original bone had disappeared, replaced by a drop of dark green, emerald-like crystal liquid. Is this what the system calls? A controlled chemicalized Deathstorm virus? Lin Yi stared at the liquid in his hand, a look of surprise and skepticism in his eyes. The Morning Riot virus strengthens the human flesh and causes a person to change into an oxymoron. If I use this thing, it's not going to turn out like Oxer too, is it? Ha! That look on Oxer's face. He didn't want it, casually throwing the drop of liquid into the gravity-defying high magnetic prison. Lin Yi turned around and came back to Duan Muyan, who was lying straight on the ground, grunting straight from the mouth. This virus, transforming people's bodies? Isn't that similar to my ethereal body? Raising an eyebrow, he instantly had something else in mind. As soon as he grabbed Duan Muyan from the ground, and then his intent energy was injected within the Shura armor. Shift. Swish. The darkness before his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a familiar light. Happy House Ramen Shop. By now, Ma Lingling and Ma Qingshan and Kusheng had all returned to the Happy House as well. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the Shura armor appeared in the store with Kei Shanshan and Duan Muyan, immediately startling the crowd. Ha! Seniors? You guys? How come you're back like this? Ma Lingling was originally a bit puzzled when she saw Lin Yi's trio appear, but immediately she noticed something wrong with Kei Shanshan and Duan Muyan. What's going on with them? Ma Lingling spoke out anxiously, and as Ma Qingshan looked at Duan Muyan's slightly hideous appearance, as well as the familiar aura coming from his body, he immediately revealed a thoughtful look. Lin also spoke bluntly. They just accidentally contracted the Deathstorm virus down there. Ha! When Ma Lingling heard this, she was shocked. What about that? When Ma Qingshan, who was on the side, heard this, some strange gazes appeared in his eyes. After some thought, he finally spoke cautiously. By the looks of it, what they're infected with should be a new type of modified Deathstorm virus. Faster infection, shorter process, and of course, the transformation is a little more painful. At this point, Duan Muyan and Kei Shanshan had already endured the bereavement virus for some time, and despite the pain that still hit them, they were barely sane. At this time, hearing Ma Qingshan's words, Duan Muyan's eyes went black, even the heart of death. No way. How the hell could I be infected with the Deathstorm virus? I don't want to turn into an oxymoron. Duan Muyan roared out in anger, his words filled with unacceptability. It's normal when you think about it. It's been wiping out Oxy, and Great Uncle have shouted out a thirst generation thirst words, and now they themselves have changed? How can I get along in the future? Seeing Duan Muyan in this dying, agonizingly uncomfortable state, Lin Yi didn't hold back his laughter and said, Duan Mu, I now have a way to keep you from turning into an oxymoron. The process can also be a bit painful, but the benefits are great. Would you like to? Before he could finish, Duan Muyan busily started nodding her head. As long as it doesn't change oxygen, it's whatever you want it to be. Yes. Lin Yi turned towards Ma Lingling and opened his mouth. Prepare 2 rooms. After Ma Lingling left, he then turned toward Kei Shanshan, who was biting her lip to endure the pain in his arms. Sister, don't worry, and you'll be fine. Kei Shanshan was weak at the moment. Her showy fists clenched, and she clutched Lin Yi's clothes in a death grip. She looked up. Her eyes were misty, her red lips were tightly bitten, and her warm and soft voice came out. I believe you. The room is ready. Duan Muyan was thrown into one of the rooms. As Lin Yi carried Kei Shanshan to another room, Duan Muyan, her eyes full of hope, grasped the door of the room and shouted at him. Senpai, you're going to have to be quick about it. I'll be over here waiting for you to come. He also believed in Lin also. At the same time, Duan Mu also took the opportunity to look at Ma Qingshan behind Ma Lingling, who seemed to have some regret in his eyes, with a provocative and proud look on his face. Trying to turn me into Oxer? I have seniors. That's never going to happen. Chapter 172, Scholar's sister is exhausted. Brand new panel. Inside the bedroom on the second floor of the Happy House, Kei Shanshan was lowered from Lin Yi's arms and sat cross-legged, looking at his senior sister's red lips lightly biting, her cheeks flushed, and a light humming sound constantly coming out of her mouth. Lin Yi's eyes instantly began to become aggressive. Kei Shanshan couldn't help but grunt softly. There was already a fine pain from the mutation occurring within her body, and then when she saw Lin Yi's wolf-like eyes, she instantly showed shyness on her cheeks. What are you looking at? Lin Yi said with a smile on his lips as he reached out and took out the underworld gene conversion device from the spatial vortex. This time it'll be cheaper for schoolteacher. Upon hearing this, the redness on Kei Shanshan's face increased. She couldn't help but clench her showy fists and lightly reprimanded. What are you talking about? How is it that you cheapen me? It should be. Seeing Lin Yi's teasing gaze, she then stopped her words, realizing that this guy was teasing her. Sister Kei, next I will transform a copy of the psionic gene to you, allowing you to obtain a psionic physique. Lin also opened his mouth next with a straight face, explaining towards Kei Shanshan, saying, the psi physical body can dramatically increase physical strength, just like the psi legion. By my guess, the psi gene should be able to squash the Deathstorm virus, or even absorb it. At those words, Kei Shanshan understood and nodded, waiting for Lin Yi to make a move on her. Lin Yi's mind moved, and the device, like a genetic tesseract, suddenly levitated up to the top of Kei Shanshan's head. And then the device starts looking for internal genetic code ready for conversion. Just use Kula's. Lin also made sure of it straight away. And then a deep crimson-colored genetic code flew out instantly. And in the next moment it was directly decomposed in the reverse direction by the genetic transformation device, like a stream surging toward Kei Shanshan below. The moment the underworld gene transformed into her body, Kei Shanshan's slender body trembled, and the entire person let out a pained grunt. And then there's the agony of another body enhancement. She opened her eyes, the pain in her bright eyes holding attachment. Despite some painful color on her cheeks, it still didn't affect her delicate and beautiful appearance. With a beautiful woman in front of him, how could Lin not be moved? He came a little closer, and a little closer, until the two sides were getting closer and closer together. Kei Shanshan looked at the man in front of her, recalling past experiences. A faint sense of security came over her, and it seemed that even the pain in her body had weakened quite a bit. Hold me. A soft and gentle voice came out, and Lin also embraced him as soon as he could. The brief embrace was followed by an even hotter return fire. Well, the red lips were as sweet as they could be in the mouth. After a sharp gasp, she looked at Lin Yi's hot, beast-like eyes, her white arm hooked around the latter's neck, her eyes like water. I've always believed in you. Thus, the intention can isolate the perimeter. Reason was instantly fucked over by desire, and the body was taken over by the physical. With slight gasps and grunts, turn the clouds over and spring into life. 1,000 words omitted. Inside the other room, Duan Muyan lay on the ground, gritting her teeth against the bereavement storm virus attack. Elder will come to my aid soon. He was confident. 10 minutes passed. Half hour. An hour has passed. 2 hours. Duan Muyan was desperate. Or else I'll turn into Oxer and forget about it and go see where the hell Senpai went. Snap. The door opened. With the dawn, with a full face and a smile, Lin also came in. Duan Mu, are you alright? Lin Yi's caring voice came out. Without waiting for Duan Muyan to reply, the underworld gene conversion device surfaced once more. Randomly picked a powerful genetic code to enter and transform. The moment the genetic code disappeared into Duan Muyan's body, the torturous pain brought to him by the original death riot virus, which had almost disappeared, seemed to have returned in an instant. Hiss. Elder. It hurts. Lin Yi gently patted Duan Muyan and said with a smile on his face. It hurts just fine. It's okay. I've tested it and it works for me. When your metamorphosis is complete, not only will the morning riot virus disappear without a trace, your physical fitness will also be enhanced by a large margin. Cheap you kid. When he finished, he didn't linger. Snap. Close the door and turn away. Duan Mu, who was lying on the ground silently enduring the pain. That's it? So soon? It feels like, Senpai loved me briefly once. As for Lin Yi's side, he of course returned to Kei Shanshan's room. What, Duan Muyan? I've already saved him. As long as he waits patiently for the metamorphosis to complete. Inside the room, Kei Shanshan was already lying on the bed, covered with a blanket and asleep. She's exhausted. The white silk shirt was soaked with sweat, and the hair on either side of his forehead was similarly wet and stuck to his slender neck. After wiping his senior sister's sweat, Lin Yi then exhaled in relief. And then, he sat on one side with his knees crossed. Turning his hand over, he took out the system-rewarded controlled chemistry death riot virus, a dark green droplet. Use. With a thought, the water droplet instantly melted and disappeared into Lin Yi's body. In the next moment, he felt a strange energy appear in his body. And then, the body began to strengthen again. Perhaps it was because Lin Yi's physical strength was higher right now. The whole process was not very painful. Just can still clearly feel some kind of deep change within the body. In the center of his eyebrows, dark purple lines instantly appeared. With that, the ripples grew brighter and brighter. Within the dark purple, some light green is mixed in. At least for School Sister and Tuan Mu and the others, the Psi gene is completely capable of overpowering the bereavement storm virus. After all, the violence factor can be partly to blame. As for me here, Lin Yi thought darkly as his body rapidly strengthened. Boom! When it was all over, a majestic aura spread out in an instant. Above Lin Yi's body, a vague armor shadow could even be seen vaguely. As for the front of his forehead, the red gold and purple black lines were arcane and incomparable. The short golden stripe on his brow is full of dignity. On his left wrist, the brand of the word criminal blazed up for an instant and bloomed with light. It just eventually fell into place. Lin also watched and felt the changes in his body. His eyes filled with a brilliant light. The strength of the body has obviously increased quite a bit, and it seems that the recovery of the inquisitive criminal heaven has also sped up a lot. And then his mind moved. Show personal panel. A virtual panel appeared in front of his eyes for a split second and was projected into the void. Personal panel. Lin Yu, 1955. Chinese-American physicist, astronomer and mathematician. Body, 99. ascending to the first limit of the universe. In breaking limits, this stage of the body can be united with ultimate armor *1 and perfectly fused. Broken limits can continue to be raised. Intentional energy, 188. Note, has broken through the individual climbing the first pinnacle of intentional energy to enter the next level. The Unity Armor Upgrade Metamorphosis in Mastery of the Will of Light and Shadow, 100%, perfect. Note, the highest has been reached, and mastery is the power of the mind. Can fully utilize the strength of the light and shadow armor. With the intentional energy and physical peak condition, there is a chance to upgrade the light and shadow armor. Ultimate Armor Current Phase. The Ultimate Mace to Torture Heaven, Unified Transformation. Explosive Inferno Dragon Emperor, Inferno Dragon Armor Progress 70%, not upgraded. Jailface Shura, not upgraded. No progress yet. Ultimate Emperor, Emperor's Armor Progress 70%, not upgraded. Special Thunder Atalas, available to Ultimate within Blue Star Elemental Shards *2. 5 Elements Bloodline, 70%, 70% can transform into Imperial Armor with the help of the belt. Armor Enhancement Value, 40%, 100% can choose to enhance a pair of armor. Number of missions completed, 34, Hope Edition, 15, Light Edition. The panel appeared with a new change, removing the first limit of the body and providing information about breaking the limit. On top of that, specific information and stages about the ultimate armor have finally appeared in the panel. Chapter 173, I, Duanmu, am not weak in my life. The body has now reached its first limit? That means it's the same as intentional energy. And to continue to improve you need to push the limits of the I. Lin also frowned in thought. As for how to break through, he was of course clueless. It's a pity that Senior Yen D isn't here, or else we could ask him. It had been more than a month since Emperor Yen left, and he hadn't returned to this day. But Lin Yi could understand. After all, whether it was the Aries star or the Inferno star, both were tens of thousands of light years away from here. Even if Yen D owns the Purgatory Cult and holds some space wormhole locations, I'm afraid it will take a long time to go back. And Lin was not aware that just then, beyond the blue planet, at the edge of the solar system, 3 small shuttlecraft of various shapes suddenly appeared. Inside the room, Lin Yi continued to feel the changes in his body. How does it feel? As if the body can instantly inspire a surge of power? Can it be that this is the so-called God of War form? But Lin also didn't try. He set his eyes on the ultimate armor section below. As you can see, the current situations on him that have a chance of being upgraded to become the ultimate armor have been listed. Currently, the most likely to quickly become the ultimate armor is the Inferno Dragon Armor. After settling the matter on Nanhua's side, he would return to Jinghai and prepare for the explosive Dragon Emperor. Contemplating all this, a comforting smile also appeared on Lin's face. I wonder what's going on over at Jinghai, even though I've only just left for the day. Just then, a calling sound came out. Lin Yi turned his head to look, and Kei Shanshan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes and looked towards him. Hokage, you're awake. Lin Yi approached the bedside and smiled as he spoke to Kei Shanshan. Kei Shanshan's cheeks slightly reddened at his words, and after blankly glancing at him and then slightly lowering her head towards her slender body, a blush instantly dipped into her cheeks. What you did? You go out first. I'll clean up. Leaving the room, Lin Yi's brows were filled with pleasure. He then walked towards the other side, and just as he passed by Duan Muyan's room, he heard the miserable screams from inside. Ah, why? It hurt so much. Listening to the voices inside, Lin was also a bit surprised. Does psi genetic transformation hurt that much? How come Kei-senpai didn't make such a big deal about the conversion? He fumbled with his chin. But the schoolmarm was because of the others, and screamed in pain a few times. When he thought of this, a look of pity appeared on Lin Yi's face. Can't play like that next time. You have to comfort your sister. Duan Muyan was in pain at this point. It's not just the body that hurts, but the heart as well. Originally, the transformation of him by the Death Riot virus was almost over before Lin Yi hurriedly sent the Phantom gene. Then, the genes that were originally infected by the Death Riot virus began to harden and reverse once again. The pain. It's doubled. Duan Muyan at this time no longer have the heart to think about why the seniors to Miss K get so lone, and their own just a minute. He just hated it at this point. Hate those OxyContin. It was all of them that had put themselves through so much pain. After I metamorphose, I'm going to exterminate all the oculators. After a long time, Ma Lingling, Ma Qingshan, and Kusheng sat in the store, listening to a miserable scream coming from above. Their expressions filled with gravity and seriousness. Ma Lingling even had tears in both eyes, her eyes filled with worry for Duan Muyan. Because of his screams, no customers dared to come in the ramen store. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was sitting on the other side of the room with Kei Shanshan, softly discussing what would happen next. At this time, Kei Shanshan had already changed into a loose and casual outfit. Her waterfall black hair coiled up, with her watery brows and gentle face. She looked surprisingly a little more beautiful. Since the lab that researches armor can't be found, why don't we start by collecting the current 3 pairs of armor? Kei Shanshan didn't seem to be affected by the previous strenuous exercise and continued to talk seriously about the next matters. Lin Yi nodded as he sniffed. Only the pack apprehended armor. Snap! Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the door of the room on the 2nd floor. Duan Muyan shines. Ha 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 ha, I finally made it. Excited and thrilled voices came, and the crowd looked up together. He was already drenched in sweat, but his aura at this moment was very different from before. A line appeared in front of his forehead as well, a fiery red line snaking out with great flair. Duan Muyan clenched his fist and swung out. The sound of a strong wind tearing through the air came out. Yes, in his excitement, he jumped straight down from the 2nd floor and landed with a thud. I feel like I could fight 10 right now. Looking at Duan Muyan's excitement, she seemed to have completely forgotten the pain she had suffered before. Lin Yi was instantly relieved, but in the very next moment, Duan Muyan came in front of Lin Yi and snapped accusingly. Senpai, why did you stay in Ms. K's house for 2 hours before coming out? That was clearly only a minute. What are you getting at? As soon as those words came out, the eyes of the entire room converged on Lin Yi and Kei Shanshan. Kei Shanshan was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and pretended to play with her phone. And Lin also gritted his teeth and secretly warned. Didn't get anything. Duan Mu, ask what you should ask. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After all, one pays for speaking. But Duan Muyan also had an iron head and was completely unafraid. Senior, I'm just curious. He tilted his head to look at Lin Yi and smiled heatedly. Besides, I'm not the same person I used to be. Senpai, I finally understand why you're so good at what you do. Thanks to the seniors. But back in the day in Hope City, I remembered all my bravado as well. From now on, I'll call you Big Brother at most. Peers. Lin Yi's face was calm, having long since seen the burning fire in Duan Muyan's eyes. Ha? What? Compare? When Duan Muyan saw Lin Yi like this, her heart still weakened a bit when she thought about the overbearing nature of the Shura armor. Big Brother Lin Yi, how about we don't summon the armor? Just simply gesture with your body. How's it going? Lin Yi sniffed with a wry smile, then nodded his head. Could be. At once, Duan Muyan became excited once again. I, Duan Muyan, have not been weak in my life. Even if you're a senior, I'm going to surpass you. Please call me. Attack of the Endbringers. Chapter 174, The Current State of Numbo, Armor Research Laboratory and Biochemical Laboratory. Duan Muyan majestically and excitedly followed Lin Yi out the back door to the backyard to spar. 5 minutes later, Duan Muyan, who clearly had some bruise marks on her face, returned glumly, followed by Lin Yi, who was old and relaxed, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. It shouldn't. How? Still got crushed. Duan Muyan was puzzled. When he came back, he squatted in a corner and drew circles, forgetting even about the conflict with Spirit. When the people in the happy house saw him in this state, it was obvious that Lin had also sanctioned him without a doubt. Ma Qingshan's gaze on Lin Yi suddenly became more cautious, while Kusheng on the side had eyes of admiration and admiration. If he had that kind of power, why would he worry about saving his father? Finally, Ma Lingling stepped forward to comfort Duan Muyan. It doesn't matter. After all, Senior Lin Yi was originally stronger than you. And isn't the strength you're boosting right now made possible by your predecessors? At those words, Duan Muyan turned her head with a ghostly gaze. You're here to comfort me? When he finished, he got back up, fighting spirit, not the least bit disheveled. Coming before Lin Yi, Duan Muyan first thanked him. Senpai, thanks for this one. What's going on? Lin Yi was a bit confused. Is it true that you thank people even when you get beat up? Seeing Lin Yi's strange gaze, Duan Muyan instantly understood and hastily added. I mean, thank you Senpai for helping me fend off the morning storm virus, and lifted my body so much. It's amazing. There was emotion and excitement in his words. Lin Yi then smiled and was about to say something when he heard Duan Muyan continue to speak with a straight face. But elder, I still remember the oath I made back in Hope City. One of these days, I'm going to make you experience the same kind of misery that comes from running back to the city on foot from a deserted mountain. I'm going to aim for you and improve my strength. Exterminate all the Orcsers. When Lin Yi, who originally had a smile on his face, heard these words, his smile slowly disappeared and turned into a smirk. I'm looking forward to that day. With that said, he backhanded and pulled out his Shura summoner. Look, this is the armor that you feel a connection to. As long as you can wipe out all the Orcsers before I return to Jinghai City, show me what you're made of. It's not impossible to use this armor for you. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Duan Muyan's eyes instantly lit up. Good, elder, I will definitely try my best. Seeing Duan Muyen with this look, Lin Yi then added in his heart, I still have the Imperial armor to use anyway, and with his current physical strength, the boost that ordinary armor brought him was probably already small. Fighting bosses with your bare hands is definitely not empty words. Right now, Lin Yi and Kai Shanshan, Duan Muyen, Ma Lingling, Ma Qingshan and Kushang were all in the happy house, so the crowd was planning to have a meal together and kind of bond. For the next while, they're bound to work together to deal with Oxer and find the armor research laboratory. Meanwhile, Ma Qingshan, under Ma Lingling's persuasion, had finally made up his mind to break away from Oxer's camp, because he saw the hope of getting rid of the morning storm virus in Lin Yi's body. This is the one thing that has always worried him, and at last he can put it down a little. The crowd had been working all day and at dinner, even though it wasn't quite evening, they ate it for supper. During this time, Ma Qingshan told the crowd a lot about the Daily Good group, and it also allowed Lin to gain a better understanding of the current situation in Manhwa City. I'm going to contact my father afterward and properly persuade him to stop the research on the bereavement storm virus. Ma Qingshan opened his mouth toward the crowd, and then he looked at Kushang, his words filled with apologies. If I could get back into research, I'd protect Uncle Kerber. Kushang waved his hand, looking forlorn, and didn't say much. Ma Lingling, on the other hand, had been carefully taking care of Duan Muyan's emotions, hoping to gain his forgiveness. Maybe it's because he also narrowly escaped contracting the bereavement virus. Or maybe it's because not much time has passed yet. All in all, Duan Muyan's emotions were not that intense. Soon the time came to evening. Quite a lot happened today. Kushang and Ma Qingshan left the happy house, and everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Thump, thump, thump. There was a knock on the door of Queensland's room. She opened the door with a puzzled face, and Lin Yi, who had a bad smile on his face outside the door, squeezed in at once. What are you doing here? Kai Shanshan's face showed a shy blush as she blanked him. Lin Yi hemmed and hawed, embracing his schoolmate as he did so, then closed the door and picked up and came to the bed. The teasing voice came out. You! Inside the armor research room, Professor Kugwolong wore his glasses and stared at the earth elementals whistling inside the research equipment in front of him, a touch of worry in his eyes. The earth element within the device presents very powerful properties. Stable, hard and powerful. It's like two energies compared to another kind of earth. Beside him, the ambitious Ma Tian stared at the last element and the last armor he could hold in his hands, his eyes full of light. Professor Cole, the earth elementals have converged. So why hasn't the armor summoner formed yet? When Kogwolong heard Ma Tian's inquiry, he just hid the worry in his eyes and calmly said, it certainly takes time for something as magical as the elements of nature to combine with our technology. This armor will take a while to percolate. With that said, he turned to look at Ma Tian and continued, I'd also like to ask Ma something. When this project was initially funded by a number of shareholders and old friends together, and with permission from above, I came here with my team. How is it that now not only have we shifted places, but also cut off our communications? Even though Kogwolong's words were calm, the power contained within them was not weak at all. Aren't you afraid that the top will find out and send someone to investigate? And then there's Lao Kei, who is the one who cares the most about this project. At that moment, Ma Tian interrupted him with a big wave of his hand, his gaze cold. Professor, you just need to study your armor in peace, and I'll naturally take care of the rest. I don't want something like the theft of the Pax armor to happen again. Seeing this, Kogwolong didn't say anything else, but only revealed a touch of determination in his eyes. Ma Tian left the armor research room and then went to the biochemical research room. Inside the research room, Li Xiaoxiao looked coldly and sternly at the corpses on the lab bed in front of him, not caring in the slightest about Ma Tian, who was arriving from behind. Ma Tian arrived and surveyed his surroundings, and some anxiety flashed in his eyes. How are you doing here? On Ko Kwok Lung's side. If it weren't for the emergency, I'd have stopped his funding. His fourth suit of armor is still needed today. Li Xiaoxiao laughed after hearing Ma Tian's inquiry and then spoke. Although I was backstabbed by that Lufa guy and took away quite a few orcsers, causing my original plan to collect the mutant virus to fail, but his body, and that of his subordinates, would have provided me with a more powerful mutant virus. Now, all that's needed is to find a few more common mutant viruses, and the ultimate bereavement storm virus will be ready to appear. And then he glanced at Ma Tian and smiled again. When that happens, the whole world will become the world of Orcus, and Mr. Ma Yu, it will be the king of the Orcus. You will rule all of Blue Star. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Ma Tian, who was still a bit anxious, suddenly changed and turned into fervor. This ugly devil biker still wants to betray me? Repairing his chip after death still works for me. Ha ha ha. Then Lin Yi must not have imagined that he couldn't destroy my biker cyborg without destroying the corpse. Just when Li Xiaoqian was laughing in triumph, Within the corpse of little Li Zi in front of him, a touch of intentional energy glowing with a strange light flickered faintly. Chapter 175, Rescue and Redemption. The besieged pack apprehended. Day 2. Just as Lin comfortably awoke from his tenderness, he intended to pursue the whereabouts of his ray of tracking intent energy. Surprisingly, the system's voice came unexpectedly to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Triggering the mission, Rescue and Redemption. Salvation and redemption is robbing the rich to help the poor, and fighting violence with violence, good or evil. Saving Xiaofeng, who is under siege by design, determines his end. Choose to give him a pair of silver bracelets, or a clean pair of armor. Quest reward, Elemental Shard, Wind, plus 10% strength/armor enhancement value for wearing Cracking Hurricane. Seeing the peculiar quest on the panel, Linny slightly raised his eyebrows, a look of interest in his eyes. Missions related to Xiaofeng. The last plan against the pack apprehended was very effective, but unfortunately it was affected by an accident at the last moment and the final capture was not executed. Inside a gloomy room, Li Xiaoxiao's eyes were gloomy. Below him was a woman in tight leather, with a sexy body and a beautiful, flirtatious look, and behind the woman were several other oxymorons in various shapes and sizes. Hideously grumpy. This time, we'll use the information we put out earlier again. With so much money taken, there's no fear he won't fall for it. The outskirts of the northern part of the city of Nambo, a man with a duck-tongued hat and a tightly wrapped body was running frantically and at great speed. He was carrying a large black bag in his hand that seemed to be very weighty. Through the slit of the not-quite zipper, one can see that the inside is exactly everyone's favorite color, the RMB powder, gold bullion gold. Meanwhile, the top of a tall building not far behind, a young man with short, lean hair was half-squatting, looking down intently at the report on his cell phone. Today, there was a vicious robbery in our city. An unidentified man stormed into an ordinary villa and robbed a staggering amount of money as well as numerous gold bars. Meanwhile, the shocking discovery of the city's top official in the villa. Comrade stated that he happened to be traveling here to carry out his work and did not expect to encounter such heartless robbers. Comrade believes that this incident must be dealt with seriously to recover the property for the villa's owner. Our comrades care about the people, to the point of shedding tears of grief over it. Therefore, look forward to the early apprehension of this robber. Looking at the news on his cell phone, Xiaofeng sneered. Oh, tears of grief? Because it's your own money that's being robbed, right? What villa mistress? Mistress is mistress. What are you pretending? He stood up and looked out into the distance, a soothing smile on his lips. Unfortunately, you're not destined to get your money back. Your sins are somewhat atoned for when the children in the orphanage are helped. As for this robber, I was kind enough to take care of it for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaofeng took out the pack apparatus summoner and placed it on his waist. He then took hold of the elemental key and gently pressed it into the summoner. Suddenly twisted. Hurricane of the pack apprehended. Penetrating the power of a raging hurricane. Merge. Boom. The wind elemental energy on the blue star converged and then suddenly cast down, enveloping Xiaofeng beyond his body. The wind elemental exploded suddenly, and the dark green pack apparatus armor inside appeared with a stride. The pack apprehended the armor just as it appeared and leapt up, instantly transforming into a green whirlwind of support. In just a few breaths of time, the green hurricane came to the front of the fleeing man and directly swept away. The gale is coming. The man who had been running away, however, did not flinch, but simply rolled backward to avoid it, his ducktail being blown out. Under the hat was a plain, unassuming face, but one that had a mocking look on it at the moment. The hurricane transformed into a pack apprehended much armor, and the internal Xiaofeng slowly opened his mouth. Leave the bag you're holding and you can fuck off. With that said, the pack apprehended much armor and began to stride forward, ready to receive the property. Only, to his surprise, the man across from him laughed out loud. Let me roll? You'd better worry more about yourself. In the next moment, the raging berserker virus raged, and the man across the street twisted and struggled, transforming into a head of Orcus in an instant. This Orcus wasn't exactly stocky, just a dull layer of armor still on his rough skin. He had sharp nails on all his limbs and his head was an enlarged version of a rat. Sharp incisors topped out, adding to the grimace. Phantom Mouse Oxer. Oh, I can't believe it's another Oxy? Xiaofeng, who was inside the pack's multi-armor, was not worried when he saw the scene and instead snorted. Is this the only thing you, Oxy, can do, to steal things? Suddenly, another voice came from not far away. Of course not, only to see a young man with glasses, who looked civilized and weak, walking slowly. After he finished speaking, ferocity flashed in his gaze and his body shook. At that moment, the funereal violence energy reappeared. The original frail glasses man's body changed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye became a stout-looking, hideous-looking, Fishman like Uxer, oxymoron the sea monster. The two occurs instantly closed in on the pack, both with a fierce glint in their eyes. Xiaofeng's heart sank slightly as he looked at the two oculators in front and behind him and took a good defensive stance. It seems that you guys had a premeditated plan and came here specifically to round me up? He opened his mouth tentatively, followed by a slightly shrill female voice. Ha ha ha. That's right. Who let you steal the pack armor? We'll just have to find a way to get this armor back from you again. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, the hot, sexy and flirtatious-looking Nina slowly walked from the other direction, twisting her body, her eyes full of flavor. But in the next moment, her flavor shifted to coldness. Light green energy surged outside his body, and his right hand, with both fingers together, crossed in front of him. In a flash, Medusa Biker appeared, snake-haired terror, pitch-black armor set on a diminutive figure, and a hideous green snake coiled around her waist. The third generation of bikers is far stronger than the ugly demon biker and the cold-blooded biker. Little brother, I advise you not to resist. Be a good girl and listen to your sister. Hand over the armor. Medusa Biker stepped forward, but still opened her mouth to compel Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng scanned his surroundings and there were enemies in all three directions, so he did not hesitate anymore. His voice lowered, but the words were full of disgust. Leave it to you? Leave it to you to do harm? As soon as the words left his mouth, the pack apparatus armor turned into a hurricane and rushed towards the phantom mouse. Oxer. Shadowless attack. In an instant, Xiaofeng arrived in front of the phantom mouse oxymoron and quickly chopped out wind elemental energy from his palm. Boom boom boom. The phantom mouse orther was equally fast, but in a single glance, he was directly overwhelmed by the pack's speed, and was blasted in the chest by the wind elemental. Ah! The phantom rat, Oxer, was knocked back a few steps, and the eyes on the rat's head glowed with a scarlet color. Xiaofeng saw that the phantom mouse was repelled and immediately wanted to leave with a movement in his heart. He was about to leap up, but a powerful attack had already struck behind him. Snake hair attack. Medusa Biker's cold drink came out. Several energy in the shape of a snake from the snake hair blasted out, straight to the pack apprehended more armor behind the attack. Xiaofeng had only just dodged Medusa Biker's attack despite his swift dodging. The phantom mouse Oxer then used both claws to lunge in, and the sea monster Oxer on the other side summoned a harpoon and stabbed it viciously. Bang! The two attacks struck the pack apprehended armor hard, bursting into sparks in an instant. Xiaofeng within the armor also felt a pain in his torso and withdrew a few steps back. In an instant, the three orcsers surrounded them once more, vowing to bring down the pack's many armors. Chapter 176, General Duanmu, Quest Reward. You go and turn yourself in. Despite the pack's light armor and extreme speed, but it was still a bit of a mess, and even started to get dangerous under the siege of the three occurs. Whirlwind kick. Lightly leaping up and backing up a few steps, Xiaofeng quickly flipped and kicked out the whirlwind kick. In an instant, dense wind elemental energy wrapped around the armored calf, which was then kicked out violently, creating a hurricane. The hurricane carried a wild force towards the three Medusa Bikers. Extremely swift, ghost snake demon battle. Eventually, Medusa Bik drew the weapon at her waist and shattered the scale with a whip. Seeing that he had already reached this point, Xiaofeng had long since lost the idea of escaping. With a slight movement of his mind, light green wind elemental energy converged. With that, he maneuvered the pack to summon the weapon. Hurricane Shadow Dart. Xiaofeng's right hand jerked from the wind elemental, and immediately a small and delicate triangular dart was held in his hand. The gale energy was injected into the Hurricane Shadow Dart, and suddenly the blade of the dart was incomparably sharp. The sea monster, Oxer, rushed forward, harpoon in hand, and lashed out at the pack apparatus. Xiaofeng flicked, and the Hurricane Shadow Dart slashed directly across the opponent's chest, instantly chopping sparks out of his chest. Bang! However, in this instant, Medusa Biker didn't hesitate, and the weapon in her hand suddenly blasted fiercely. Green snake pounce. At that instant, the ghost snake demon staff instantly transformed into a gigantic green snake projection, ruthlessly crashing and biting, directly sending the pack apprehended flying. And the phantom mouse, Oxer, took the opportunity to transform into a phantom, coming directly to the fallen pack apprehended. Sharp teeth were exposed, and it looked like they were about to bite down. Xiaofeng had been seriously injured by that strike and fell to the ground. His eyes were full of unwillingness at that moment. Pack apparatus armor is best at fighting one against many, but unfortunately, he has not yet fully comprehended the tricks of this armor, and he was seriously injured in a moment of inattention. Unfortunately, those possessions, there's no way to pass it on to the dean. Seeing the huge rat's head with its hideous sharp incisors biting down, Xiaofeng had already closed his eyes in advance, waiting for death to come. But the next moment, a calm voice came out. If you're a rat, get your ass in the sewer and stay there. Boom! A violent roar came out. The ground cracked and debris flew. Xiaofeng opened his eyes in surprise, then stared blankly at the ground in front of him, the large pit that had been blasted open, as well as a rat's head that was whacked into the ground. Lin also stood in front of the pack apparatus armor, and at his feet was the phantom rat occult infected that had been hammered and restored to its human form. How are you doing? He opened his mouth to inquire towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was about to reply. He endured the pain in his body and slightly moved. The pack apprehension armor directly disintegrated on its own. Okay. Seeing him like this, Linny reached out his hand and pulled him up by one hand. After a long time of standing up, Xiaofeng hurriedly opened his mouth towards Linny again. Caution. There are 2 more occasions. Smiling at the words, Linny laughed and looked towards the other side. Relaxed. Those 2. They shouldn't need my hands. Seeing the other party's relaxed appearance and recalling the overbearing armor that the other party had summoned when they met Linny yesterday, Xiaofeng was instantly relieved. Grace. To him, all these orcas are just dirt, I guess. Unbeatable. But then he saw that Linny hadn't made a move, and doubt appeared on his face again. In the next second, a high-pitched excited voice came out. Flame of Nava, devour the power of the mighty flame. Merge. At once, a surging fire element descended, and then Xiaofeng saw a flame breaking not far away, coming directly in front of the sea monster, Oxygen, and sending it flying out with a loud bang. Nava armor? Duan Mu Yen. Xiaofeng's eyes revealed surprise when he saw this familiar armor, but then he sensed something was wrong. How do you feel? Duan Mu Yen's strength enhanced a lot, not to mention, as if the behavior character, and a little bit more crazy, too. On the other side, the sea monster, Oxer, was directly knocked out by Duan Mu Yen, while the Medusa biker on the side had long been stunned. She was the first to notice Lin Yi's appearance. All she saw was Lin Yi appear instantly, and then a furious punch blasted out, and the phantom rat Oxer hiccuped. What the hell? Ordinary human. One punch? Killed an OXER. Scared her with contractions. Not yet out of the shock of what Lin also is, Medusa biker saw. Again, Duan Mu Yan actually got so fierce too? The sea monster, Oxer, was sent flying out, barely able to fight back, and was directly punched by Duan Mu Yan in 1, 2, and 3 punches. Finally, he summoned the Molten Lin Blade and slashed down across the sky. Molten Flame Demon splitting split. Straight up explosions. Evidently, Duan Mu Yan's strength had risen by a large step. Lin also saw this scene and was more than satisfied, and the system's voice in his ear came together, detecting a large increase in Duan Mu Yan's strength. Triggering the growth quest, General Duanmu Oxygen Killing Machine, Reward. Reward for this mission. Synchronized increase in physical fitness plus 20, unbroken cumulative. Intentional energy plus 10. Elemental armor current summoning. Comprehension progress synchronization. Upon seeing the quest rewards, Lin Yi's eyes instantly glowed. In the front, Duan Mu Yan was fighting for his life. And in the back, he was white-knuckling his way to elevation. Cool. Not bad. It seems like giving Duan Mu Yan a strength boost was the right choice. Beside Lin Yi, Xiaofeng also saw Duan Mu Yan's unbreakable attack and his eyes widened. What's the difference? So big? The other side. After taking care of the sea monster, Orcus, Duan Mu Yan immediately turned around to look for Medusa biker, her eyes automatically claiming the enemy. It was only to his surprise that Medusa biker had actually disappeared. Ran away? Duan Mu Yan was a bit angry. It's just getting warmed up. How come the other one is running scared? But actually, this time, Duan Mu Yan did overestimate herself. Nina. The reason why Medusa biker turned around and fled without hesitation was simply because she saw Lin's inhuman operation. She's not stupid. With the tragedy of little Li Zi still in front of her eyes, she didn't dare to be reckless. Not long after, Duan Mu Yan huffed and puffed as she disarmed her armor and walked towards Lin Yi. Elder, have you seen that Medusa biker? Lin also nodded. Sure. Duan Mu Yan's eyes widened at his words. Then why don't you stop her? Senior? Without waiting for Lin Yi to reply, he had a twinkle in his eye and an intriguing smile on his face. Could it be that Senior you saw her figure? Shut up. Lin Yi quickly gave Duan Mu Yan a slap on the shoulder before blackening his face. You're overthinking it. He turned to look in the direction where his ray of intent energy had come from and spoke calmly. Just having her verify the address for me again. Duan Mu Yan didn't understand Lin Yi's words, but she saw Xiaofeng beside him. He had also seen the image of Xiaofeng's pack apparatus armor being forced to disintegrate. So at this time, he thought of the information about the cases that Spirit had investigated earlier, plus the fact that the pack apparatus armor had committed quite a few cases recently. Duanmu immediately opened his mouth towards Xiaofeng. Turn yourself in. Words. Xiaofeng. Lin Yi. Chapter 177, Redeeming the Yan Xing Ultimate Fighting Technique. Yan Emperor Proximity. You come up here and advise people to turn themselves in. Are you serious? Lin Yi looked at Duan Muyen a bit speechlessly, but realized that the other party looked determined at this moment, and actually opened her mouth again to advise, Xiao Feng, go turn yourself in, pay back what is due to society and come back to keep your love alive. Xiao Feng's eyes also flashed with a shaky color when he heard this. He had been spared once by Duan Muyen's father, Duanmu Gu Sheng, and this time he was saved by Lin Yi and Duan Muyen, so Xiao Feng couldn't help but ponder, had he really done wrong? Robbing the rich to help the poor and being a chivalrous thief, is it also wrong? Lin Yi didn't expect that Xiao Feng actually really listened to Duan Muyen's words. No way. With such simple words of flim-flam, you can actually get someone to claim a silver bracelet on their own? Duan Muyen, you thick-eyed bastard. It's not like you're craving someone else's pack-apprehended armor. Lin Yi's gaze revealed some foxiness. Xiao Feng was silent for a long time and sighed heavily. Alas, does doing the right thing, in the wrong way, really remain wrong? His words were full of doubt. Bullshit. A resounding rebuttal appeared. When Xiao Feng and Duan Muyen heard this, they immediately looked towards Lin Yi together. Lin Yi stood with his hands in the air and spoke with a stoic expression. What do you mean in the wrong way? Do you think yourself that your way is wrong? Xiao Feng stuttered at his words and did not say anything. Lin Yi laughed softly and continued to inquire. In the process, have you ever done anything to harm the world? Did you hurt any innocent people? Is the end result of what you're doing good? He stretched his arms and scanned over Duan Muyen before looking straight into Xiao Feng's confused eyes and said, if the answer within you is yes, then why care about the so-called way, the right or wrong way? That's a shackle someone else has put on you. As long as you have a clear conscience, why should you care about anything else? Lin Yi's eyes were incomparably firm, his heart not shaken in the slightest. To put chains on yourself because of what others think is the height of folly. Why do you need to ask others what you've done in your life? Listening to Lin Yi's powerful words, Xiao Feng's eyes gradually revealed a bright light. Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I go to squat labor? I am benefiting the people. Once the intention came up, the whole thing was suddenly different. Duan Muyen was in a trance. Why does it feel like this Xiao Feng guy is still proud? Is the old pack apprehended multi-summoner a fizzle? Ding! Rescue and redemption, mission accomplished. Mission evaluation, spontaneous, uninhibited by outside perceptions, and strong inside. Quest reward, elemental shard, wind, pierce the power of a raging hurricane. Armor enhancement value plus 10%. How Ran Chi, purity increased. In an instant, Lin Yi received the quest reward and vaguely sensed that something seemed to have changed within him again. The Shura summoner's recharge is also getting stronger. Seeing that the summoner that had arrived flew away, Duan Muyen didn't say anything more. Xiao Feng had obviously been convinced by Lin Yi, and his eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Yi. Surrender? It's impossible to turn yourself in. It should be the guys I robbed who turn themselves in. So Lin Yi thought about it for a moment and then said towards the latter, Xiao Feng, since you don't have anything to do, why don't you follow me around for a while? It's just as well. The pack-apprehended summoner you're holding needs to be protected. Xiao Feng naturally had no problem. Instead, Duan Muyen's eyes narrowed, a sense of crisis in her heart. No fear. I still have the Znano summoner in 2 pairs of armor. Not afraid of him. 1. After returning to the happy house, Lin Yi and Duan Muyen explained to the crowd where Xiao Feng came from and what happened. Next, you guys take a break. I already know exactly where the so-called biochemical research labs are. Lin Yi opened his mouth towards the crowd, intending to bring them along to smash up that so-called biochemical base. Ma Qingshan has left. He was going to go to Ma Tian and try to persuade his father again. For his part, Korzung remained in the happy house, and he had little place to go for a while. Kei Shanshan had come this time to find and protect Kugualong, and naturally she wouldn't let Professor Kuzsan leave now. As for Lin Yi, he had already excitedly opened the system redemption list. Number of missions completed, 35, Hope Edition, 16, Light Edition. You can redeem the rewards once for both the Light and Shadow Edition and the Hope Edition. Prepare to exchange items. Quest redemption list, Hope Edition, current quest completion number *35. Number of quests completed *30. Can be exchanged, Shura armor *1. Number of quests completed *35. Can be exchanged for, armor enhancement value 10% per inflammation star ultimate combat technique. Number of quests completed *40. Can be exchanged for, Inferno star armor *1, interceptor, flying shadow, Vajra, /armor enhancement value 10%. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of missions completed *****. Redeemable, alphas *1. Quest redemption list, Light and Shadow Edition, current Light and Shadow cumulative quest completion count *16. Number of quests completed *10. Can be exchanged for, any 5 elements armor summoning privileges /5 elements bloodline 10%. Number of quests completed *15. Can be exchanged for Emperor's Armor Summoning Belt / Armor Enhancement value 10%. Number of quests completed *20. Can be exchanged. Armored Beast Awakening Experience card, can choose the object / 5 elements bloodline 10%. The following levels are too low to be viewed. Number of quests completed ****. Redeemable, Light and Shadow Stones, set / Demon Ceiling Post, open source version. Imperial Armor. Yanxing Ultimate Fighting Technique? Linny frowned as he looked at the items within the exchange list and hesitated in his heart. He knows about Yanxing. Yen Di. I vaguely seem to remember that there was another task between him and Yen Di that could determine the authority of the Lord of the Yen Star to come. The light version can be redeemed for the Emperor's belt here. But I already have it. It's the initial version. But it's enough for me. Redeem it directly for armor enhancements. In the end, after thinking about it, Linny made a choice. Redemption, Yanxing Ultimate Fighting Technique. Armor reinforcement value 10%. Boom. In the instant he made the decision, a torrent of memories appeared as if out of nowhere, instantly into the mind. In an instant, countless fighting techniques and skills were burned into Ling Yi's mind. Even the body seems to have added muscle memory. Prime Top, Blast Electricity Kick, Mountain Abyss Fist, Sheltering Sky Palm. It turns out that within the infamous Star Ultimate Fighting Technique, there is a generic skill contained in the infamous Star Armor. The skills within the Inferno Star General's Armor and Vice Admiral's Armor are implanted into them, and the foundation is the instincts within the Ultimate Fighting Techniques. Therefore, Yen Di summoned the Shura Armor and could still use the palm, fist and leg techniques that the Flying Shadow Vajra of Interceptor was good at. Feeling the richness of the memorized fighting techniques, Lin also couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder everyone in Yanxing is good at fighting. He thought of Yen Di, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Elder Yen Di, I'm going to give you a big surprise when you get back, tens of thousands of light years away, outside a majestic planet that looked deep red or even brownish from the outside. With an overall blazing feeling, a stealthy shuttlecraft was slowly entering. In the space outside the planet, countless sophisticated and technological mechanical devices formed a giant city. I don't know if I'm watching or guarding the hot star. Inside the shuttlecraft, the domineering Shura Armor suddenly sneezed. He accidentally touched a button on the shuttlecraft and nearly went straight down. Oy vey vey. Holy shit. Inferno couldn't help but nag and spit after his hands and feet reopened to maneuver into concealment. What son of a bitch is chanting the old man's name? Chapter 178, I'm still waiting to summon the Shura Armor. Nambo City. Inside the biochemical research room, Nina, who had fled in a hurry, was now standing awkwardly in front of Li Xiaoxiao, while the latter's face was frighteningly gloomy. So you just ran away? He confirmed with forced anger. Nina nodded and stole a glance at Li Xiaoxiao before twisting her waist and heartily patting the big thunder on her chest. Doctor, you didn't see that scene. You don't know how horrible it was. That man, he's bare-handed, smashed the phantom rat oxymoron with one punch. Nina's eyes widened as she described the frightening scene, her winks clearing in terror. Who dares to go up there? If he doesn't have mercy, then what if people get whacked too? Li Xiaoxiao did not say anything when he heard this, only his eyes were shifting. I can't believe it's so scary. Even though he had already heard little Li Zi and Lufa's descriptions of Lin Yi, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes after all, so Li Xiaoxiao was vague and not afraid of Lin Yi's strength. It wasn't until he just heard Nina's words that he violently materialized Lin Yi's strength. One punch up an oxygenator. Scary as hell. Li Xiaoxian frowned and waved his hand, a bit distracted for some reason. You go down first. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, a look of celebration flashed in Nina's eyes. Then, a call request came from the control screen behind Li Xiaoxiao. Tick-tock. Ignoring Nina, who hadn't left yet, Li Xiaoqian smoothly connected it, and then a figure that he hadn't expected appeared on the control screen. The man in the picture is middle-aged looking, suited and booted, and smells like an elite. It was none other than the former chairman of the Bawang Group, Ba Du. Li Xiaoxiao looked at the flash of red in the other party's eyes and sneered in slight surprise. Lufa? You actually reached out to me to talk. You've got a lot of nerve. When Lufa on the screen saw Li Xiaoxiao's appearance, he immediately snorted coldly. This general has been fighting in the galaxy for thousands of years, and just by you deserve to call me bold? If I hadn't kept you to cooperate, this general would have destroyed you with his backhand. Hearing Lufa's arrogant words, Li Xiaoxiao laughed back in anger. Ha ha, well. Lufa, you're still so arrogant. Could it be that you've forgotten the lowly way you came to beg me in the first place? As soon as he recovered from his injuries, he flipped out and rolled away my subordinates. Li Xiaoxiao got angrier and angrier as she spoke, one voice in one sentence sounding like an accusation against Lufa. But Lufa didn't say anything, just coldly mocked. I'm too lazy to tell you that. I advise you to stop laughing so much. You're in big trouble already. Mud. Li Xiaoxiao felt like he was going to explode with anger. Where do you see that I'm having a good laugh? But after hearing the second half of what Lufa said, he still forced himself to hold back his anger and asked, "Me? A catastrophe? What? Are you coming to kill me?" When saying this last sentence, Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but be a bit mocking again, and Lufa, with his hands behind his back, spoke calmly, "Linny should have almost found your rat hole by now. Once he gets in there, you're done." Li Xiaoxiao was tempted to ask Lufa, "Are you being a fucking alarmist?" But when he saw the other party's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a penetrating chill rise in his heart. How do you know that he can find me here? At this point, he was still trying to hold on for dear life, saying, even if he finds his way here, I don't see how I can't deal with him. I still have a lot of backhanders here. Big deal. Ha! Lufa seemed to be amused after hearing Li Xiaoxiao's words. He stared at the latter and said coldly, "Do you really know exactly how strong the enemy you're facing is? Unless you've synthesized the ultimate bereavement storm virus, any backhandedness on your part is a joke." Having said that, Lufa didn't seem to bother talking to him anymore. Thus, after scanning Nina behind Li Xiaoxiao, he casually reminded, "You should have subordinates there who returned unharmed from Ling Yi's presence. Those are his live coordinates." Here Lufa's voice intensified a bit. "I know this all too well." With those words, the screen snapped black and the call ended. And behind Li Xiaoxiao, Nina has long been a batch of panic. "What? Somehow got into my head?" Nina's face showed trepidation, and her two slender black silk thighs were shaking a little. Li Xiaoxiao's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he immediately associated it with the ugly demon biker that he had pulled back, as well as Nina who had only just returned. His eyes were grim as he just looked up towards Nina, who snapped to her knees. "Dr. Nina knows she's done something wrong, but please ask the doctor to spare her subordinate's life first. I would leave the lab right now at once to go and draw away any danger that may come." Nina was on her knees, her small leather skirt strung tightly, showing off her rounded track, but Li Xiaoxiao just had sinister eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. After a few seconds, his voice finally came out indifferently. "Now leave the lab immediately. Do not return until I have summoned you. Whether or not this trick works, it's better than nothing." Nina had only just left when Li Xiaoxiao turned around and snapped a button, followed by the sound of an alarm that quickly rang out in the biochemical lab. His voice also traveled through the speakers to all the rooms. "All personnel now evacuate the lab immediately." And just as Li Xiaoxiao pressed the evacuation button, a few dozen meters above this biochemical laboratory, Linny and the others were standing in front of a small underground entrance on the ground. "It's really a rat hole." Linny looked at the underground entrance in front of him, which was only 2 or 3 meters wide, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Kei Shanshan was at his side, and after scanning her surroundings, she said with red lips, "This was originally supposed to be an underground fortification. Only now that they had been built and remodeled, there was only a small room-sized entrance left in the ground. That's pretty stealthy." Behind Linny were Duan Muyan and Xiaofeng, as well as Kushang. Duan Muyan and Xiaofeng didn't need to be said to have a pair of armor respectively, which naturally served a purpose, and Corson was volunteering to come along. The Armor Research Lab and the Biochemical Research Lab of the Daily Good Group are supposed to be together, and my father might be there as well. That's his reasoning. Linny didn't stop him. Only Kushang, an ordinary person, was ultimately a bit dangerous? So Linny thought for a moment and opened his mouth towards Duan Muyan. "How about, you'll lend him this nano armor first?" Duan Muyan's eyes widened in surprise as he sniffed, his bright eyes full of sultriness. "Elder, you've changed. Now you're actually taking what was given to me and giving it to someone else." But Linny had said so, and grumbling aside, Duan Muyan could only throw her armor, which was still warm, to Kushang. This way the whole staff armor. But Duan Muyan's heart is not comfortable. "Come on, go down there and just annihilate their lair." As he said these words he added with an offhand glance at Linny, "I'm still waiting to summon Senpai's Shura armor." Linny. Chapter 179, Crouch down and put your hair up. The sultry dog in Duan Muyan's words could be heard, but everyone ignored him. So Duan Muyan strides forward and is planning to enter this underground fortification first. Bang! The door opened. Nina, who opened the door, and Lin Yi's group outside locked eyes, then fell silent. Seeing that his coordinates had actually run out, Lin Yi immediately stepped forward, crossing over Duan Muyan and heading towards Nina. "Hold your head. Put your hair up. Get down." At those words, the crowd looked different. Duan Muyan's eyes were wide. Kei Shanshan's face showed a murderous aura. Kushang was dumbfounded, and Xiaofeng was ancient, and Nina stared at first, then a flirty smile appeared on her face. She followed Lin Yi's instructions and first coiled her long hair behind her head before squatting down. Immediately after the red lips opened, flexible little tongue across the lips and teeth. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't move much, Nina couldn't hold back and reached out her hands to tug on his pants. What the fuck are you doing? Reaching out to knock Nina's hand away. Lin Yi droned without any good humor. Don't move. I'll do it myself. Nina, who had been startled by Lin Yi, suddenly drifted off again. Her slender and sexy body involuntarily twisted, and her legs didn't hold back from rubbing together. At this moment, Kei Shanshan behind her was almost about to explode. Lin Yi, on the other hand, stepped forward and pressed Nina's head down with one hand. He scrutinized the latter's position at the back of his head, having found the other's chip, as well as his own dash of tracking intent energy. Lin Yi took 2 steps back and re-interrogated. Tell me why you want to leave the lab suddenly now. What happened? He had just wanted to check Nina's current state and the integrity of his own tracking intent energy. Since none of this is a problem, it's interesting that this biker happens to be running toward out now. Nina had a mind to lie, but the image of Lin Yi hammering away at Oxer with that punch was still in her mind. Add to that what was seen and heard earlier, and the misunderstanding that just happened. Nina suddenly changed her mind and said, just now Lufa spoke to Dr. The crowd listened to Nina's account and all of them showed surprise. Lufa? What's he reminding Li Xiaoxiao of? Lin also frowned in thought, but right now it was already here, so it definitely couldn't let go of Li Xiaoxiao and many of the occultists here. How many Orcus are in there now? Queenslander inquired in a cold, hard tone toward Nina. Nina looked at the murderous aura in the eyes of the exquisitely beautiful-looking woman in front of her and realized what was going on. So weakly he opened his mouth. There's about 4 or 5 of them, all of which we've been doing our best to find and take in during this time. 5 or 6. Duan Muyan's eyes instantly glowed upon hearing this. Then they'll wait for death. After saying that he rushed in first, with Kushang and Xiaofeng following behind. For his part, Lin also gave Nina a final warning. Stay here honestly, you know I can find your location. Nina once again revealed a flirtatious color when she saw Lin Yi, and even threw him a wink. Kei Shanshan's face showed some disgust, stepped forward and grabbed Lin also, pulling him also together into this secret base. The underground base was in chaos at this time. Many of the researchers from the biochemical research laboratory fled, wanting to get out of here. The oculators under Li Xiaoxiao transformed into their prototypes and guarded him, wanting to retreat out with him. He had only just taken a few steps when a ruthless look appeared on his face. The research here cannot be discovered. Destroy this place for me. At that, the boar, Oxer, stopped at once and moved towards the experimental apparatus and equipment, intending to destroy these. The boar, Oxer, had a thick body, and quite a bit of black fur peeked out from the gaps in his armor, making it unusually ugly. The head was also boar-like, with bony spikes spreading out from the back of the head. He summoned a giant axe and slashed wildly, where explosions and flames instantly appeared. On the next level of the biochemical research room, the armor research room was exactly where it was. The violent commotion from above had been heard by Kugwolong, and questions appeared in his eyes. After looking at the armor summoner that was taking shape within the device in front of him, he immediately spoke out. Why don't you guys go see what's going on out there? Here I'll just watch. It wasn't long before someone yelled out in horror. It's not good. The upper level is completely destroyed. The fire and power failure could pass down at any time. So many people up there have run away. The words were followed by a moment of chaos in the lab. Many people are planning to take the opportunity to escape from here, so they are running towards the exit. Professor Ku, you should run away with us too. It's a chance to get out of here too. A person from the experimental team advised towards Kugwolong. Kugwolong, after looking at the instrumentation of the earth element converging in front of him, finally spoke with certainty in his eyes and resolutely. You guys go first. The cool revolt armor summoner will be generated soon, and I'm taking it with me. At that moment, on the road leading from the underground base to the escape, a large concrete circular test site appeared. Li Xiaoxiao was guarded by 4 Orcus on each side, namely Captain Orcus, Black Fury Orcus, Locust Orcus, and Armor Orcus. All 4 of these Orcsers were Orcsers that had been found in samples collected ahead of time, and none of them were to be underestimated in terms of strength. It was just that they were all looking ahead somewhat vigilantly at this moment, and even Li Xiaoxiao's face was very ugly. Ahead, at the opposite exit of the test site, Duan Muyan looked at them with a cold smile, while Kushang's eyes were filled with anger and Xiaofeng had the same cold eyes. Behind the 3 of them, Kei Shanshan and Lin Yi stepped out in unison. The 2 sides confronted each other, their breath gradually sinking in. Li Xiaoxiao was not afraid. He stepped forward and gulped out softly. You guys, you're really shady. Looks like today, doomed to no good? Before Lin Yi could say anything upon hearing this, Duan Muyan pointed her finger ahead and exclaimed, You bunch of trashy Oaksers, I will destroy all of you and avenge my father's death. Kushang likewise spoke out in agreement. And my father. Li Xiaoxiao looked at these 2, and eventually laughed as if he had recalled something. He pointed at Corson. I know you. Is that old man Kugwalong your father? Ha ha ha. If you hurry to the next level now, you might be able to see him one last time. Kusheng's face flushed at his words. Understanding that the armor lab was indeed here as well, he turned to look at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with eagerness. Lin Yi nodded at him and said, you get on with it. The cats and dogs here can't stop us yet. Kusheng nodded towards Lin Yi with gratitude in his eyes, then directly summoned the TS Nano Armor. Tsunami no Tsunami, the power to drown out giant whistles. Merge! Boom! The water element converged, and then the TS Nano Armor appeared and leapt up directly towards the opposite passage. Li Xiaoxiao deliberately made way for him. His aim was naturally to weaken Lin Yi's side so that he could easily escape. Unfortunately, he doesn't understand. As long as Lin Yi was alone, he was enough to stand up to 1,000 armies. Chapter 180, Strongly Slaying Oxer. Lufa arrives. After Kusheng summoned the TS Nano Armor to leave, Li Xiaoxian placed his gaze on Duan Muyen again. He pointed to the armored Orcus at his side and opened his mouth with a smile. I've investigated you and I know your father. It's Tomiyo-san. As it happens, your father was blown up by him in cold blood together. Haters gonna hate each other. Suddenly learning about the cause of her father's death and her enemy, Duan Muyen suddenly lost some control of herself. He roared and pulled out his Nava armor summoner straight away. The crimson lines on his brow lit up, placing the summoner on his belt before pressing the elemental key and inserting it. Flame of Nava. Devour the power of the mighty flame. Merge. Raging fire elemental energy descended, and the Nava armor broke right through the flames and descended. Orange armor that looks like flowing lava, with white accents. The feeling of searing heat comes out instantly. Molten flames flared from the armored fists of the Nava as he charged straight ahead. Armor Orcser's body is made up of a ghostly black armor of fine iron, with sharp spikes appearing from all parts of the body, and even chains dangling from his waist. At the center of the towering shoulder armor on each side, within the helmet, was the grim face of a demonic orc-like man. He was signaled by Li Xiaoxiao and naturally blocked directly towards the Nava armor summoned by Duan Muyen. Bang! The Nava armor clashed with the armor Orcus, and the two sides were in a furious battle. As for Li Xiaoxiao, seeing that the situation had come to the best possible time, he immediately had Black Fiend Oxymoron and Locust Oxymoron join him in heading towards Xiaofeng and Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi stepped forward to strike, but Kei Shanshan on the side stopped him. At this moment, some small excitement appeared on school sister Kei's face as the beautiful light blue lines appeared in the center of her eyebrows, and a burst of energy erupted out. Don't you make a move yet. I want to test my current strength. Xiaofeng did not hesitate at this time. He directly took out the pack apparatus summoner and said, let me contribute too. In the next moment, the energy of heaven and earth appeared to converge. Kei Shanshan pressed the flying shadow summoner, and then the summoning card flew out from the side of her belt and disappeared into it. Finally the summoner was tapped into the belt and a crisp, determined sound came out. Flying shadow armor. Combine. At once, the flying shadow armor, which was made up of blue and white armor, appeared. Kei Shanshan leapt up after summoning the armor. Her intent energy infused into the summoner, a pale blue glow enveloping the flying shadow's knees as it slammed directly into the air towards the Black Fury Oxymoron. Flying shadow prime top. Bang! Strong power issued from the knee, violently impacted on the body of Oxy, directly knocked the latter out. Black Fury Oxer flew out backwards to the ground. He was covered in blue leather armor, with only additional gold armor protruding from his joints, showing the tips. The head was as fierce as a mutated wolf's head. It was clearly good at speed, which was why it was knocked so far away by the flying shadow armor's move. Black Fury Oxer felt disgraced when he was sent flying directly in front of his boss. He roared and pulled out his weapon, the Evil Fury Sword, and was about to kill towards the flying shadow armor once again. At this moment, Kei Shanshan's right hand lightly crossed from her waist, and a weapon card instantly flew out and disappeared into the summoner. Flying shadow leg. Instantly, white delicate leg armor covered the calves of the flying shadow armor. Thus, the light blue intentional energy coalesced once again. On the other side, Xiaofeng similarly did not lag behind. The hurricane of apprehension, penetrating the power of a raging hurricane. Merge. In an instant, the pale green pack apparatus armor that looked like it was surrounded by a hurricane appeared from the wind elemental energy. Pack apprehended much armor speed is extremely fast. In an instant turned into a green hurricane to the hamster locusts behind oxygen, and then it is wrapped in the wind elemental energy of a kick out. Whirlwind kick. Bang! The lumbering hamster locust, Oxer, staggered from the kick and turned angrily. However, the pack apprehended not to engage him head-on, but simply continued to use shadowless attacks and consume him remotely. Xiaofeng, who had no worries, felt that the battle was simply flowing and comfortable. The pack apparatus armor quickly saved up enough energy under flat A's to draw his weapon directly from the hurricane. Hurricane Shadow Dart, Molten Lin Blade. Duan Muyan roared out, and the red-orange Molten Lin Blade was directly pulled out of the flames by him. However, this was not the end of the story. The burning rage and grief over her father's death caused Duan Muyan to directly carry out a higher intensity attack. The attack quickly builds up energy. Weapon upgrade, Kirin Molten Axe upgrade complete. The Molten Lin Blade was thrown directly into the air by Duan Muyan, and in an instant, the elemental elf flame Molten Lin, which consisted of both flames and machinery, appeared. The flame Molten Lin transformed its form at a rapid pace and directly merged into the Molten Lin Blade. In the blink of an eye, the Molten Lin Blade converged its blade and transformed into an axe blade. The Nava armor leapt up to grasp this new weapon in his hands, while blaring angrily at the horrified armored Orcus below. The crimson lines at the center of his brow shone, and the energy was absorbed in a smooth manner. Mandatory recharge complete. Instantly, the Qilin Molten Axe in the air erupted with powerful elemental energy, evolving into a large molten flame energy battle axe. Duan Muyan held his axe in both hands, his body in the form of a curved moon chopping down fiercely towards the Uxer below. The huge battle axe that was so large that it looked like it could split mountains apart also split down together. Molten Lin Fierce Flame Slash. Boom! The powerful force suppressed and ruthlessly chopped down on top of the armored Orcus's body. In an instant, dense cracks appeared on the ghostly black armor that was as tough as fine iron, and the reddish-orange energy light within it exploded. Boom! Armor Oxymore explodes straight away, re-landing on the ground. The anger within Duan Muyan seemed to be chopped out together. Father, I have avenged you, but don't worry, I won't let go of all the occurs. Flying Shadow Blast Kick. New white armor appeared on the calf area of the flying shadow armor, and then light blue energy enveloped it. Kei Shanshan leapt up again, her body live, and kicked at the charging black fury oxygen in front of her. In an instant, electricity mixed with light blue energy. Boom kicks out from Flying Shadow's leg. Bang! The flying shadow armor directly kicked Black Fury Oxymoron's chest, and then the leg exerted force again, kicking out sideways like an electric light. Like a flipping blade, electric light cutting wind kick. Boom! After countless cracks appeared on his body, the Black Fiend Auxer hissed up to the sky and instantly exploded. At the same time, Xiaofeng summoned the pack. Apprehended much armor against the Barn Locust Oxymoron's attack has also come to an end. The Hurricane Shadow Dart was extremely fast, sending out a sharp wind blade. The Hamlet Locust's oxygen have been hard to fight. When Li Xiaoxiao saw that the occultists sent out were defeated one after another, he didn't dare to wait any longer. Even if he was as scornful of Linny as he could be, at this point he had to stiffly command toward the captain at his side. Auxer, make a dash for the exit. Captain Auxer's torso was covered in leather armor, like an ancient captain's costume. The mold, on the other hand, looks like a skeleton pirate, with a curved hook in the left hand and a sharp claw in the right. He obeyed Li Xiaoxiao's command and immediately rushed towards Linny at the exit, his strong power making him confident in himself. Linny looked up without the slightest ripple in his eyes. Heh, courageous. The three lines in the center of his eyebrows suddenly lit up, and majestic energy exploded in an instant. Taking a step forward, Linny arrived directly in front of Captain Auxer, reaching out to parry the latter's charge. Ha! Captain Auxer was so shocked he couldn't believe it. Lin also, however, didn't bother wasting time as he clenched his left palm into a fist, energy transferring in, his fist instantly rigid and powerful. Yamabuchi Fist. Boom! It's like a mountain suppressing a mole cricket. The majestic power was unstoppable, and the reddish gold energy instantly drowned Auxer. This, Li Xiaoxiao, who was preparing to rush out after Captain Auxer at the back, gulped when he saw this scene. He finally understood why Lufa had said that unless the ultimate Deathstorm virus was synthesized. Linny looked at Li Xiaoxiao after he threw a punch, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile as he said, "Ready to die?" A look of despair appeared in Li Xiaoxiao's eyes. He had a backhand, but fell short of synthesizing the ultimate Deathstorm virus. Backhandedness is useless in front of Linny. Just as Linny accurately put Li Xiaoxiao into understanding, a strong energy instantly broke through the obstruction. A calm and somewhat morose voice came out. "He can't die," I said. Chapter 181, Combined Shura versus Lufa. Linny blasted a wave of energy at Li Xiaoxiao through the air. Red gold energy mixed with purple-black aura. This wave of energy was enough to kill most of the Orcsers in seconds. Li Xiaoxiao reflecting dazzling light on his bald head, his gloomy face full of unwillingness and despair. The ultimate funeral riot virus. If I synthesize, who can stop me? All beings are equal before death. He finally felt the taste of fear. Suddenly, a blazing majestic and evil energy suddenly appeared from the space and blocked in front of Li Xiaoxiao. And then the evil aura instantly branched out into a barrier, fending off Lin Yi's energy waves. Boom! The collision of the two emitted a loud sound, while the impact scattered in all directions. Kei Shanshan and Duan Muyan had both resolved their opponents at this time, and felt the onslaught and looked over at once. What happened? Who is it? To actually be able to withstand a strike from Senior? As for Xiao Feng's side, the locust oxygen, who was already at the end of his strength, was directly shaken by the shockwave generated by this collision. The pack apparatus armor took the opportunity to unleash its stance. Wild Hurricane Rip Beast Cut. Wind elemental energy converged on top of the Hurricane Shadow Dart, and the pack apprehended as a whirlwind that appeared around Oxer. In an instant, he chopped out several sharp blades, which directly did not enter the body of Locust Oxygen. Eventually the wind elemental energy exploded. The Hamlet Locust Oxygen explodes straight away. On the other side, Li Xiaoxiao sensed the figure in front of him that blocked the energy wave. He opened his eyes, before he could shake off the blinding light of the explosion and see the person in front of him. Across the room, Lin Yi's surprised and somewhat gruff voice came over. Lufa, I didn't expect you to show up of your own accord, and it was actually to save this guy. The smoke and energy dispersed, and in front of Li Xiaoxiao was none other than Lufa, who he hadn't seen in a long time. What Lufa revealed at this moment was not Bardu's body, but his own underworld demon body. In contrast to when he was in Hope City, Lufa's body at this time was significantly more pure and strong. The original golden armor added a lot of inlaid armor, which was vaguely branded with runes. The overall atmosphere is also more heavy and intense. Even the eyes inside the helmet show a red aura like blood. Gray old cloak floats gently, very different from earlier. Gazing at Lin Yi, Lufa took a few steps forward and sneered after flinging his cloak. Why can't this general show himself of his own accord? You think I'm afraid of you? His body's evil aura erupted out, and his original intent energy merged with the funereal violence energy, which was extremely terrifying at this time. I have regained my full strength. Do you still think you can beat me as easily as you did back then? Lufa's aura was majestic, and his hoarse, cold voice came out, questioning Lin Yi. His aura is truly terrifying. Just the evil aura that he spreads out has already made it unbearable for Duan Muyan, Xiao Feng and the others, and they can only be forced to retreat. Lin Yi gazed at the scene but didn't flinch. The three different lines at his brow also lit up at the same time. An abundant energy exploded out along with powerful intentional energy, instantly resisting the aura pressed in by Lu Fa. Seeing this scene, some surprise appeared in Lufa's eyes. He didn't expect that meeting Lin Yi again would actually be able to withstand his aura without summoning his armor. Li Xiaoxia stood behind Lufa, looking at the front of the two terrible guys' confrontation. Suddenly a burst of fear. Lin Yi looked at the road method in front of him, a smile suddenly grinning on his face. I came here, originally, to find you. Since you showed up, stay. At those words Lufa grunted inwardly in annoyance. You have a big mouth. His strength had been restored, and he was more than 10 times stronger than before. How dare this milquetoast kid open his mouth? If it weren't for the ultimate Morningstorm virus that was waiting here, he would have returned to Hope City long ago to get his revenge. Lin Yi saw Lufa in this state and immediately stopped talking nonsense. Ever since I came to Nanhua City, I haven't let go and had a good fight. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, then flipped the cover and pressed the button. After inserting the Shura Armor Summoner on top of the arm armor that appeared in his left hand, Lin Yi burst out. Shura Armor. Merge. Boom. In an instant, even more surging power erupted, and the overbearing and overwhelming Shura Armor directly merged with Lin Yi in an electric light. Armor fit. A low electronic sound appeared as if announcing the arrival of a king. Lufa. Today I'm going to find out just how strong the one-time Legion commander of Ares is. Lin also harnessed the Shura Armor and was not the least bit afraid at this point. He instantly stepped forward and threw a punch to engage Lufa. Bang! Lufa didn't dare to be careless, and immediately threw a punch to collide with Lin Yi as well. The energy with purple electricity immediately fought madly against the dark red evil aura. Not far away, Duan Muyan watched as Lin Yi summoned the Shura Armor, and a sizzling look appeared in his eyes. The Shura Armor was domineering and incomparable. The dark purple armor had countless gold and silver special patterns embellished and inlaid on it, making it look exceptionally mysterious. After briefly exchanging a few moves with Lufa, Lin Yi immediately took a few steps back. He flipped open the summoner on his left arm and pressed the wind activation button directly. Shura Wind Splitting Claw. Instantly, the arm armor at the wrist of the Shura Armor's right arm flipped over, and a pair of silver hooked claws were revealed. Lufa, you won't get away today. Lin Yi reached out and pointed towards him. Then his intent energy was inputted into the Shura Summoner, and the wind-splitting claw was instantly wrapped in lavender electricity. Lufa was shocked at this and took a few steps back to summon his weapon. However, the Shura Armor took a step and instantly arrived in front of him. Bear! Shura Splitting Wind Claw slashed down fiercely, cutting a spark directly on Lufa's body. After being hit he turned his torso and his back was exposed. Lin Yi backhanded another claw. Bear! Sparks flew everywhere, and Lufa let out a muffled grunt before taking a few steps back, keeping his distance from Lin Yi. The Shura armor stood still. Anger filled Lufa's eyes. If it weren't for the Shura armor, would this general be afraid of a brat like you? He bellowed angrily and directly summoned his weapon. Thunderbolt Jedi Order Sword. Bang! The Thunderbolt Jedi Order Sword and the Cultivator Wind-Splitting Claw clashed together, and the powerful force was instantly transmitted to both sides. Lin Yi was within the Cultivator armor, and as he stared at Lufa, who was close by, gritting his teeth and resisting, a bad smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Infinity Ray. Instantly, the crystal at the center of the Shura armor's brow erupted with a surge of electric energy, blasting towards Lufa's face. Boom! In an emergency, Lufa instantly raised his left hand and countered the blow with his armor, so the whole person was also blasted out in a smooth manner. Lin Yi's intentional energy instantly coalesced, and he swung his wind-splitting claw forward. The strong energy and current converged into purple claws, chasing towards Lufa. At this point, Lufa was already a bit overwhelmed. Even though his strength was equally not weak, the addition of the Shura armor was too terrifying, causing him to hold back in his heart. Kid, don't be complacent. Even if you have the Shura armor, I will definitely not let you go. Retreating to Li Xiaoxiao's side, Lufa roared angrily. His body's evil aura erupted, and he instantly unleashed an attack towards the front as well. Thunderbolt Divine Soul Chop. Strong intentional energy was chopped out along with the evil energy, instantly erupting into a wave of extremely strong fluctuating sword attacks. In an instant, this underground fortification was destroyed, and countless pieces of debris began to fall down. Smoke and Mirrors. Chapter 182, Craggy's Cool Thunderbolt. Stormtongue Insect King. When the smoke cleared, both Lufa and Li Xiaoxiao were gone. Lin Yi stared somewhat helplessly. I just sensed spatial fluctuations, but with the intention of being able to interfere, I can't really catch up. Nowadays, Lufa is really much stronger. When Lin also hadn't yet upgraded his mace to criminal heaven, and his intentional energy hadn't broken through the first limit, summoning the Shura armor would have allowed him to fight back and forth with his opponent. And now, even though he didn't use his strongest means, it was a lot easier for Lufa to retreat. Thousands of years of cultivation and combat experience. It's really not a cover. On the ground dozens of miles away from the underground fortifications, two figures appeared in a flash from the virtual to the real. Lufa's body shook to collect his ethereal body and transformed into the form of a bardo. He gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. Damn, that kid's strength has grown quite a bit again. And with the Shura armor summoned, I actually couldn't take him down. Li Xiaoqian, who was on the side, also slowed down at this time, and when he heard Lufa's words, he immediately gave him a somewhat disgusted look. Let's be honest, is that a no? That's getting crushed. It's also on the level of being able to escape without incident. Lufa was angry. He had thought that with his current strength, he wanted to clean up Lin Yi and his party, and revenge was already a handful. Originally he planned to return to Hope City after using Li Xiaoxiao to enhance his strength one more time. A clean slate. Retrieve the alphas again and return to Ares with the Shura armor and energy crystals for revenge. Over the years, I've never forgotten the hate. Fold on this last planet, and rise from it. I have only one goal. Whoever owes me, I'll make him pay twice as much. As for that dim-witted ruler, I'll have his dog's life. Thinking about this, Lufa fiercely looked at Li Xiaoxiao. His eyes sharpened, and he opened his mouth in dissatisfaction. When the hell are you going to get that ultimate morning storm virus? This general was thinking of using this to strengthen it once more. But you're too slow. Li Xiaoxiao turned to look at Lufa and sniffed with some annoyance. Slow? You know how hard it is. In those few months, I've been researching to find the Earthstorm Bug King. Just 2 more special mutants need to be collected and the ultimate stormtrooper will appear. Speaking of this, Li Xiaoxiao once again regained ambition in his eyes, as well as a desire for power. At that time, even if Lin Yi summons that armor like he did today, he won't be my opponent. Lufa turned to stare at Li Xiaoxiao, finally nodding slowly. Very good. I'll be waiting for your good news. When that time comes, I'll step in and join you against that kid. 2. So, the two agreed to work together again. Numbo City. Daily Good Group. Ma Tian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office overlooking the entire city, his eyes filled with a lust for power. Behind him, Ma Qingshan opened his mouth full of pleading advice. Dad, the reason I called you back here, just wanted to tell you to stop. That which Li Xiaoxiao said is simply impossible to realize. The morning riot virus is a huge danger. What's the difference between what you're doing and a heartless criminal? Ma Qingshan's fists were clenched in agony. Ma Tian turned around on his crutches at the sound of his words and suddenly rebuked angrily when he saw Ma Qingshan still trying to open his mouth. You shut up. I had thought that you were the most like me, and that the group was going to be handed over to you later. but for you to be such a womanizer is just stupid. He returned, arms spread wide with fervor in his eyes. Once the bereavement storm virus has fully spread, I will be the king of Orcus at that point. I am the master of this planet. What a temptation this is. Ma Qingshan sniffed with eagerness on his face and wanted to open his mouth, but Ma Tian waved his hand and didn't let him say any more. Suddenly, Ma Tian's phone rang. After picking it up, Li Xiaoxiao's low voice came out from the phone. Mr. Ma, there's been a change in plans. Our base has been found. Just now, the biochem lab and armor lab should have been destroyed. You can't afford to be hesitant when our final plans are going to start early. Ma Tian still had a hesitant look on his face. There's really no danger of injecting the king of the storm bugs virus at the moment? Don't you worry. Absolutely no problem. That group of armored warriors is very powerful. You do not inject to gain strength. I am afraid they will soon find you. At those words, Ma Tian made up his mind and did not hesitate any longer. Yes, Ma Qingshan instantly shouted in despair when he saw this. Dad, you can't inject it. Seeing that Ma Tian insisted on leaving, Ma Qingshan's eyes suddenly revealed a red aura. His entire body shuddered, and he was instantly and uncontrollably transformed into the demonic bull oxer. Ma Tian was furious at this. Rebel son, how dare you stop me? The second floor of the underground fortification, inside the armor lab. At this time this place has long been chaotic. Everyone has fled, only Kugwolong left to guard here. Debris was constantly falling, and there were occasional screams coming from the passageway outside the lab, but Kugwolong couldn't take his eyes off of it, staring dead ahead into the interior of the apparatus amidst the smoke and dust. Soon, Earth elemental energy coalesced and reformed rapidly there, and the outline of a summoner could be vaguely seen to appear. And just then, the door to the lab was smashed right through. The hideous, ugly boar, Oxer, walks in with a huge axe in his hand and scans the surroundings. Upon seeing the instrumentation here in Kugwolong, he cracked his giant mouth, bared his fangs, and stepped forward unkindly. Bang! A giant axe blasted down, and experimental equipment was instantly scrapped. No! Kugwolong's face was filled with anger, and he spoke out in shock, but without a moment's pause. The boar, Oxer, soon destroyed the instruments around him. The core apparatus behind Kugwolong was also clearly affected at this time, and the speed of elemental energy condensation seemed to have slowed down a bit. The boar, Oxer, noticed what was going on here and instantly came this way. He had a hard mane all over his body, and at this time, he was even more of a demon. Fuck off! A flash of fear flashed within Kugwolong and he subconsciously had to leave, but watching the summoner coalesce behind him, he gritted his teeth and guarded the instrument. Boroxer was instantly annoyed and striding forward he grabbed him and slammed him hard to the ground. Ahem! Kugwolong spat out a mouthful of blood, but still tried hard to keep blocking the instrument. Can't let you spoil it. Armor that is hope. 4 pairs of armor that can break through despair. But the vague words did not help in the slightest. The boar, Oxer, kicked him out of the way and was about to slash down with his giant axe in hand. Dad! Suddenly, a sad voice came. What came at the same time was a raging current of water that directly knocked the boar, Oxer, back 2 steps. The TS nano armor appeared in front of the apparatus, and Kusheng picked his father up in a hug, his face full of anxiety. Dad, how are you? Hearing his son's voice, Kugwolong braced himself to look behind him as the cool Leifu summoner fully coalesced. Bang! Kugwolong crossed over to Kusheng and pressed the instrument button with such force that the summoner fell out in one smooth motion. He picked up the cool Rave summoner and was about to say something to his son. The boar, Oxer, suddenly rushed forward and slashed down hard with his axe. Corson notices, but can't leave, so he turned directly to protect Kugwolong. Znami shot a palm toward the front at the same time. Was an axe heavily chopped in the chest. Ahem! Kurshin was injured, coupled with the discovery that he might not be able to protect his father. The Znami armor instantly disintegrated under the stirring emotions. Seeing that the boar Oxer was about to come forward again, the severely injured Kugwolong handed over the cool Leivolt summoner into Kusheng's hands. Unleash the power of this armor and use it. Go save more people. After saying these words, Kugwolong directly exhausted his strength and fell to the ground. Ah, Dad! Kusheng, who was holding a cool revolt summoner, was so grief-stricken that he pressed the summoner button directly to summon his armor facing the boar. Orcus, Craggy's cool Thundervolt. Whack the power of the Jedi Cliff. Merge. To be continued.